Bang, bang, bang. Yang Decheng climbed up to the seventh floor, panting as he knocked on the door. From inside came the sound of something falling to the floor with a clatter, followed by complete silence. Yang Decheng pressed his ear against the door, listened carefully, and then continued knocking. After a long while, a timid girl's voice came from inside. There's no one home. Yang Decheng double-checked the slip of paper in his hand and confirmed the apartment number. He raised his voice. Comrade Jean Dowdu, don't be afraid. Come out, I'm not a bad person. I'm from the community, here to process your low-income assistance paperwork. There was no response from inside. Yang Decheng had no choice but to muster all his strength and continue knocking, eventually pounding on the door. It was frustrating. The government funds for low-income assistance had already been distributed this year, but recipients were required to submit their low-income certificates, ID cards, and passbooks, most of which had only a few cents left to complete the necessary procedures for approval and disbursement. Most eligible families had already received their funds, but those who hadn't cooperated, like the girl living here, had various issues. This particular girl suffered from severe autism. After knocking for what felt like an eternity, a voice finally came from inside. Who are you? Yang Decheng swallowed and raised his voice again. I'm from the community. Please hand over your ID card, low-income certificate, and passbook so I can process your payment. Otherwise, the money won't reach you. Money, why won't you give it to me? Think about it. Without your documents, how can we prove to the finance department that you're the one who should receive the assistance? Who would believe us just based on words? There are rules for everything. Don't worry, you'll take your documents now and bring the money back next time. If you're worried, find your documents and slide them under the door. I've never seen you before. I don't know who you are. I can't give you anything. Yang Decheng suppressed his frustration and said helplessly, That's why you should open the door and see for yourself. You refuse to open the door, yet you ask if I could deceive you. Do people cheat by bringing money to your door? I'm really from the community. Yang Decheng went on at length. Inside, there was a brief silence, and then Jean Dowdu timidly asked again, Are you really from the community? I am really from the community. Why are you here? Yang Decheng paused momentarily, then remembered his purpose. Oh, I'm here to collect your ID card, low-income certificate, and passbook so I can process your payment. Please cooperate. Most people have already received their funds. Only a few households like yours are left because we haven't been able to collect your documents. Without them, we can't process the paperwork or distribute the money. Most people have already received it. Then why not me? Because Yang Decheng vaguely remembered explaining this earlier, but his head was spinning, so he repeated himself. After a long while, the girl inside firmly declared, I've never seen you before. I don't know who you are. I can't give you anything. After much effort, Yang Decheng returned empty-handed and reluctantly moved on to the next building. This household was surnamed Wu and consisted of two bachelors, the older brother, Wu Yu, and the younger brother, Wu El. The elder worked as a tricycle driver, while the younger was the one eligible for low-income assistance. It was rumored that he had some mental health issues. Yang Decheng finally managed to knock on the door. The elder brother, shirtless and smoking a cheap cigarette, opened it. Upon hearing that it was about low-income assistance, he immediately rummaged through drawers to find the low-income certificate and passbook. Smiling apologetically, he said, Comrade, my brother cut up the ID card, it's gone. Can we get by with just these two items? That won't work. The ID card is the only legally valid document for transferring funds. If it's lost, you need to get a replacement or apply for a temporary one. But look at my brother's condition, refuses to go. What can I do? Where is he? Let me talk to him. He's in that room. The tightly closed door was finally opened by Wu Yu, who nervously rubbed his hands together. Thank goodness it's you today, Comrade Yang. Last time, a young woman from the community came. I told her not to come in, but she insisted. She ended up screaming and running away, even spraining her ankle. The door opened to reveal a man sitting on the windowsill. A gentle breeze blew, making his long hair flutter alongside the curtains. He had a thick beard, deep-set eyes gazing out the window, and never turned his head. His legs were bent, elbows resting on his knees, chin propped up in his hands, a pose reminiscent of Rodin's The Thinker. And he was completely naked. Well, the community comrade wants you to take a photo and apply for a temporary ID card. The Thinker slowly turned his head, glanced indifferently at Yang Decheng, and flatly said, No. Yang Decheng began another round of persuasion, but the sculpture had already sunk back into deep thought, staring at a poplar tree outside the window. He furrowed his brow at times, smiled at others, serene like Buddha, but never turned his head again. Comrade Yang, what should we do? The elder brother asked anxiously. Hey, race an idea out of options. Yang Decheng pulled a simple camera from his black bag. Try to get him down here. The lighting is bad right now, I'm afraid the photo won't be clear. Bring him down so I can take a picture, and then the community will issue a certificate for a temporary ID. Thank you, Comrade Yang. Thank you. Click. The flash went off, capturing the naked thinker mid-flail. Yang Decheng bolted, and just as the door slammed shut, a shoe flew out from inside, narrowly missing his head. Wiping his sweat, Yang Decheng muttered to himself, "Thank goodness, I finally got this household's documents. Wait, where are the low-income certificate and passbook? Crap, I forgot to take them." Bam, bam, bam. A furious Yang Decheng started knocking on the door again. He was frustrated with this job, but what else could he do? After graduating from a third-year university, this was the only work he could find. Late at night, when he sat naked on his bed, he often stared at his little companion, pondering its philosophical spirit. It could grow long or short, thick or thin, straight or curved, soft or hard. If he could emulate it, what were his current setbacks? With this thought, he consoled himself. Besides, having grown up in an orphanage, he considered this work a way to give back to society. Comforting himself, Yang Decheng with one black eye arrived at the doorstep of old Su. Su Haisheng, once a flamboyant figure in the antique trade, had suffered a mental breakdown after being swindled out of a large sum of money. Now, he was an intermittent psychiatric patient. When Yang Decheng knocked, the door opened easily. A thin old man appeared, eyeing him suspiciously. Outside stood a clean-cut young man of medium height, carrying a black bag and wearing black frame glasses. Old Su coldly said, "I just paid my electricity bill. I don't know anything." Wait. Yang Decheng forced a smile and held the door open. "Haha, I'm not here for the electricity bill. I'm from the community, here to process your low-income assistance payment." Assistance payment? Old Zu's eyes lit up. "Come in." Old Zu's home was cluttered with antiques from ancient times to the Republic of China era. Judging by his shabby appearance, most of them were likely fakes. While old Su welcomed the idea of receiving assistance, when Yang Decheng asked for his ID card, low-income certificate, and passbook with only 1 cent left in the account, the old man suddenly saw him as a notorious scammer and angrily tried to kick him out. "Listen, old Su, how can I process your paperwork without your documents?" "Hey, stop pushing me. I'm from the community. Don't you recognize me?" Old Su sneered. "So what if you're from the community?" "The guy who scammed me claimed to be from the state council." Yang Decheng sternly declared, "Listen, old Su, whether you like it or not, you're handing over those documents. Once you do, we'll process your payment. No documents, no money. Got it? Not a single cent." "What?" Old Zu's eyes flared red. "You're trying to swindle my money. You're a damn scammer. It's mine by right. Why won't you give it to me?" "Oh no." Old Zu's losing it, Yang Decheng realized. He turned to flee, but old Su, now enraged, grabbed a porcelain vase from an unknown dynasty and lunged at him like a mad tiger, smashing it against Yang Decheng's head. Crack! The vase shattered, and Yang Decheng collapsed to the ground. When the community director arrived with reinforcements, they restrained old Su and carried the bloodied Yang Decheng. Barely conscious, Yang Decheng trembled and whispered faintly, Director Nyo. Speak, Comrade Decheng. I'm listening." "Director Nyo, he hit me like this, you must hold him accountable." This Director Nyo hesitated. "Comrade Decheng, he's mentally ill. Even if he killed someone, he wouldn't be punished. This is difficult to handle. I don't even have anywhere to seek justice. This is so frustrating." Yang Decheng sighed deeply. A wronged soul drifted away. At the solemn memorial service, Director Nyo tearfully addressed the office staff, community members, and city reporters. Comrade Yang Decheng was an orphan raised by the party and the people. After joining the workforce, he treated others kindly, worked diligently, endured hardships first, and enjoyed comforts last. He was hardworking, never complained, and was recognized as an outstanding employee by our office. On his deathbed, he repeatedly urged me to ensure the low-income assistance distribution was carried out smoothly and orderly, satisfying the public, the government, and society. He was a strict, self-disciplined, and tolerant colleague whose noble character deserves our admiration. Comrade Yang Decheng's life was a brilliant and hard-fought one. Chapter 002. Resurrected Hao. Oh, how wretched it is. All my fault. You should never have been born into this world. This life has brought you such suffering. In your next life, may you find a kind family, and may you never endure such grievances again." The sound of distant sobbing echoed in and out of his consciousness, gradually rousing Yang Decheng from his stupor. Am I in the hospital? Who is weeping so mournfully by my side? How unfortunate. As this thought crossed his mind, a flurry of disjointed memories flooded his head, overwhelming him. This is Bazhou City in the Song Dynasty. I am Ding Hao, the illegitimate son of the Ding family. Yang Decheng was taken aback, suddenly opening his eyes wide. To his astonishment, the setting sun cast a dim, amber glow across the room. He lay on a bed, staring up at the wooden beams above him, thick logs with ribs-like structures on either side, showing no signs of dust. Reminiscent of the old orphanage he had lived in during his childhood, far from the sterile environment of a hospital. Turning his head slowly, he noticed the ancient and exquisite window frames, suggesting they had endured many years. A woman in a pale blue garment was collapsed over him, weeping in despair, her chest soaked with tears. However, as she leaned forward, he could only see her dark, crow-like hair, unable to discern her face. Yang Decheng had never anticipated encountering such a bizarre situation. His lips quivered, yet no words emerged. The chaotic thoughts melded back into his memories, further entangling his mind. He was indeed a member of the Ding family, named Ding Hao. The Ding family was the largest landowner in Bazhou, possessing vast fields, and its patriarch, Ding Tingshuan, was a renowned local gentry. Due to the family's substantial grain reserves and its advantageous position in the northwest, it was known for selling military provisions to the border troops, making it not only wealthy but also powerful, a prestigious family in Bazhou City. Ding Hao's mother had originally been a maid in the Ding household, and after a drunken encounter with the old master, she bore him. In this era, the son of a concubine held a lowly status, akin to that of a servant, and his mother lacked even that title, placing his standing on par with an ordinary servant of the Ding household. The old master's legitimate wife had borne him 2 sons and a daughter. The eldest son, Ding Qingzong, currently managed the household affairs, while the eldest daughter, Ding Yulua, had been betrothed, but her fiancé had tragically passed away from illness, and she had yet to remarry. The second son, Ding Xingye, only 18 years of age, was a reckless young man. The old master had taken a secondary wife, Madame Zhou, who had borne him a daughter, now 8 years old. How could this be? Am I borrowing a corpse to return to life, inhabiting the body of Ding Hao, or has Ding Hao inexplicably acquired my memories? The intertwining of 2 memories caused him an excruciating headache, making his heart churn as he struggled to discern his true identity. He recalled that it was indeed the bitter winter season, and he had been suffering from a high fever for several days. Yet, just the day before, the second young master, Ding Xingye, had insisted that he accompany him to a friend's banquet, requiring him to attend to the horses and drive him into the city. He reveled in merriment with those young masters in the warm pavilion while she stood outside in the cold wind for an entire night. Upon returning, his condition worsened, leading to his fainting into unconsciousness. As these memories flooded his mind, Yang Decheng felt a mix of shock and horror. How could such an unfathomable event occur? Was it possible that he had traversed time? He had perused numerous idle books and watched films about time travel, yet he had never believed in such phenomena. Even if scientists spoke of the theoretical existence of time black holes, it seemed utterly unrelated to him. But was it conceivable that the ancient bottle struck on his head by the mad old Su was indeed an artifact of great power? Yang Decheng found himself quite bewildered. Madame Yang wept inconsolably over her lifeless son, her heart shattered. Her child had endured immense suffering throughout his life. Even a child from a humble family would not have faced such hardships. Though he had a father, he had lived as if he were fatherless. Born into a wealthy family, he nonetheless went hungry and was poorly clothed. Worse off than a common tenant's child, all because the venerable Ding feared that his illegitimate son would tarnish his reputation. Not only did he refuse to offer any assistance, but he was also more severe than the average servant, despite her son suffering from a high fever. The second young master insisted on sending him out in a carriage through the heavy snow to attend to him. When he returned, he collapsed, and the village doctor declared his condition perilous due to the persistent fever, suggesting that only the esteemed physician Su in Bazhou could save his life. Yet upon hearing that a carriage was to be dispatched for treatment in the city, the master indifferently commanded that it was unreasonable to send a mere servant to the physician, fearing the gossip among the local gentry would deem him lacking in propriety and disrupt the social hierarchy. A simple fever is of no consequence, he said. Let the village doctor tend to him diligently. Thus, with this delay, they watched helplessly as their son breathed his last. The master, upon learning of the tragedy, fell silent for a moment before coldly instructing that a modest coffin be prepared for burial the next day. His heart was indeed merciless. Madame Yang understood that in the eyes of her husband, she and her son were merely sources of embarrassment, and he would prefer their complete disappearance from this world. She had never been regarded as a true member of the Ding family. When the child was conceived, the master nearly summoned a doctor to terminate the pregnancy. At that time, she should have yielded to him. It was her unwillingness and a glimmer of hope that perhaps having a son would soften his heart and grant her a place as a concubine, giving her some status. But who would have thought that Ding Tingshuan, who prided himself on being cultured and refined, would treat this scandal as something to be hidden, refusing to acknowledge her. A common girl from a humble background, as a concubine. The child was born, and her monthly allowance increased. Yet she was subsequently cast out from the inner quarters and relegated to the outer kitchen as a cook. From that point on, the master turned a blind eye to her and her son, treating them as strangers, despite the fact that he was his own flesh and blood. Madame Yang wept for her son while lamenting her own fate, gasping for breath in her sorrow. Yang Decheng lay there, having pondered the circumstances thoroughly during this period. Witnessing the woman beside him weep sorrowfully, despite their initial unfamiliarity and lack of maternal bond, his heart ached. He slowly extended his hand, intending to call out to Yang Shi. Just then, heavy footsteps echoed from outside, and a stout man burst into the room. His voice urgent before he even crossed the threshold. "Yang Yang, has Adai's condition improved?" This rotund individual, surnamed Shui and named Liang, nicknamed Sa, shared a close camaraderie with Ding Hao. Since childhood, Ding Hao had been shy and reserved, often bullied, with Shui Liang standing by him as a steadfast ally. Their bond akin to that of brothers. The day before, young Master Ding had visited the Tuhua Pavilion in the eastern part of the city, staying overnight with a young lady, and only now returned, with Shui Liang accompanying him, his thoughts consumed with concern for his brother's health. Upon arriving and unloading the horse-drawn carriage, he hurried to see him. With tears streaming down her face, Yang Shi spoke, "Xiao Liang." However, before she could finish her sentence, Shui Liang exclaimed joyfully, "Adai, you're awake? I've been frantic all day. It's wonderful to see you conscious." "What?" Yang Shi, her eyes brimming with tears, looked up to see her son indeed awake and gazing at her, overcome with a mix of shock and joy. She cried out, "My son, you are alive, you are alive." In a moment of overwhelming emotion, she embraced Yang Decheng tightly, as he found himself enveloped in her arms. Memories of his own childhood, marked by loss and neglect, flooded his mind, causing a deep pang in his heart. Instinctively, he uttered a single word. "Mother." This heartfelt call was laden with profound sorrow, evoking not only the pity for Yang Shi, who had endured a life of hardship and lost her own son, but also stirring memories of his biological parents, whose faces had long since faded from his recollection. Chapter 003. The daughter of the Dong family Ding Hao has passed away. This news, upon spreading through the expansive Ding family courtyard, failed to create even a ripple. Although Ding Hao's lineage is a topic shrouded in taboo within the family, the local villagers were somewhat aware of the old tales, merely sighing softly and muttering, "Poor child. Perhaps it is better this way. To die early is to be reborn swiftly." Yet, Ding Hao has returned to life. Once again. This news elicited no excitement within the vast Ding family estate, even prompting those unfamiliar with his background to remark, "This Ding Hao truly exemplifies the notion that the more one is undervalued, the more resilient one becomes. Indeed, it is preferable to endure a wretched existence than to meet a noble end." In contrast, the young Master Ding heir, having returned from the curved painting pavilion, unfastened his garments, indulged in a soothing hot bath, and savored a fine ginseng soup. Upon hearing of Ding Hao's miraculous revival, he laughed heartily 3 times, exclaiming, "This lad is quite the survivor." It is said that those who feign death traverse the bridge of helplessness and gain glimpses of the underworld. I ought to summon him to recount those spectral visions to me. Outside, the water had frozen into ice, yet his chamber radiated warmth akin to spring. Within his room stood a large, concealed bronze cauldron, emitting waves of warmth from the smokeless charcoal within. Despite donning a loose, thin robe, he felt the comforting heat envelop him. A handmaiden clad in an exquisite silk garment was seated upon his lap. She possessed considerable beauty, accentuated by her skillful application of makeup and appropriate attire. As for the notion of summoning Ding Hao for inquiries, it was merely a pretext. The Ding family courtyard, with its 9 entrances and exits, grew increasingly opulent the deeper one ventured inside. The hierarchy among servants, laborers, and attendants was distinctly defined, with clear divisions among the various classes. A mere servant from the outer estate had no standing to enter the inner sanctum to see him. After awakening, Ding Hao's high fever miraculously subsided, leaving him physically weakened. The overseer of the outer estate, in a rare act of kindness, granted him a 2-day respite to recuperate. During these days, Ding Hao navigated the diverse realms of the Ding household, gradually reacquainting himself with many figures and objects once confined to memory. He adapted to his current identity, skillfully employing the persona of the once timid and unassuming Ding Hao to mask his true existence. Yet, within him stirred a restless yearning to uncover a path distinct from that of the original Ding Hao. He was not a man of grand ambitions. Contentment and acceptance had always been his guiding principles. However, this did not imply he could passively accept the lot of a lowly servant. In an era defined by rigid hierarchies and class distinctions, the life of a servant or household attendant was beyond the imagination of a modern individual. He longed to break free from this confinement, yet felt akin to a fly trapped against glass. Before him lay a world of light. Yet he could find no path to traverse. And what of Master Ding? Though both were of his blood, he treated one with paternal kindness while regarding the other as a stranger, merely due to the distinction of birth. One was the legitimate offspring of his esteemed wife, while the other was the result of his drunken indiscretion. One was the bearer of his lineage, while the other represented a source of embarrassment for this cultured and respectable man. Such a stark dichotomy of affection and disdain revealed his true nature. Having fallen to such depths, what was he to do? In this era, he had scarcely ventured beyond the confines of the Ding family courtyard. Most of the information from the outside world came from the servants of the household. Through their limited accounts, he discerned that the world diverged significantly from the history he was familiar with. Geographically, the northern territories of the Song Dynasty were home to formidable nomadic tribes. The east was bordered by the sea, while the west was dotted with various small states and nomadic clans. However, the particulars of this reality were not entirely congruent with what he had known. Ding Hao suspected that he had indeed traversed into a completely fabricated epic, which rendered his memory somewhat ambiguous. Nonetheless, this was not the primary concern for him at present. Even if he could foresee certain developments in the grand tapestry of the world, such changes would unfold over centuries, offering no respite from his current plight. He was merely a lowly servant within the Ding family courtyard, destined to live a mere century. This was an unalterable truth, regardless of whether he possessed foresight spanning 500 years ahead or behind. In the afternoon, the winter sun bore a hint of warmth. As Ding Hao meandered into a secluded courtyard, he contemplated, recalling that this was the place where the seamstress of the Ding household crafted and tailored fabrics. Just as he resolved to turn back, he caught sight of two figures standing at the corner of the corridor ahead. He halted, casting a glance, and the tall silhouette appeared somewhat familiar. Clad in a cotton jacket adorned with a blue bamboo pattern and a multicolored waist belt from which hung a piece of exquisite jade, the figure wore a fur-trimmed hat. Upon closer reflection, he recognized this as the second young master of the Ding family, whom he served. A bittersweet smile crept upon Ding Hao's lips. Before the second young master stood a young woman in a pale blue gown and delicate silk skirt, approximately 18 years of age. She wore a long, pale blue garment with a front opening, layered with a floral-patterned overcoat. It was likely that beneath her attire, she donned warm cotton clothing. Yet whether it was due to the impeccable tailoring or her innate beauty, her waist, cinched with a slender plum blossom knot belt, appeared gracefully slender. A simple wooden hairpin adorned her lustrous, raven-black locks, and though her attire bore no embellishments, her poised presence radiated a refreshing vitality that seemed to penetrate the heart. The second young master, with his back to Ding Hao, remained oblivious to his presence as he gazed at the enchanting young woman. A charming smile graced his handsome features as he warmly addressed her. "Madame Dong, I have called for you from afar. Yet you moved so swiftly that I nearly lost sight of you. What brings you here?" The young woman, her cheeks flushed, lowered her gaze and replied, "Second young master, there are several fabrics needed for the upcoming festival at your esteemed household. Madame Li entrusted me with the weaving and embroidery, and I have just completed them. I feared delaying their use in the household, hence I have come to deliver them." Hearing this, Ding Hao chuckled. "I have long heard that Madame Dong's needlework is renowned throughout these 10 miles and beyond. The seamstresses of the Ding household could never compare. Whenever there are precious embroidered items, the seamstresses are hesitant to risk ruining them, and they always entrust them to you. It appears the rumors hold true. How is it that your hands possess such remarkable skill?" As he marveled, he reached out to grasp the wrist of the young woman, whose delicate arms seemed to shimmer like jade. Startled by his sudden touch, she quickly withdrew her hand, slipping away from his grasp, and stepped back with a faint frown upon her brow. This lady, with fingers as graceful as orchids, left Ding Hao feeling a lingering softness at his fingertips. Raising an eyebrow, he spoke gently, "Madame Dong, why do you fear me so? Can you not perceive the affection I harbor for you?" Her cheeks flushed crimson as she replied in a soft, trembling voice, "Second young master, please conduct yourself with propriety. The Dong family has a husband." Ding Hao, with an air of arrogance, countered, "And what of it? The late Mr. Dong has long departed this world. Even if he were alive, does he possess the standing to vie for a woman against me, Ding Luo Donger? Do you understand how deeply I cherish you? At your tender age, akin to a blossoming flower, why not yield to me? If you accompany me, a life of wealth and splendor shall surely be yours." Second young master. The young woman, now addressed by her given name, felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, her voice rising slightly. Though the Dong family is modest and humble, we are of unblemished character. You, a scion of a prominent family, well-versed in propriety and scholarship, how can you utter such words? If this were to spread, would I still have the dignity to live? Second young master, please step aside. I must take my leave. Upon hearing this, Ding Heng's demeanor shifted to one of displeasure. Born with an innate charm, he had a particular fondness for virtuous married women. With striking good looks and an erudite disposition, he reveled in the arts, from poetry to music, and excelled in every pursuit. Any woman he desired would typically succumb to his allure with little resistance. Yet, unexpectedly, this village maiden stood firm against his advances. Luo Donger was impervious to his eloquent persuasion, remaining steadfast in her refusal. Throughout his life, he had never failed to obtain what he sought. Had it not been for his father's stringent upbringing, which allowed him leeway in frequenting brothels, he would have been less restrained. Were his father to discover his intentions towards a married woman, he would not have spared him. Thus, he remained cautious. However, after repeated setbacks, Ding Heng's patience wore thin. He cast aside his cultured demeanor, revealing a fierce and menacing glare, and thundered, Luo Donger, you are well aware of the power the Ding family wields in this area and throughout Bazhou City. Do you think I lack for women? My interest in you is a privilege you should cherish. I do not crave it. Luo Donger retorted, her initial panic and shyness gradually giving way to a resolute demeanor. Ding Heng felt his temper rise, momentarily forgetting the consequences of his anger. Just as he shrugged his shoulders, someone behind him cleared their throat and dryly intoned, I have the honor of meeting the second young master. Chapter 004. The prey. Ding Heng, feeling a twinge of guilt, was startled by the voice. Upon turning around and seeing Ding Hao standing there in a daze, he finally relaxed, albeit with a hint of irritation. What are you doing here, you scoundrel? He scolded. Replying to the young master, I caught a chill a few days ago. Thanks to the kindness of the master and the young master, I was granted a couple of days' respite. As the new year approaches, and knowing the young master will need my assistance while visiting relatives and friends, I dared not remain idle. I rose early to stretch my limbs, hoping to recover swiftly and serve the young master once more. Ding Heng paused, taken aback by Ding Hao's display of loyalty and gratitude, leaving him unable to express his frustration. In this awkward moment, he overlooked the peculiar change in Ding Hao's demeanor, who had suddenly become quite articulate. With a begrudging glance at Madame Dong, a flicker of malice crossed his eyes as he coldly pushed past Ding Hao, striding away, frustrated by his unfulfilled desires. A wicked thought crept into Ding Heng's mind. You wretched woman, if you deny me pleasure, I shall make you suffer. Just wait. There will come a day when I make you beg on your knees for my favor. With these vengeful thoughts, he continued on his way. Thank you, Hao Gu, for coming to my aid. The second young master is not one to be trifled with, and as a member of the Ding household, you should be cautious to avoid his ire. Luo Donger spoke softly, offering a slight bow to Ding Hao. Ding Hao had merely noticed her graceful figure before, but now he perceived her true beauty. Though Madame Dong was not the epitome of earthly perfection, with a fair face adorned with a few faint freckles, her delicate brows and eyes, along with her pointed chin, gave her a charm that blossomed like peach blossoms in spring. There was an alluring subtlety about her, reminiscent of the elegant mist of Jiang'an, evoking a desire to unveil her veil and playfully tease her, as if it were a cosmic injustice not to do so. Such captivating beauty could indeed be termed as a source of mischief. After expressing her gratitude, Luo Donger noticed Ding Hao staring at her in a daze. She glanced around, tilting her head in curiosity, and asked, What are you looking at? The sunlight illuminated her face, which appeared tender and lustrous as jade. Her exquisitely delicate ears glimmered in the light, revealing a rosy hue, while her dark, jewel-like eyes sparkled with brilliance. Ding Hao found himself exclaiming, You are truly beautiful. Luo Donger blushed suddenly, playfully rebuking him. They say you are a simpleton and rather dull. Yet, after mingling with that unscrupulous young master, you have learned to be quite the smooth talker. Ding Hao smiled slightly and changed the subject. What you say is true. He is indeed a young master from a prominent family. Surely, he would not hold a grudge against me over such trivial matters. Nevertheless, I appreciate your warning, and I shall remain vigilant. Luo Donga slightly raised her brows, seemingly surprised by Ding Hao's somewhat unexpected demeanor. She cast him a glance before bowing once more and gracefully walking past him. With a graceful waist and delicate posture, Ding Hao squinted as he observed her light, bird-like gait until she completely vanished from his sight. He then gazed up at the vast sky and let out a silent sigh. In truth, I too wish to be a wealthy young master, accompanied by a few loyal servants, teasing virtuous women on sunny days. A gust of wind swept in, sending the snowflakes from the eaves into his collar, causing Ding Hao to shiver slightly. Awakened from his daydream, he quickly tucked his neck in and, with arms crossed, made his way toward the west wing. Upon returning to the west wing, he found Shui Liang just back from feeding the mules and horses. Upon seeing Ding Hao, he approached with a mischievous glint in his eyes and said, "Hey, brother, I've got something good for you today to replenish your strength." "What is it?" Ding Hao inquired. With a sly grin, Shui Liang replied mysteriously, "No need to ask, just follow me." He hurriedly fetched 2 bags of wheat, carrying one in each hand, and took them to the mill before returning to tug at Ding Hao's arm. "Come on, today we shall indulge." Confused, Ding Hao followed him as they walked toward the courtyard wall. The sturdy, high wall built of blue bricks stood at least 2 meters tall, adorned with numerous watch holes and arrow slits. According to the memories of the original Ding Hao, he knew this was a necessary measure for wealthy families, a precaution against the chaos of bandits. Not only was the wall tall and thick, but the estates of the Ding family were also constructed with interconnected courtyards, rooms, and underground passages designed for defense. In times of turmoil, the estate workers would become warriors, using their knowledge of the terrain and the strength of the walls to launch a fierce counterattack, making it a nightmare for marauding bandits. At a corner gate, Shui Liang opened it and beckoned him with a conspiratorial gesture. Curiosity piqued, Ding Hao followed him outside, where a biting cold wind rushed at him, causing him to shudder involuntarily. His cotton coat, worn and tattered, had not been replaced in years, making it heavy and rigid, perhaps capable of withstanding a sword or arrow. As the wind seeped through the opening, it was indeed chilling to the bone. The setting sun cast its glow upon the earth, revealing a desolate landscape. Beyond the corner gate lay an endless expanse of white snow, devoid of life, with only a solitary cluster of trees in the distance breaking the monotony of winter's starkness. Half a mile from the estate, stacks resembling Mongolian yurts were piled high with leftover straw and stalks, all blanketed in a layer of pristine snow. Shui Liang led Ding Hao to the stacks, brushed aside the snow, and pulled out a bundle of straw. They then found a dry ditch and sat on a sloping patch of earth, rubbing their frozen hands together. After moving a large stone beside them, they discovered a round hole beneath it, from which Shui Liang extracted a bloody, frozen object, an animal whose skin had been stripped, the species uncertain. Perhaps a sheep or a dog. Presenting it as a treasure, Shui Liang exclaimed, "Today is our lucky day. While out riding, I stumbled upon a roe deer. It was so foolish. If it hadn't been captured before, it wouldn't even have known to hide from humans, and I took it down with a single blow. You have just recovered from your illness, and your body is still weak. You should consume some meat to replenish your strength." At this point, he cast a furtive glance at the skinned roe deer and, swallowing hard, remarked, "My dear brother, you are well aware of my expertise in roasting rabbits and field mice since childhood. Today, I even procured some salt from Andy, and I assure you, I will prepare it to be as delectable as the dishes of the Dong family matron." The Dong family matron? It seems that the charming young widow has captured the hearts of many men in the village. Ding Hao shot a glance at Shui Liang, who, while speaking, had already crouched by the riverbank, striking flint and steel to ignite the fire, coaxing dry twigs and straw into flames. As the fire began to blaze, with a hint of smoke rising, Shui Liang leaned in closer, inhaling the fragrant smoke with a blissful expression, exclaiming, "How delightful." Typically, aside from festive occasions and busy farming seasons, our bowls seldom see even a morsel of meat. Today, we are truly indulging. The moment the meat was placed over the flames, even before any aroma could waft from it, Shui Liang's face was already a picture of eager anticipation, eliciting a chuckle from Ding Hao. The bond of brotherhood he felt from this man warmed his heart. He crouched down as well, picking up some slightly damp twigs to feed the fire, allowing the roe deer to rotate steadily. Gradually, the meat began to cook, its enticing aroma filling the air, stirring Ding Hao's appetite. The 2 men gazed at the increasingly golden-hued deer, like famished souls entranced by a beautiful maiden, swallowing their saliva in anticipation. Shui Liang produced a small cloth pouch from his pocket, crushed the salt within, and carefully sprinkled it over the golden meat. Ding Hao, squatting beside him, assisted in turning the deer while advising, "Distribute it evenly, and don't forget the inside. When the hind leg comes off later, ensure you don't gnaw it all away. I wish to save some for my mother." He recalled Yang, who had wept inconsolably while caressing him upon his recent awakening. Though she was not his biological mother, he had borrowed the body of her son, and she treated him as if he were her own. Such is the nature of humanity. Ding Hao found himself developing a fondness for her. Need you even mention it? Annie regards me as her own son. How could I ever forget her? Shuiliang replied, his ample backside perched carefully as he sprinkled the limited salt with enthusiasm. Just then, a sudden shout from behind startled them. "Hey, you two rascals, how dare you roast the provisions intended for the New Year's feast here? What audacity!" Shuiliang was taken aback, his body lurching forward as he instinctively pressed down. The roe deer tumbled into the flames, sizzling and crackling. Chapter 005. Retribution. The two individuals swiftly turned their heads to behold a gaunt man clad in a long blue robe standing atop the slope. His slender figure and the grotesque visage, marred by scars, instilled a sense of dread within. Shuiliang involuntarily exclaimed, "Master Zhao." Upon hearing this, Ding Hao promptly recalled the identity of the man before them. He was Yang Hao, the chief steward of the Ding family estate. Despite his disfigured countenance, adorned in a blue silk garment that failed to convey any grandeur, Yang Hao held a position of respect within the Ding household. Even the two beautiful concubines of Master Ding, renowned for their exquisite beauty, addressed him with deference, acknowledging his significant contributions to the Ding family as a loyal servant. Celebrated for his unwavering fidelity in the annals of Bazhou Prefecture, this tale harkens back 18 years, to a time when Master Ding's first wife had just given birth at her family's residence, only to be besieged by bandits. The frail Mrs. Ding, unable to escape with her newborn, entrusted her son as safety to the household servant Yang Hao, choosing instead to end her life by throwing herself into a well to preserve her honor. Yang Hao, though a mere servant, demonstrated remarkable loyalty, enduring countless hardships to return the young master to the Ding family, having suffered greatly along the arduous journey. The scars upon his face were a testament to the perils he faced while escaping with the young master, rolling down a slope and being scratched by thorns. In gratitude, Ding Tingshuan entrusted him with the role of steward, allowing him a life of relative ease. Yet, Yang Hao remained dutiful, personally attending to the young master, Ding Xingye, providing warmth and care. Although Ding Xingye was known for his callousness, he maintained a close relationship with this loyal servant, primarily because Yang Hao turned a blind eye to his extravagant and reckless behaviors, even assisting in concealing them. With a cold smile, Yang Hao remarked, "You two have no sense of propriety, daring to roast provisions stolen from the kitchen here. It seems the kitchen requires some discipline." Shuiliang, with a pained expression, replied, "Master Zhao, you misunderstand. This roe deer was hunted by me." Yang Hao laughed heartily. "You think you can deceive me? Do you really believe I would be so easily fooled? Very well, come with me and speak of this before the young master." Yang Hao seized Shuiliang and Ding Hao, holding the charred deer triumphantly as he made his way back to the estate. The two were led into a hall within the third courtyard, where the floor was laid with fine bricks and the columns were crafted from durable, insect-resistant Nanma wood. 8 strong men brandished torches on either side, illuminating the figure of Ding Xingye, who lounged with his legs crossed, a thin line forming on his lips, a hint of malice clouding his handsome face. Shuiliang knelt before him, pleading, "Young master, I assure you, the deer was not stolen." Yang Hao cast a sidelong glance at Ding Hao and sneered, "You insubordinate wretch, do you not kneel? Do you think you are a master of the Ding family?" Ding Hao surveyed the imposing figures surrounding him, their eyes keen and predatory. He clenched his teeth, reflecting that a true man must endure. If Han Xian could bear humiliation, why could he not suppress his own indignation for the moment? Given his current circumstances, he could not afford to resist. Yang Hao and Ding Xingye. This act of kneeling shall be remembered. With a tight jaw and a resolute expression, he too knelt beside Shuiliang. Ding Xingye cast a glance at Ding Hao, his brows arching slowly, and a cold, sinister smile crept upon his face. "You audacious wretch, breaching the rules of the Ding family and engaging in clandestine activities. Do you think you can deceive me with your smooth words?" Shuiliang hastily interjected, "Second young master, I would never dare to steal anything from the manor. This roe deer, I truly captured it in the forest outside." Yang Hao chuckled mockingly, "With your foolish demeanor, you expect to catch any prey?" Shuiliang, "It would be wise to speak the truth before the young master." Ding Hao observed the scene with detached indifference, as he had never occupied the role of a servant and thus felt no inclination to lower himself, addressing others as young master and servant in a beseeching manner. However, witnessing Yang Hao's unwavering accusation of theft and Ding Xingye's apparent intent to punish them, he could no longer contain himself. "Second young master, if any provisions have gone missing from the manor, we could simply inquire with the kitchen staff. Lord Zhao has always been loyal to the Ding family, and he would never tolerate betrayal from within. We are aware of this loyalty, yet in the midst of busyness, errors can occur, and oversight is inevitable." Ding Xingye, enraged by Ding Hao's words, retorted sharply, "What is it to you? Do I require your counsel in my affairs? You two wretched curs possess an audacity that knows no bounds. With father and elder brother absent today, the Ding manor is governed by me, the second young master. Yan Hao, execute the family discipline. Without further ado, several guards seized the two men, bringing them down and unleashing blows with thick clubs. The pain from the strikes caused Ding Hao to convulse, clutching the back of his head to shield his vital points, gritting his teeth to endure. A recollection surfaced in his mind of the words spoken by Lady Dong, confirming that this imposing second young master of the Ding family was indeed one to harbor grudges. And having thwarted his plans, he was now seizing the opportunity to exact vengeance. After several strikes, their muted groans transformed into cries of anguish, their lower bodies feeling as though they no longer belonged to them. At that moment, a desperate cry pierced the air. Second young master, do not strike him. My son would never steal, he would never. A woman burst into the room, throwing herself onto Ding Hao. The guard, unable to halt his swing in time, barely missed her forehead, instead striking her shoulder, causing her to tremble in pain. Yet, she persisted, rolling and crawling to cling to Ding Qingye's legs, pleading fervently. Second young master, my son is surely innocent. He has always been honest and would never steal. He has only just recovered from illness. He cannot withstand such punishment. If you wish to vent your anger, strike me instead. I, Yang, am willing to bear the brunt of this for my son. Ding Hao felt a sudden tightness in his throat, the scene before him becoming a blur. Second young master. He suddenly rose, gritting his teeth to lift his nearly numb body, swaying unsteadily as he stood and proclaimed loudly, Second young master, all these possessions belong to the Ding family. You are the young master of the Ding household, responsible for safeguarding your family's assets, and that is not incorrect. However, though I am but a servant, I cannot unjustly bear this accusation. You claim that I have stolen, yet you ought to present evidence, merely based on Yan Hao's word. The steward's statement condemns me? I refuse to accept this. Ding Qingye, infuriated, kicked Yang aside and exclaimed, You insolent wretch! What does it matter if you are mistaken? In the eyes of the second young master, you are worth less than a dog. Should you be killed, it would merely be a matter of dragging your body away and burying it. The second young master has the right to punish his own thieving servants, and the authorities cannot touch me. I have not stolen anything from the Ding family. Ding Hao clenched his teeth, enunciating each word with defiance. Shuai Yang, crouched nearby, timidly tugged at his pant leg, yet Ding Hao's eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Ding Qingye. Ding Qingye laughed in rage. You haven't stolen? Is that so? A son born of a thieving mother yet not a thief himself? Beat him, until he submits. The estate's guards surged forward to seize him, but Yang hurriedly interposed herself in front of Ding Hao, only to be forcefully yanked aside by a household servant, stumbling to the ground. Witnessing this, a surge of unbridled rage ignited within Ding Hao. What is a mother? This is a mother. I am a man, and I cannot endure this. To have survived when I ought to have perished is a stroke of fortune, yet if I must live like this, I would rather meet a swift death. I should have met my end when old Su struck me. I shall consider these past few days as a gain. With reddened eyes, he spread his arms wide, ready to fight desperately when suddenly a cold reprimand echoed from the doorway, sharp and clear as a pearl striking a jade plate. Enough? Ding Qingye, you wield great authority. Do you? With father and elder brother above, when did it become your right to take charge? Chapter 006. Ding Qingye looked up and remarked with a hint of sarcasm, Sister, why do you always seem to be at odds with me? Is it wrong for me to discipline the household servants and enforce the family rules? One cannot ascertain right or wrong without investigation. It is unjust to accuse someone without cause. Ding Yuluo, the eldest daughter of the Ding family, swayed her slender waist as she strode in, her long legs striking the blue brick floor with a rhythmic sound. Under the flickering lights, the young lady appeared resplendent in a fox fur coat, standing tall and graceful, adorned with a white fox fur hat that framed her picturesque features, exuding a blend of charm and the distinct vigor characteristic of northern women. Years ago, Yang, once a maid in the Ding household, had been expelled from the inner courtyard, yet several of her close companions from those days had risen to the status of aunts, each wielding some authority and holding sway in front of the mistress and young ladies. Aware of her own lowly status, Yang knew she could not dissuade the notoriously headstrong second young master. Therefore, before hastily arriving, she had sent word through her acquaintances in the inner courtyard to inform the eldest daughter of the situation. Upon hearing the news, Ding Yuluo was incensed. With thousands of tenant families, hundreds of long-term workers, and numerous household servants in the Ding estate, such an extensive estate could only be managed with strict regulations and clear rewards and punishments. It was unacceptable for Ding Qingye to act recklessly, prompting her immediate arrival. Shao Qing, Summon the kitchen steward and have him ascertain the quantity of venison purchased. Bring the account book as well, at once. Yes, miss, replied the maid, Xiaoqing, darting a glance at the young lady before swiftly departing. Ding Yulua shot Ding Qingye a glare and boldly seated herself in a nearby chair. Ding Qingye glanced around, then let out a cold chuckle before sitting down as well. Ding Hao struggled to reach Yang's side, assisting her to her feet and gently wiping the blood from her forehead. With heartfelt concern, he asked, Mother, does your head still hurt? Yang looked at her typically timid and awkward son in astonishment as he disregarded the presence of the young masters, approaching her and speaking with such familiarity. A mixture of surprise, joy, and anxiety filled her heart, and she hurriedly whispered, I'm fine, but the young lady and second young master are present. You must not be disrespectful. Quickly, kneel down. Ding Hao feigned ignorance, guiding her to the side and standing resolutely, casting a cold gaze at the brother and sister seated at the head of the room. Both siblings maintained their frosty demeanor, avoiding each other's eyes. However, Ding Hao's composed demeanor piqued Ding Yulua's curiosity, prompting her to steal a glance at him as if seeing him for the first time. The hall was enveloped in silence, broken only by the faint crackling of the burning torches. After a while, the plump kitchen steward, Lu Ming, hurried in, clutching the account book under Xiaoqing's guidance. Having indulged himself, he had shed his clothing early and was laboriously engaged with his robust wife when Xiaoqing's call startled him, forcing him to hastily don his garments and rush in, oblivious to the chill of the floor beneath him. At present, he is clad in neither undergarments nor socks. His robe hangs awkwardly, and his disheveled hair frames a round face that bears an expression of sheer brilliance. Miss Ding, with her gentle and sparkling eyes, cast a fleeting glance his way and inquired softly, Lu Ming, among the New Year provisions we have procured for our household, is there any venison? If so, how much was acquired, and how much remains after your inventory? Report to me truthfully, without a single error. Yes, indeed. Lu, the steward, was perplexed as to why Miss Ding only inquired about the venison. He hastily opened the account book and replied, in response to Miss Ding, we procured 15 deer for the new year. I have just verified that all 15 are frozen solid and stored in the warehouse. None are missing. Yanju eagerly interjected. Did you see clearly? There are indeed none missing. Only 15 were acquired? The steward swore solemnly. Indeed, only 15 were procured, as recorded in the account book. I, along with old son from the storeroom, counted them meticulously. There is truly not one less. Miss Ding's discerning gaze drifted towards Ding Xingye, who sat there impassively. After a moment, he stretched lazily, yawned, and, in a languid manner, rose to say, I am tired. Xiaojiu, hold the lantern ahead. Let us return to sleep. Ah. Yanju lifted the lantern, glanced at the second young master, then at Miss Ding, and promptly exited the hall. No sooner had he stepped outside than Ding Qingye delivered a sharp kick to his rear, sending Yanjiu sprawling, the lantern rolling far away and extinguishing with a whoosh. Ouch, second young master, why did you kick me? Ding Qingye remained silent, lifted his robe, and stepped directly over Yanjiu. The latter, bewildered, stared at his retreating figure. Smacking his lips in realization, he quickly scrambled to his feet, resembling a chastened dog, and followed him with a downcast demeanor. Miss Ding raised her eyes to observe the surrounding servants and calmly instructed, you all may return and rest. Yes. The burly men hastily gathered their sticks and exited the hall. Miss Ding turned to Ding Hao and suddenly sighed gently, you, who have served the second young master since childhood, still do not understand his temperament. He is as obstinate as a mule, resistant to guidance and intolerant of dissent. Why be so stubborn? A person like him, does he truly care for this family? Whether or not you pilfered that deer, if he claims you did, merely admitting it and bowing an apology will spare you from punishment. He has squandered mountains of gold and silver. Would he truly be concerned about a single deer? Thank you for your guidance, Miss Ding. Ding Hao replied in a stiff tone. A swell of indignation surged within him. Ding Qingye was evidently seeking to provoke him today. If he were to concede, it would only worsen his plight, yet he felt no need to clarify this to the young lady. Ding Yulu's bright eyes flickered over him before withdrawing once more. Since you are aware, do not remain so obstinate in the future. You are but a servant to him. I may protect you for a moment, yet I cannot shield you for a lifetime. When it is time to yield, do so, and when you find yourself wronged, do not always perceive it as such. Cultivate a more agile mind, for otherwise, how can you savor the fruits of your labor? Ding Hao, his spirit unsettled, immediately retorted. Miss, while I may indeed be a servant, I am still a human being. There are certain things I can endure. but only because they do not encroach upon what I am determined to protect with all my might. Every individual should possess something they are willing to sacrifice their life for. Otherwise, what distinguishes them from a mere dog or pig? Miss Ding gazed at him in astonishment, once again confronting her half-brother, whose circumstances and status were so starkly different from her own. Is this truly the same timid and bashful Ding Hao? She pressed her lips together, extended her delicate hands to clutch her fox fur tightly, and gracefully rose, saying, "Return to your slumber, Shaoqing. Please take some healing ointment to them later." "Thank you, miss, but it is not necessary." Ding Yulao had already light-footedly reached the doorway when she turned back, casting a deep, contemplative glance at him. A smile graced her lips as she remarked, "It is commendable to have spirit, however. If one possesses no talents yet clings to pride, they are simply oblivious to the times, and in death, they will find no one to mourn them." Chapter 007. The blind date. Yang and her son, along with Shuoyang, supported each other as they slowly made their way back to the modest side room shared by Ding Hao and Shuoyang. The spirited young girl, Qing, had already sent over some healing ointment through the physician. A faint light, barely the size of a bean, flickered to life, and Yang, filled with concern, urged, "My dear son, lie down quickly so that I may examine your wounds and apply some medicine." Ding Hao, grasping his belt and feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "Mother, it is unnecessary. Soon, I shall simply tend to my injuries alongside Brother Deliang." Yang paused momentarily, a look of surprise crossing her face, then lightly scolded, "Oh, my child, how can you feel embarrassed about flesh that has come from your own mother? Alas, indeed, it seems that without realizing it, you have grown so tall. In an ordinary household, one would expect you to be seeking a spouse by now, yet here you are. It is all due to your mother's burdens." As she uttered these words, her eyes reddened, and she felt the sting of tears welling up. Ding Hao hastily comforted her, saying, "Mother, please do not speak like that. A son does not disdain his mother's appearance, nor does a dog scorn a poor home. You have given me this body and this life. That alone is the greatest blessing. Is it not the mark of a true man to forge his own fortune, to rely on his own abilities to ensure his mother's peaceful twilight years? To resent one's parents for bestowing life without further gifts of wealth and honor would be the most lamentable of fates." Yang was taken aback by her son's heartfelt words, filled with both emotion and solace. Ding Hao tore a strip from a bed sheet beside him, inviting Yang to sit, carefully brushing her hair aside to apply a healing ointment, and gently wrapping the cloth around her injury. Yang held her son's hand, her heart brimming with tranquility and happiness. After his bout of illness, her son had finally awakened to understanding, no longer the same oblivious child. His growth into adulthood was undoubtedly the greatest fulfillment for a mother's heart. Shuoyang stood quietly to the side, clutching a dark, heavy object in his hand. The room was sparse, devoid of tables or chairs, with nothing but a simple bed, leaving him with no place to set down what he held. After assisting his mother with her dressing, Ding Hao turned to him, curiosity piqued. "Jouer, what is it that you are carrying?" Shuoyang chuckled foolishly and said, "The roe deer. It would be a shame to discard it. I retrieved it. Though the exterior may be charred, the interior is still delectable. Come, sit with me. Let us partake in this roe deer meat." Holding the darkened morsel of deer meat by the edge of the Kong, Shuoyang watched as Ding Hao tore off a leg from the carcass. Despite the outer layer being burnt, the meat within was indeed tender, with a faint warmth still rising. "Mother, do try it. It is quite savory." Yang, taking a bite of the fragrant deer meat from her son's hand, slowly savored it. Tears began to glisten in her eyes, and she quickly turned her head away, discreetly wiping away the tears at the corners of her cheeks. When she turned back, she beheld her son and Shuoyang heartily enjoying the roe deer meat, a joyful smile blossoming on her face. In Ding Hao's heart, this mother figure, though not of blood relation, resonated deeply. Shuoyang, who did not share the bond of brotherhood with him, felt like a mere stranger. He inherited the memories of the original Ding Hao but not his emotions, yet he now distinctly sensed a profound resurgence of maternal love and brotherly affection stirring within his heart. He suddenly felt that in this world, he was not entirely devoid of possessions. The head of the Ding family, Ding Tingshuan, had come to the city to meet an old friend. This esteemed friend, surnamed Li and named Li Yuchang, was a prominent salt merchant. The Ding family owned vast tracts of fertile land, producing an abundance of grain, which they sold to the border troops in the northwest. As the troops lacked sufficient silver to pay, they issued salt vouchers, allowing the Ding family to redeem them at inland salt factories in exchange for salt, which could then be used to offset the cost of grain. Ding Tingshuan, a man of status and scholarly distinction, felt that engaging in commerce was somewhat beneath him, especially at his advanced age. He was reluctant to venture outside his agricultural domain. Thus, he entrusted the salt vouchers to his dear friend, who would send his men to transport the salt and then leverage his extensive commercial network to distribute it across various markets. Their long-standing partnership had forged a deep friendship, transcending mere business acquaintances. Ding Tingshuan intended to invite his old friend to stay at his residence, but Li Yuchang politely declined. When Ding Tingshuan inquired about this, he learned that Li Yuchang's niece, Tang Yinyan, had accompanied him to Bazhou City. After attending to some commercial matters in Bazhou, Li Yuchang planned to escort her to Guanyuan. Li Yuchang was an exceedingly wealthy salt merchant, and his brother-in-law, Tang Baiwan, was equally impressive. The Tang family ranked among the most influential and affluent clans in the Northwest, rivaling the wealth of nations. The Tang family was related to General Cheng Shixiang of Guanyuan, who was Tang Yinyan's maternal uncle. This visit was to represent the Tang family in celebrating the 70th birthday of her uncle's mother. Understanding the intricate connections among the Tang, Li, and Cheng families, and upon learning that the young Tang lady was still unmarried, Ding Tingshuan found himself preoccupied with thoughts. His most cherished second son, Ding Qingye, was nearing the age of maturity, yet he was markedly less composed than his elder brother. He spent his days in idleness, indulging in frivolous pursuits and frequenting establishments of ill repute, which caused Ding Tingshuan considerable distress. He had long contemplated arranging a marriage for his second son, hoping that such a union might instill a sense of responsibility in him. However, given the Ding family's standing, finding a suitable match among the prominent families in Bazhou was no small feat. Even if a match was found, there was no guarantee that the bride would be able to reign in his unruly son. But if it were the Tang family, that would be a different matter. The Tang family, in terms of wealth and influence, far surpassed the Ding family. If a marriage alliance could be forged, the Ding family's status in the Northwest would be as solid as a mountain. And would it not be possible for the eldest daughter of the Tang family to manage his wayward son? Although Ding Xingye was indeed any ne'er-do-well, he possessed an extraordinary charm. With striking features, bright eyes, and a captivating smile, anyone unaware of his true nature would surely commend him as a handsome young gentleman. After much contemplation, Ding Tingshuan, seeking solace in wine, expressed his desire to pursue a marriage alliance to Li Yuchang. Unbeknownst to Li Yuchang, the true nature of the Ding family's second son was concealed. During his visits to Bazhou, he had always been in a hurry. Ding Xingye presented himself well, responding appropriately and displaying a courteous demeanor, which certainly caught Li Yuchang's admiration. While the Ding family might not rival the Tang family in wealth and influence, they could still be considered a reasonable match. His brother-in-law passed away prematurely, and now the Tang family is under the stewardship of his nephew. It is only fitting for him, as the maternal uncle, to take an interest in his niece's matrimonial prospects. Hence, he nonchalantly acquiesced, agreeing to arrange a meeting for the young couple in Bazhou City. If they find mutual affection, they could subsequently seek a formal proposal from the Tang family. Ding Tingshuan was elated upon hearing this. He even neglected to return home that day, choosing instead to accompany Li Yuchang in revelry until evening. In a flurry, he penned a letter that was sent back home, instructing Ding Xingye to hasten to Bazhou City the following morning to host a welcoming banquet for Li Shishu at Baifeng Tower, while also facilitating a meeting between his son and the esteemed Miss Tang. Upon reading the letter, the young Master Ding was far from pleased. He had encountered many young ladies from affluent families, but few possessed true beauty, and many bore unpleasant dispositions. He had heard that the Tang family wielded even greater influence than his own, which only exacerbated his reluctance to bring a demanding bride into his carefree life. However, he dared not defy his father's wishes. Rising early, he donned an air of discontent, treating his maidservants and attendants harshly, rendering them too intimidated to speak up. As the sun ascended in the sky, Yin Jiao anxiously paced beside the prepared carriage, akin to an ant on a hot stove, until Ding Xingye finally arrived. Appearing rather lackluster as he climbed aboard, Yin Jiao rushed after the carriage, frantically admonishing, "Hurry, hurry. Take the young master to Baifeng Tower at once. Today is a significant day for his courtship. The lady is none other than the eldest daughter of the Tang family from the Northwest. If you delay, I shall have your hides." Shueliang flicked the reins, and the carriage sped away. Leaning closer to Ding Hao, he whispered, "The young master is courting today? How unfortunate for that Miss Tang. Her life is practically ruined." Ding Hao's lips curled into a subtle smirk as he replied, "Courtship does not equate to marriage. Achieving a match is no simple feat." Shueliang blinked in surprise. "What makes you say that? With our young master's lineage and appearance, how could it possibly fail?" Ding Hao chose not to respond. With a flick of his wrist, he cracked the whip, producing a resounding crack that echoed through the air. A glint of cold amusement gracing his features as he remarked, "A true gentleman does not leave a grudge unavenged." Chapter 008. A prescription by Feng Tower stands as the largest hotel in Bazhou City, a magnificent 5-story establishment adorned with intricate carvings and vibrant entrance gates, exuding grandeur. This establishment boasts a stage for performances, seamlessly blending dining and entertainment, making it exceedingly popular among patrons. As noon approached, the lively chatter within had already reached a crescendo. The first floor features scattered tables where guests engage in spirited toasts, while waitstaff, tea masters, and small brokers weave through the crowd, peddling their delicacies, beverages, and snacks. Even the young attendants, without the aid of paper or pen, could effortlessly recall the diverse orders of each table. Reporting dozens of dishes to the kitchen in a melodic cadence that resembled singing, never once becoming tiresome. The servers, burdened with numerous plates balanced from shoulder to fingertips, darted up and down the stairs without spilling a single drop. On stage, the juggler Su Duiqi dazzled the audience with his skill, sending over 20 large bowls soaring through the air like meteors, leaving onlookers awestruck. Along the corridors, elegantly adorned courtesans awaited the attention of patrons, while a singer accompanied by a musician ascended the stairs to entice business in the private rooms above. As one ascended to the 3rd floor and beyond, the clamor diminished, yielding to a serene elegance. The decor here was of a markedly higher standard, with the lower-tier courtesans lacking the privilege to grace this level. Dining here were affluent merchants or local officials, all of whom valued a refined atmosphere. At this moment, in the distinguished Tianzi room on the 4th floor, Ding Tingxiuan and his friend Li Yuchang bore expressions of discomfort. The two elders had invited many prominent figures from Bazhou City to avoid making the meeting between their children seem overly abrupt, hoping this would facilitate a natural encounter. However, after several rounds of drinks, Ding Qingye remained conspicuously absent, causing Ding Tingxiuan to fume silently, cursing his wayward son. In contrast, Li Yuchang felt a secret sigh of relief at Qingye's absence. He understood the predicament all too well. This morning, he had inadvertently revealed the matchmaking arrangement to his niece, who, upon learning it was for her, had resolutely decided not to attend, leaving her uncle feeling quite disheartened. Alas, this child, having grown up without a father, had been indulged by my sister. Li Yuchang now regretted taking on this matchmaking endeavor, recognizing the challenges it entailed. Just then, the Ding family's carriage came to a halt outside Baifeng Tower. Shueliang lowered the step, and Ding Qingye tightened his fur coat, stepping down from the vehicle with deliberation. He paused, turning to inquire, "Which room is my father in?" Ding Hao replied, "Young master, your father is in the Tianzi room on the 4th floor." "Very well." Ding Qingye gazed up at the imposing hotel, curling his lips slightly. "You all wait here." With that, he strode toward the entrance. Watching him enter, Ding Hao immediately turned to Shueliang and said, "Piglet, keep an eye on the carriage. I'll be stepping away for a moment." "Where are you going?" "Don't let the old master and young master return to find you missing." "It's nothing. I just need to find a place to relieve myself." Ding Hao waved him off and dashed into a narrow alley. Growing up in an orphanage, he had long understood the truth that benevolent individuals are often exploited, while gentle horses are ridden. His unique upbringing taught him the importance of retaliation when necessary, the value of patience in moments of adversity, and the wisdom of refraining from reckless confrontation when outmatched. In the community, he found himself powerless against the anger of those he served. He was not a narrow-minded individual. After all, it was unreasonable to engage in quarrels with those who were mentally unstable. However, Ding Ershao is different. The current Ding Hao is no longer the submissive boy who had endured hardships. While he recognized that he could not confront this young master directly, he was determined to seize any opportunity to vent his frustrations. Yet, who in the Ding family mansion possessed the keen insight to discern this subtle malice? Jiangnan, the spring medicine shop? This one seems promising. It shall suffice. Ding Hao lifted his gaze to the sign of the Jiangnan spring medicine shop, adjusted his tattered hat, and wrapped his scarf tightly around his face, leaving only his eyes exposed. He strode confidently into the shop. Upon hearing that they were to send Ding Qingye to Baifeng Tower for a matchmaking meeting, Ding Hao contemplated how to deal with this arrogant young scion and relieve his pent-up anger. An ingenious idea struck him. Inspired by a rogue from the community where he worked, this scoundrel had been bullying others at the neighborhood market and had incurred a fine from Director Niu, leading him to retaliate against the director. During that period, Director Niu endured great humiliation, his face marred by scratches from his wife. Unable to find peace at home or lift his head at work, whether encountering colleagues or citizens seeking assistance, he was perpetually embarrassed. It wasn't until 2 months later, when the rogue drunkenly boasted about the incident, that the truth emerged, allowing Director Niu to clear his name. By that time, his once robust figure had dwindled considerably, and he was on the verge of developing a notably slender waist. Wasn't Ding Lao Yu, Ding Tingshuan, the esteemed gentleman of the Ding family, a man who valued his reputation? This scheme would utterly disgrace both father and son. As for the matchmaking, it would serve as a profound lesson for his in-laws, revealing the true character of their precious son and delivering a resounding slap to their faces. The weather was frigid, and many passers-by were dressed similarly to him, so the shop assistants paid him no mind. With the cold season causing an increase in ailments, the pharmacy thrived. The staff busily measured and ground medicines, while the sounds of coughing patients echoed throughout, creating a cacophony. After wandering through the shop twice, Ding Hao leisurely approached the seasoned old physician, who was savoring a cup of hot tea while overseeing a few middle-aged individuals taking the pulse of patients. The old physician, with a faint smile, observed while seldom intervening, indicating his status as a master practitioner. Cough. Esteemed elder, I seek your assistance in prescribing a remedy. Ding Hao feigned a timid tone. The old physician lifted his eyelids to glance at him, elongating his words. Where is the patient? The patient has not arrived. Without a patient, how can I prescribe a remedy? This ailment does not require a patient. Ding Hao suddenly leaned in and whispered a few words into the old physician's ear. The old physician listened and smiled knowingly, casting a sympathetic glance at the young man. He thought to himself, look at your furtive demeanor. I have consumed more salt than you have rice, and you still think you can deceive me? Your tale of a friend suffering from impotence is likely a reflection of your own predicament. At such a young age, it is rather pitiful. A man afflicted by such a condition truly has difficulty holding his head high. The old doctor stroked his beard, pondering for a moment before picking up his pen to write a prescription. Ding Hao leaned closer to take a look, hesitatingly inquiring, Sir, will this remedy truly be effective? Indeed, it will be effective, the old physician replied. With decades of experience in medicine, I possess sufficient confidence in this matter. This prescription is named Spirit Tortoise Unfolding Power. You may take it and procure the necessary herbs. I assure you that after 3 doses, you will regain your vitality and confidence. Even if you feel like a mere limp worm, it will transform into a powerful weapon against evil. After all, I have been practicing in Jiangnan for 20 years. Can you doubt my expertise? Realizing he might have let something slip, the old doctor quickly lowered his head and meticulously inscribed the elegant characters for Spirit Tortoise Unfolding Power onto the prescription to mask his embarrassment. Could you also prescribe something for the willows? Ding Hao stammered. The old physician's expression darkened instantly upon hearing this. After a brief moment of contemplation, he sternly took up his pen and swiftly wrote out a prescription entitled Willows in the Shadows. He then addressed Ding Hao with a serious demeanor. Young man, you must cherish your health. If you continue to indulge recklessly, even the strongest body cannot withstand it. Yes, thank you, esteemed doctor, Ding Hao replied, clutching the prescription as he squeezed into the crowd, feigning an eagerness to purchase medicine while awkwardly hesitating to reveal the prescription. The old physician, observing his timid demeanor, turned away in disdain. After some time, seizing the opportunity while the old doctor attended to another patient, Ding Hao stealthily exited the pharmacy. He hurried to a secluded corner and pulled out a package of medicinal herbs from his bosom, remnants from a prior treatment for chills and fever, neatly wrapped in paper. He untied the paper string, folded the 2 prescriptions, and carefully placed them on top of each other, deliberately aligning their titles like couplets. After reading the package, he gracefully made his way toward Baifeng Tower. Chapter 009. A package of medicine at Baifeng Lu. The young attendant noticed a poorly dressed man lingering at the entrance, peering anxiously inside but hesitating to enter. Approaching him, the attendant brusquely urged, "Be off. This place is not for idlers like you. Do not obstruct my business." Ding Hao, bowing and smiling, replied, "Good sir, this is a package left behind by a guest at our apothecary. He mentioned he was headed to the heavenly room at Baifeng Lu for a banquet, and, in his haste, I was sent to deliver it. Would you prefer I take it up, or shall I trouble you to do so?" The young attendant, upon hearing the mention of a guest in the heavenly room, thought to himself, such patrons are surely affluent, and delivering this package will surely earn me a few coins. He then exchanged his brusque demeanor for a more amiable one, saying, "Very well, with your shabby appearance, I wonder how you came to enter our elegant establishment. I shall take it up for you. That is agreeable. Thank you. Good sir. Remember, the guest's surname is Ding, Master Ding Air. Ding Hao observed as the attendant swiftly took the medicine package and darted back inside, allowing himself a faint smile before departing. In the heavenly rule of Bai Feng Lu, Ding Qingye ascended the stairs with a sullen demeanor. Upon encountering his father, Uncle Li, and several elder relatives, he merely stated that the heavy snowfall made travel difficult, thus causing his delay. Nevertheless, he was publicly scolded by his father. Once seated, he noticed that Ms. Tang had yet to make her appearance, further aggravating his displeasure. He shifted uncomfortably to the side, the pent-up frustration clearly etched upon his face. The guests invited by the Ding and Li families treated the gathering as a jovial reunion among old friends, paying little regard to the younger generation. Laughter and conversation flowed freely, while the hosts, Ding and Li, each harbored their own concerns, responding only half-heartedly. Occasionally, old Master Ding would cast a sharp glare at his son when others were not looking. At that moment, the young attendant arrived, buoyant as he knocked lightly on the door before stealthily entering. He stood at the threshold, smiling and inquired, "Esteemed guests, which one of you is Master Ding Heir?" As he scanned the room, his gaze landed on Ding Qingye, the youngest among them, who appeared to be in his 40s. Indeed. Ding Qingye turned his head and asked irritably, "What is it?" "Oh dear, young master, this is something you left behind at the apothecary. I have brought it specifically for you," the attendant said, holding the medicine package aloft with both hands. Bowing and stretching on his toes as if moving with the grace of flowing water, he reverently placed the package before the table, still maintaining a posture as if to offer it, thinking to himself that given the young master's fine attire, a meager tip would hardly suffice. "I left something at the apothecary? When did I?" Ding Qingye lowered his gaze to the package, noticing the prescription attached, and his expression shifted dramatically. He raised his hand and struck the attendant across the face, exclaiming, "You impertinent fool! Where did you procure such a package to humiliate my family?" Accustomed to wielding authority at home, he raised his foot as if to kick the attendant, but suddenly recalled the presence of many elder relatives. Realizing that as a younger generation he ought to display decorum, he restrained his ire, though his face reddened with fury and he breathed heavily. The young attendant, filled with grievance, exclaimed, "Young master, how can you speak so? Why resort to violence? The shopkeeper has clearly stated that you purchased this medicine from his store, yet you were preoccupied with attending a banquet and inadvertently left the medicine behind when you departed. He has gone out of his way to deliver it to you. Is there any fault in that?" If Ding Qingye had managed to maintain his composure, those esteemed relatives might not have been so inclined to scrutinize his bundle of herbs. Yet, who could remain calm upon witnessing such disgraceful prescriptions? During their heated exchange, several gentlemen leaned towards the package, where large characters proclaimed spirit tortoise unfolding strength, and on another prescription, willows dark and flowers obscured. Those with understanding immediately displayed expressions of disdain and contempt, while others, perplexed, discreetly inquired among themselves. As they turned their gaze back to Ding Qingye, their eyes reflected an oddity. The unfolding drama required no further elaboration, regardless of who it was. Upon succumbing to such a humiliating ailment, one would never dare to admit it publicly. Now, with the shopkeeper naming names and delivering the medicine before all eyes, his guilt-ridden conscience led him to retaliate, a reaction entirely expected from those present. Moreover, his arrival today was indeed later than that of his elders, and his claims of being delayed by poor road conditions corroborated the attendant's assertion of his hurried demeanor, having even forgotten to collect the medicine after paying for it. This made his guilt undeniable. Li Yuchong had not invited his niece, and although he initially harbored a sense of guilt towards his old friend, upon seeing the two types of medicine, a fierce anger ignited within him. How outrageous it was that a young man would resort to taking a concoction like spirit tortoise unfolding strength, a remedy so potent. Was this individual not already depleted by indulgences in wine and vice? If my niece were to marry him, would she not be condemned to a lifetime of mourning? Furthermore, he was afflicted with such a loathsome disease. This Ding Heir, who appeared quite respectable, was indeed lacking in decorum. And what of Ding Tingshuan? Did he not even recognize the nature of his own son's character? After years of friendship, could he dare to deceive me? If I were to truly marry my niece into the Ding family, I would be left to weep daily, with no face left to meet the Tang family. As Li Yuchong's thoughts spiraled into dread, his anger intensified, causing his complexion to shift from red to pale, ultimately settling into a deep, ashen hue, accompanied by heavy breaths. Ding Tingshuan, having noticed the writing on the medicine package, was a man who valued his reputation. The sight of his son's disgraceful actions, which had caused him to lose face in front of so many, turned his face crimson with rage. Observing the reactions of his old friends only served to chill him further. He pointed an accusatory finger at Ding Hao, bellowing, "You ungrateful wretch. You are driving me to madness." With that, he raised his hand to strike. Despite his wrongdoing, Ding Hao was unwilling to accept punishment quietly. Moreover, he felt justified in his stance. In an instant, he dodged the blow, defiantly declaring, "This medicine was not purchased by me. There is no evidence to support such claims. How can you strike me without proof, father? You dare to speak back, you ungrateful child." Ding Hao, consumed by fury, raised his hand once more. But Liu Chang interjected coldly from the side, "Brother Ding Hao, if you must discipline your son, it would be better to do so in private. In this Bifeng building, before our esteemed friends, would it not be a loss of dignity?" Ding Hao's body stiffened, and he forced a smile, saying, "Brother Yu Chang." Liu Chang let out a cold laugh and clasped his fists, replying, "Brother Ding, I am grateful for your generous hospitality today. But I have some personal matters to attend to. It seems you two have your own affairs to deal with, so I shall take my leave. Brother Yu Chang." "This is all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding." Liu Chang waved his sleeve and descended the stairs without looking back. The gathering of gentry and distinguished guests exchanged bewildered glances, all perplexed. They were well aware of the strong bond between Liu Chang and Ding Hao, yet they found it hard to fathom why Ding's son was so incensed. These seasoned individuals were cautious, unsure of the underlying currents. And thus they all politely took their leave. As Ding Hao watched the guests depart one by one, he trembled with rage. With a thunderous roar, he overturned the table, sending its contents flying, and seized a chair, aiming to hurl it at Ding Hao. "Lord Ding, what are you doing? Have I offended you in some way?" A chair crashed against the window frame, shattering it and creating a large hole. At that moment, a figure burst through the doorway, clad in clean silk shoes and socks. Wearing a formal robe with a square, stern face reflecting a hint of irritation, it turned out that the waiter, who had just been slapped, rushed to summon the proprietor upon witnessing the chaos in his establishment. "Ah, Master Zing." Upon recognizing Zing Fei, the owner of Bifeng Tower, Ding Hao quickly clasped his hands in greeting and forced a smile, saying, "I apologize. I was so enraged by this unruly son that I lost my composure and disturbed Master Zhang's business. Please forgive me." Zhang Fei snorted, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Lord Ding, your presence at my Bifeng Tower is an honor to me, yet to discipline your son here seems rather inappropriate, does it not? If I were to bring my son to your estate and strike him, would you consider that a lesson for my son or an embarrassment for you, Lord Ding?" Ding Hao's face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger, yet he could not retaliate. He withdrew a silver ingot from his sleeve, placing it upon a still-standing chair, and bowed slightly, saying, "I was rash. This silver shall serve as my compensation. I bid you farewell." He shot a fierce glare at his son before striding out. Ding Hao, witnessing the suppressed fury in his father's eyes, felt a chill run down his spine. His father was genuinely enraged this time. If he returned home now, would he not risk having his legs broken? The more he pondered, the more fearful he became. He glanced at the package tainted by the spilled wine and dishes, his teeth grinding audibly. He realized that the waiter had been quite clear. It was not a mere mistake regarding the medicine, but rather someone had conspired against him. However, identifying his enemy proved to be a daunting task. He had offended many, yet few dared to confront him openly. Not to mention, many of the respectable women he had entangled with were dependent on the Ding family for their livelihoods. If any of them discovered their dishonor, they would likely seek retribution against him. Ding Hao contemplated all potential adversaries, yet he failed to consider Ding Hao, whom everyone in the household referred to as the fool. Struggling to grasp his predicament, he acknowledged that although he was usually favored by his father, today's incident had utterly tarnished his father's reputation. Upon returning to the Ding residence, he was certain a severe reprimand awaited him. What was he to do? After much deliberation, an idea of escape began to take root. "Damn it. I shall retreat to Xiangzhou to evade the storm, returning only when my father's anger has subsided." Years ago, Ding Hao's first wife and her family fell victim to banditry, perishing amidst the chaos of war. However, one brother survived, having been away at a distant academy during the turmoil. This uncle of Ding Hao now served as a magistrate in Xiangzhou, prompting Ding Hao to consider seeking refuge with him. Outside, Shui Liang sat atop the cart, perplexed. "I say, fool, what on earth is happening? Isn't the master inside hosting a banquet? Why did he storm out in such a fury?" Ding Hao replied languidly, "As for me, being rather simple-minded, I cannot fathom the intricacies of the situation." Chapter 010, spring begins this night to bring disgrace upon a dignified and respectable individual, as well as to provoke a lofty maiden who remains untouched by the mundane world, is a source of considerable delight and accomplishment. Thus, after the incident involving the slap given to the young waiter, in Erping, at Baifeng Tower, the scandal regarding the second young master of the Ding family, Ding Hao, whose impotence and subsequent affliction with a loathsome disease became the talk of the town, spread throughout Bazhou. Numerous versions of this tale emerged, further tarnishing the already disreputable image of the second young master. Consequently, this caused a stir among some young matrons and the courtesans of the Yuhua Pavilion. Though they felt too embarrassed to confront the situation directly, many sent their trusted maids to procure expensive, albeit inappropriate, medicinal herbs for cleansing and detoxification. With the approach of the Spring Festival, the business of local apothecaries flourished. While the second young master Ding had departed for Xiangzhou, Shuiliang and Ding Hao found their tasks considerably lightened. Their days were filled with tending to mules and horses, chopping fodder, and cleaning the third courtyard, leaving them with little else to do. On the 23rd day of the 12th month, the Ding family commenced their spring cleaning, meticulously tidying their surroundings, washing various utensils, and laundering bedding and curtains. They swept the courtyard, dusted away cobwebs, and cleared both open and hidden channels. Next came the preparations for the new year: chickens, ducks, fish, meat, tea, wine, oil, sauces, nuts from both the north and south, candies, and fruits, along with gifts for visiting relatives and friends, not to mention new clothes and hats. Red paper couplets adorned the doorways of every courtyard, featuring characters for wealth and good fortune, while vibrant New Year paintings decorated the walls and beautiful paper cuttings adorned the window frames. These tasks kept the entire household bustling. The stewards were equally occupied, collecting the year-end dues, preparing New Year goods, and arranging for ancestral worship. The meticulous details of offerings, from 3 to 5 sacrificial animals to grains and incense, as well as the prohibition of certain fruits like guavas on the table and the requirement for fish to retain their scales, were overwhelming, causing them to whirl in a frenzy. In previous years, the steward Yan Jiao was responsible for representing the Ding household and hosting tenants and laborers, distributing New Year gifts. However, he was absent this year, having heard that the second young master had taken the Yi family carriage to visit his maternal uncle in Xiangzhou. Loyal Yan Jiao promptly sought an audience with the elder master Ding, prostrating himself to request permission to travel to Xiangzhou and bring back the young master. At this time, Ding Tingshuan was unwell. His second son's disgrace had caused him great embarrassment, especially given the shameful nature of the affliction. He had no opportunity to explain or deny the situation, and thus felt the weight of judgment wherever he went. As a prominent figure with extensive connections, there were many places he needed to visit during the festive season, necessitating his public appearance, which only compounded his humiliation. Longtime friendly Yu Chong harbored lingering resentment. Despite Ding Tingshuan's efforts to apologize and mend their relationship, which had ultimately thawed somewhat, nevertheless, the apprehensive expression on Li Yu Chong's face revealed an undeniable chill, and their once close bond had significantly deteriorated. Amidst this turmoil, Ding Tingshuan found himself in a state of deep distress, compounded by exhaustion, which culminated in a high fever. When illness strikes, one's disposition becomes fragile. This son, so disappointing, was nonetheless his beloved youngest. The thought of him traveling hundreds of miles alone filled Ding Tingshuan with genuine concern. Once again, the eldest son was tasked with escorting grain to the general's residence in Guangyuan, leaving uncertainty about his return for the new year. He felt the need to honor the gods and ancestors, and it was essential to have a son by his side for such rituals. Contemplating this, his expression remained stern, yet he acquiesced. Thus, Yan Jiao promptly set forth for Xiangzhou, while the responsibility of hosting the tenants and laborers, as well as distributing the New Year's provisions, fell to Lu Ming, the kitchen steward. Due to his connection with Madame Yang, Steward Lu was well acquainted with Ding Hao and Shuiliang. Concerned about the potential demands of his duties, he borrowed both men from the outer courtyard, allowing them to enjoy a few days of lavish feasting. It was customary among wealthy landowners to host tenants and laborers during festive occasions, bestowing gifts of New Year provisions. Unlike the depictions in films of oppressive landlords who exploit their tenants, the reality was that true tyrants soon fell into decline. Wealthy landowners, unlike governmental authorities, had to negotiate with tenants, allowing for a degree of bargaining power. When faced with shrewd tenants who delayed payments, sought reductions, or resorted to deceitful practices, the landowners had their share of troubles. Resorting to violence to collect rent was counterproductive. It could deter future cultivation of their lands. Inflicting harm could lead to legal repercussions, and even if resolved, it would still incur costs. Thus, During significant holidays, landowners would host feasts and distribute gifts such as preserved meats and liquor to maintain goodwill. Landowners also extended compassion to tenants and laborers suffering from ailments, offering medicinal assistance when possible. Laborers, being integral to the farm's productivity, could not overtly resist the landowners. Yet they possessed various means to express their discontent, often resulting in losses for the landowners during harvest time. Consequently, small gestures of generosity during festivals, such as providing food and year-end bonuses, were prudent strategies employed by forward-thinking landowners to retain diligent and honest laborers. The true plight lay with the household slaves. Some, like Madame Yang, were bound by contracts, while others were born into servitude, destined to serve the household from birth. Although their personal freedom existed, the ties to their parents and their lifelong immersion in this environment rendered them incapable of independence, effectively making them akin to slaves. Such household slaves fared better only under benevolent masters. Otherwise, they faced harsh treatment, their status far inferior to that of free tenants and laborers. It was at this moment that Ding Hao realized his own position was even more degraded than that of the tenants and laborers. The former were free citizens, while he was a mere slave, a distinction of monumental significance. Understanding this reality solidified Ding Hao's resolve not to remain in the Ding family any longer. Here, he saw no prospects for advancement. To seek a different life, leaving this place was imperative. Yet, could he truly bear to abandon the woman who, though not his biological mother, had shown him profound affection, Madame Yang? What could he accomplish with empty hands after leaving this place? From a distance, the sporadic sounds of firecrackers echoed. Today was New Year's Eve. The household had ceased its labors, with only the maids and servants in the inner courtyard attending to a few trifling tasks. Ding Hao, feeling leisurely, reclined atop a lofty stack of straw in the courtyard. Gazing up at the azure sky as he basked in the sun, he hollowed out a space within the straw, lying softly, the warmth of the sun above him, shielded from the wind, enveloped in comfort. "Ah, what are you pondering?" came the voice of Shui Liang from a nearby straw pit. Ding Hao rested his arm beneath his head and replied wistfully, "I am contemplating how to escape this Ding family courtyard." "Where would you go at this hour?" "Today is New Year's Eve. We will have a feast tonight," Shui Liang remarked, patting his belly with a satisfied sigh. "If only we could eat this well all year round." After a moment of silence, Ding Hao spoke softly, "I am pondering how to permanently leave this Ding family courtyard, to stand tall and live the life I desire." "Pardon? What did you say? Is your back hurting from carrying that hefty piece of pork?" "I told you not to overexert yourself," Shui Liang teased, crawling out of the straw pit. He rested his round, pig-like face on the edge of the straw pile. Concern etched on his features. "Back pain is no trivial matter. It could lead to lasting issues. Let me fetch some medicinal wine and give you a massage." A warm feeling surged within Ding Hao as he gently plucked a strand of straw from Shui Liang's chin, saying softly, "Brother, if one day I become capable, I shall ensure you feast on delicacies every day, living comfortably for the rest of your life." "I don't want that," Shui Liang replied, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. "If one day you truly become accomplished, just help me find a wife." He cradled his plump chin with both hands, lost in thought. They say a man who has never been with a woman isn't truly a man. After this new year, I will be 20. Yet I have never even touched a woman. Ding Hao chuckled. "Look at your aspirations." "Very well, if I acquire wealth, I shall help you find a wife. No, two. I would welcome that." Shui Liang laughed heartily, rolling his eyes towards a cloud in the sky. With a hint of yearning, he mused. What do you think? What is it really like to be with a woman? I see Manager Lu become so animated whenever he speaks of intimacy, I cannot fathom it. Is the experience truly more delightful than indulging in succulent pork? I remain utterly perplexed. Chapter 11. A sudden change. "Oh, woman," Ding Hao murmured softly, his thoughts drifting back to the world where he had once resided for over 20 years. In this life and the next, he had known a woman, indeed. He had shared moments with one. Their first encounter unfolded in the campus as he cycled around a corridor, only to witness two exuberant students collide. At that moment, she appeared. She rode a 26-inch bicycle, her hands unsteadily gripping the handlebars, deftly avoiding the fallen pair while exclaiming, "Be careful. Be careful. Don't bump into me, please." Mo Yin possessed porcelain-like skin, her eyes long and slender, not particularly large, yet perpetually sparkling with mirth. Her lips, shaped like a diamond and painted a vibrant crimson, revealed a set of neat, white teeth that became exceptionally enchanting when she nervously pleaded. Yang Decheng's discerning gaze instantly recognized all her virtues. Thus, their acquaintance began. Perhaps destined to foster mutual affection, as their biological energies resonated harmoniously. Mo Yin entered society a year before him, and in the presence of affluent uncles, who flaunted their wealth with BMWs and wads of cash. Ding Hao, a mere youth, felt himself demoted from a prince on a white steed to a mere squire. No matter how white the steed, it remained a squire. Though they never explicitly severed their romantic ties, they unconsciously transitioned back to the roles of senior and junior. Reflecting on the past, Ding Hao let out a gentle sigh. There was little of worth to reminisce in his former life. Yet it was undeniably the place he had called home for over 20 years. Contemplating the present, it seemed to be a vivid portrayal of the man he would become tomorrow. Lady Ding was right. Possessing integrity is commendable. But a man devoid of talents yet brimming with pride is merely out of touch with reality. A man lacking abilities does not deserve to harbor self-respect. In truth, he possesses nothing at all. With this thought, Ding Hao suddenly leapt to his feet, standing atop a high straw pile. Hands on his hips as he gazed over the distant rooftops. After a long moment, a surge of ambition welled within him, and he turned earnestly to his companion, asking, "Zhu, tell me, if I were to leave the Ding family estate, what promising career could I pursue?" Zhu, resting her chin in contemplation, pondered for a moment before her face lit up with a smile. "I've thought of something. With your exceptional skills, if you were to leave Ding's, perhaps you could find work as a coachman or a muleteer at the Yi family's carriage shop." Ding Hao paused, his expression turning sour. "What if I don't want to be a coachman or a muleteer? What else can I do?" Zhu again pondered seriously for a long while, then suggested, "If you don't want to be a coachman or a muleteer, well, if fortune smiles upon you, you might find a position at the Yi family's carriage shop." Ding Hao spread his arms wide, leaning back with a thud into the straw pit. Groaning, "Is there no way to avoid being a driver?" On New Year's Eve, the Ding family gathered to pay their respects to their ancestors. The Ding family ancestral hall sprawls over approximately 10 acres, situated to the east of the Ding family courtyard. The entire hall faces east, with tranquil pavilions and terraces within its confines. That evening, Ding Tingshuan arrived at the ancestral hall accompanied by his second wife, Madame Zhou, 2 concubines, 2 daughters, his eldest son's wife, Lu, and all the household staff, including servants and maids. Flanking the entrance to the hall stood 2 imposing white marble lions, each over a meter tall. Upon entering, one is greeted by a lofty courtyard resembling a sky well. Directly opposite the main entrance is a pentagonal pavilion. The 5 pillars, steps, round table, and stone drum within the pavilion are all crafted from white marble. On either side of the pavilion are 2 grand marble stele, each supported by turtles, measuring over a meter in width and 4 to 5 meters in height. The surrounding walls, made of thick green bricks, are as substantial as 4 modern red bricks. The roof, covered with dark green, thick tiles, glimmers under the light like the scales of a black fish, while the elegantly carved eaves display intricate floral and avian designs, exuding an air of solemnity and grandeur. Upon entering the hall, the servants and maids dutifully knelt in the courtyard as instructed. Ahead lay the passage hall, flanked by a long row of rooms. Beyond the passage was another courtyard, designated for the household officials, tenant heads, and chief laborers to kneel in reverence. Proceeding further, the third courtyard housed the main hall dedicated to the veneration of the Ding ancestors. The hall, with its green-tiled roof, boasts dragon-headed brick carvings on either side of the ridge, while the eaves are inscribed with longevity characters. The 3-tiered white marble steps are covered with thick mats, for women are forbidden to enter the ancestral hall. Thus, Madame Zhou, accompanied by her 2 daughters, daughter-in-law, and concubines, knelt at the entrance. Ding Tingshuan, despite his illness, slowly made his way into the hall dedicated to the ancestral spirits. Ding Hao awkwardly knelt among the servants, observing the solemn rituals of the Ding family as if watching a grand performance. He privately rejoiced at his mother's timely reminder to bind thick padding around his long underwear, for if it weren't for that, given the sluggish pace of Master Ding's rituals, he would surely suffer from dampness, leaving his knees sore from kneeling. Ding Hao raised his head, devoid of any reverence, and surveyed his surroundings. The architecture of the ancestral hall towers far above that of ordinary residences, with ceilings reaching 5 to 6 meters high. Even the pentagonal pavilion stands at 4 to 5 meters. Enormous wooden columns support the eaves, with the crossbeams constructed from massive timbers. One cannot fathom how many century-old trees and colossal white marble stones were utilized to erect this ancestral hall. The Ding family certainly spared no expense. The funds spent on constructing this pavilion alone would allow a bastard like me to live with some dignity, Ding Hao thought, a sardonic smile creeping across his lips as he gazed at the pavilion. As he shifted his position, intending to move forward and shelter himself from the wind beneath the stone turtle, a piercing scream suddenly echoed behind him, cutting through the serene solemnity of the hall. "Master! Master, something terrible has happened." Kneeling in the outer courtyard, the steward Lu Shi, upon hearing a commotion, feared disturbing the master who was venerating ancestors in the ancestral hall. He quickly rose and scurried over, crouching low as he approached the steps, and in a hushed, frantic tone exclaimed, "You scoundrel! On this festive occasion, cannot you utter a single sensible word? What grave matter could possibly warrant such urgency before the master has finished his rites?" Ding Hao turned to see. Illuminated by the 12 lanterns flanking the entrance, a burly man straddling the threshold, 1 foot inside and 1 foot outside, gasping as he leaned against the door. Clad in a dogskin hat and a sheepskin coat, with his pant legs tightly bound for a long journey, he called out in a state of distress, "We cannot wait. A calamity has struck. Urgently inform the master, the grain cart has been ambushed, and the young master is gravely injured. He insists you hasten back, for the master must prepare for the worst." The news struck the courtyard like a thunderclap, leaving everyone in shock. While the injury to the Ding family's eldest son might not concern them directly, the theft of the grain cart sent waves of panic through all. For it was a catastrophic misfortune that could lead to ruin. The Ding family had been supplying grain to the military for over a decade. The soldiers guarding the borders were both their fortune and source of power. However, this was a double-edged sword. Great profit came with substantial risk. Should the military's rations falter, it would be a grave sin, and any hint of mutiny could lead to the annihilation of their lineage. Now, in the depths of winter, with reports of northern marauders raiding the grain supplies and threatening the borders, how could the Ding family withstand the consequences of a military defeat due to lack of provisions? Upon hearing this news, Lu Shi nearly lost his footing, almost tumbling from the steps. Without uttering a word, he turned and dashed inside, crying out in desperation, "Master! Master! A grave matter has arisen." Chapter 012. Voluntarily seeking honor as Ding Tingshuan was burning incense to pay respects to his ancestors. He was taken aback by the lamentations of Lu Shi, nearly dropping the incense stick he held. He hastily recited the ceremonial words and inserted a tall incense stick into the censer. Composing himself with great effort, he exited the ancestral hall, leading a group of attendants into the side chambers flanking the second door of the hall, a place where the Ding clan deliberated on significant matters. Despite having weathered countless storms throughout his life, the peril of the current situation was unprecedented, threatening to expunge the illustrious Ding family from Bazhou overnight. Now in the twilight of his years, with a family to care for and responsibilities weighing heavily upon him, he could ill afford such a devastating blow. Upon entering the side chambers, he downed a cup of ginseng tea, which somewhat restored his pallid complexion. Noticing the frantic expressions of the attendants around him, he, as the head of the family, resolved to conceal any hint of weakness before them. Suppressing his anxiety, Ding Tingshuan discreetly summoned the messenger who had delivered the alarming news. He first inquired about his son's injuries, relieved to learn that Ding Qingzong had merely suffered broken legs due to a startled horse overturning the cart, and that his life was not in jeopardy. He then turned his attention to the details surrounding the robbery of the grain convoy. Ding Qingzong, the eldest son of the Ding family, had been escorting 200 grain carts to Guangyuan. The Ding family had long been engaged in the grain trade, and although there were some bandits along the route, over the past decade, they had established connections, ensuring that a small bribe sufficed to keep the brigands at bay. This was partly due to the Ding family's reputation for fostering goodwill over the years, and also because the local gentry and their retainers, even the common laborers, practiced martial skills during the farming off-season to serve as militia. With 200 grain carts, a 1,000-strong escort was necessary. Even the largest bandit factions would struggle to confront such a robust civilian militia. Furthermore, as the Ding family transported military provisions, any provocation could draw the attention of the authorities, leading to disastrous consequences. Bandits, seeking to survive and thrive, were unlikely to provoke those with whom they had no quarrel. Thus, the Ding family had enjoyed a peaceful history in their grain transport operations to Guangyuan, with no significant incidents occurring over the years. Nonetheless, Ding Qingzong had meticulously calculated the journey and set out more than 10 days in advance, ensuring the timely delivery of the grain. His cautious nature mirrored that of his father. Despite being familiar with the route, he remained vigilant, taking every precaution while navigating treacherous terrain and securing lodging along the way. However, fate had other plans, and even such meticulous care could not prevent the impending misfortune. On this particular day, having departed from Shinza town, they were a mere day and a half away from Guangyuan. Beyond Shinza, the landscape transformed into an expanse of saline and alkaline soil, resembling a wasteland where nothing but reeds could thrive, rendering the surroundings desolate. Ding Qingzong had dispatched a swift horse to scout ahead, a common precaution given the vast stretches of barren land devoid of human habitation, which seemed to pose little threat. Unexpectedly, It was precisely here that they encountered a band of robbers. The robbers appeared to have meticulously scouted their route and timing. Just as they had traversed halfway, a thick smoke billowed towards them as someone had ignited the reeds. Initially, Ding Hao suspected it to be a wildfire, prompting him to command the drivers to hasten their pace. However, the lead vehicle soon became ensnared in a pit dug in advance, obstructing their path. And it was then that they realized they had fallen into a trap. The bandits swiftly descended upon them. The smoke had rendered their eyes red and tears flowed freely, causing the entire convoy, which had been strung out like a long dragon, to become disordered and scattered under the onslaught of the marauders. Ding Hao was inquiring about the situation when Lady Lu rushed in, wiping her tears with a handkerchief. "Father, how's Qingzhou? I have heard he has sustained grave injuries. In this bitter cold, what shall we do? Father, he must not come to harm." Lady Lu, known as Lu Xianwu, was the daughter of a prominent gentleman from Bazhou. On this day, as the Ding family honored their ancestors, she was dressed impeccably, her figure soft and graceful, clad in a cotton jacket adorned with a fox collar and an elegant skirt. Without any jewelry, her raven-black hair framed a face that bore traces of sorrow, resembling a pure lotus floating on water, exuding a beauty that elicited deep sympathy. Ding Hao, preoccupied with his own concerns, regarded his daughter-in-law's sudden intrusion with a hint of displeasure. Frowning, he admonished her, "This is a place for discussing matters of the ancestral hall. What brings you here? Qingzhou is my son. Am I not anxious? Step outside and wait." Lady Lu, caught in a moment of desperation, felt the sting of her father-in-law's public rebuke, her face, as clear as jade, flushed with embarrassment. "Madam, please do not fret. The master has summoned us to deliberate on a solution. Kindly wait, we shall find a way," urged Lu Shi, the steward of the outer courtyard, as he gently escorted her out. "Master, fretfulness will not serve us well. This is a critical juncture for the Ding family, and you must quickly devise a plan so that we can unite and weather this storm together," he added. Gradually regaining his composure, Ding Hao picked up his son's letter once more and read, "Father, your unworthy son has suffered a calamity. Our military provisions have been seized, bringing great misfortune upon the Ding family, an offense that cannot be atoned for. I beseech you, do not worry over me, but swiftly resolve this dire situation. The circumstances surrounding the seizure of the provisions are rather suspicious. I was transporting supplies from Bazhou to Guangyuan, traversing various routes, both official and unofficial, making it exceedingly difficult to predict. Yet the bandits seem to have foreknowledge of our path and timing, suggesting there may be a traitor among our ranks. The men I led were valiant, and despite the bandits being prepared, they suffered significant losses. I managed to strike the bandit leader in the left eye with an arrow. In his fury, he set fire to the provisions. My mule cart was startled and overturned in the wilderness, injuring my legs. Consequently, I dispatched a trusted messenger to return swiftly. Father, you must spare no effort to send more military provisions to Guangyuan. If the supplies do not arrive promptly, great calamity will befall the Ding family." The handwriting was somewhat hasty, but the fact that my son, despite his injuries and the turmoil, could still articulate such a coherent message brings me a measure of comfort. "Master, you must make a decision," urged the steward. The chief labor supervisor, Li Shoyin, anxiously remarked. The chief labor supervisors and tenant heads were akin to stewards in the Ding household. The Ding family, engaged in farming, did not require the master to oversee the fields personally. These supervisors and tenant heads managed a cadre of workers who ensured the household's affairs were meticulously attended to. Thus, these stewards enjoyed the favor of their employer. As the Ding family thrived, they reaped the benefits, becoming somewhat notable small landlords in the locality. Their fates were intricately intertwined with that of the Ding family, and witnessing the impending peril of the Dings, how could they remain calm? Ding Hao took a deep breath, slowly raising his head, and instructed with deliberate clarity, "Lu Ming, you must count all the grain stored by the Ding family overnight, reserving seeds, and pack the remainder for transport to Guangyuan. However, I fear that our current stock may still be insufficient. After you complete the inventory, venture into the city immediately. Today is New Year's Eve, and Baizhou has no curfew. Upon entering, buy all the grain from the local rice shops and bring it back, as we must also retrieve the grain we prepared for sale." "Understood." Lu Ming promptly stood up in response. "Lu Shi, you are to gather all available carts and horses from our Ding family and various outlying farms and villages. Then, go to the city and rent all the vehicles you can find from the local transport businesses and return them to me without delay." "Yes." Ding Feng, Yang Yi, Li Shoyin. Ding Hao's expression softened slightly as he inclined his head toward these labor supervisors and tenant heads. "Gentlemen, The Ding family stands at a critical juncture of life and death. I have a significant request to make of you. Please mobilize your manpower to hire the robust laborers from the surrounding villages. During this festive season, I assure you that their efforts will not go unrewarded. We shall compensate them threefold for a day's work, and there will be further rewards upon success. Master, you are too kind. We shall do our utmost to face this challenge alongside the Ding household. Chen Feng, Yang Yi, and the others quickly responded, rising to bow. Ding Tingshuan nodded. A faint flush of illness coloring his cheeks. He clenched his fists and, with a resolute expression, declared, "There is no obstacle in this world that cannot be overcome. This time, I shall take matters into my own hands and ensure the grain reaches Guangyuan. Master, your health is fragile. You cannot undertake this task. Please allow me to handle this duty. You must not go." The stewards were all fervently dissuading him when suddenly a woman's voice interjected from the doorway. "Father, allow me to go." Turning at the sound, the gathered individuals beheld the eldest daughter of the Ding family, standing gracefully at the entrance. "You, a mere girl, what business do you have in this matter?" Ding Tingshuan scolded sharply. Ding Yulu raised an eyebrow defiantly, responding, "I am also of the Ding family. Why should I not participate? I can ride and shoot arrows. I have visited Guangyuan, Taiyuan, Pingyuan, and the borders. In times like these, if I do not go, who will? You are a woman, it is out of the question." Ding Tingshuan resolutely rejected her. The following morning, Ding Tingshuan lay on the Kong, a damp cloth covering his forehead, repeatedly admonishing, in any case, among the returning laborers. "There must be a spy, so we can employ none of them. Given the financial circumstances of the Ding family, the loss of 200 carts of grain would not lead to our downfall. However, this is military grain. If any mishap occurs, the entire Ding family could face dire consequences, potentially leading to execution and the tragic fate of our womenfolk being enslaved. Yulua, I must now entrust the family affairs to you. You must ensure the military provisions reach Guangyuan safely. While we may be pressed for time, a slight delay may be acceptable given our long-standing cooperation with the Guangyuan military. However, should the delay extend, as Ding Tingshuan coughed, he was interrupted by a fit of coughing. Yulua quickly soothed him, saying, "Father, rest assured, I will risk my life to deliver the provisions." Initially reluctant to allow his daughter to represent the family in this critical mission, Ding Tingshuan, weakened by relentless setbacks, succumbed to illness and was unable to rise from his bed. In his helplessness, he had no choice but to entrust this important task to his only capable daughter. After a bout of coughing, he instructed her, "Go, take whatever people you need from the Ding family. Also, bring along 100,000 taels in silver notes and 2,000 taels in coins for expenses along the way. The silver notes, once the grain is delivered, will be used to facilitate matters." Cough, cough. This year's venture is bound to incur losses. I know that the second batch of military provisions may be delayed for several days. To preserve our exclusive rights to supply military grain, I am willing to part with 100,000 taels to ensure you can smooth over any obstacles. As long as we retain our commercial privileges, the losses can be recovered swiftly. Yet, even with silver to ease the way, the delays must not be protracted, or who would dare accept my silver? Who would dare shield me? Heaven help us. I have heard that General Cheng Shixiang of Guangyuan is valiant and adept in military strategy. I hope he does not suffer a defeat. Otherwise, the blame for such a loss may fall upon the Ding family. With his daughter already dispatched, Ding Tingshuan lay on the bed, his heart in turmoil, as if scalded by boiling oil, leaving him breathless with anxiety. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, the crackling sound of firecrackers echoed through the village, marking the early morning ritual of families boiling dumplings. In previous years, the Ding family would celebrate with firecrackers for at least half an hour, but this year, there was no sign of festivity. A large number of temporarily recruited laborers gathered in the Ding family courtyard, various carts pulled by mules and horses entering the premises, while servants hurriedly loaded bags of grain onto the vehicles, securing them with oilcloth before sending them off. As the sun rose high, the last cart filled with grain slowly exited the Ding family courtyard. Having just finished the loading, Ding Hao stood idly by, curiously observing the laborers wielding crossbows and hunting bows. To officially requisition laborers, an order from the governor would be required, along with a fire token issued by the magistrate. However, these laborers were primarily farmers, and it was customary for them to take on short-term work during the off-season to supplement their income. As for their carrying weapons while working short-term jobs, given the relationship between the Ding family and the governor of Bazhou, as long as they did not cause trouble, it was permissible to turn a blind eye. Ding Hao stood in the courtyard, observing when suddenly a robust figure in a fitted outfit rushed past him. This individual wore an ear-covering cashmere hat and was clad in a gray cotton riding suit, complemented by a woolen vest. A sword was sheathed at the back, its apricot yellow tassel fluttering in the wind. The person's posture was impeccably straight, with cotton trousers rolling in layered waves, while soft sheepskin sleeves adorned the wrists. On their feet were boots featuring claw-like buckles, and though not particularly tall, they exuded an air of spirited vigor, epitomizing the quintessential attire for a long winter journey in the north. Is everyone ready? Good, let's set off. Upon hearing the voice, Ding Hao was taken aback. The accent revealed that it was a young woman. At that moment, the figure reached for the saddle, leapt gracefully onto the horse's back. Observing her features, long eyelashes, large eyes, a delicately upturned nose, and a petite mouth, he realized that such a striking young man was, in fact, a remarkably beautiful young lady. Miss? Ding Hao's gaze flickered with a sudden thought. If I do not venture out, I shall forever remain in obscurity. Stepping forth could change my destiny. With the Ding family facing dire straits, this was an opportunity. Why not take a chance? Zhu'er, let us go as well. Us? Can we really? Zhu'er stammered. In our lifetime, we have never ventured beyond 10 miles from home. You might argue that we have not traveled far until now. But it need not be a lifetime decision. Today, we shall journey 1,000 miles away. As Ding Yulu was about to ride off, Ding Hao suddenly dashed forward. Ding Yulu, anxious and spurred on, urged her horse forward. Just then, a figure emerged, blocking her path, calling out loudly, Miss. Ding Yulu swiftly reined in her horse, which reared up with a loud neigh, and she steadied herself in the saddle. With keen eyes, she looked ahead and saw Ding Hao standing in front, proclaiming, Miss. Dai and Zhu'er wish to accompany you. You too? Ding Yulu circled her horse around him, asking, What can you do? Ding Hao glanced at Zhu'er and replied loudly, We can handle horses and carts reasonably well. We can serve as drivers and accompany you in delivering supplies. Ding Yulu raised her brows and decisively stated, Very well, come with me. With that, she flicked the reins and galloped away. Ding Hao's spirit soared, and he quickly pulled Shuiliang along, chasing after Ding Yulu's figure. Chapter 013. Qing Shui Town in the northern regions, transportation predominantly relies on horse-drawn carriages. Although ox carts possess a greater carrying capacity, their sluggish pace renders them impractical for long-distance transport. The Song Dynasty had limited horse breeding areas, leaving military needs severely unfulfilled. And the civilian populace lacked sufficient horses as well. Consequently, long-distance trade predominantly employed mules and donkeys as the primary beast of burden. In a remarkable display of influence, the Ding family managed to assemble 200 carts of rice, 200 vehicles, and a multitude of mules and horses, along with over 1,000 local laborers for escort duties, all in a single night. This feat underscores the extensive connections and power the Ding family wielded in Bazhou. However, the hastily gathered carts varied considerably in type and purpose, as did the mules and horses. Unfortunately for the hapless Shuiliang, he found himself driving a donkey cart that had previously transported manure. Despite being thoroughly cleaned, a lingering odor clung to it, forcing him to cover his face with a cloth, making him look rather comical. Particularly disheartening was the sight of Ding Hao, a member of the Ding family, proudly steering a grand cart drawn by 2 sleek, glossy mules. At times, Miss Ding would dismount from her horse to sit beside him, prompting Shuiliang to reflect on the superficiality of society, where appearances dictate perceptions, and even Miss Ding is not exempt from such norms. He mused to himself, My driving skills surpass that dullard's. Why doesn't the young lady choose to ride with me? It is an undeniable fact that Ding Hao belongs to the Ding family, a truth well known among many of their servants, despite their discretion in front of the patriarch. Ding Yulua, being related by blood, felt a closer affinity toward this man compared to others, especially in times of familial crisis, where the distinctions of kinship and self-interest become starkly apparent. For instance, Lu Shi's distant nephew, owing his position in the Ding household to Lu's influence, would go to great lengths to assist whenever his uncle faced any matters, showering him with more attentiveness during festive seasons than even his own son. In contrast, Lu Shi often lamented the lack of ambition in his own son, who seemed less affectionate, prompting his wife to scold him vehemently. You blind old fool. Your distant nephew honors you because he finds you useful. Do you think he truly regards you as a father? Unlike your son, who, despite his occasional indifference, is still your son. He cannot abandon you. Whereas that distant nephew of yours is of no consequence. Similarly, Ding Yulua, when wearied and drained, preferred not to reveal her vulnerabilities before outsiders. Nevertheless, the only place where she could relax without pretense was in the company of Ding Hao as he drove that grand cart. when Ding Yuluo was mounted on her steed. She resembled a spirited man, galloping around the entire convoy, invigorating the morale and addressing the issues arising from their hasty departure. She organized scouts to continuously survey the path ahead and conferred with Lu Shi, Chen Feng, and Yang Yi about revising their travel route, exuding an inexhaustible energy. However, once she dismounted and took a seat in Ding Hao's carriage, fatigue overwhelmed her to the extent that she could scarcely lift a finger. Only Ding Hao, seated beside her, could discern the anxiety, restlessness, and profound weariness reflected in her eyes. During a brief respite, Ding Hao adjusted a pile of provisions, creating a space about half a person's height to lean against, which shielded them from the wind and provided a place for rest, while concealing the exhaustion etched on the face of anyone who might lean there. Though these gestures were subtle, Ding Yuluo recognized they were for her sake, which endeared him to her even more. At that moment, as she reclined against the grain stack beside Ding Hao, her legs spread apart and her body languidly sprawled across the carriage floor, she appeared more like a rugged man than a refined lady. It was only in Ding Hao's presence that she felt comfortable enough to relax so completely. "Miss, do not be overly anxious," he reassured her. "I heard from Master Feng that if we maintain this pace, we shall arrive in Guangyuan no more than 3 days late." Thankfully, the young master set out well in advance, granting us some leeway. Master Feng was a coachman from the Yi family's carriage service, which, having heard of the Ding family's troubles, had offered assistance. The Yi family carriage service is the largest in the Northwest, undertaking all manner of tasks, from transporting people to delivering goods and messages. During the Spring Festival, most of their staff took an extended holiday and would not return until after the Lantern Festival. With no family of his own, Master Feng resided at the carriage service, seasoned from extensive travels and familiar with the route to Guangyuan, which is why he was invited along. Ding Yuluo gathered her spirits, slowly curling her legs into a more decorous position, and sighed softly. "I understand. But I am concerned that those bandits may return to pursue their designs against us. The journey is long, and if we encounter any setbacks, it may be too late for the provisions to arrive. Moreover, despite my efforts to incentivize everyone with generous rewards for alternating rest and traveling through the night, such a pace is hardly sustainable. Master Feng, accustomed to long distances, can doze off while driving, and although he is older, he can bear such hardships. However, the laborers and drivers we've assembled are mostly temporary, and they may not endure another 2 days of this." Ding Hao recognized the truth in Ding Yuluo's words. This pace was unsustainable for both men and beasts. Before long, their speed would inevitably diminish, complicating the timeline for reaching Guangyuan. They might arrive 5 days late, perhaps even 8, or as much as 10 days or half a month. Should the border troops falter in their battles against the Tartars due to food shortages, the fate of the Ding family would be dire, and they would bear the blame for the countless soldiers and civilians who perished in Guangyuan. Ding Hao felt no affection for the Ding family, whether it be the hypocritical Ding Tingxuan, the never-before-seen Ding Qingzong, or the debauched Ding Qingye. Perhaps only this half-sister shared a relationship that could be deemed somewhat amicable. However, his fate remains intricately linked to the Ding family. Deep within, he has gradually come to accept that his mother, Yang, resides within that household, creating an unbreakable bond of affection. Once the Ding family falls from grace, what will become of Yang, who has signed away her freedom? In this world, devoid of any foundation, and with no social connections except for the unsophisticated Shuel Yang, where will he turn? Rising from nothing is not merely a matter of words. It is a formidable challenge. Modern society values interpersonal relationships, and in ancient times, such connections were even more paramount. Without societal ties and familiarity with the customs and traditions of this world, one is bound to achieve nothing. During the new year, the Ding family prepared an extensive list of gifts, extending to officials and even the local tax collectors and laborers. Ding Hao, moved by this, reflected on his own appearance and physique, which were passable. Although he struggled with writing in traditional characters, he could recognize most of them, qualifying him as a semi-literate individual. He considered that perhaps he could secure a minor position in the government, but upon inquiry, he realized that such thoughts were futile. Though tax collectors and laborers are mere supporting characters in theatrical scripts, in reality, they are akin to civil servants of the ancient era. The benefits for civil servants in the Song Dynasty were quite substantial, and achieving such a position was far more challenging than it would be 1,000 years later. Even if his ancestry were impeccable, he might not possess the means or opportunities, let alone his current status. He could not even aspire to the role of a humble innkeeper, who must memorize orders for 7 tables of guests, report them to the kitchen in melodious folk songs, and serve multiple dishes without spilling a drop of broth. Such a master of memory and performance is not a role just anyone can fulfill. Thus, for his own temporary refuge, and perhaps to leverage the Ding family as a stepping stone in life, he must, to the best of his abilities, contribute to the Ding family. After a prolonged silence, Ding Hao finally spoke softly. Miss, do not dwell on such matters. Burdening your heart with excessive thoughts is of no benefit and will only lead to exhaustion. Let us do what we can. I believe that the bandits will not persistently target the Ding family. Furthermore, the number of men we've gathered this time is even greater than before. According to Feng Dajang, peace has reigned for over a decade, and banditry is rare in this northwest region. If they do come, they will not fare well. Ding Yulu sighed. I can only hope so. I now ponder that father should not have monopolized the grain supply from Guangyuan. Though the profits were substantial, the risks were equally high. Otherwise, our burdens would not be so heavy. She exhaled deeply, curled her legs, and shot a glance at Ding Hao, suddenly curious. The household claims you were rather dull. Yet I see in your speech and actions a surprising depth. I recall you have never left the Ding residence since childhood. You seem quite knowledgeable. Ding Hao's heart skipped a beat. After a moment of silence, he suddenly broke into a smile. I appear dazed. But it is merely because I do not wish to speak. What is my identity? What can I possibly say, and to whom? I have never left the Ding family. Yet many nuances of human relationships need not be comprehended by traversing the world. Observe, this vast realm is mirrored in the microcosm of the Ding family. Within the confines of the Ding courtyard, one can equally experience the intricacies of human dynamics. Ding Yulu fell silent, and after a while, she gently remarked, in truth, many within the Ding family are aware of your circumstances. However, father remains in self-deception. The affairs of the Ding residence are not within my purview. Yet I can still alter your situation. If the Ding family can weather this storm, upon our return to Bazhou, I shall endeavor to secure you a position. Anything would be far superior to your current plight. Ding Hao turned to glance at her. A strand of her dark hair peeked out from beneath her hat, fluttering in the wind, revealing her fair and pristine forehead, her eyes clear and remarkably pure. A wave of emotion surged within Ding Hao. Miss, there is something I have always found perplexing. Is there truly such great profit in farming? The Ding family has risen to prominence in Bazhou solely by cultivating the land over the span of 3 decades. Yet, the risks associated with selling military provisions are considerable. Why not diversify into other trades, such as opening several rice and oil shops, or perhaps a tavern? Ding Yulu replied, certainly, in the northwest, affluent families primarily rely on land. While trade may yield broader financial avenues in the Central Plains, agriculture remains the most profitable venture in the northwest. The northern nomads raid our borders annually, and the pastoral tribes frequently threaten our frontiers during natural disasters. The court has stationed a significant military presence in these border regions. And the greatest expense for the army is food. Ding Yulu seemed to wish to alleviate her own tension through conversation, patiently explaining to Ding Hao. Living in an era of modern transportation, Ding Hao indeed struggled to grasp the difficulties of long-distance transport in ancient times. While grain may not be exorbitantly priced in the Central Plains, transporting it to the borders incurs astronomical costs. To illustrate, should an army of 100,000 be mobilized, with logistics consuming 1/3 of the resources, only 70,000 soldiers would be available for battle, necessitating 300,000 laborers to transport the grain. What value does that grain hold when it reaches the front lines? If transported by livestock, one could move more, yet should the animals perish, the grain they carry must also be abandoned. Moreover, in many areas, livestock and carts cannot even access the terrain. However, local cultivation presents a different scenario. If one were to clear land and plant crops in the northwest, supplying the military with the produce, the court's expenses would significantly diminish. Thus, the court fervently encourages agriculture in the northwest, offering lower taxes and higher prices for grain to incentivize large landowners to cultivate. Farming in the northwest undoubtedly serves as a substantial source of wealth for the vast landholding families. Ding Yulua was explaining something to Ding Hao when Lu Shi rode up on a mule, arriving at the carriage. Miss, we have been on the road for 2 consecutive days. Ahead lies Chishui town. We must allow the crew to rest for the night, or they will surely be exhausted. Ding Yuluan nodded in agreement. Despite her exceptional riding skills, her body was weary, not to mention the many laborers on inferior horses and the cart drivers. Although she yearned to soar to the plains, she understood the necessity of granting everyone a respite. She nodded and instructed Lu Guanshi, advance a step and secure all available rooms in the inns and restaurants of Chishui town. With so many people and vehicles, it is likely that the inns alone cannot accommodate us. In this frigid weather, we cannot allow anyone to sleep outdoors. Take some people to inquire. Any household willing to lend their space will be compensated at double the inn rate, ensuring everyone is comfortable. Lu Shi, upon hearing this, responded with delight. Miss, you truly care for everyone. I shall attend to this immediately, ensuring that all are well fed and comfortably housed. With that, he hastily urged the mule onward. Chishui town, though not extensive, was bustling due to its strategic location in the northwest. Just after the new year, the streets were strewn with remnants of firecrackers. During this festive season, travelers were scarce, leaving most inns and restaurants vacant. Additionally, some households had offered their spare rooms, and after some diligent effort, the convoy of grain transporters was successfully settled. Master Feng, a man in his 50s, bore a face etched with deep lines and sharp features. His spirited eyes and a bushy beard, now tinged with gray, contrasted with his upright posture and robust physique. Accustomed to long journeys, he was a frequent visitor to Chishui town. Upon entering, he busily assisted Miss Ding and Steward Lu in organizing the accommodations for the large group before finally attending to his own meal at the Changfeng Tavern. It was only upon arriving in this era that Ding Hao realized he possessed a slight advantage in knowledge of formulas, theories, and social-political dynamics. Yet, in such a humble circumstance, this knowledge proved of little use. To make a name for himself, he understood he must endure hardship. Consciously, he followed Master Feng, eager to learn the true skills necessary for survival. As a result, he volunteered to help with the bustling errands, which Master Feng appreciated in the industrious young man. By this time, both Ding Hao and Shui Liang were ravenously hungry, and the three of them, like old friends, jovially entered the tavern. Upon entering, they observed that most of the caravan had already hastily finished their meals and retreated to their quarters. Ding Hao noticed a few individuals still dining within the tavern. They were not part of his caravan. Given that it was still early in the lunar month, few travelers were about, prompting Ding Hao to scrutinize the group. The individuals were divided into three parties, one of whom was a young man clad in a blue cotton robe, neither shabby nor ostentatious, who bore the marks of travel and had just taken a seat in the corner by the left wall. Another youthful figure, strikingly handsome, sat in the corner of the room, partially draped in a sheepskin coat that subtly revealed the fine garments beneath. He was indulging in self-served drinks while seated at a table laden with simple yet hearty countryside fare, which, in such a modest establishment, could be deemed quite sumptuous. At the center of the tavern, two others occupied a table, a middle-aged man and a youth. The middle-aged gentleman possessed a broad countenance, his brows like strokes of ink, with eyes that gleamed with a penetrating gaze. When Feng Dezangbian, Ding Hao, and Shui Liang entered the tavern, he lifted his gaze to scrutinize them, exuding an air of authority without uttering a word. Once the three took their seats, he averted his eyes. The young man beside him, however, remained engrossed in his meal, oblivious to the comings and goings around him. Feng Dezangbian and his companions chose a table adjacent to the newly arrived young man, who, with both hands on the table, expressed his discontent to the waiter. You boast of dozens of dishes on your menu, yet I find none of them available. How can one conduct business in such a manner? The waiter, beaming with delight due to the bustling business that day, replied, I sincerely apologize, esteemed guest. During festive seasons, the number of patrons is limited, and our kitchen's provisions are constrained. As you can see, a caravan has just passed through, which has depleted our supplies. Enough of that. I shall forego the dishes. Just bring me a bowl of hot soup, for buns, and half a pound of lamb, the young man ordered. Oh, hot soup and buns we have. As for the lamb, I regret to inform you it is all gone. However, we still have half a pig's trotter in the kitchen. What do you think? The waiter suggested. The young man sighed with a bitter smile. Very well, whatever you have will suffice, as long as it fills my stomach. By the way, you mentioned that few travelers come by during the festive season. Surely, there must have been some notable visitors. Do you recall any? Indeed. Our establishment is not the only tavern in town. If they did not choose to visit us, it is possible they have slipped your mind. Might I inquire whom you are asking about? The waiter replied. The young man continued. If they have passed through the town, even if they did not stay at your inn, you should have seen them. They likely traveled in 3 or 4 grand carriages, accompanied by 2 to 3 dozen guards. The master of the party is a man in his 40s, surnamed Li, and a young lady of merely 15 or 16, surnamed Tang. Have you seen them? After Feng Dezangbian, Ding Hao, and Shui Liang settled in, they paid little mind to the conversation at the adjacent table, merely chuckling, by the looks of things. The edible offerings have nearly been depleted. We need not order anything. Waiter, please bring us whatever you have available. Upon finishing his statement, Feng Dezangbian produced a deep crimson gourd from beneath his robe and added, also, Fill this gourd with your finest wine. Should it be sour or diluted? I shall not let it slide. At that moment, the handsome young man, adorned in fine silk beneath his sheepskin coat, rose from his seat, tightened his coat, and produced a handful of copper coins from his sleeve, which he clinked onto the table, though it appeared as though he merely scattered them. The gleaming coins stacked into a neat column, displaying a certain flair. Innkeeper, here are 35 for the meal. After satisfying my hunger and thirst, I must take my rest. Please send a basin of hot water to my room shortly. Understood, esteemed guest. Please retire to your room. The water is currently being heated in the kitchen and shall be delivered once it reaches a boil. The man chuckled lightly, rising from his seat and sauntering past Ding Hao and his companions. Ding Hao glanced up at him, pondering to himself, this individual possesses quite a handsome appearance, with delicate features and a pair of naturally enchanting peach blossom eyes. However, on a man's face, those glistening eyes evoke an unsettling feeling. Chapter 14. Not a soul shall depart. Ding Hao, Shuai Yang, and Song Dynasty occupied a room together. After requesting hot water to soak their feet, they finally settled down for the night. The inn was fully booked, and the heated Kong was ablaze, providing a comforting warmth that seeped into their weary bones, offering much relief. However, as Ding Hao prepared for sleep, he found himself overwhelmed with despair. The reason was the thunderous snoring of Song Dynasty, which was truly unbearable. Although the pig snored, it paled in comparison to the cacophony produced by Song. His snores not only echoed through the night but also seemed to possess a melodic quality, fluctuating in pitch and timbre, rendering Ding Hao's hopes of drifting off to sleep futile. With a long journey ahead on the morrow, it was impractical to spend the night wide awake. Ding Hao, troubled, sat up. The moment he moved, the pig beside him whispered, "What's wrong? Can't sleep?" Startled, Ding Hao replied, "You're still awake?" They shared a quiet chuckle, and after a brief pause, the pig suggested, "Shall I wake up old Master Song? Perhaps having him change positions might reduce the noise. Let us not disturb him. He has had a long day," Ding Hao replied, as he quietly began to dress. The pig inquired softly, "Where are you off to?" "I can't possibly sleep with all this racket. I'm going to take a stroll and see if I can find a place to rest," Ding Hao said, clutching his bedding as he stepped out of the room. The Kong was still warm, but once outside, the biting cold of the late night air enveloped him. Where could he possibly find a place to sleep? Wandering about the small courtyard, he noticed the corridor leading from the dining area to the guest rooms, lined with several benches. An idea struck him. Perhaps I could arrange the benches together and make do for the night? However, he quickly dismissed the thought, realizing that anyone passing by might be startled to find a figure lying there. Moreover, the cold would surely lead to illness if he spent the night outside. With no other options, Ding Hao returned to the room when suddenly a figure emerged from the shadows of the corridor. Startled, they both gasped. Beneath the glow of the red lantern, he recognized the young man with the alluring peach blossom eyes whom he had seen during dinner. "Ah, what are you doing out here in the dead of night? You startled me," the young man exclaimed. Ding Hao forced a laugh. "My roommate snores too loudly, and I find myself unable to sleep. What about you?" The young man chuckled lightly. "You're quite particular. Just tear a bit of the quilt and stuff some cotton in your ears. When traveling, one must learn to adapt. I found the room too fragrant, so I stepped out to relieve myself. It's freezing out here. I must return to warm up. See you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow," Ding Hao replied. After they exchanged pleasantries, the young man dashed away. Back in his room, Ding Hao decided to follow the young man's advice. He quietly tore a corner of the quilt, pulled out 2 small tufts of cotton, and stuffed them into his ears. The snoring indeed diminished, becoming bearable at last. He quickly shared this newfound method with the pig, and together, they managed to drift into a fitful sleep. As dawn broke, Master Song, brimming with vigor, rose energetically, calling upon Ding Hao and Shuai Yang with a genuine concern. "Did you sleep well last night?" The two men, stifling yawns as they climbed out of bed, exchanged wry smiles and replied, "It was decent. The bed was warm and quite comfortable, though sleeping away from home is not entirely restful. Haha. One gets accustomed to it," he chuckled. "The proprietor of this establishment is a kind-hearted man. Otherwise, why would I have chosen his inn for our stay? As long as we are comfortable, let us hasten and prepare for breakfast, for we have a journey ahead." In ancient times, the morning routine was more cumbersome than in modern days, as men also needed to groom their hair. By this era, soap had already been introduced, crafted from goat fat and wood ash, yielding satisfactory cleansing results, albeit rather coarse to the touch and devoid of fragrance. Thus, It was primarily the common folk who used it for washing their faces, while the poorer households resorted to rice-washing water. Wealthier families opted for cleansing products made from soap pods, algae beans, or fatty seeds. The latter, a type of plant seed known for its greasiness, was fashioned into a paste and similarly referred to as soap, akin to modern soap. More exquisite soaps were concocted from a blend of peas and herbs, representing the cleansing products favored by affluent households. Toothbrushes existed as well, reportedly introduced from the northern tribes, yet upon reaching the Central Plains, their craftsmanship became notably refined. The design of these toothbrushes bore a striking resemblance to contemporary ones, save for the bristles, which were made from boar hair rather than nylon. Numerous types of tooth powder were available, derived from various herbs, each offering distinct benefits for dental hygiene, breath freshness, and strengthening teeth. However, Master Feng and Ding Hao could not afford such luxuries. They merely used their toothbrushes dipped in coarse salt. As Ding Hao bent over in the courtyard brushing his teeth, Miss Ding entered briskly, wielding a riding whip and clad in a practical outfit reminiscent of a man. Upon spotting Ding Hao, a subtle smile graced her lips as she inquired, "Ah Dai, has Master Feng risen?" Ding Hao quickly rinsed his mouth and replied, "Yes. We are just about to have breakfast before we seek you out," Mississippi Ding Yulo remarked. "I have never ventured out with such a large entourage before, and neither have Lu Ji and the others much experience. Thankfully, with Master Feng's assistance, I had numerous matters to arrange last night, and in doing so, I inadvertently overlooked old Master Feng. Hence, I came to see him this morning, hoping he will provide us with guidance along the way." As they conversed, a door swung open with a loud bang, and a young boy rushed out, his left cheek marked with 5 vivid red fingerprints. He shouted urgently, "Innkeeper, innkeeper, come quickly. My master's belongings are missing." The courtyard was bustling with individuals engaged in their morning routines, who turned to him in astonishment. The boy, still in his nightclothes and disheveled, wore an expression of panic. Shortly thereafter, another figure emerged from the room, a middle-aged man with prominent ears and heavy brows. The very same man who had dined at the inn the previous night. His clothing was also in disarray, with his arms akimbo, and his countenance was shrouded in a cloud of distress, as if no gale could dispel it. The innkeeper hurriedly approached upon hearing the commotion, anxiously inquiring, "Good sir, what have you lost?" Before he could finish, the young man seized his collar, exclaiming in a state of distress, "Given that your establishment appears relatively clean, how could a petty thief operate here? A significant item belonging to my esteemed master has gone missing, and as the proprietor, you cannot absolve yourself of responsibility." The innkeeper, surnamed Chiu and known as Chiu Laosher, was indeed a simple and honest man. Upon hearing these words, he was immediately flustered and hastily attempted to dissociate himself. "Oh dear. Young sir, you must not speak so recklessly. My humble establishment merely offers food and lodging for travelers from all directions. You must keep a close watch over your possessions. It has only been one night since you claimed to have lost something. What exactly did you misplace? I, as the innkeeper, cannot be held accountable for that. How convenient for you to distance yourself. If your belongings are not recovered, you shall find yourself imprisoned." Just then, Feng Dazhong, the master of the whip, emerged from within the inn. Ding Yulon nonchalantly cast a glance at the altercation between the young master and the innkeeper, then approached Feng Dazhong, clasping his fists in greeting. "Old Feng, you have borne much hardship these past days. After breakfast, I shall trouble you to assist in our preparations. The sooner we set off, the better." "Ha. Old Feng thrives on this fare. It cannot be called hardship. The master has given instructions. Just a word from me is sufficient. I would not dare trouble you. I will take care of it shortly." "Stop." The middle-aged man interjected ominously, his eyes gleaming with a hint of red. "No one is permitted to leave until my belongings are found. All of you here must remain." At this, Lu Ji, who had been following Ding Yulon, scoffed. "You lost something. What does that have to do with us? You think you can simply command us to stay? Truly, what audacity. You are hindering our important matters. Even if we were to sell you into servitude, it would not cover our losses." Furious, the middle-aged man remained silent for a moment, but his attendant quickly stepped forward, pointing a finger at Lu Shi, and shouted, "Impudence! You possess great audacity. My master is the county magistrate of Lingqing, on his way to assume office, and he has had his official seal stolen in this den of thieves. How grave a matter this is. No matter how significant your affairs may be, can they surpass those of my master? Until the seal is recovered, none of you can escape. Any attempt to leave will be deemed as guilt." Upon hearing this, Ding Hao nearly broke into a sweat. The county magistrate ranks just below the county governor, overseeing judicial matters, public safety, and litigation. The loss of his official seal was a serious matter indeed. While the Ding family wielded considerable influence, and local officials showed them respect, it did not grant them authority over the local magistrate. Should the magistrate wish to enforce his will, it would be futile to attempt to leave. If the seal were not found promptly, would the Ding family's grain convoy be trapped in this town of Qingshui? The county magistrate was genuinely anxious. Losing the official seal was a significant issue, and one that was best kept discreet. He had hoped to resolve the matter quietly, but the attendant, unaware of the implications, had carelessly drawn attention to it. This matter cannot be concealed. It is certain that even before assuming office, he has already suffered a significant loss of face. However, as it pertains to his own future, he can no longer afford to be overly concerned. Resolutely, he commanded, "Lu Shao, take my edict and summon the village elders of this town, instructing them to bring some able-bodied men to maintain order here. Then, swiftly ride to Lingqing County and report the situation to the county magistrate, requesting that he dispatch a head constable along with a band of constables to investigate the theft and inquire into the matter." The attendant beside the county lieutenant acknowledged and darted away. Shortly thereafter, the local headman, including the village chief, household head, and clerk, upon hearing that the county lieutenant had lost his official seal, hastened to the scene with a sense of urgency, surrounding the Changfeng Tavern to the point of being impenetrable. Chapter 15. My visit to him. The county lieutenant retrieved the official document and introduced his identity to the village head and the local constables. This man, named Zhao Jia, was a newly appointed county lieutenant who had just arrived in the area, having journeyed a long way to assume his duties, only to find that he had misplaced his official seal in this inn. Ding Hao, standing aside, inquired with Feng Dezambian about the travel time from here to the Lingqing County office and back. Even with the fastest horse, it would take a day. If they waited for the county magistrate to assemble the 3 shifts of bailiffs and constables before leisurely arriving, it would take far longer than 3 days and nights, time she could not afford. Seeing Zhao county lieutenant surround the entire inn, preventing anyone from leaving, she conferred with Lu Shi, Chen Feng, Yang Yi, Li Shouyin, and a few others in charge, though they could manage local clerks. The presence of a formal official from the court rendered them timid, and no good ideas emerged. In desperation, Ding Hao discreetly slipped a 500-tael silver note into her sleeve and went to seek an audience with Zhao Jia. Zhao county lieutenant had summoned the local militia, instructing them to search each guest room meticulously, ensuring that not even a cockroach escaped their scrutiny. He was grinding his teeth, puffing his cheeks in frustration in one of the guest rooms when he heard that Ding Hao sought an audience. Momentarily uncertain of her intentions, he allowed her to enter. Upon meeting Zhao county lieutenant, Ding Hao quickly stepped forward, clasped her fists in respect, and said earnestly, "Your Excellency, I am a member of the Ding family from Bazhou. We are transporting grain to Guangyuan for military provisions, and the matter is of utmost urgency. I assure you that my family has no involvement in the loss of your seal. The Ding family's grain transport serves the court's interests. I humbly request your leniency and to allow our carriages to proceed. I am willing to stake my family's honor as a guarantee, and I will leave someone here to await your inquiries until the truth of this matter is revealed." As she spoke, she quietly passed over a silver note. Zhao Jia, realizing he could no longer fulfill his duties as a county lieutenant due to the loss of his seal, regarded everyone with suspicion, convinced that they were all thieves. With a cold sneer, he replied, "Are you threatening me with the Guangyuan military? No matter how formidable they are, they have no authority over me. The county lieutenant of Lingqing. I have indeed heard of the Ding family from Bazhou. If this were a routine matter, I might have been inclined to assist you. But my official seal is lost, and my career hangs in the balance. I am currently in no position to spare you. Until I recover my seal, no one is leaving. There's nothing to discuss." Ding Hao pleaded repeatedly, but Zhao county lieutenant, increasingly agitated, slammed the table and shouted, "The Ding family is wealthy and influential. Yet you send a woman to transport grain? I find it highly suspect that you disguise yourself as a man and travel with so many strong men. If you continue to pester me, I will confiscate your carriage and imprison you until I can clarify this matter." Left with no choice, Ding Hao could only retreat, shaking her head sadly at the hopeful gazes of Lu Shi and the others. Meanwhile, the local militia continued their search, and those who had already been searched were waiting in the restaurant for news. The atmosphere was tense and quiet. After a while, The owner of Chongfeng Tavern emerged with a worried expression. Everyone hurriedly asked, "Qiu, have you found anything?" Qiu shook his head and sighed. "Not yet. They are still searching." Zhao Daren's expression is quite fearsome, and I dare not linger any longer. Listening to Master Zhao's tone, it seems he is determined to wait for the officials until this case is thoroughly investigated. The young man with peach blossom eyes seated nearby, indulging in steamed buns, interjected in a sarcastic manner. "They say you, Qiu, are honest and simple, but I beg to differ. If we consider the delay in our journey, everyone here is anxious. Yet you, the innkeeper, seem rather pleased. Look at this plate of buns. It costs as much as 4 dishes from last night. Your price hike is indeed quite timely." Qiu's face flushed crimson as he stammered an explanation. "Dear guest, you were truly mistaken about me. Last night, our town was suddenly inundated with over 1,000 guests, depleting all the meat and vegetables in my humble establishment. This morning, there was simply nothing else available. I had no choice but to keep steaming bun after bun. And even then, it was insufficient. The price increase was truly beyond my control." At this moment, the young man in the blue cotton robe could no longer contain himself. He slammed his palm on the table, rising to his feet and declaring, "This is outrageous. As an official, one is tasked with governing a region and should be a benefactor to the people. Yet, this county lieutenant has not even assumed his post and already adopts an air of authority. Is it fair that because of a lost official seal, the entire inn must wait here? If this seal is not found today, must I remain here for an eternity, even to the point of marrying and raising a family?" With that, he waved his sleeve and made to exit the inn. Just as he reached the entrance, 2 armed guards swiftly blocked his path, sternly commanding, "Halt. By the order of the county lieutenant, no one is permitted to leave until the official seal is found. Step aside," the young man in the blue robe retorted, raising an eyebrow defiantly. "I am Qin Yun, the son of the Qin family from Taiyuan. No matter where I am in the northwest, I can come and go as I please. Who dares to stop me?" Those present who had traveled far and wide were well aware of the Taiyuan Qin family. Upon hearing his claim, a stir rippled through the tavern. However, upon closer inspection of his attire, many expressed skepticism. The Qin family of Taiyuan was as wealthy as nobility. Would a young master from such a family truly appear so shabby, without even a servant at his side? The doorman, taken aback by his appearance, could not help but scoff, clearly doubting his words. As the two continued to argue at the door, Ding Hao observed with a detached gaze and quietly inquired of Old Master Phone, "Is the Taiyuan Qin family truly that influential?" Old Master Phone replied, "Indeed. The Qin family of Taiyuan, the Li family of Guangyuan, and the Zhe and Tang families of Pingyuan, these are the 4 great families of the Northwest. The Qin family ranks 3rd among them, primarily engaged in horse trading, and their wealth rivals that of nations. They associate with high-ranking officials and nobility. If this man is indeed a young master of the Qin family, even our prefect would treat him with utmost respect. However, judging by his appearance, it seems he may be exaggerating his status." Upon hearing this, Ding Hao turned his gaze back to the self-proclaimed Qin Yun, contemplation evident in his eyes. At this moment, the young nobleman from Qin and the household chief at the entrance were engaged in a heated quarrel. The chief, enraged, commanded 2 sturdy men to apprehend him. With a cold smirk, Qin Yun suddenly stepped back, producing 2 small rods from beneath his robe. With a flourish of his hands, he twirled the rods like a whirlwind. In a matter of moments, he dashed into the formation of the 2 men, crouched low, and struck their shins with a resounding thwack, causing them to cry out in pain and collapse to the ground. Rising effortlessly, the nobleman leaped into the air, skillfully adjusting his stance. With a flick of his wrist, he tucked the 2 rods under his arms, standing tall and proud. The elegance of his movements captivated Ding Hao, who marveled at the spectacle. Goodness! If this young man were to utter a few playful sounds, he would be the very reincarnation of Bruce Lee. It turned out that the rods wielded by the young nobleman were known as shuangjigun, or nunchaku, in the vernacular of the Northwest, although their formal designation was panlonggun. They came in 2 sizes, the larger ones referred to as the panlonggun and the smaller ones as xiaopanlonggun. Unlike the later versions of nunchaku, these weapons consisted of 1 longer segment and 1 shorter segment. This weapon was conceived by the current Emperor Zhao Kuangyin of the Song Dynasty, who had recently ascended to the throne. Since his reign began, the panlonggun and his unique style of martial arts had gained popularity throughout the realm, inspiring many young practitioners to train in the Zhao family's long fist and panlonggun. However, few could master it as authentically as this young man. Upon witnessing his subordinates suffer a significant defeat, the household chief whistled, and 7 or 8 more sturdy men rushed to the entrance. The front line brandished their spears, while several others drew bows and nocked arrows. In the fierce martial culture of the Northwest, every able-bodied man was well-versed in combat, at such close range. If they released their arrows, the young nobleman had little hope of evading them. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, he found himself at a standstill, caught between retreat and advance. Taking advantage of the moment, 5 long spears closed in, encircling him, and the chief stepped forward to confiscate his rods. Zhao County officer, alerted to the commotion, emerged from behind. He held little faith in Qin Yun's self-proclaimed identity and sneered, "Your eagerness to leave, coupled with the possession of a dangerous weapon, raises suspicion. Seize him. I shall conduct the interrogation myself." The infuriated young nobleman was swiftly bound and taken away by the sturdy men. Zhao County officer turned to the patron seated in the tavern and declared, "You lot would do well to keep a low profile. Anyone who does not recognize the gravity of the situation and crosses paths with me will find themselves in dire straits. The people's hearts are as hard as iron, and the law is as unforgiving as a furnace. Once you have a record, you will find it impossible to move freely from then on." With that, he strode out with purpose. Ding Hao sat at the table, glancing at the anxious attendants, and murmured in despair, "What shall I do? How could this happen? Father entrusted me with such an important matter, and yet I find myself embroiled in this predicament. If I delay any longer, the Ding family may be ruined because of me." Tears streamed down her cheeks as she spoke. At another table, a handsome young man with charming peach blossom eyes sighed ruefully. What a misfortune to encounter such calamity during the festive season. Alas, it seems I must settle down here for the long haul. Look at all these downcast faces. How could anyone possibly have an appetite? He rose, picked up a plate of buns, and called out, "Waiter, please bring a pot of tea to my room. Please, take a seat. We have yet to thoroughly investigate the backyard." A local officer exclaimed, compelling the individual to reluctantly return to their seat. Ding Hao calmly surveyed the patrons within the restaurant. Noticing a flicker of attention, just as he was about to speak, he suddenly caught sight of Ding Hao, her tears cascading down her cheeks, leaving him momentarily stunned. As he prepared to voice his thoughts, Ding Hao resolutely stood up, and Ding Hao quickly followed suit, inquiring, "Miss, where do you intend to go?" I need to see County Officer Zhao." "Miss, the official seal is crucial to Officer Zhao's position and future. Do you possess the confidence to persuade him to allow our Ding family, 1,000 strong, to depart first?" I. Ding Hao stammered for a moment, but then her legs buckled, and she collapsed back onto the bench. Ding Hao gazed at her face, etched with despair, and suddenly proposed, "Miss, perhaps I should meet him instead." "You?" Ding Hao, Lu Shi, Li Shouyin, and others looked up in astonishment at Ding Hao. Feng Dazhong and Sa Zhuer were equally taken aback, with the latter discreetly tugging at his sleeve and whispering, that is the county officer. Even the miss cannot succeed. What use would it be for you to go? If you anger him, you may face severe consequences." Feng Dazhong added, "Little Ding, it might not be beneficial for you to go. Do not put yourself forward. We can only hope that this young Master Qin is indeed the thief who pilfered the official seal, for then we shall not be delayed for long." Ding Hao shook his head, offering a gentle smile. "The issue is that this young Master Qin is 90% likely to be the genuine article. If we remain idle, waiting for the truth to unfold, we might as well forego going to Guanyin and return to Bazhou to await our fate." Having spoken, Ding Hao adjusted his attire and confidently approached the small household leader guarding the back door of the restaurant. He bowed slightly and proclaimed, "I kindly ask you to inform County Officer Zhao that Ding Hao from Bazhou has matters to discuss." Chapter 16. The record of Lingqing Wei. As Ding Hao approached the residence of the County Wei of Zhao, he found the official's countenance even more foreboding than before. The man's mental state resembled that of a drowning individual, desperately clinging to any semblance of hope. The urgency with which the young Master Qin sought to depart had aroused the County Wei's suspicions, leading him to regard the young man as the most dubious character present. However, after subjecting Master Qin to a rigorous interrogation, the County Wei gleaned not a shred of useful information. Instead, he faced a vehement tirade from the young man, leaving him increasingly unsettled. Though the attire of the so-called Master Qin did not resemble that of a true scion of the Qin family, his audacious demeanor was undeniable. Take for instance the Ding family of Bazhou, a well-respected and affluent household. Even under the weight of official authority, they would think twice before challenging him. Yet, this Qin Yun exhibited an unrestrained arrogance. Could he genuinely be affiliated with the prestigious Qin family of Taiyuan? With such thoughts swirling in his mind, the County Wei refrained from resorting to torture, instead ordering that Master Qin be securely detained while he simmered in frustration within the confines of his chamber. At that moment, Jingming Lin from Chishui Town stood at the threshold, bowing and scraping as he announced, "County Wei, Master Ding Hao of Bazhou requests an audience." "Ding Hao? Another member of the Ding family?" "Indeed, esteemed County Wei," came the response. After a brief contemplation, Zhao Jie settled back into his seat and commanded, "Admit him." Ding Hao entered with poise, bowing respectfully to Zhao Jie as he stated, "I am Ding Hao, here to pay my respects to the esteemed County Wei." Zhao Jie narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Ding Hao from head to toe. The young man was clad in coarse fabric, presenting as a mere servant. Yet his refined features and composed demeanor betrayed no hint of the trepidation typically displayed by commoners in the presence of an official. Intrigued, Zhao Jie mused, "Earlier, I was perplexed by the sight of that girl masquerading as a boy. How curious that the Ding family would permit a woman to make such an appearance. Yet now, it seems that this Ding Hao is the true figure of authority. In those times, many commoners spent their entire lives within a mere 10 miles of their homes. And the highest-ranking official they had ever encountered was often a village constable. On rare occasions, they might be fortunate enough to see a clerk adorned in official garb. To them, a county magistrate was as grand as an emperor. Although the Ding family wielded considerable influence as landlords, even a humble servant would not approach an official with such composure. Thus, upon witnessing Ding Hao's demeanor, the astute County Wei hastily concluded that he was a young master of the Ding family. Little did he know that Ding Hao had encountered numerous governors, prefects, and high-ranking officials, and had even crossed paths with emperors, both domestic and foreign. Consequently, he possessed a calmness far beyond that of an unsophisticated commoner, untroubled by the weight of authority. Presuming he understood Ding Hao's true identity, the County Wei did not inquire further, but stated directly, "Ding Hao, if you have come regarding the matter of the grain convoy, there is no need to discuss it. The theft of the official seal jeopardizes not only my future but also the dignity of the court. The Ding family is numerous and influential. Who can say there are no unscrupulous individuals among them? Until this case is resolved, I shall not allow any release." Ding Hao smiled and replied, "Your Excellency, you have misunderstood. I have come precisely regarding the theft of the official seal." The County Wei's gaze sharpened suddenly, becoming piercing as he inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Ding Hao remarked, "I took lodging at this establishment last night, while the esteemed official was dining in the hall. So I trust he may have observed my presence. During my stay, I encountered several peculiar occurrences. Initially, I thought little of them. However, upon hearing of the theft of the official seal, my suspicions have grown considerably. Lacking expertise in criminal matters, I felt compelled to present these observations for your esteemed consideration. I believe, with your discerning insight, you may uncover some clues." Ding Hao spoke slowly, yet Zhao County Lieutenant's breaths grew increasingly labored. Before Ding Hao could finish, the lieutenant stepped forward, impatience etched upon his face. "Master Ding, reporting unlawful conduct is indeed a noble duty, and I commend your initiative. Pray, share your discoveries with me at once." In the tavern, Ding Yu and several stewards exchanged bewildered glances until Li Shouyin hesitantly remarked, "That fool has gone to see the county lieutenant. What could he be up to?" It was a fact that these stewards and labor heads, along with tenant leaders, were accustomed to dealing only with local officials of lesser rank, such as the village chief or tax collectors, individuals who wielded some authority but were not true officials. They had never laid eyes on someone of the county lieutenant's caliber, a figure of judicial authority with the power to mobilize local militia against bandits and to request reinforcements from higher authorities. His position was akin to that of a police chief with military command, embodying both martial might and a menacing presence. The rustic stewards trembled at the sight of the grim-faced Zhao County lieutenant, unable to fathom what had prompted the usually dull-witted Ding to act so peculiarly today. Ding Yu, aware of Shuai Yang's friendship with Ding Hao, cast a questioning glance in his direction. Shuai Yang, with a sheepish grin, scratched the back of his head and said, "Since recovering from his high fever, it seems as if he is transformed into a different person, appearing even more foolish than before. I am genuinely concerned for him." Noticing the odd expressions on the faces of those around him, he realized he had misspoken but remained oblivious to the nature of his error, resorting to stuffing a bun into his mouth to silence himself. The atmosphere in the tavern grew tense as everyone awaited news. Moments later, Lin Jiming, the magistrate from Shui Town, emerged from the back. The innkeeper hurried to inquire, only to learn that there was still no trace of the official seal, causing the crowd's spirits to plummet. After a while, a group of local militia armed with rifles stormed out, prompting everyone to instinctively rise. Their astonishment grew when they beheld the figures emerging behind them. Most striking was the sight of Zhao County Lieutenant, who had moments ago worn a scowl as if everyone owed him a hefty sum, now sporting a rare smile on his gaunt face. To everyone's shock, he was holding Ding Hao's hand, walking side by side as if they were the closest of friends. The two individuals entered the restaurant and came to a halt. Ding Hao cast a sidelong glance, and Zhao County Lieutenant comprehended immediately, directing his gaze towards the man with a sinister smile. With a mere flick of his hand, 8 sharp crossbows were swiftly thrust forward, startling the young man with the peach blossom eyes, who hastily raised both hands and exclaimed, Hey, gentlefolk, be cautious. What are you doing? Zhao County Lieutenant slowly advanced, his dark eyes fixated on him, a cruel smile gradually forming at the corners of his mouth. Now, tell me, where is my official seal? A commotion erupted in the hall, and the young man with the peach blossom eyes appeared utterly bewildered. After a prolonged moment, he finally regained his composure and exclaimed, Your Excellency, I am wronged, truly wronged. How can the loss of your official seal be attributed to me? I, Bai Su, am a scholar of Bo Prefecture, hailing from a reputable family. My father manages oil and medicinal herbs, operating several shops. Though not the wealthiest in Bo Prefecture, my family is certainly well off. How could I engage in such petty thievery? Zhao County Lieutenant's tone grew even more chilling. Oh, if that is the case, why are you not at home serving your parents during this festive season, but instead have ventured alone to this Qingshui town? Bai Su responded, I have traveled to study across the realm. I intended to return home for the festivities, but unfortunately, I fell ill on the road and required a lengthy recovery, which delayed my journey. Hence, I am now hastening back to my hometown. Zhao County Lieutenant sneered. Such eloquent words. Do you think to deceive me? Seize him and search his person. Immediately. 2 local stout men lunged forward and began searching the young man in front of Zhao County Lieutenant. Bai Su stood tall and dignified, his expression one of indignation. As the 2 men meticulously searched him from head to toe, leaving no strand of hair unexamined, yet they found no trace of the official seal. The once confident Zhao County Lieutenant suddenly appeared anxious. The onlookers in the restaurant observed with skepticism, doubting Zhao County Lieutenant's judgment. The young man before them, with his refined features and cultured demeanor, did not resemble a common thief. Moreover, he was dressed in fine attire. Beneath a sheepskin cloak was a brocade robe and jade belt, adorned with a jade ornament at his waist, truly resembling a young master from a wealthy household. Ding Hao watched with a discerning eye, fixated on Bai Su's every movement. Even the slightest shift in his expression did not escape his scrutiny. And he began to waver internally. Could it be that he had misjudged? Seeing that nothing could be found on Bai Su, Zhao County Lieutenant grew impatient and inquired, Has his room been searched? Someone nearby replied, Your Excellency, I have searched thoroughly. There is nothing amiss. Furrowing his brow, Zhao County Lieutenant pondered for a moment before addressing the innkeeper. Has this man stored any valuables with you? The innkeeper hurriedly responded, Yes, indeed. But when he lodged here last night, those valuables were left in my custody, so it seems. Enough talk. Bring them forth for inspection. Yes. I shall fetch them at once, the innkeeper replied, hastily retrieving the key to unlock the chest. The chest was crafted from elmwood, its grain intricate and tough, making it difficult to split or saw. It was robust and additionally encased in a thick layer of iron, weighing over 100 pounds, and firmly secured to the counter with nails. Using the key, he unlocked the 3 locks and retrieved the package stored at the wall-in, bringing it over to County Lieutenant Zhao. As Zhao opened the bundle, a cascade of gold leaves, silver ingots, jade ornaments, and 2 pieces of crimson silk spilled onto the table. Upon unfolding the silk, Ding Hao leaned in for a closer look, but before he could grasp the situation, Ding Yulu had already turned away, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. It turned out that the 2 pieces of crimson silk were indeed intimate garments for women, one embroidered with mandarin ducks frolicking in water, and the other depicting lotus blossoms emerging from the depths, both delicate undergarments. Laughter erupted in the restaurant, and the Wall-in-S face flushed with embarrassment, indignantly declaring, County Lieutenant, though you hold a position of authority, such humiliation towards a scholar is utterly disgraceful. It is a true affront to decorum. Zhao cursed under his breath, feeling as though he had touched something unclean, hastily discarding the women-esque garments. When he turned to face Ding Hao again, his expression darkened slightly. Young Master Ding. His tone turned somber. Lu Shi and the others were utterly perplexed, wondering when this dullard had become a young master, especially being addressed as such by a dignified official. Ding Hao had been observing the Wallin's demeanor closely, unable to discern any flaws until Zhao discarded the garments, when a glimmer of suspicion flickered in his eyes. An knowing smile graced his face. Zhao, despite being an experienced official, was momentarily flustered due to the potential loss of his own future. However, he was still quite astute. Upon noticing the smile on Ding Hao's face, his expression softened. Ding Hao's gaze shifted from the wall in S flushed face to the untouched plate of buns in front of him, and he remarked lightly, "Sir, it seems this young gentleman is quite concerned about that plate of buns. He seems less bothered by the scattered gold and silver than by the fear of you knocking it to the ground." Understanding the implication, Zhao reached out toward the plate of buns. The wall in S face paled, and with a shout, he flung 2 silver ingots at Zhao's face. Then, with a swift, nimble movement, he ducked and sidestepped, taking advantage of the gap created as Zhao lunged forward, rolling away like a clever mouse. His agility leaving onlookers in awe. In an instant, he darted to the door, bracing himself against the ground, raising his rear in a posture reminiscent of a modern sprint. Just as a flurry of arrows rained down around him, the shafts trembled ominously, the nearest arrowhead mere inches from his fingertips. Had he been any swifter, he would have found himself skewered. Startled, the Wallen's knees buckled, and he fell to the ground, for crossbows aimed at his back. Zhao had instructed the constable to be prepared before entering the restaurant, after all, as a veteran in apprehending thieves. Allowing a petty criminal to escape under his watch would indeed be a farce. Zhao County's deputy did not glance back. Sweeping aside the table laden with gold and silver, as well as the intimate garments of a woman, he grasped a plate of steamed buns. Casting a brief glance over it before carefully taking the half-eaten large bun and gently prying it open, with a soft clink, a copper seal fell onto the table, instantly illuminating the deputy's eyes. The seal was square, measuring 2 centimeters on each side, with a shaped knob, crafted from yellow brass. The right side of the seal bore the date of its casting, while the left side displayed the institution responsible for its creation. The top of the knob was engraved with the character, indicating the orientation of the seal's inscription. The surface of the seal featured an incised inscription in negative relief. According to the Song Dynasty system, seals used by officials of the provincial and county offices were referred to as, while those belonging to subordinates of county officials were termed. All official seals were uniformly cast by the Wensi Yuan of the Song Dynasty. New officials received their seals upon taking office, while departing officials surrendered theirs. This newly minted seal of the Lini County deputy was indeed the very one that had been stolen from Zhao County's deputy, the Lini Wei Ji. Chapter 017. Unraveling the threads, Zhao County Lieutenant stood at the town's entrance, gazing at Ding Hao's receding figure. Stroking his beard with a sigh, this individual possesses a meticulous mind and keen observational skills. Should he accompany me to Linqing? It would not be unreasonable to offer him a position as an assistant. With a bit of refinement, he could soon become an invaluable aide. The assistant is not an official but a subordinate, and the county magistrate has the authority to assign such roles. Officials seldom engage directly with the common folk. These subordinates are crucial intermediaries, wielding significant influence locally. Just like Song Jiang, the illustrious figure from Watermargin, who thrived as an assistant in a small county. Beside him, Qingshui Town's Lin Jiming listened, his face filled with envy, exclaiming, "Since the county lieutenant holds him in such high regard, why not retain him?" Zhao County Lieutenant smiled modestly, shaking his head. Miss Ding arrived first, and Ding Hao followed. It is evident he is the one managing affairs for the Ding family. I have heard of the Ding family from Bazhou. How could their young master leave his hometown to serve as a mere clerk in my Linqing? It is truly a pity. By the way, is this a common trait among you northerners? Zhao County Lieutenant's question was perplexing, leading Lin Jiming to chuckle awkwardly. What do you mean, County Lieutenant? Do the sons of affluent families here prefer to disguise themselves as unremarkable individuals, even posing as servants? Zhao County Lieutenant inquired, slightly furrowing his brow. Just moments ago, he had apprehended the true culprit and promptly released the young master of the Qin family, apologizing while inquiring about his true identity. However, that young master, in a fit of rage, mounted his horse and departed, leaving Zhao County Lieutenant feeling quite disheartened. He found it exasperating that with such attire, the young man claimed to be from the Qin family, devoid of any identifying token, who could recognize him. The manner in which this Ding young master dressed was even more absurd, as he outright masqueraded as a servant. Zhao County Lieutenant couldn't fathom how such peculiar customs persisted in the Northwest. Was it due to local unrest, fearing abduction? As Zhao County Lieutenant pondered, a throng of people rushed out from the town, with one individual breathlessly calling out, "County Lieutenant! County Lieutenant! That thief has escaped!" Furious, Zhao County Lieutenant exclaimed, You inept fools. How could so many of you fail to keep watch over him? The man, wearing a pained expression, replied, Sir. I did not expect this either. We searched him thoroughly and bound him securely, yet he managed to break free. When he scaled the wall to flee, I grasped him, only to find I had pulled out a handful of his hair. It turns out the thief is bald. Zhao County Lieutenant snatched the wig from the man's hand and hurled it to the ground, berating, Fool, what use is a wig in your possession? A mere petty thief dares to stir trouble under my nose. I cannot let him go unpunished. Pursue him. Ensure he is captured and returned to me. No. Ding Hao, how did you discern that Zhao County Lieutenant's official seal was in the possession of that wall dweller? As the convoy departed the town, Lu Shi, Li Shouyin, Sun Feng, and Yang Yu eagerly gathered around him, excitedly inquiring, for they regarded this Adai as exceptionally astute. Look back, and behold. The county constable of Zhao stands at the town's entrance, bidding farewell from afar. Just a moment ago, he referred to him as Brother Ding, a title bestowed by the esteemed county magistrate. What an honor. Ding Hao smiled and said, There is nothing particularly mysterious about this, since I entered the inn last night. I have found the behavior of this wall dweller to be most suspicious. Now that the county constable has stolen the official seal, he is naturally the prime suspect. Pray tell, what makes this individual so dubious? Li Shouyin and the others, anxious, scratched their heads in confusion. Ding Hao chuckled. Last night, when I dined at the tavern with Feng Dezangbian and Zhu Er, the county constable of Zhao, young Master Qin, and this wall dweller were also present. Among the three, if we speak of attire, the wall dweller was the most extravagantly dressed. However, I observed that he ordered only the common dishes found in the countryside. Perhaps the inn had run out of finer delicacies, so this was not particularly surprising. Yet, he savored his meal with such gusto, which hardly befits his supposed status as a son of a wealthy family from Guozhou. Lu Shi interjected, That does not seem right. This morning, when the county constable was inquiring about the identities of the lodgers, it was he who proclaimed himself to be from a prominent family in Guozhou. How could you have known yesterday that he was a lavishly dressed young master? Ding Hao replied, Indeed, what I observed yesterday contradicts his self-proclaimed identity this morning. Adding to my suspicion, last night, 3 peculiarities about him stood out. First, while pouring his own drink, he scrutinized every person entering the inn. Feng Dezangbian, Zhu Er, and I entered, and he examined us one by one. We are not maidens, after all. What could possibly be so interesting about us? The group erupted in laughter. Ding Yuluo, perched upon his horse, tightened the reins intentionally to linger beside Ding Hao's carriage, straining to hear him speak. Observing his crude manner of speech akin to that of a commoner, he shot him a disdainful glare, though Ding Hao remained oblivious. Ding Hao continued. When he paid for his meal, he tossed a pile of coins onto the table with remarkable familiarity, akin to a habitual gambler fondling copper coins. When he rose to return to his room, he carefully lifted the hem of his long robe as he passed through a small threshold leading to the backyard, indicating that he is not accustomed to wearing such garments. In contrast, young Master Qin Yun presented a different demeanor. His air of elegance is not particularly remarkable, as such attributes can be feigned or disguised. However, certain small habits are not easily altered. In our Song Dynasty, mutton is esteemed while pork is looked down upon. Affluent families predominantly consume mutton and eschew pork. Young Master Qin, dressed in humble attire, requested mutton upon entering the inn. And upon learning that only half a pig's knuckle remained, his displeasure was evident, suggesting he seldom partakes of pork. Moreover, after taking his seat, he instinctively raised his feet slightly, only to find nothing beneath him. This indicates that whether he travels by carriage or sedan chair, or dines at home, the vehicles or tables he uses must have footrests. Thus, upon sitting down, he instinctively sought a footrest, a habit cultivated only by the sons of the affluent. Lu Shi, Li Shouyin, and the others were utterly captivated, utterly unprepared for the profound insights embedded within such seemingly mundane observations. Ding Yuluo was equally entranced, his enchanting gaze fixed upon Ding Hao, sparkling with admiration that hinted at a newfound reverence. Ding Hao remarked, There is another matter. Last night. Last night? Master Feng's snoring was so loud that I could not find sleep. I stepped out in search of a quieter place to rest, and happened to see that wall-dwelling spirit sneaking past the corridor. While this cannot serve as evidence of his thievery, it certainly amplifies his suspicions, particularly when we crossed paths, and I informed him of my sleeplessness due to the disturbance. He immediately suggested tearing a corner of the quilt to stuff cotton in my ears. Is this truly a notion that a young master from a prominent family would conceive? Ding Hao, despite his current youthful appearance, possessed a maturity that belied his age, having frequently dealt with domestic affairs that required meticulous observation. Yet, having recently arrived in this era, he retained a freshness of perspective, rendering him particularly sensitive to the subtleties that others might overlook. His experiences within the Ding household, where he often engaged in cleaning and driving splendid carriages, endowed him with a keen awareness that enabled him to discern the unusual amidst the mundane. The surrounding individuals, unaware of the underlying details, listened to his captivating analysis and regarded him with awe. Yang Yi, Li Shouyin, and others expressed their admiration for his insightful observations. Ding Yulu glanced at him and, unable to suppress a smile, remarked, "From now on, you need not share a room with Master Feng while resting. All right. Everyone's curiosity has been satisfied. You may disperse now and ensure the caravan is well attended to." Upon hearing this, the crowd complied and scattered. Ding Yulu, leading her horse forward, suddenly reined it back and approached Ding Hao, standing tall and declaring, "Ah, Ding Hao, from this moment forth, you shall no longer drive the carriage." "Ah, then, what shall I do? Your meticulous mind makes you quite valuable. You shall serve as an overseer for my grain transport team, responsible for scouting routes and arranging our stops along the way. How does that sound?" Ding Hao, resting the whip against the carriage shaft, beamed and replied, "What right do I have to question the decision? If the young lady deems it fitting, then it is indeed so." Ding Yulu feigned anger, retorting, "I ask you if it is acceptable. If it is, then it is, and if not, then it is not. Do you wish to be reprimanded for your flattery?" Ding Hao immediately exclaimed, "It is acceptable." Chapter 018, The Machinations of the Wall Residents. In this chapter, Ding Hao assumes a role akin to that of Lu Shi, overseeing the comings and goings, engaging in constant interaction with others. His ascent from a mere house servant to this position has earned him the respect of his peers. In society, one's status is often elevated by the support of others. Thus, the stewards, upon encountering the esteemed county lieutenant, Zhao, find themselves breathless, while Zhao affectionately refers to Ding Hao as Brother Ding. How could the brother of the county lieutenant not be worthy of managing affairs for the Ding family? Furthermore, the task at hand is arduous, assigned by the esteemed Miss Ding, and it is not guaranteed to receive the approval of the master, who would dare to contest him. Consequently, the other stewards treat Ding Hao with great courtesy, refraining from any underhanded tactics to undermine his authority. In the days that followed, their journey progressed smoothly. Ding Yulua's exceptional hospitality ensured that all were well fed and comfortably accommodated. On days when they made good time, he even rewarded the group with a bit of wine money, thus garnering the unanimous support of the entire grain transport team. Long-distance transportation was inherently laborious, and their accelerated pace left everyone fatigued, yet complaints were scarce. Ding Hao, accustomed to providing grassroots service, easily integrated with the team. His patience allowed him to manage even those with mild intellectual disabilities, and he quickly became well acquainted with the group. Within a few days, the Ding household had fully adapted to this new version of Ding Hao. Many even expressed a hint of envy at how a fever had seemingly awakened his intellect, transforming him from a clumsy individual into a charming and adept figure. His demeanor in conversation and conduct surpassed that of the ever-dutiful steward Lu. Even Miss Ding frequently sought his company, not only to discuss routes and plans but also to engage in light-hearted banter. Despite the family's reluctance to acknowledge him as a son, she seemed to accept the existence of this older brother. Following Ding Hao's advice, the grain convoy altered its pace to expedite the journey, traveling swiftly for 2 days and resting for 1 night, maximizing speed without exhausting the crew. Due to their large number, once a route was confirmed, they promptly dispatched individuals ahead to arrange lodging and meals in the upcoming towns, thus saving considerable time. Rough calculations indicated that, at this rate, they would arrive in Guangyuan approximately 3 to 4 days later than originally scheduled. It was unlikely that Guangyuan would be entirely devoid of provisions, especially with many households preparing for the upcoming festivities. A delay of a few days would likely not incite unrest among the populace or weaken the morale of the troops. Ding Yulua finally felt a sense of relief, and after sending individuals ahead to inform General Cheng Shixiang in Guangyuan, a rare smile graced her face. On this day, as they passed through Huanshui town, their caravan had just entered when they encountered another party approaching from the opposite direction. The leading 4 officials wore black gauze hats, dressed in blue cotton garments, and donned blue boots, all covered by a large cloak made from patched sheepskin. A waist knife hung lazily at their sides. Behind them, several constables, clutching their clubs, were escorting a group of about 100 prisoners, their noses reddened from the cold as they shouted and berated their captives. The prisoners, clad in tattered garments and disheveled hair, their foreheads adorned with golden seals, appeared to be convicts sent to the northwest for military service. They were dressed even more scantily than the constables, shivering like water radishes under the winter sun. Two groups simultaneously entered the town, instantly stirring up a commotion. The Ding family's caravan, numerous and well-equipped, found themselves confronted by either constables or prisoners, causing the caravan's whipmasters to feel a sense of trepidation. And the vehicles veered aside. The street was effectively blocked by the two groups, prompting the constables to curse as their progress was hindered. At that moment, a bald figure stealthily blended into the crowd of onlookers. This individual, with delicate features and naturally alluring peach blossom eyes, donned an oversized monk's robe. His head was completely shaven, devoid of hair and any signs of ritualistic markings, suggesting he was an unordained novice monk. His appearance was strikingly handsome, and if he were to fall into the hands of a gentleman with a proclivity for beauty, he would indeed be considered a rare treasure. Amidst the crowd, he took note of the Ding family's caravan and smirked slightly, revealing a bemused expression. How oddly fate had entwined their paths. This man was none other than Baisu, a thief who had escaped from Qinshui town. A habitual criminal, he had been caught in the act of theft at a wealthy household, where he became infatuated with the lady of the house, losing himself in their illicit affair and neglecting his thieving ways. Upon being discovered, he fled, ultimately reaching Qinshui town. Initially, he had intended to steal more valuables in Qinshui town before making his escape. However, upon noticing the imposing figure of County Lieutenant Zhao, he decided to target him. To his dismay, upon making off with what he believed to be treasures, he discovered that what Zhao had concealed was not jewelry, but rather an official seal. His audacity was considerable. Adhering to the age-old principle that a thief should never leave empty-handed, he planned to extort money from County Lieutenant Zhao using the seal. Unfortunately, he fell into the clutches of Ding Hao. As he was bound, the local militia stripped him of all valuables. Later, while Zhao was escorting Ding Hao out of town, Baisu cleverly employed his skills to slip free of his bindings. Dressed in ragged clothing, he fled into the biting cold, shivering with chattering teeth, resembling a quail. Fortune smiled upon him when, not far from his escape, he encountered a traveling monk. Seizing the moment, he struck the monk down and stripped him of his robes. Effectively adopting the guise of a monk himself, he wandered, begging for food, and even managed to hitch a ride, swiftly distancing himself from the jurisdiction of Linqing County. Baisu possessed the monk's travel permit, and upon encountering a temple along his route, he contemplated seeking refuge there to endure the winter. However, he was unaware that this makeshift monkhood did not conform to the traditions of actual monks. The practice of wandering monks was restricted to specific periods of the year. From the end of winter retreat after the Lantern Festival until the commencement of summer retreat in mid-April, and similarly from mid-July until mid-October. Outside these 6 months, temples did not accommodate wandering monks seeking alms. The timing was not only inappropriate, but his shaven head also raised suspicions. Only fully ordained monks had the privilege to wander freely and seek lodging. He bore a completely bald head, resembling nothing more than a mere novice, which was a stark contrast to the identity inscribed on the documents. The monk, sensing suspicion, began to inquire further. With his answers being as mismatched as a donkey's lips to a horse's mouth, he realized he had exposed himself. Hastily, he concocted an excuse for a moment of convenience and fled over the back wall of the thatched hut, once again escaping in a panic, this time forsaking even the documents. Clad in monk's robes, he sought alms from passers-by and, after much difficulty, arrived at the town of Huanshui, only to encounter the Ding family's caravan. As the caravan approached, Baisu felt a surge of resentment, his teeth grinding in irritation. With a swift flicker of his eyes, he suddenly picked up a small stone from the ground, concealing it within his sleeve while stretching his neck to observe. As the large cart trundled right before him, he deftly extended his hand from his sleeve and flicked the stone, which shot forth, striking the mule squarely in the eye. Though the mule was robust, the eye was a vulnerable spot. Thus, it let out a pained bray and bolted forward. The 4 officials, caught off guard, hurriedly darted to the sides, only to regain their composure and unleash a torrent of curses. The mule cart continued its reckless advance, crashing through the officials and colliding with a cart pulled by a donkey on the opposite side, finally being brought to a halt by the driver's firm grip. That donkey cart was laden with numerous black jars containing pickled vegetables, and upon impact, dozens of jars shattered, spilling their briny contents across the ground. Baisu chuckled softly, withdrawing his neck and sauntering away. The officials, incensed, pointed and shouted, "You dare to defy us and collide with the magistrate? Bring forth the men, upend their carts, and teach them a lesson." The officials wielding their rods barked commands, and those prisoners, who had just moments ago appeared pitiful, suddenly transformed into ferocious beasts unleashed from their leashes. They howled and charged toward the Ding family's grain carts, throwing punches and kicks, overturning carts and smashing goods. Whatever caught their fancy was swiftly snatched up, resembling a pack of rabid dogs, turning the street into a scene of utter chaos and disorder. Chapter 019. A scheme Lu Shi hurriedly approached, and upon witnessing the scene, he quickly stepped forward, wearing a forced smile and bowing low, exclaiming, "My lord, please refrain from violence. Let us discuss this amicably. The beast is blind." The constable, with a defiant neck, retorted, "Indeed, it is evident that this creature lacks sight. If I do not lash it a few times, it will not comprehend the gravity of the situation. Strike it until it learns to bray like a donkey." At the command of the constable, several prisoners, who had just overturned a cart, charged forward with fervor, each more ferocious than the last, beating Lu Shi mercilessly until he rolled on the ground, wailing pitifully. Chen Feng, Yang Yi, and the others stood frozen in fear, daunted by the ferocity of the constables and prisoners alike. Ding Hao rushed over, and upon seeing that they had already overturned 3 carts, scattering grain all over the street while continuing to strike and smash, she was instantly incensed. Her brows furrowed in anger. She commanded, "Cease this at once." "Oh, I say, such a ruckus resembles that of a female, and indeed, it is a young lady," remarked the constable, noting her striking appearance in male attire, his eyes glinting with lascivious intent. "My lady, I am escorting prisoners to Chinko prison. This is a matter of great importance. Your mule may have startled, but look here. Not only have my men been injured, but you've also damaged numerous jars of pickles. If the prisoners do not have food, and chaos ensues, what do you suppose will happen?" Ding Hao, suppressing her fury, responded, "Your Excellency, our cart collided with yours, and I sincerely apologize. For the injuries sustained, I shall cover the medical expenses. For the damaged jars, I shall also provide compensation. Might I inquire if this resolution meets your approval?" "Ha ha ha, my lady. You speak so lightly, as if it were so simple to appease me." The constable wore a mischievous grin, almost emblazoned with the words, "I am a rogue," across his forehead. Ding Hao replied firmly, "Then what would you suggest, Your Excellency?" Before the constable could respond, a prisoner shouted, "Is that even a question? As long as this charming young lady spends the night with our lord, then all will be forgiven." Laughter erupted among the surrounding constables and prisoners. Ding Hao, unaccustomed to such humiliation and crude remarks, felt her face flush crimson with rage. She retorted, "Are you not officials but bandits? In broad daylight, under the heavens, you dare to extort and threaten?" The constable, grinning, replied, "My lady, you hit the nail on the head. I am indeed a bandit masquerading in official garb. What of it? You provoked me, not the other way around. You toppled my men and expect to leave with just a couple of silver ingots? Such logic is absurd." These constables, tasked with overseeing prisoners in the Northwest, often found themselves lacking in sustenance, burdened by tedious duties and meager salaries, leading them to adopt the corrupt practices of local authorities. Many sought ways to profit outside their official duties. In everyday life, one often encounters itinerant merchants who resort to deceitful tactics to extort money. Each year, following the autumn inspections, these officers conspire with prisoners sentenced to severe penalties, promising them favorable treatment in prison. Seizing the opportunity during prisoner transfers, they exploit any chance to swindle others out of their wealth. Should anyone dare to resist or oppose, the officers incite a band of ruthless thugs to perpetrate robbery and violence. In the sparsely populated regions of the Northwest, where merchants are often outsiders, the burden of pursuing legal action is too great for them to bear. If the matter is pursued, the officers conveniently shift all blame onto the prisoners, resulting in endless legal wrangling. Generally, if a robbery victim lacks significant connections, local officials are disinclined to investigate thoroughly. Consequently, the trend of deceit escalates. And after several successful exploits, the escorting officers grow increasingly brazen and reckless. Today, upon witnessing the formidable convoy of the Ding family, the officers initially refrained from extortion. However, since the Ding family inadvertently provoked them, the ruffians see no reason not to take advantage of the situation. Miss Ding stands elegantly, her beauty captivating, her every expression imbued with charm. The officer, rarely encountering such a striking maiden, finds himself increasingly intrigued. He realizes he may not have the right to engage with such a beauty, yet he revels in the thought of gaining some verbal advantage. Thus, as Miss Ding grows more indignant, his satisfaction only deepens. Seeing his mistress humiliated and standing bruised and battered, Lu Shi musters his courage and addresses the officer, "Esteemed sir, the grain we transport is military provisions destined for Guangyuan. If we delay, you too shall bear the consequences. It is our fault. And we are willing to offer you some silver, but how can you treat us so unjustly?" Upon hearing Lu's veiled threat, the officer erupts with fury. Pointing and scolding, "You grain merchants are the most heartless of all, buying low and selling high. Some have even stooped so low as to mix husks and dirt into the grain. When calamities strike, you hoard supplies, selling rice for exorbitant prices, robbing the very sustenance of the people. Even when selling grain to the government, you deceive both the authorities and the public for profit. Now you dare to have the border troops pressure me. Whose military provisions are you transporting? Come back and let this chief see." The officer's tirade leaves Lu Shi blushing. Rendered speechless, merchants seeking profit naturally resort to hoarding and speculation. The government, when purchasing military provisions, employs a system of estimation, convening local merchant guilds to collectively determine the buying price. These merchants often collude with brokers and officials, setting prices artificially high while deliberately refusing to accept goods from other grain transporters, forcing them to sell at lower prices to local merchants. Many merchants, encountering military affairs, boastfully stockpile grain, compelling the government to raise purchase prices. In times of disaster, those with surplus grain often close their stores, manipulating prices to profit from the misfortunes of the impoverished. In a mere span of 20 or 30 years, the Ding family transformed from nothing into a prosperous dynasty. This remarkable rise can be attributed not only to the astute and visionary nature of Ding Qingshuan, but also to the fortuitous timing that aided their ascent. When Ding Qingshuan had grain awaiting sale, the region was beset by both natural disasters and rampant lawlessness. The land lay barren, and the populace was displaced, surrounded by the remnants of tragedy. During the most harrowing times, it took 2 gold ingots to exchange for 3 buns from those who possessed grain. Seizing upon this opportune moment, the Ding family skyrocketed to prominence, acquiring vast tracts of fertile land and establishing themselves as the wealthiest in Bazhou. The process of initial accumulation is often fraught with bloodshed. Ding Qingshuan, though generally principled, was not exempt from this reality. And one can only imagine the actions of others in similar circumstances. Descendants frequently lament the moral decline of humanity. Yet they remain oblivious to the true behaviors and ethical standards of ancient people. While it is true that noble individuals existed among them, as chronicled extensively in historical texts, the unjust were far more numerous. Furthermore, due to the inadequacies of the historical system compared to the present, unscrupulous merchants in ancient times often wreaked greater havoc than their modern counterparts. Ding Qingshuan was well versed in the intricacies of grain trade, engaging with military forces to provide supplies without raising or suppressing prices, consistently maintaining a fair market rate for his exclusive transportation of military provisions. By securing a contract for the advance of grain funds from the military, he became the sole transporter. The leaders of the frontier forces, burdened by excessive corruption among their clerks, found it impossible to manage the situation effectively. Thus, they designated the Ding family, with their vast landholdings, as the exclusive grain supplier, streamlining many processes and saving considerable military expenses. Presently, the Ding family's grain is destined for the frontier to be sold to the military. However, they have acquired a monopoly on grain trade through personal connections with military leaders. As the grain has yet to arrive at the official granaries, it does not qualify as official military provisions. Not to mention, the army would not dispatch personnel for protection, nor do they possess various privileges during transport. The local official, a mere clerk, well understood the underlying circumstances. Lu Shi's audacious claims regarding military grain only served to provoke annoyance. Ding Yulu raised an eyebrow and inquired in a low voice, "What would your excellency suggest we do about this matter?" Upon seeing the young lady's light reprimand and alluring demeanor, the clerk, taken aback, became flustered. Amid the jeers of his companions and the prisoners, he shamelessly reached out to grasp Ding Yulu's chin, grinning as he suggested, "How about accompanying me for a drink, my dear? We can sit down and discuss this matter at leisure." Miss Ding, incensed by his lewdness, retaliated by sweeping her riding whip downwards, striking his hand with a sharp crack. The poorly clad clerk, unaccustomed to such treatment, yelped in pain, his brows knitting together as he winced. The prisoners, witnessing the constable's humiliation, surged forward, encircling Ding Yulu protectively. Chapter 20. The Ways of the Small-Minded. At this moment, Ding Hao, who had rushed into the town to arrange accommodation, arrived upon hearing the commotion. Upon seeing Ding Yulua encircled by a group of prisoners, he immediately shouted and pushed his way through, pulling Ding Yulua behind him. He exclaimed, "What do you think you were doing?" The constable, feeling a twinge of pity for the beautiful Ding Yulua, was less courteous towards the man. Upon noticing Ding Hao standing protectively in front of her, he sneered, "Who are you, emerging from some crevice like a grasshopper? Are you perhaps this young lady's suitor?" "My dear, I must say your taste seems rather questionable." Ding Yulua's face flushed with indignation, and had it not been for Ding Hao shielding her, she would have retaliated recklessly. However, Ding Hao remained unperturbed. Unlike the sheltered young lady, who had traveled extensively yet always under the careful arrangements of her family, never needing to concern herself with the trivialities of dealing with lowly characters, Ding Hao's experiences were markedly different. While she might have claimed to have gained experience, she was still far from adept at navigating encounters with such individuals. Ding Hao, on the other hand, had frequently dealt with the likes of underlings and petty officials. Fully grasping the saying, "The king is easy to meet, but the spirits are troublesome," officials often took heed of their status and rarely engaged in overtly outrageous conduct. Whereas the common folk were another matter entirely. Many complications arose from the actions of these lesser individuals, often over trivial matters. One must be firm yet adaptable to achieve great things. While principles are essential, one must not be inflexible. Currently, the Ding family's most pressing challenge was transporting military provisions to Guangyuan. It was a time to be humble, even if it meant enduring some indignities. To escalate minor grievances into major confrontations would be folly. Thus, upon hearing the constable's taunts, Ding Hao remained calm, wearing a faint smile as he plotted his response. He stepped forward, gazing skyward with an air of arrogance, and proclaimed, "I am merely a steward of the Ding family, insignificant in the grand scheme of things. Yet, I am not someone you can humiliate at will." The elder of the Ding family is a prominent figure in the entire Bazhou, and he frequently mingles with the governor. "Who are you to obstruct my family as transport of provisions?" The constable, unaware of the Ding family's significance in Bazhou, felt a flicker of surprise at Ding Hao's words but was momentarily unsure of their implications. However, with so many brothers and prisoners present, he could not afford to lose face. Considering that Bazhou was separated from this place by a county and that they were not directly subordinate to one another, his arrogance resurfaced, and he coldly retorted, "So what? My duties are of great importance. Now that your Ding family has injured our men and damaged our cart, this matter could escalate to the highest courts. I am in the right here, and I fear you not. Do you intend to summon the governor of Bazhou to intimidate me? As for my name, I shall let you know. I am Zhao Jiabao, head of the local prison. Can you dare to challenge me?" Ding Hao possesses a profound understanding of the psychology of these petty individuals who wield power through the guise of others. He initially feigns an air of arrogance to suppress their audacious demeanor. Should they retreat in the face of adversity, the matter would be resolved. However, if they are reluctant to yield due to concerns for their pride, harboring thoughts of reconciliation, he can then exploit their predicament. Upon witnessing that the Zhao family stronghold indeed exhibits hints of bluster concealing fragility, Ding Hao suddenly displayed a countenance of surprise and exclaimed, "What? You are Brother Zhao from the Zhao family stronghold?" Zhao Jiaba was momentarily taken aback by his demeanor, his expression of shamelessness fading as he hesitantly inquired, Do you recognize me? I have long admired your esteemed reputation, truly." Ha ha ha. With a look of sheer delight, Ding Hao approached him, and, seeing Zhao Dujiao still in a daze, affectionately draped his arm around his shoulder, leading him towards a quaint little hotel nearby. "Ah, Brother Zhao," he exclaimed. "What a commotion this has caused. It seems we have a case of the flood washing over the Dragon King's temple, where family no longer recognizes one another." Zhao Dujiao stammered in response, Do we know each other, my good sir?" Ding Hao entered the tavern, summoned a few appetizers and a jug of wine, and pressed Zhao Jiabao into a seat. With a beaming smile, he said, "Brother Zhao, you may not recognize me, right? Ah, but I recognize you. The shallow mouth of the great prison falls under the jurisdiction of Feixiang County. That Feixiang County constable, ha ha ha." Zhao Jiabao tightened up, quickly standing up, and with a clenched buttock, said, You are a relative of the esteemed Wu Darren from our county?" Ding Hao hurriedly urged him to take a seat, chuckling, Not at all. This esteemed Master Wu. Surely you have heard of the Honorable Zhao Jie, the magistrate of Linqing County?" "Oh, you haven't?" No, the county constable Mo has already retired to his hometown. Currently, the constable of Linqing County is named Zhao Jie. Zhao, a distinguished gentleman, and I have long considered each other as brothers. Just a few days ago, we shared drinks together. During our gathering, I mentioned my intention to deliver grain to Guangyuan. And Zhao specifically brought up your county's constable, Wu, stating that they are close friends. He suggested that I could seek Wu's assistance if any matters arose. Ding Hao continued. Though Zhao is newly appointed, his deep camaraderie with Constable Wu has made him well acquainted with the notable figures of Feixiang. He even spoke of your esteemed brother Zhao, mentioning that he oversees the Shanka prison, where the local miscreants flee at the mere mention of his name, portraying him as a local hero. It is unfortunate that he lacks capable subordinates, which he lamented. Throughout my life, I have sought the company of heroic individuals. And hearing Zhao speak so highly of your brother has left me in awe, stirring my aspirations. Just look, within a few days, my wish has been fulfilled. And I finally meet your brother Zhao. Oh, Zhao Jiabao managed to muster a smile, suddenly finding himself transformed from a figure of intimidation into a good friend and admirer. Zhao Jiabao struggled to adjust to this new identity. Ding Yulua, along with several attendants and officers from the Shanka prison, stood outside, gazing with confusion at the two men inside the tavern, toasting and sharing camaraderie like long-lost brothers. Had it not been for their knowledge that Ding Hao had never left the Ding family estate, they might have truly believed these two were siblings separated for many years. Ding Hao filled a cup of wine for Zhao Jiabao, smiling as he said, "Brother, I am on a mission to deliver rations to the Guangyuan army. If the supplies are delayed and jeopardize important military matters, I cannot bear the consequences. Otherwise, I would have liked to linger here with you for a few days. Perhaps next time, I will treat you to a proper banquet. We cannot celebrate in such a humble setting." He glanced outside at the officers with sabers and inquired of Zhao Jiabao, "Brother Zhao, those officers with sabers, they are all official constables, correct?" The term official constables was something he had learned from Zhao County's magistrate while in Qingshui town, and it was now aptly employed to demonstrate his familiarity with the workings of the bureaucratic system. Official constables refers to constables who hold positions sanctioned by the court. Each county government has 3 classes of officers: the black-clad class, the strong class, and the quick class, with only a handful of genuine constables among them. Typically, a real constable is assigned 2 deputy officers, each of whom has several assistants, totaling about a dozen individuals under the supervision of one constable. This is what is meant by official constables. Zhao Jiabao, thoroughly swayed by Ding Hao's flattery, began to believe that he was acquainted with everyone in the entirety of Feixiang County, able to navigate connections effortlessly. It was as if he were suggesting he was a favored guest of the county magistrate. Zhao Jiabao was diligently processing Ding Hao's words when he instinctively nodded in agreement. Ding Hao then waved his hand outside, calling out, "Xiao Luo, come here for a moment." Several individuals outside were in a daze, looking at each other, none daring to move. Ding Hao called again, "Xiao Luo, I am addressing you. Come in. Brother Zhao is a straightforward man, not a fearsome tiger. What is there to be afraid of?" Seeing him beckon, Ding Yulu glanced around in surprise, stammering, "Is he calling for me?" The timid Zhu heir replied, "Miss, it seems that A Dai is indeed calling you." The managers looked expectantly at Ding Yulu. Surprisingly, she did not explode with anger. After a moment's hesitation, she obediently approached, leaving the managers in astonishment. Zhao Jiabao glanced at the somewhat bashful Ding Yulu as she approached and leered, "Who is this young lady to Brother Ding?" After asking, he raised his eyebrows in a playful manner. Ding Hao replied earnestly, "She is my younger sister." "Oh." Zhao Jiabao immediately retracted his lascivious demeanor, sitting up straight, more serious than a deity in a dilapidated temple. "Xiao Luo, this is Brother Zhao, the head constable mentioned by Zhao County's magistrate. We are all on the same side. The recent misunderstandings are of little consequence. However, since Brother Zhao's men injured a few of our brothers, we cannot let him bear the burden alone. Please fetch 2 taels of silver, so Brother Zhao can buy drinks for our brothers. But, regarding the dozens of jars of pickles that were damaged, I wonder if the local shops have sufficient stock. This matter is indeed quite tricky." Upon hearing this, Zhao Jiabao promptly stood up, declaring with a sense of camaraderie, "Brother Ding, are you not belittling my men? We are all brothers here. I can certainly bear such minor grievances." He lifted a glass of wine and downed it in one gulp, tightened his belt, and strode out of the hotel. Standing beneath the eaves, he waved his hand with grandiosity and proclaimed, "You wretched thieves, what are you still doing standing there? Do you expect me to treat you to a feast? You lowly scoundrels, hurry up and gather the pickled vegetables. Once you are in prison, what will you eat?" Ding Hao exchanged a knowing glance with Ding Yulua, who promptly produced 2 silver ingots. Ding Hao seized them and hurried to Zhao Jiabao, handing them over while saying, "Brother Zhao, I truly appreciate your kindness. This silver is not for you. The Ding family's caravan consists of 200 large carts and over 1,000 people. And we have yet to find suitable lodging in town. I must continue to search for accommodations and cannot personally apologize to the officials who have been wronged. Please, use these 2 ingots to host a banquet on my behalf. Well, if you insist, I shall accept, Zhao Jiabao replied somewhat awkwardly as he tucked away the silver. Though Huanshui town may be poor, it is indeed expansive. How can the vast estate of Chaobaozheng not accommodate your 200 carts? Ding Hao sighed with a bitter smile. I have already sought assistance from Chaobaozheng, but he refuses to lend a hand, even for a rental fee. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jiabao laughed heartily and said with a sneer, "What an arrogant old man. Do not worry, I shall accompany you to request his assistance. He will have no choice but to comply, whether he likes it or not, and he won't receive a single coin from us. If he declines, I shall remain here today, bringing this 100 or so prisoners to his doorstep, consuming his food and drink, and making a mockery of him. Only then will your brother's prowess be evident." Chapter 021. Whispers from the inner courtyard with the intervention of Zhao Dutu from Zhao family fort. The local wealthy landowner of Huanshui town, Chao Baozheng, begrudgingly acquiesced to lend his backyard to the Ding family caravan. While he typically profited handsomely from such arrangements, this time he would earn nothing, yet still had to graciously welcome the guests, leaving him feeling quite outmaneuvered. Upon returning to his main house, he was met with a torrent of scolding from his wife. The Chao family's inner courtyard was indeed vast, far exceeding the imagination of future rural households. The northwestern region, being sparsely populated with relatively poor land, meant that each family owned considerable acreage. As a local authority, the Chao family possessed power and influence, naturally amassing the most land. Their backyard encompassed nearly 30 acres, easily accommodating all members of the Ding caravan. The weather this evening was particularly warm, with the wind lacking any chill. Given that there was only one small inn in the town, the members of the Ding caravan opted to stay in the Chao family's backyard, erecting tents for their lodging. As they prepared to head northwest, into the truly desolate areas where few inhabited villages existed, they needed to procure essential supplies for the journey. Thus, once settled, the caravan leader, Feng Dezangbian, took several stewards, including Chen Feng, Yang Yi, and Li Shouyin, to the town to gather vegetables, dried meats, wines, and medicinal supplies. Meanwhile, Ding Hao, having spent the afternoon drinking with Zhao Dutu and his entourage, returned to the Chao family's inner courtyard somewhat inebriated. Although the wine was not particularly potent and had been at risk of souring due to prolonged storage, it still contained alcohol. Having been actively involved in managing the caravan's affairs, Ding Hao felt fatigued, and the effects of the drink soon overwhelmed him. Upon returning to his tent, he fell into a deep slumber, sleeping for over 2 hours before awakening to the darkness of night. Emerging from the tent, Ding Hao found that many weary laborers, having feasted and drunk their fill, had succumbed to sleep. Despite the numerous inhabitants of the courtyard, an eerie solitude enveloped the space. To the right of the courtyard lay a hillside, adorned with many peach and plum trees, their leaves long fallen, leaving only the stark branches behind. In the distance, the sounds of gongs and cymbals from the town's festivities could be heard, as the townsfolk celebrated the new year with lion dances, dragon dances, lantern displays, and riddles. A string of red lanterns swayed gently from a tall flagpole, illuminated by the rhythmic sounds of drums, amplifying the profound stillness of the courtyard. Standing beneath the flagpole, Ding Hao began to shake off the effects of the alcohol, his mind gradually clearing as he pondered his own thoughts. This journey had broadened his horizons and allowed him to showcase his capabilities among the Ding family stewards. However, upon his return, what would Ding Tingshuan's attitude toward him be? Would his efforts yield the recognition he sought? Could he improve his standing within the Ding family? Would he be able to rely on the Ding clan to launch his own endeavors? While he may never attain the stature of a prominent gentry like Ding Tingshuan, with the insights he had gained, perhaps given the right opportunity, he could lead a fulfilling life. Life itself is about existence. If one can live more joyfully than others, that may well be sufficient. As Ding Hao pondered, a faint rustling of footsteps echoed behind him. Turning around, he beheld Ding Yulua approaching stealthily, clad in male attire. She had just bathed, allowing her long hair to cascade freely, unconfined. The warmth of the night rendered her hat unnecessary, and her charming visage was partially veiled by her flowing locks, her eyes sparkling like the brilliant stars adorning the night sky. "Miss." Ding Hao felt a twinge of embarrassment and quickly turned to bow lightly. "This afternoon, in order to deal with those local officials, I failed to apologize to you, Mississippi. While in town to fend off that Zhao Duzhu, I impersonated the head of the Ding family and called upon your esteemed name. It was truly a transgression. Ding Hao regarded him for a while before suddenly bursting into a melodic laugh, her smile radiant like a moonlit night bloom. Enough, enough. Do not feign scholarly airs before me. How many characters do you truly know to engage in such pretentiousness? You managed to send those ruffian officials away without hindering our important matters. That is indeed a commendable deed. Am I truly so ungrateful as to hold you accountable for this? Ding Hao's face flushed. Ding Hao continued, as a young lady leading a grain convoy to Guangyuan. Navigating dealings with others is indeed quite inconvenient. Your assistance has eased my burden significantly, while outwardly we may not arrange things so. In essence, are you not the de facto leader of our convoy now? If the grain reaches Guangyuan in a timely manner, that would be your monumental achievement. She gracefully approached Ding Hao, a subtle and refined fragrance wafting towards him, captivating his senses. I have always found it curious. You have never ventured far nor undergone any significant trials, yet your poise in handling affairs is remarkably mature, surpassing even that of Deacons Liu and Li. Ding Hao shrugged. Well, I cannot say. In moments of urgency, I simply forged ahead. Initially, I spoke without clarity, but as I continued, the words flowed naturally. I merely considered what would benefit us without pondering the underlying rationale. Ding Hao sighed gently. If it were not for this, it would indeed be hard to fathom another explanation. Alas, it seems you are a naturally gifted prodigy, untrained yet adept. If only you could undergo further refinement. She sighed deeply, turning away to gaze into the distance. Throughout this journey, I have not encountered elder brother. I suspect he must have taken a shortcut home by now. I wonder how is his injury faring? May the heavens protect the eldest brother. Once he returns home and invites a skilled physician, I trust he will not suffer any serious complications. Ding Hao strained to recall his memories of Ding Qingzong, but they were exceedingly vague. Unlike Ding Qingye, he was a mature and composed individual who, at a young age, had assumed the majority of the family responsibilities. Most of the year, he was preoccupied with external affairs, and encounters with him at home were few and far between, leaving Ding Hao with only a faint impression of him. Indeed, I share your sentiment. May elder brother be favored by fortune. Ding Hao sighed once more, then rallied her spirits. In 3 days, we shall likely reach Guangyuan. From this moment onward, the path ahead is exceedingly desolate. Should bandits harbor intentions toward us, this very road would be most conducive for their nefarious schemes. Thus, we must exercise heightened vigilance. Indeed, I am but a humble man. Ding Hao turned back to glance at him, a smile gracing her lips as she remarked, You possess both eloquence and quick wit, though your formal education appears to be lacking. However, in this harsh and frigid Northwest, the enlightened populace is few. To establish oneself here, one must rely on genuine skill. The teachings of sages may not necessarily find practical application. If you ever have the chance, consider learning the arts of archery and horsemanship. Mastery in these disciplines is beneficial for fortifying one's body and serves well for self-defense. Nevertheless, I believe that even the most adept martial artist might falter before a volley of arrows from a throng of ruggedly trained commoners. The prospect of achieving greatness solely through martial prowess seems exceedingly limited. Ding Hao, hailing from a future era where the power of knowledge was revered, held a somewhat inadequate understanding of personal martial strength due to the advent of firearms, which relegated exceptional physical prowess and combat skills to mere spectacles. Thus, he regarded the assertions of this time with skepticism. Ding Hao, hearing such a perspective for perhaps the first time, raised an eyebrow and responded, Pray tell, what insights do you possess? Chapter 22. A startling revelation. I once believed that the most significant distinction between man and beast lies in man's capacity for wisdom. A beast's strength is invariably manifested through its formidable claws. However, a human's power need not solely be expressed through muscle. Those who rely solely on brute force are little different from wild animals. Ding Hao remarked with a smile that seemed both genuine and ironic. You may not have read many books, yet you speak with the eloquence of a scholar. Indeed, such rhetoric might find favor among those learned individuals in the Kaifeng prefecture. But it holds no sway here. It is often said that beyond man, there are men, and beyond heaven, there are heavens. Despite my martial training, I do not subscribe to the notion of a martial skill capable of vanquishing tens of thousands, or else why would we maintain armies? Nevertheless, martial prowess transcends mere physical enhancement. In the Northwest, where the influence of barbaric tribes is palpable, martial traditions are deeply revered. For instance, a soldier with commendable skills is likely to earn the admiration of superiors and the respect of peers, thus facilitating his ascent within the ranks. At such times, martial ability evolves beyond mere personal combat skill. It becomes a stepping stone to advancement. A destitute individual, possessing nothing but his bare hands, finds that military service is his most direct path to success. Should General Cheng Shixiang, who rose from the status of a mere servant to a formidable border general, hear your words, he would certainly disagree. Ding Hao exclaimed in astonishment. General Cheng Shixiang was originally a servant? Indeed. It is said that in approximately 3 days, we shall reach Guangyuan, and today marks the date for grain delivery. Although we are 3 days delayed, Guangyuan possesses sufficient reserves to endure this shortfall. Thus, Ding Yulua, in high spirits, patiently elucidated, General Cheng Shixiang was originally a servant in the household of Duke Du Chongwei of Jin. Duke Du is the brother-in-law of the Jin Emperor Shi Jing'ang, who shamefully surrendered the 16 prefectures of Yuyun to the Khitan and even referred to himself as the son of the emperor. Like him, his brother-in-law lacks fortitude. Duke Du was notorious for his greed and licentiousness during his tenure, stripping the land of its very essence, and when faced with conflict, he retreated in cowardice. Following the fall of Jin, Duke Du met with ruin, while General Qing fled to our Song Dynasty, enlisting as a soldier. Within a few years, through his remarkable skills, he rose rapidly through the ranks to become the renowned border general he is today. At this juncture, she paused briefly before continuing, of course. His ascension is attributable not only to his own capabilities but also to the patronage and support he received from influential figures. His benefactor is the Zhe family of Fuzhou. Since the era of Emperor Xuanzong of Tang, after more than 2 centuries of turmoil, the power of aristocratic clans has been significantly diminished. Yet they have not been entirely eradicated. In regions such as southern Fujian and our northwest, such noble families and semi-feudal powers still persist. For instance, in our northwest, families like the Yangs of Linzhou, the Zhes of Fuzhou, the Lis of Jiming, and the Wangs of Fengzhou are renowned aristocratic clans. Their martial strength formidable enough to command respect from our Song Emperor. They possess not only soldiers but also wealth and provisions. Among the 4 prominent merchants of the northwest, Tang, Qin, Zhe, and Li, the Tang and Li families are closely affiliated with the Zhe clan, which itself is a branch of the Zhe family engaged in commerce. The Li family, a prominent merchant clan, is a branch of the Jin Ming Li lineage. As Ding Hao listened intently, he remained composed, for his origins were enigmatic, and he had always shrouded his true identity in secrecy. Not only did he refrain from discussing it with anyone, but he also dared not reveal even the slightest hint. Upon his arrival in this unfamiliar realm, he had inquired with a local about the northern nomadic tribes, learning that their territory was called the Iron Tuo Kingdom. He had initially believed that history had undergone significant alterations. However, it appeared that aside from the name change from Liao to Iron Tuo, the historical narrative remained largely unchanged from what he was familiar with. This seemed reasonable, as the premise of the butterfly effect suggests that any changes would not occur without some counteracting force. Yet, in the reality of time travel, the influences one could exert were confined to specific locales. The people he interacted with and the experiences he encountered would naturally elicit varied responses from those around him, thereby mitigating any potential impact. If someone had indeed arrived in this ancient time before him and made a considerable impact, it would alter certain predetermined events. However, as long as the overarching trends remained constant, the fates of those heroes destined to rise would not be altered by his presence, and the world would remain fundamentally the same. With these thoughts clarified, Ding Hao felt a sense of relief. Since the notorious Shi Jing Tang still existed, and the Liao merely underwent a nominal transformation to Iron Tuo, he suddenly grew curious and inquired, "Is there a Tang kingdom to our south?" The people of this era were often isolated from information. Many farmers had never ventured beyond a 10-li radius of their homes, knowing only that the one seated upon the Golden One Hall was the emperor, oblivious to the emperor's surname. Major dynastic changes were sometimes only recognized after years of relative peace. Thus, Ding Yuluo did not find his question peculiar. She nodded in affirmation and replied, "Indeed. The Tang kingdom has been passed down through 3 generations, and the current monarch is named Liu." Ding Hao's heart surged with excitement at the prospect of witnessing a world he had previously encountered only through ancient texts, even if it had undergone some transformation. Liu, unbeknownst to him, would soon become a deposed ruler, strikingly similar to the Song Emperor Huizong. Both were tragic sovereigns and exceptional talents. One was celebrated as a master of poetry, while the other was revered for his calligraphy. Each favored unscrupulous advisors, to the detriment of loyal subjects. Liu indulged in excess, embraced Buddhism for personal gain, and favored the treacherous minister Huang Fu Sun, leading to the wrongful execution of the renowned General Lin Huzi. Similarly, Song Huizong placed undue trust in 6 corrupt officials, resulting in a corrupt and chaotic court. Liu Pin verses such as "The flowers brighten while the moon dims in the mist, tonight is perfect for a rendezvous," crafting an immortal image of the beloved Xiao Zhou. In contrast, Song Huizong wrote, "Soft jade lamps glow as wine is shared among friends, capturing the essence of Li Shishir, the most celebrated courtesan of the Song Dynasty." The distinction lies in the fact that Li Yu fell to the hands of a Han emperor, earning the sympathy of future generations, while the romantic allure of his talents was often overlooked, overshadowed by his incompetence. Conversely, Song Huizong fell victim to a foreign emperor, deepening the wounds of his descendants, who would forever lament his legacy, enduring 1,000 years of scorn. Ding Hao observed his distracted demeanor and couldn't help but feel a twinge of fear, promptly calling out to him. Ding Hao jolted back to reality, a bemused smile spreading across his face. "Why am I preoccupied with such matters? Throughout my life, if I can establish a modest fortune in the Northwest and live contentedly, that would suffice. The affairs of emperors hold no significance for me." Ding Hao, witnessing his moments of dazed contemplation followed by silly laughter, felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. This time, due to the treachery hidden among the personnel responsible for transporting grain, I dared not employ any of them. In haste, I assembled this ragtag group to form the grain convoy. Initially, I was quite apprehensive, but your remarkable performance has calmed my heart. Please refrain from alternating between shrewdness and foolishness, as I now rely entirely on you. Ding Hao chuckled. "Oh, not at all. I merely find the weather tonight quite." He tilted his head to gaze at the sky, his laughter abruptly interrupted as he suddenly closed one eye and lowered his head. "What's wrong?" "Ah, it's nothing. Just a snowflake happened to land in my eye. I thought it was unusually warm tonight, only to realize it's about to snow." As he finished speaking, Ding Hao abruptly paused, remaining silent for a moment. He suddenly lifted his gaze towards Ding Hao, whose smile had frozen on her face. The two exchanged glances for a while, an inexplicable fear gradually manifesting in their eyes, and together they slowly tilted their heads upwards. The sky was as dark as ink, and upon looking up, nothing was visible. It was not until the faint, dim red glow of lanterns hanging from a tall post illuminated a small area that they could see the snow descending in a flurry, blanketing the world around them. The snow fell like thick carpets, and in an instant, their hearts plummeted to the depths of despair. Chapter 023. Desperation. This winter has seen little snowfall, but now, the long-awaited heavy snow has arrived. In the northern regions, snowflakes fall like large mats, swiftly cloaking the earth in a shimmering white. Upon noticing the snowfall, Ding Hao and Ding Hao immediately sprang into action, rousing their weary companions, compelling them to rise and continue their journey, regardless of their reluctance. The snow fell thickly, enveloping the world in a blanket of desolation, and by dawn, a fierce wind had begun to blow. Initially, the snow, warmed by the lingering heat, clung to everything, people and wheels alike. However, as warmth dissipated, the biting wind drove the snowflakes directly into the collars of their garments, chilling them to the bone. From a distance, the group appeared as animated snowmen, trudging through the depths of snow that reached up to their waists. The wheels of their carts twisted and turned, struggling to advance through the heavy drifts. The drivers and the sturdy men accompanying the carts pushed and pulled with all their might, urging the mules onward. By noon, exhaustion had set in. Every step became a monumental effort, and the entire caravan finally came to a halt in the desolate wilderness, far from any village or inn. The bright sun hung high in the sky, casting a light that offered no warmth. Its rays glinted off the endless expanse of snow, blinding them with reflected light. The weary companions, huddled beside the carts as they hastily consumed their meager rations, bore expressions of fatigue. Despite Ding Hao, Lu Shi, and Li Shuing's fervent encouragement and promises of substantial rewards, they refused to take another step forward. Ding Hao's voice had grown hoarse from calling out repeatedly. Yet he persisted in his futile pleas. "Brothers, we have but a little way left to go. We have traversed countless mountains and valleys. We cannot falter at this final stretch. If we muster just a bit more strength, the vast plains lie before us." One exhausted laborer leaned against a cart. Weakly responding, "Manager Ding, the Ding family offers 3 days' wages for a day's work, and you have treated us well along the way. We all know how to weigh fairness in our hearts. If we could still walk, we would willingly carry our burdens, but we truly cannot move any longer." Feng, the chief whip, trudged back through the thick snow, his brows and beard frosted white by the biting wind. His bulky sheepskin coat, if dyed red, would have resembled a jovial Santa Claus. Upon seeing Ding Hao, he sighed heavily and shook his head, saying, "Young Ding, do not press the men further. Even if they were willing to risk their lives, it would be futile. The remaining stretch of road is already treacherous, and with the snow, we can no longer see the path. We have lost our way in this wilderness. If we continue, it won't be long before the cart axles snap. Then we can send someone to scout the way," Ding Hao replied. "Though it may be slow, it is better than waiting idly." "Scout the way? Even if we find it, the cart, laden with such heavy provisions, cannot move through this deep snow," Feng countered. Ding Hao glanced at the wooden wheels, which were barely half the width of automobile tires. The cart, burdened with its heavy load, was completely ensnared in the thick snow. The mules, limited in strength, could only manage the weight under normal conditions. In this scenario, even doubling their number would scarcely suffice to extricate the cart from the snow's grasp. Ding Hao gazed blankly at the disheveled convoy and the weary laborers, feeling utterly perplexed. While he might not have cared deeply for the Ding family's future, he had invested a great deal of effort into this matter, and now, was it all to end like this? After a lengthy silence, he finally managed to croak out, "Where is the young lady?" Those around him glanced about, but none could spot Ding Yuluo's figure. Just moments ago, she had been here, earnestly persuading the stewards, yet now, no one had noticed her departure. After some time, Shui Liang spoke up, "Adai, I saw the young lady heading in that direction." Ding Hao followed the direction indicated by the piglet, where the vast sky met the pristine white earth in the distance. The heavy snowfall had bent the reeds, forming graceful arcs, their tips buried in the snow, while the fuzzy reed stalks resembled a multitude of foxtails. On the thick blanket of snow lay a series of deep footprints. Ding Hao grasped the long whip from the yoke like a cane and ventured down the path marked by the prints. It was a slope, and were it not for the reeds bending like foxtails, the wind-sculpted patterns in the snow would have made the incline resemble a sandy beach, akin to the undulating waves of a desert, bleak and desolate. There stood Ding Yuluo alone, fixed in place. As Ding Hao approached her from the side, he noticed her face was as pale as the snowflakes upon her shoulders. The lifeless pallor rendered her almost statue-like. "Young lady," I inquired with Master Feng. "What?" She interrupted. He said that such bizarre weather caught even him off guard. The snow fell neither early nor late, but at this very moment, blocking our path, obstructing our means of survival. "Young lady," Ding Yuluo suddenly chuckled, the accumulated snow on her shoulders cascading down. "This snow seems to have been purposefully bestowed upon the Ding family." "Young lady," Ding Yuluo slowly turned to face him, a solitary snowflake drifting down and landing on her face, while her long eyelashes remained still. Her gaze met Ding Hao's, yet her vacant expression seemed to drift beyond him, as if she were gazing at the distant, overlapping mountains and rivers. "Adai, you should have been my second brother. But you must call me young lady. The Ding family's 30 years of wealth and splendor have never graced you with a single penny. Is this fortune or misfortune? In the past, it seemed a misfortune, yet now, it appears to be a great blessing. At least this catastrophic disaster befalling the Ding family will not implicate you in the slightest. Young lady, as long as the heavy snow does not melt, our provisions will not reach Guangyuan. It seems the heavens have forsaken the Ding family. Our fate is exhausted." Ding Yuluo's gaze flickered momentarily before finally focusing on Ding Hao, a faint smile gracing her lips. In times of peace, the robbery of a grain cart might not be of great consequence, but this is the military's provisions, and the northern tribes are currently harassing the borders. The Ding family has brought upon itself such a calamity that no one can save us. I believe Father will surely feel relieved that he has always regarded you as a stranger. It is this cold-heartedness that has inadvertently left a flicker of hope for the Ding family. The ancients wisely proclaimed that fortune often conceals misfortune, and misfortune may well harbor fortune. Reflecting upon this now, it rings undeniably true. She appeared dazed, her face flushed with an unusual crimson hue, a peculiar expression that sent a chill coursing through Ding Hao's heart. In a swift motion, Ding Yuluo, having concluded her words, drew forth a glimmering sword from behind her shoulder. Unable to save the Ding family, she now sought a clean demise, wishing to spare herself the humiliation of survival. Before Ding Yuluo could utter another word, her wrist flicked with urgency, and the blade glided towards her own neck. At that moment, the distance between them exceeded 2 zhang, with the snow on the ground thick enough to reach her knees. Even if one possessed the nimbleness of that thieving boy encountered in Qinghe town, it would be impossible to leap across in time to intervene. Ding Hao was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Chapter 024. Vitality. Fortunately, having noticed Ding Yuluo's unusual demeanor earlier, Ding Hao had already taken precautions. In this moment of urgency, with little time for contemplation, he swiftly unfurled his whip, raising his arm with a flourish. The whip cracked audibly, its tip darting through the air like a serpent, striking Ding Yuluo's wrist with a resounding impact. She cried out in pain, her fingers instinctively loosening their grip, causing her sword to slip from her grasp and plunge into the snow with a soft thud. As she let her arm fall, she gazed at Ding Hao in shock, a stream of crimson blood cascading down her wrist and splattering against the pristine, silver-white snow. Ding Hao cast aside the whip and charged through the snow, seizing her wrist with urgency. "What are you doing? Why seek death?" he demanded. Ding Yuluo replied despondently, "If the situation in Guangyuan turns dire, even if it is not due to a shortage of provisions, the blame will inevitably fall upon the Ding family. Regardless of the outcome, we cannot escape this calamity. The Ding family has committed a grave transgression. By law, the men shall be executed, and the women will be forced into the ranks of official concubines. If I die now, I can at least preserve my honor." The Song Dynasty is often regarded as the pinnacle of legal governance in Chinese history. Notably, it was a time when the gentry were seldom executed unless they committed treason. Typically, they faced exile. However, even in such cases, their properties were confiscated. For instance, the once prominent Prime Minister Ding Wei was dismissed and exiled to Hainan. Reduced to a minor official, with his assets thoroughly seized and his 4 sons, all of whom held official posts, dismissed as well. Yet, this leniency was reserved for the gentry and did not extend to commoners. In essence, the law did not apply to the elite. Should a commoner commit a serious crime or resort to theft or banditry, their female relatives could be sold into servitude or even into brothels. In remote areas, it was not uncommon for female suspects awaiting trial to be coerced into becoming official concubines. As a young lady from a prominent family, Ding Yuluo feared not for her life, but she could not bear the thought of such humiliation. Faced with the heavy snowfall, the bitter cold, and the certainty that provisions could not arrive in time, she succumbed to despair. After finishing her words, she bent down to retrieve her sword from the snow. In a moment of panic, Ding Hao reached out to pull her back. However, Ding Yuluo, trained in martial arts, moved with the grace of a willow in the wind. The disparity in their skills became glaringly apparent. With a mere exertion of strength, she utilized some technique unknown to him, sending Ding Hao soaring through the air, sliding along the snow for several yards before he landed in a daze. Ding Yuluo retrieved her sword from the snow, her face etched with sorrow. "Death is not as formidable as it seems. To let me die is truly what is best for me. Ah, fool. Yuluo, in my final moments, I call you second brother, only hoping that after my demise, you will return my body to Baz Ho, so I do not wander as a forsaken spirit in a foreign land." Ding Hao, his voice hoarse, urgently replied, "Who says the provisions will not arrive? As long as there is a glimmer of hope, we must not surrender." Ding Yuluo responded with a bitter smile. "Hope? Where is there any hope? With such heavy snow, provisions cannot possibly reach us." "Not necessarily. I have a plan." As Ding Hao witnessed Ding Yuluo preparing to take her own life with a sword, desperation sparked a sudden idea within him. He leaped up and exclaimed, "I've thought of a method that may be feasible. Are you not deceiving me? Is there truly a way?" Ding Yuluo, torn between belief and skepticism, appeared pitifully conflicted. "Come, let me tend to your wounds first." Ding Yuluo replied urgently, "With my life hanging by a thread, what use is there in bandaging wounds? Do you truly have a solution? Please, tell me swiftly." Ding Hao then shared his notion with her, to which Ding Yuluo responded in astonishment. "Is this truly possible? Can we traverse the snow in such a manner?" Ding Hao, taken aback, thought to himself, could it be that people in this era are unaware of what a sled is? He hastily explained, "This method I learned from an old beggar who passed through our village. Out of kindness, I offered him some bread, and during our conversation, he mentioned that in the far northern lands, they utilized this technique for transporting goods in winter. However, I cannot guarantee its effectiveness." Ding Yuluo murmured, "It sounds quite plausible." After a moment's contemplation, she bit her lip and resolutely declared, "Very well. Let us treat a dead horse as if it were alive. We shall proceed with this plan. What is the young lady intending to do?" Li Shouyin observed as everyone, following Ding Yuluo's orders, began to unload the mules and horses, strip away the provisions, and ultimately dismantle all the carts. The axles and wheels were removed, the entire structure of the carts overturned, and the shafts and wedges were secured upright beneath the empty frames, leaving him utterly perplexed. Lu Shi, the steward of the Ding family, stood disheartened at a distance, his gaze vacant as he muttered, "The Ding family is finished. The Ding family is finished. The young lady has lost her mind. Chen Feng and Yang Yi, two tenant farmers, squatted by the roadside, watching the bustling laborers with a sense of foreboding. Chen Feng sighed heavily. This time, the Ding family is truly at an end. Our good days are over. Yang Yi, unconvinced, replied, not necessarily. Regardless of who takes over, good farming practices are essential. To have good crops, we need the expertise of us local farmers. Chen Feng, with a sense of resignation, remarked, I hope so. But finding another master who treats us as kindly as Master Ding did may prove difficult. Yang Yi sighed. Let us wait and see what fate befalls the Ding family. We should be content with what we have. Ding Yulua removed her fur hat, busily directing the efforts around her, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead. A mist seemed to rise from her head in the frigid air, while Ding Hao, his voice hoarse, shouted out instructions that came out slightly off-key, sounding almost comical, yet the tone carried an undeniable gravity that deterred laughter. After hours of relentless toil, when all the carts had been dismantled, reassembled, and the provisions stacked anew, with the binding ropes transformed into slender cords, most people began to perceive the purpose behind their labor. The sledge, an invention of the northern tribes, serves as a winter transportation device. Initially, the indigenous peoples inhabiting the frigid, snow-laden territories of the north devised a means of conveyance strikingly similar to modern skis. This fact was chronicled by itinerant scholars during the Sui and Tang dynasties, yet it failed to capture the widespread attention of the Han people in the Central Plains. Subsequently, inspired by the ski, the northern tribes innovated the sledge, a mode of transport previously unknown to the Han territories. However, the unfamiliarity of these contraptions did not preclude recognition upon sight. When these sledges were arranged meticulously on the snow, stocked with provisions and tethered with ropes, discerning individuals swiftly grasped their purpose and function. Chen Feng and Yang Yi stood in awe and astonishment, craning their necks to observe the series of snow sledges strewn across the snowy expanse. After a prolonged moment, Chen Feng exclaimed, Is the young lady intending to? Oh, how ingenious of her to conceive such a method. But can this truly succeed? Yang Yi cast a glance at Ding Hao, who was busily gesticulating and coordinating the preparations, and scoffed, Look at that expression of yours. Is this notion truly the young lady's? This is the brainchild of that fool. Yet, this fool is no simpleton. Amidst the looming collapse and shifting loyalties, he retains his composure, his audacity, and his resolve. He is indeed a remarkable figure. As the wind picked up, snowflakes began to drift down once more. He tucked his hands into his sleeves, moistened his cracked lips with a lick, and with a sardonic smile, remarked, Ding Lao Da is in a precarious state. Whether he can rise again remains uncertain. Ding Lao Heir is merely a worthless scion, preoccupied only with indulgence. When it comes to managing the Ding family, he is utterly ineffectual. The vast Ding family estate, if entrusted to Ding Hao, alas. It is a pity that the patriarch sacrificed a potential gem for the sake of a favorable reputation. Chapter 25. Understanding and concealing. As preparations reached completion, the sky darkened. The wind howled, and snowflakes began to swirl gently downwards. Ding Yulua stood at the windward side and called out loudly to the gathering local strongmen. Now, a heavy snowfall has trapped us here. We are still 2.5 days away from Guangyuan, and I refuse to concede defeat. The vehicle was immobile. Yet with these, Ding Hao quietly interjected, sleds, or rather, snow sledges. Indeed, with these snow sledges, the snow shall not hinder our journey. These sledges, capable of carrying provisions, will not sink into the snow. If we unite our efforts, we shall surely deliver the supplies to Guangyuan in a timely manner. What? The local man, having never encountered such a means of transport, exchanged bewildered glances, expressing doubts. Can this contraption truly work? Miss, this large cart is in pieces. This sledge appears rather fragile. Will it not fall apart after a short distance? Ding Yuluo replied, in haste, this is the best solution we could devise. True, the sledge lacks nails and is secured by ropes. The provisions are not bound tightly, making transport somewhat laborious. However, as long as we support one another along the way, should any issues arise, we can promptly unload and resecure the cargo. It is merely over 2 days' journey. It will not be overly burdensome. With mules and horses to assist, we can surely overcome this obstacle. Miss, with such deep snow, reaching knee-high, it would exhaust anyone just to walk, let alone carry provisions and pull ropes. Is this truly feasible? Miss Ding, earning money without your life is pointless. To the Ding family, we have been more than reasonable. We cannot continue with this task. Cannot do it. Let us leave. The Ding family is finished this time. Let's return. Some began to incite others to disperse. You cannot leave. Ding Yulua's lips turned pale as she cried out, the Ding family has treated you well, as long as we can deliver the provisions. Coming out during the new year, we sought only to earn a modest wage, but this work, with no kinship or obligation. We cannot risk our lives for your Ding family. We are leaving. The commotion grew louder, and Ding Yulua's voice diminished. As she witnessed many abandoning the grain carts and turning back, her knees weakened, nearly collapsing into the snow. Ding Hao, quick and agile, rushed to support her. Taking a deep breath, he bellowed at the top of his lungs, everyone, stand still. His shout resonated through the wind, startling all into silence. They turned their bewildered gazes towards Ding Hao, who had transformed from a timid figure to one of cunning and now bore a fierce countenance, leaving them momentarily disoriented by a sudden change. Do you understand what this grain is for? The barbarian invaders are currently striking the grass valley at the borders of our great Song Dynasty. The troops stationed at Guangyuan serve as our bulwark. Should they falter in defending Guangyuan City, the enemy cavalry will be able to sweep in, burn your homes, seize your women, and take your lives. Everyone stood transfixed, gazing at the pale-faced Ding Hao, who was positioned upwind. The snowstorm intensified, obscuring even his features, yet his voice, carried by the wind, was crystal clear. With the biting wind and snow against his face, Ding Hao bellowed, at this juncture, do you think you can simply pack up and leave? Truly. It is as if you have dined on mere ash and are now casting off with ease. Do you understand why the Ding family offers you 3 times the wages? Because these provisions are contracted by the imperial army and must be delivered. He pointed sternly at the laborers, who recoiled in fear at his gaze. Ding Hao questioned, do you comprehend the laws of our great song? If you accept wages from your employer and then fail to fulfill your duties, what happens? You are liable to repay your wages. But now, you are engaged in a task for the border troops. If you abandon your post, leading to a defeat for the border forces and suffering for countless civilians, do you know the consequences? Confiscation of property. Execution. Ding Hao's tone was severe, rendering the village men momentarily speechless. Illiterate as they were, they knew little of the grand laws of the song. But they were aware of Ding Hao's close ties with the county magistrate and the head of the local prison. If he spoke of the law in such a manner, it must surely be true. What happens to soldiers who flee in battle? Execution. Why is this so? Because there is fear that others may follow suit, leading to defeat. What of those who abandon their posts while transporting military provisions? Without supplies, defeat is inevitable. Consider the weight of such a transgression, I implore you. Even if you lack intelligence, you ought to grasp this with common sense. If you abandon the provisions here and leave, you may escape for now, but the consequences will catch up with you. When you find yourself imprisoned and facing execution, your life will be irrevocably shattered. Others will come to till your fields, inhabit your homes, bed your wives, and raise your children. The villagers were struck dumb, not daring to utter a sound. A man possesses 2 firearms, one for himself and one for his son. A man owns 2 plots of land, one outside the house and one within. Now, both your firearms and your land are at risk of confiscation, and your very life is in jeopardy? Had they known, they would have preferred death to accepting this assignment. Amidst the howling winds and snow, only Ding Hao's hoarse voice rang out. Endure this hardship now and deliver the provisions to Guangyuan, and you shall not go unrewarded. Later, you can boast to your sons that it was your father who ensured that the hundreds of thousands of troops in Guangyuan did not suffer great losses. In this vast wilderness, the sound did not reverberate. Ding Hao's hoarse voice, uttered with urgency, dissipated into the air almost instantly. This only served to amplify the gravity of his resolve. A stir began among the 1,000-strong crowd, having heard Ding Hao's words. They started to realize that this dire predicament was not solely the burden of the Ding family, but that they were all bound together in this struggle. Ding Guanshi, a timid laborer spoke, we do not mind enduring hardship. For our entire lives we have sold our strength. Whether it be in the depths of winter, we can endure, but we have never performed this task before. The snow is so deep that lifting a leg sinks it to the knee. Those 4-legged beasts can manage for a while, but we are but 2-legged beings. To be human, one must survive. Ding Hao stood atop a large rock, proclaiming fervently, retreat means death, but advancing brings life. Before the grain reaches Guangyuan, none of us can afford to consider ourselves as individuals. From this moment forth, we are mules, we are horses, we are simply 2-legged draft animals. Having spoken, Ding Hao leaped down from the rock and dashed to a snow sled. He threw a pulling rope over his shoulder, tugging at the well-tied mule and commanded, go. Ding Yulu's eyes glistened with determination. Without hesitation, she hurriedly grabbed another rope. Standing beside him, securing it on her shoulder. Ding Hao assisted as they urged the mule to pull the sled, shouting, "Do not be lazy. Push forward with all your might. This sled is heavy to pull at first, but once we gain speed, it will become easier." Lu Shi, his face flushed and his neck thick, stepped forward as if intoxicated, raising his arm and rallying cry, "All true men, follow me. When the grain arrives, we shall stand tall with pride. If it does not arrive, we shall become nothing but lost dogs. Onward, let us fight." Under the life and death urgency, the laborers shed their lethargy, their spirits ignited. With eyes ablaze, they surged forth, seizing the ropes, and, against the howling northern wind, they trudged step by step towards Guangyuan. All was for survival. Ding Yulu and Ding Hao stood shoulder to shoulder, leaning into the task, pulling a simple sled laden with grain, their voices straining. Ding Hao pursed his lips, his cheeks taut, eyes fixed ahead, pushing forcefully against the ground as he tightened the rope. Ding Yulu whispered, Actually, you are mistaken. If the grain does not arrive, it will only affect our Ding family. It will not implicate these laborers and drivers." Ding Hao's gaze flickered slightly, and in a subdued tone he replied, "I know, but they do not." Chapter 26, A Moonlit Night in the Dead of Night. With the wind ceased and the snow settled, the convoy came to a halt. Grain sacks lay scattered everywhere, and the porters, exhausted from their arduous journey, sprawled haphazardly atop the sacks, sheltered by makeshift tents in the snow. They were bundled tightly in their leather cloaks, leaving only a narrow gap at the tip of their noses, and they slept soundly. Ding Hao felt as though his very bones were on the verge of disassembling. Despite being utterly fatigued, slumber eluded him. His heart felt ablaze, maintaining an exhilarating state of alertness, perhaps spurred by the potent liquor from Feng's gourd or the unprecedented thrill of commanding over 1,000 individuals in such a grand endeavor. The little piglet snored softly, curled up within its layers of cloak and bedding. Yet, Ding Hao quietly rose, treading lightly as he exited the tent. Beneath the luminous moon and sparse stars, a gentle breeze swept through, clearing his mind. The fire within him seemed to be subdued. Nearby, a few grain sacks served as makeshift anchors for the tent, providing a windbreak. Ding Hao wrapped his cloak tighter and lay upon the sacks, letting out a long sigh as he gazed up at the stars above. Ding Yulua had not yet succumbed to sleep. After the camp settled down, she dragged her weary body back, pacing until the entire campsite fell into a profound silence. However, not long after returning to her tent, she found herself restless and ventured outside again, wandering around the camp for an extended period. She was unaware of how far they had traveled or how much distance remained to Guangyuan, as the land was blanketed in snow. Having lost their way and traversed directly through the wilderness, they could only ascertain a rough direction. Even Feng had no idea of their precise location, leaving her in a state of unease. With a heart heavy with apprehension, she circled the camp, her thoughts consumed by the safety of the Ding family. This led her to reflect on her father's struggles. Having only transported grain once, she encountered numerous challenges, were it not for Ding Hao's sudden transformation and intervention. Their inexperienced party would likely still be languishing in Qin Shui town. Her father had built this enterprise from nothing, enduring countless hardships along the way. Wandering aimlessly, her heart weighed down. She eventually returned to the camp and was headed back to her tent when she suddenly heard a faint melody. Ding Yulua was taken aback. In the dead of night, when everyone was utterly exhausted, how could anyone be singing? Could it be a ghost? Suppressing her rising panic, she strained to listen for a moment, then gripped her sword and cautiously approached. "I am a wolf from the north, wandering in the boundless wilderness. The mournful northern wind blows past, the endless yellow sands sweep by. I can only clench my cold teeth, responding with 2 long howls, not for any reason, but for the legendary beautiful grasslands." "Who?" A sharp voice interrupted, and the singing abruptly ceased. Ding Hao sat up suddenly, silence enveloping the moment. He called softly, "Miss Adai?" "Ding Hao." Ding Yulua approached the sound, asking, "Why aren't you resting?" "I cannot sleep." "I too." Ding Yulua sighed softly and settled beside him. "What were you singing?" It had such an odd melody. Nonetheless, it was quite enchanting. "Ah, it is a song from the northern grasslands," he replied. "It was sung by an old beggar who spoke of sleds, and the melody was so unique that it stuck with me." Ding Yulua remarked, "This beggar, who knows of the sleds used by the people of the far north and sings such poignant and stirring songs, must be no ordinary man. What is his name?" His name is Hong Qigong," Ding Hao replied, weaving a fib without hesitation. Ding Yulua, undeterred, folded her weary legs and sighed. "It seems that men possess a broader perspective than we women. In such dire circumstances, with such immense pressure, you still find the spirit to sing. Yet I cannot sleep, nor can I eat. Ding Hao responded with a bitter smile. Miss, you flatter me. I, too, am troubled. Ding Yulua scoffed. What nonsense. How can one sing while troubled? Is it not said that men's woes are sung in women's sorrows? Women's sorrows are for wandering, I suppose. Well, there is some truth to that. After wandering about for half a day, my spirits have lifted considerably. Ding Hao wiped away a cold sweat and shifted the topic. Miss, worry is of no use. Since everyone has joined us to this point, you need not fear further descent. Our only course now is to muster every last ounce of strength to reach Guangyuan City. As the head of the Ding family, you must maintain your composure during such times. If you panic, so too will the hearts of the people. Moreover, even if the provisions arrive, they will inevitably be delayed. You must remain vigilant and manage relationships. What if you were to fall ill? Ding Yulua sighed gently and replied, I understand, yet I cannot still my mind. She gazed longingly into the gray expanse, suddenly pounding her thigh in frustration. Why do these barbarians not perish? Since ancient times, they have been nothing but thieves. Even when they establish their own nations, they remain akin to robbers, year after year raiding our lands, abducting our Han people, and seizing our grain. Ding Hao offered a rueful smile. It must be said that had the Tartars never invaded, the Ding family might not have attained such wealth today. I heard from Master Feng that our troops are in dire need of horses. While fortifying our defenses is feasible, pursuing and annihilating the enemy is another matter. 2 legs can never outrun 4. Thus, the initiative remains in their hands. They come and go as they please, and what can we do? You need not always feel that we are lacking. The most prosperous and affluent lands have forever been occupied by us Han people. And the most beautiful and temperate landscapes have always been enjoyed by us. Who has taken that from us? Ding Yulua had grown accustomed to Ding Hao's unique insights and was not surprised, merely listening intently. Ding Hao too gazed towards the vast northern mountains, softly stating, I have come to understand a truth. One must inevitably sacrifice something in the pursuit of gain. Heaven bestows fairness upon us, providing fertile lands for cultivation, bestowing a life of ease, yet it refrains from granting us the mightiest of powers. Otherwise, would not every corner of the world illuminated by the sun belong to us Han people? Those nomads, dwelling by water, living by the whims of weather, and relying on their livestock, endure hardships 100-fold more than we do. A person who frequently goes hungry is naturally more brutal than one who is well fed. Someone who has no food, no clothes, and is willing to fight desperately for a morsel is undoubtedly more valiant than one who has no worries about 3 meals a day. A person who has been riding since childhood, with no fixed abode, surviving through horseback archery and hunting, is certainly more adept at these skills than a well-trained soldier. Unless there comes a day when warfare is no longer reliant on the prowess of fists and blades. Otherwise, in the realm of combat and killing, we are indeed at a disadvantage. Thus, whenever our Han leaders falter, we suffer significant losses, just as when their barbarian leaders fail, they bear the brunt of our triumphs. However, our Han lineage is robust. No matter how hard we fall, we ultimately rise again, reclaiming the ancestral wealth squandered by wayward descendants. But can the barbarians do the same? Regardless of their ferocity, once we defeat them, they will never rise again, only to be replaced by another savage beast. Ding Yulua nodded thoughtfully, softly agreeing, indeed, no matter how illustrious the ancestors, when faced with incapable descendants, their fortunes come to an end. This applies to nations, to clans, and to families as well. At this point, her heart suddenly fluttered. Her elder brother's legs were both short, and if he could not recover to his former self, as long as he remained coherent and not foolish, he would still be the eldest son in charge. Yet he would ultimately find it inconvenient to interact with others and manage various affairs. In such a case, it would inevitably fall upon Qingye to take over. Given his temperament and character, would the Ding family not? Dai was supposed to be my second brother. If only father could overlook his mother's lowly status as a mere servant and allow him to recognize his ancestry. But would father ever acknowledge him? Chapter 027. Pujas and Temple treading through the knee-deep snow. The arduous task of hauling supplies akin to that of oxen and horses is indeed a formidable challenge. Among all, Ding Hao bears the brunt of this toil, for the snow sledge is laden beyond capacity, and the strength of the mules and horses is insufficient. Not only must he tether himself to the sledge, but he is also required to dart back and forth, overseeing the entire caravan's progress and guiding the local laborers in securing the disassembled sledges. After such relentless exertion, by the 3rd day, Ding Hao, drained of all energy, succumbed to illness, reduced to lying on the snow sledge, pulled along by others. His fever remained unyielding, and despite the caravan's scant medicinal supplies being administered to him, no improvement was evident. His forehead burned alarmingly hot. In this desolate expanse, devoid of any medical assistance, Ding Hao, filled with trepidation and concern, resorted to wrapping ice and snow in her scarf, placing it upon his forehead to alleviate his fever, lest it impair his mind. Throughout this journey, Ding Hao remained in a state of delirium, seldom lucid, often confused, only aware that the weary caravan pressed onward through the endless snowfield. Should they fail to reach Guangyuan city, it seemed inevitable that this beleaguered group would collapse entirely. The limits of human endurance are finite, and it is impossible to define nature solely by sheer will. On the morning of the 5th day, Ding Hao's fever subsided somewhat, and his consciousness returned slightly. Ding Hao, overjoyed, pulled on the tether while conversing with him, sharing accounts of the last 2 days. Suddenly, a cacophony of beast-like cries pierced the air. Startled, Ding Hao turned to see that the caravan had rounded a low hill, revealing a cluster of buildings on the vast, snowy plain. From a distance, it was evident that they had stumbled upon a temple. Up ahead, Feng Dazhang's whip soared as he leaped from the snowdrift, dancing and shouting with reckless abandon. Resembling a madman, this temple, known as Pujian Temple, is the largest in the vicinity of Guangyuan city. And the esteemed Master Kong is renowned for his profound understanding of Buddhist teachings, drawing many affluent patrons and notable figures from Guangyuan city to pay their respects and listen to his discourses. Naturally, Feng Dazhang recognized such a prominent establishment. Having traversed the wilderness, they had not followed a defined path, and with the heavy snow concealing all markers, Feng Dazhang had relied solely on instinct. Unaware of their precise location, it was only upon reaching this point that he realized they were just outside Guangyuan city. This location was a mere half-day's journey from the city, though that estimate applied to a typical, unencumbered pace. At their current rate, they would require a full day to reach their destination. The knowledge of their proximity to Guangyuan city ignited a frenzy among the caravan, their spirits soaring as they summoned their remaining strength to drag the supply carts, shouting and rushing towards Pujian Temple. At the temple's entrance, four young acolytes vigorously swept the accumulated snow when they suddenly beheld a throng approaching, accompanied by numerous mules and hauling peculiar, wheelless carts, their disheveled attire and strange cries leading them to believe they were being besieged by bandits. Instantly terrified, the 4 acolytes dropped their brooms and hurriedly retreated inside to secure the gate, subsequently rushing to report to Master Kong in a state of distress. In the grand hall, the sound of bells and gongs resonated harmoniously, while fragrant smoke spiraled upwards. The abbot, Kong, along with a group of venerable monks, was engaged in their studies when the little novice delivered a message, causing Kong to tighten his grip and inadvertently strike the wooden fish. In haste, the supervising monk and the attending monks rushed to gather the martial monks, while the abbot, along with the head monk, dashed towards the front courtyard as if the flames of urgency were licking at their heels. Outside the mountain gate, voices clamored incessantly, some hoarse and frantic, others expressing gratitude, while some pounded on the door. The cacophony of joy and despair echoed like a dance of demons, leaving the enlightened master, Kong, pale with fear. Witnessing the chaos among the monks, he realized that as the temple's master, he bore the weight of responsibility. He promptly instructed someone to raise a ladder. Clutching his prayer beads and silently reciting the name of Amitabha Buddha, he cautiously climbed the courtyard wall to steal a glance outside. The old monk, possessing a modicum more wisdom than the young novice, observed the scene for a while and concluded that the people outside did not resemble bandits or thieves. Gaining courage, he inquired and discovered that they were indeed the Ding family from Bazhou, transporting provisions to Guangyuan. Only then did Kong command the mountain gate to be opened, welcoming them inside. Out of respect for the abbot, Ding Hao, having finally encountered individuals from the vicinity of Guangyuan, was initially overwhelmed with inquiries but restrained herself out of courtesy. She patiently followed the abbot into the grand hall, and after paying her respects and offering incense, she urgently said, "Master Kong, I wonder if your esteemed temple has a physician among the monks. The steward of my caravan is suffering from a cold and high fever, and his condition is dire. If he is not treated promptly, it may endanger his life." Recognizing the presence of many medical monks within the temple, Kong quickly replied, "My junior disciple, Kong Jian, is skilled in medicine. You may bring the afflicted to the guest room for him to examine." Upon saying this, he turned to the welcoming monk and commanded, "Kongwen, hasten to summon your brother Kong Jian to the guest room for a consultation." Kongwen complied, and Ding Yulua expressed her gratitude. Thank you for your compassion, master. My Ding family caravan encountered heavy snow and was in great distress. To arrive at the Puji-zen temple today is truly a manifestation of the Buddha's grace. Here is a silver note for 1,000 taels, a donation from the faithful for oil offerings. I kindly request you accept it. Master Kong Kong, being a great and virtuous monk, remained composed at the mention of the substantial donation, having long since grown accustomed to the generous offerings of affluent families. Upon hearing of Ding Yulua's 1,000-tael donation, he maintained a serene demeanor, his heart as tranquil as still water. With hands clasped in gratitude, he humbly acknowledged her gesture, embodying the grace expected of a venerable monk. One of his disciples stepped forward to graciously accept the donation on his behalf. As the silver note settled into his pocket, a benevolent expression graced Kong Kong's visage, and with a gentle smile, he addressed Ding Yulua. Dear benefactress, please join me in the meditation room for tea and conversation. Kongji, please see to the arrangements for the Ding family's caravan. Due to Ding Yulua's generosity, the abbot personally attended to her. To avoid any suspicion regarding her presence as a female guest, he invited the head monk, Kong Xing, to accompany them to the meditation room, along with 2 young novices. As a steaming cup of tea was placed before her, Ding Yulua eagerly inquired, Master, this journey from Bazhou to Guanyin was fraught with peril, encountering bandits and heavy snow, which delayed our arrival by several days. I have heard that this winter, northern raiders are ravaging our borders with great ferocity. What is the current situation in Guanyin? As she posed this question, her heart raced with anxiety, fearing she might hear ominous news. The Puji temple is situated in close proximity to Guanyin. Should Guanyin fall, the temple would not retain its current tranquility. Hence, Ding Yulua speculated that the situation in Guanyin was not as dire as it seemed. However, even if the Guanyin forces had not lost the city, a few defeats might compel the local commanders to shift the blame onto the Ding family, as they were officials and the Ding's mere commoners. At that moment, the thought of appealing for justice would likely be futile, instilling fear in their hearts. Unexpectedly, Master Kong Kong, upon hearing this, appeared slightly astonished and began to smile while stroking his beard. Ding Yulua, taken aback, exclaimed, Master? Beside them, the head monk Kongji chuckled and joined his hands in a gesture of respect, saying, My dear benefactor, when did you hear such news? Indeed, this winter has been harsh, and the northern people, suffering from famine, have launched a massive incursion, plundering our wealth and citizens. Fortunately, internal strife among the northern tribes has caused the raiders to retreat 7 days ago. Upon hearing this, Ding Yulua was overcome with joy. Yet she felt as though all her strength had been drained, leaving her speechless and utterly exhausted, reluctant to even move a finger. Observing her state, Kongji assumed her silence stemmed from shock and explained further, the northern emperor Yel Shul, known for his brutality and debauchery, was assassinated during the winter hunt by ministers such as Shao Siwen and Yalasai, who concealed blades within their kitchens. Now, in their struggle for the throne, the chieftains of various tribes have gathered their forces, leaving them with little inclination to march south. Thank you for the information, Master. Ding Yulua managed to say, tears of joy streaming down her face. Before her words were complete, her eyes overflowed with boundless happiness. In front of the Hall of Merit, a gleaming little monk, dragging a large broom, curiously observed the hurriedly departing monk Kongjian and inquired of another monk, Master Xianzhao, what is all the commotion ahead? The large monk replied, It is merely the Ding family's grain convoy passing through. It does not concern you. Focus on your task of cleaning the main hall. If you continue to be so lazy, even if Master Kongwen shows you mercy, the abbot will not tolerate it. Yes, the handsome little monk, resembling a novice, nodded eagerly as he bid farewell to Xianzhao. As he turned to leave, he murmured to himself, It's them again, arriving rather swiftly. Such a large grain convoy, braving the heavy snow, it must have been a struggle for them. It seems those ruffian guards did not trouble them much. If it weren't for the fact that the young master here has set his sights elsewhere at Puji, I would have certainly played a trick on you. Having said this, he hoisted the broom and slipped into the main hall. Chapter 28. The temple's respite indeed, significant turmoil has arisen in the northern kingdom. The Emperor Yel Shulu indulges daily in excessive drinking, neglecting state affairs, and has developed a penchant for bloodshed. He not only slaughters high-ranking officials but also those closest to him, including servants and attendants, executing anyone who displeases him, which has led to a gradual erosion of public trust. Observing this dire situation, Minister Shao Siwen seized the opportunity to ally with a faction of nobles within the court. He bribed the anxious servants surrounding the emperor, stealthily concealing blades and infiltrating his chambers to assassinate him. However, loyalists to Yel Shulu remained numerous, and upon hearing the news, they expressed great discontent and began to amass forces to suppress the rebellion, plunging the northern kingdom into chaos and leaving them unable to turn their gaze southward. As the northern forces hastily retreated, General Cheng Shixiang of Guangyuan suspected treachery and dared not to relax his vigilance. He fortified defenses while dispatching scouts to gather intelligence, receiving updates only 2 days prior. Many citizens of Guangyuan remained oblivious to the unfolding events. It was only through the connections of Master Kong Kong, who had friendly ties with the local nobility, that he learned of the details when a noble family visited the temple to offer incense. Ding Yulua received this joyous news with overwhelming emotion, tears streaming down her face. The 2 senior monks were astonished and inquired about the circumstances. After offering words of comfort, they invited Miss Ding to stay temporarily in the guest quarters. However, Ding Yulua declined, emphasizing that despite the retreat of the northern invaders, their supplies had been delayed by 5 days. Even during peacetime, this was a breach of contract. Each additional day of delay would incur further penalties, and it was imperative to expedite the delivery of food. Thus, Ding Yulua expressed her concerns, indicating that their large entourage would only rest briefly at Pajizi before continuing on their journey. To prevent complacency, she refrained from sharing the news of the northern forces' withdrawal with anyone, except for Ding Hao, to whom she relayed the details in full. Ding Hao, upon hearing the news, was filled with joy. Given that Ding Hao's condition had shown signs of improvement and the caravan still had at least a day's journey ahead, Ding Yulua decided to leave him at Pajizi for further recuperation. Before their departure, she sought out Master Kong Kong once more, donating an additional 500 taels for the care of Ding Hao. Master Kong Kong gladly accepted, assuring her that to save a life is worth more than building 7 pagodas. Even without the lady's instruction, he would diligently tend to him. He further mentioned that the temple had a beneficial feature, a spring in the back that flowed throughout the seasons, its water bubbling like boiling liquid. Bathing in it could dispel wind and cold. He assured her that Ding Hao could be accommodated near the hot spring, receiving medication and bathing in its warmth, which would facilitate a swift recovery. Reassured by the monk's earnest promise, Ding Yulua felt a sense of relief. She visited Ding Hao once more before personally directing the caravan to continue its journey toward Guangyuan City. Pajizi had received a substantial sum, and though they did not voice it, they were deeply concerned for the guest remaining in their care. After bidding farewell to Miss Ding and her entourage, the head monk, Kongji, instructed the attendant monk Xianshu to move Ding Hao to the rear temple. Once there, sheltered from the wind and cold, he enjoyed 2 bowls of ginger soup alongside medication to alleviate his ailments, feeling significantly more at ease and spirited. 2 young monks accompanied him as they traversed the serene and elegant surroundings of the rear temple, where red plum blossoms were in full bloom. In the backyard, there stood pavilions and towers, with crimson plum blossoms adorning every corner. A meandering pool of water lay before him, shrouded in a delicate mist, reminiscent of an ethereal realm. Ding Hao was astonished to discover such a serene place within the temple. Master Xuanfa guided him through a labyrinthine path until they arrived at a small courtyard. Upon entering, the young monk was instructed to prepare the bedding and light the charcoal stove. With a warm smile, Xuanfa said, "Ding benefactor, please rest here. 3 meals a day and medicinal broths will be brought to you. The room behind has a hidden river connected to a hot spring. If you feel better, you may bathe in it." "Thank you for your guidance, Master," Ding Hao replied, adopting the local customs and joining his hands in respect. Xuanfa returned the gesture, smiling. "No need for excessive courtesy. The scenery here is exquisite, perfect for recuperation. However, I must advise you not to venture to the right beyond this door. Toward the Lotus Bridge and pool, there are family members and servants of a temple guardian residing there, and it would be inappropriate to disturb them." Ding Hao quickly assured him, "Rest assured, Master. I shall remain here to recuperate and will not wander aimlessly within the temple." "Very well then, I shall take my leave," the plump monk said, accompanied by 2 young disciples as they exited. Ding Hao shifted the charcoal stove closer to the Kong, lay down, and pulled the quilt over himself, letting out a contented sigh. Human desires continuously evolve with circumstances. During his time at the Ding household, he yearned to change his status and live a comfortable life. After enduring the harshness of the snowy plains and recovering from a serious illness, a bowl of hot soup, a warm stove, and a soft quilt sufficed as his greatest satisfaction. The medicine from the monk Kongjian proved effective, though bitter enough to induce nausea, It gradually alleviated his fever. Resting his head on his arm, Ding Hao contemplated. The northern forces had retreated due to internal strife, thus sparing them from a disastrous battle. And the Ding family's tribulations seemed to have passed. However, their delayed arrival nearly led to calamity, and the military in Guangyuan would undoubtedly harbor lingering fears, making them susceptible to further complications. Ding Tingxiuan, having built his family's fortune from scratch, possessed an exceptional intellect. He would not overlook these matters and should have informed Ding Yulua earlier. As a mere servant of the Ding family, such dealings with the powerful were beyond his purview. He had fulfilled his duties and could now focus on recuperating. Lost in thought, Ding Hao remained in his room while the guest monk, accompanied by 2 young disciples, proceeded to the main hall. Passing a small pavilion, he suddenly spotted a flash of gray monk robes among the nearby pines, prompting him to halt and observe closely. Emerging from behind the pines was a monk with a radiant bald head, impeccably clean and devoid of any blemishes. Xuanfa, slightly irritated, inquired, "Bishu, what are you doing there?" Startled, the monk quickly stepped forward, exclaiming, "Ah, Master Xuanfa, I was merely chasing away a few mice that were stealing lamp oil. They have scampered off into the distance." This monk was indeed Bishu, who had previously intercepted Ding Hao's family caravan at the Huanshui pit before heading towards Guangyuan, departing nearly 6 hours ahead of Ding Hao and the others. Along the way, he encountered Kongwen from the Pajizi, who was accompanied by 2 disciples. Being alone, Bishu sought to join them for companionship on the journey. This time, Baiso had learned to be cautious, aware of his ignorance regarding Buddhist teachings and the numerous regulations of the monastic life. He claimed to be a novice who had just left his master to become a monk. Unfortunately, he encountered bandits who killed his master, leaving him to wander alone in the world. He recounted his tale with tears streaming down his face, evoking great sympathy from Kongwen, who decided to take him along on his journey. As they traveled, they faced a fierce snowstorm. However, due to their light footsteps and familiarity with the path, they arrived at Pajizi 2 days earlier than the Ding family's grain convoy. Throughout the journey, Baisu employed flowery words, merely seeking someone to care for him as they traversed the wilderness. Upon reaching Pajizi, he contemplated slipping away to enjoy himself in Guangyuan City. To his surprise, he learned that a distinguished guest resided in the temple's back courtyard, none other than the female kin of General Cheng Shixiao, a protector of the temple, who had generously donated a substantial sum of 10,000 taels for her stay. Greed ignited within him as he thought of the wealth this individual possessed, pondering the possibility of securing a fortune and retiring comfortably. Fueled by this ambition, he feigned sincerity in his monastic intentions, initially taking on the role of a small novice in the temple while seeking an opportunity to pilfer the protector's riches. He had long forgotten about the Ding family's affair, unaware that the adversary who had previously thwarted his schemes remained in the vicinity. Xuanfa rolled his eyes and inquired, "Is the merit hall cleaned thoroughly, and has the oil in the lamps been replenished?" Baisu, with a forced smile, replied, "Everything has been tidied up, and the lamp oil is full." Xuanfa snorted, "Then return and stay put. This back temple is not for you to wander about freely. There are distinguished guests here. Do not disturb them." Yes, I will return right away," Baisu responded. As the guest monk, Xuanfa was meticulous about the temple's affairs, and he viewed this freeloading novice with disdain. However, since Kongin had brought him back out of compassion, he could not send him away. With a flick of his sleeve, he departed. Watching Xuanfa's retreating figure, Baisu dropped his smile and muttered harshly, "Damn it. I, Baisu, renowned for my skills, am being treated like this by a lowly bald monk. Humph. One day I will make you pay for this." With that, he cast a sly glance across the lotus bridge at the water's edge, chuckled mischievously, and then hummed a tune as he sauntered back to the merit hall. Chapter 29. The trouble caused by the second face the following day. Ding Hao's condition showed remarkable improvement. Upon rising, he felt a renewed vigor coursing through his body. After partaking in a simple breakfast, he ventured to the small dwelling at the back, where he lifted the wooden planks covering the floor to reveal a hidden underground river beneath the house. The spring water flowed, with steam rising and the water crystal clear. Ding Hao's heart leaped with joy as he tested the water's temperature. It was no longer scalding. He shed his garments and lowered himself into the pool. The silky water enveloped him entirely, its warm embrace penetrating deep into his lungs, leaving him utterly refreshed. It had been an age since he last bathed, and his hair had become a tangled mess. This thorough wash removed layers of grime, and when he emerged from the water, he felt as though he had shed a skin, his complexion flushed like that of a shrimp. Yet he felt as light as a swallow, invigorated and clear-headed. Ding Hao rinsed his clothes in the spring water and donned the black robe lent to him by a monk. He returned to the calm, seated himself, and sipped a bowl of hot water by the stove. Once the perspiration had evaporated from his body, he rose and exited the dwelling. The imposing temple walls shielded the courtyard from the wind, and with the presence of the hot spring, the rear temple felt warm and inviting. The snow appeared white, while the plum blossoms were a vibrant red, and the golden walls of the magnificent buildings gleamed. Being in such a celestial setting was a rarity for Ding Hao, and he began to wander through the courtyard. The winding lotus pond meandered gracefully, the water temperature gradually cooling as it mingled with another stream. At the confluence, countless small fish frolicked, drawing admiration for the wonders of creation. As the melodious and transcendent sound of the bell resonated, Ding Hao stood beneath a plum tree, enchanted by the swimming fish in the pond. The bell's chime prompted him to glance up, and to his surprise, he spotted a bald figure stealthily advancing along the pine trees adjacent to the temple wall. Upon a fleeting glance, he felt a strange familiarity in the man's features. In this world, Ding Hao's acquaintances were few. The Ding family's caravan had departed for Guangyuan, leaving him to ponder who this familiar face could be, causing his heart to race. Standing under the plum tree, he was mostly concealed by the tree's robust trunk, allowing the figure to overlook him in haste. The figure, known as Bai Su, had mingled within the temple for several days and was aware that this hour marked the time when all the monks gathered in the great Buddha hall for teachings and recitations, with most young acolytes attending to duties in the front hall. The rear temple was particularly deserted, rendering it an opportune moment for action, which led him to be somewhat careless and less vigilant. Ding Hao found the figure strikingly familiar, yet from a distance, he could not discern the distinctive almond-shaped eyes. Moreover, clad in monk's robes, recognition eluded him. Driven by curiosity, he decided to follow. After passing the winding lotus pond, Bai Su exercised utmost caution, aware that patrols roamed at night and that he had been confined within the merit hall by the monks during the day, preventing him from investigating the area. He remained vigilant, and thus was less likely to notice Ding Hao quietly trailing behind him. Ding Hao observed the man's furtive movements, his head bobbing in an amusing manner. Upon realizing he had crossed the bridge over the lotus pond, he noticed the bald figure slipping into a grand hall. With determination, he steeled himself and followed suit. The hall lay desolate, the four guardian deities glowering from the walls, yet the bald monk was nowhere to be found. As Ding Hao searched, he stumbled upon a side door. Following it, he caught a glimpse of a monk's robe disappearing into another grand hall and decided to pursue. Meanwhile, Bai Su was weaving through the temple, seeking the residence of the protector's family from the Puji temple. The layout of the back temple was rather irregular, and it was Bai Su's first venture into a monk's abode. He floundered about aimlessly, like a headless fly, unable to locate the wealthy gentleman's quarters. Fearing he might venture too deep and attract the attention of the guards, he hesitated until he spotted a locked door ahead, presuming it might contain something valuable. Ensuring no one was watching, he stealthily approached, producing a piece of iron wire from beneath his robes. With a few deft maneuvers, he unlocked the copper lock with a satisfying click and slipped inside. After waiting for a while without seeing the bald monk emerge, Ding Hao steeled himself and followed suit. Upon entering the room, he noted the clutter strewn about, all coated in dust. A cursory search revealed nothing of worth, and just as disappointment set in, he overheard voices from the adjoining room. Bai Su quickly pressed himself against the wall, holding his breath to listen. He soon realized that the barrier was merely a wooden panel, explaining why the conversations next door were so clear. A glance revealed a sliver of light seeping through the cracks, and he leaned closer to peer through, spotting two young maidservants clad in simple garments moving about. One maid remarked, "No wonder the young lady does not reside at General Cheng's estate. This place is indeed more comfortable, with such delightful springs." The two maidservants flitted about like butterflies, their attire fluttering in the narrow gap. Elated by the revelation, Bai Su concluded that General Cheng's family must reside nearby and resolved to investigate further. As he prepared to exit, he suddenly noticed a flash of monk's robes approaching the door and was taken aback. In a panic, he looked around and noticed the back window was ajar. He hurriedly dashed over, opened it, and nimbly climbed out. Just as Bai Su secured the window, Ding Hao entered the dimly lit room, only to find it cluttered with various items, yet the bald monk was nowhere to be seen. Perplexed, he too was drawn to the voices from the adjacent chamber. "Miss, the water temperature is just right," the maidservants announced respectfully. Approaching the wall, Ding Hao discovered the illuminated crack and pressed his eye against it, widening it in astonishment. Ding Hao was not a villain devoid of morality. He would never engage in such heinous acts. Nor was he a man of high principles who would avert his gaze at the sight before him. Instead, he felt his cheeks flush and guilt wash over him. He was merely an ordinary man, No wonder the bald monk was acting so furtively. Truly, it was a disgraceful conduct. I found myself in a predicament. For the gap was too narrow. As the woman shifted her body, a faint sound of water followed. Instinctively, Ding Hao turned his head to the side, only to hear a dull thud as his forehead struck the wooden plank. Though the sound was not particularly loud, in the stillness of the moment, it resonated distinctly. Immediately, a voice from within cried out in alarm. Who goes there? Chapter 030. Seeking justice. Upon hearing the sound echoing through the chamber, Ding Hao immediately sensed trouble. Crouching low, he pushed against the wall panel in an attempt to retreat. To his dismay, the structure was merely a makeshift partition of rotting wood, hastily erected to separate a storage area from a bathing space. His forceful shove caused the decayed wedge supporting the panel to collapse with a resounding thud, sending it crashing to the ground. Consequently, Ding Hao, exerting too much strength, found himself sprawled flat against the wooden panel like a frog. Slowly lifting his head, a misty haze greeted his gaze. A young maiden sat within a bathing tub, her delicate and alluring visage partially obscured by the rising steam. The elegant curve of her shoulders and the exquisite contours of her collarbone were shrouded in vapor, resembling peonies cloaked in fog, her face adorned with a look of astonishment. Two handmaidens, clad in light garments, stood by the tub, their expressions a blend of shock and anger as they regarded him. Mississippi. Ding Hao stammered, his words faltering. Suddenly, he shivered, witnessing an unprecedented spectacle before him. The enchanting maiden in the tub slowly raised her finely arched eyebrows. He had encountered the term eyebrows raised in anger in tales and novels, yet only now did he truly believe such a phenomenon could exist. The young woman's brows were gradually ascending, both enchanting and otherworldly. Flickering flames ignited within her eyes, and a blush akin to burning clouds swept across her fair cheeks. Ding Hao felt as if a fiery lotus was blossoming upon her tresses, waves of heat washing over him. How audacious you are! The melodious voice resonated, lingering in the air for 3 days. Such a tone, coupled with those fiercely raised brows, would undoubtedly elicit thunderous applause on any stage. I did not intend. I merely... Oh no. Acknowledging the futility of his explanations, Ding Hao hastily scrambled to his feet and fled. Behind him, the maiden, her cheeks flushed like peaches, unleashed a piercing cry. You foul monk. I shall have you executed in 1,000 ways, your bones crushed, and your ashes scattered. Foul monk? Could she possibly refer to me? Just then, Master Kong emerged from the Great Hero Hall after concluding a sermon, only to be confronted by a young lady accompanied by several armed guards, her demeanor fierce. Master Kong quickly clasped his hands together, murmuring umaba as he approached her. Lady Tang, what brings you to the front hall? The young woman, her almond-shaped eyes wide with fury and her brows fiercely arched, pointed a slender finger at his nose and declared, Master Kong, it is said your Buddhist teachings are profound, yet it appears they are merely a fade. The Puji temple harbors filth and engages in all manner of wrongdoing. Master Kong was taken aback, his countenance pale. Lady Tang, what prompts such accusations? One of the handmaidens beside Lady Tang scoffed. What prompts such accusations? Why feign ignorance? In your temple, what manner of monks do you harbor? One has gone to steal my lady's jewelry, another, Shaoqing, cease. Lady Tang, mortified at the thought of her own vulnerability being exposed before a congregation of monks, quickly interjected. Master Kong, now even more astonished, vehemently denied, how could this be? How could this be? The discipline of our temple is strict. Who would dare violate the precepts? Might I inquire, who is responsible for the theft? Little Qing's cheeks flushed crimson as she indignantly exclaimed, You ask me. But who should I inquire with? Everyone has scurried away faster than a mouse. Upon hearing this, Kong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If they have fled, without witnesses, I can extricate myself from this predicament unscathed. Who is this scoundrel violating the monastery's rules, tarnishing the name of our Puji temple? Once I uncover the truth, they shall not escape lightly. Another servant girl beside Miss Tang interjected, You may let the monk flee, but the temple remains. We do not seek your thieving monk. Instead, whom else could we pursue? Surely, this undisciplined little monk must belong to your temple. I can recognize his visage distinctly. Gather the monks, and I shall identify that bald-headed rogue. Kong felt a pang of embarrassment as he was insulted in front of the monks, yet he found himself unable to contest it. With a heart full of trepidation, he turned to the chief monk, Kongxing, and said, Junior brother, let us assemble the monks. We shall surely identify this rogue who disregards our rules and present him to Miss Tang to cleanse our Puji temple. Kongxing, in confusion, replied, Abbot, the entire temple is engaged in chanting the scriptures. Everyone is here. How could any monk slip into the rear temple to steal? Just as Miss Tang was about to retort, the monk Xuanfa interjected, Abbot, Chief monk, our temple does not confine all within the Mahavira Hall. The novice monk, who has yet to undergo formal ordination, is currently tending to the incense offerings in the Merit Hall. The Merit Hall, constructed by devout patrons for prayer, is a sanctuary where incense offerings burn continuously and requires constant attention. Upon hearing this, Master Kong Kong felt a surge of elation. Since the novice had not yet taken full vows, his transgressions would not significantly tarnish the reputation of Puji Temple. With newfound resolve, he raised his brow and declared with righteous authority, "In that case, you shall personally bring him here, so that Miss Tang may identify him clearly." "By your command, Abbot." Chief Monk Kongxing waved his hand, leading several stout monks towards the Merit Hall. Little Qing, unwilling to relent, insisted, "There is another, one even more deserving of capture." He. She glanced at her lady and continued, "That monk is even more shameless. He must be brought forth. He is easily recognizable. For though he wears a monk's robe, he still has hair upon his head." Master Kongkong's heart, which had just soared, plummeted once more upon hearing this. And he hurriedly turned to inquire, "Brothers, who among our ranks still has unordained disciples residing in the temple?" The monks clasped their hands together, and dozens of gleaming bald heads swayed in unison, a sight to behold. Miss Tang remained unfazed, sneering, "Do you claim there are none? While the thief is one matter. This long-haired bald rogue shall find no mercy from me." Master Kong Kong was perplexed by the situation regarding Miss Tang. It seemed she was enraged by a breach of chastity. Should this accusation hold weight, it was likely that General Guangyuan would lead his troops to raid our temple, filling him with dread. Turning once more, his white beard seemed to bristle with uncontainable fury. "Brothers, do not conceal the truth. Who among you still harbors unordained disciples within the temple?" The guest monk Xuanfa hesitated. "Abbot, any non-temple monks who stay here must pass through the hands of the disciples. Indeed, there are no lay practitioners with unshorn hair in our temple. If you speak of a man with hair, aside from Miss Tang's guards, there is only the steward Ding from the Ding family grain team." Miss Tang coldly retorted, "What kind of steward is this? How can a mere mortal don the robes of a monk? You say he is the only one with long hair? Very well. Bring him before me." The helpless Abbot Kong Kong could only instruct Xuanfa, "Please escort someone to summon the benefactor Ding for a meeting." "Yes." Xuanfa was about to leave when Miss Tang suddenly called out, "Come here, you too. Accompany this monk to fetch the man." Chapter 031. A swift departure in a fleeting moment. Kongxing returned hastily, accompanied by others, and reported, "Abbot, I have searched high and low for the figure of Baisu, but alas, he has vanished without a trace." The abbot, his face aglow, felt a pang of regret upon hearing this news. For reasons unknown, he had felt a special affinity for Baisu, and he truly lacked a clever disciple by his side. He had intended to take him under his wing, only to discover that he was a thief. What a pity! Alas, it is indeed a great shame. It turned out that Baisu had learned that General Cheng's family resided nearby, and, filled with enthusiasm, he rushed to commit theft. Little did he know that Miss Tang, bathing within, had summoned her guards, who swiftly returned, thereby exposing him. Fortunately, the lad had the foresight to flee before he could be apprehended. He was not foolish enough to return to the Merit Hall awaiting identification. After a brief interval, Xuanfa arrived with his own entourage, reporting, "Abbot, there is no sign of the benefactor Ding or his belongings in the rear courtyard. I inquired with several disciples guarding the mountain gate, and they all confirmed that benefactor Ding has departed from our Zen temple." In a state of distress, the monk turned to Miss Tang, exclaiming helplessly, "Miss Tang." This Miss Tang was the esteemed daughter of the Tang family from the northwest. Liu Chang had once sought to arrange a marriage between her and Ding Qingye. Her uncle was General Cheng Shixiao. Having arrived in Guangyuan and finding that there was still time before the birthday of old Lady Cheng, and with winter's chill leaving little to engage in, she decided to take a brief respite at the Pujizi temple. Old Lady Cheng was a devout Buddhist, and given this connection, Miss Tang did not wish to further complicate matters for the two thieves, nor did she feel inclined to pursue the matter of the petty thief, as nothing of real value had been lost. However, the lecher who had dared to spy on her was another matter entirely. That transgression could not go unpunished. She steadied her resolve and inquired, "What is the name of that Ding fellow, and what is his position within the grain team?" The monk, not daring to conceal any details, relayed Ding Hao's name and identity. Upon hearing this, Miss Tang let out a cold laugh and commanded, "Bring me a carriage at once. I must return to Guangyuan City immediately." Guangyuan City. As Ding Hao stepped into the city, the sun had begun its descent. He understood that in modern times, Witnessing a young lady bathing might lead to little consequence, but in this era, a woman's virtue was of paramount importance. This was not a time when women flaunted their figures in bikinis at the beach, inviting countless lecherous gazes. The implications of having seen a woman's body could be grave, depending entirely on whether she chose to pursue the matter. If she opted for discretion, the incident would fade away. However, should she be a spirited young woman with considerable influence, it could spell significant trouble. He lamented his own folly. Had he not looked, or, if he must have, at least avoided colliding with the wall, he would not find himself in such a predicament. Upon leaving the temple and evading the sight of the gatekeepers, Ding Hao found a secluded spot. Sure enough, shortly thereafter, a procession of carriages departed the temple in haste. After contemplating for a moment, he concluded that regardless of the era, a young lady would not publicly broadcast such an embarrassing incident. With his anger subsiding, he reasoned that this matter would likely come to naught. Perhaps she was unaware of her own identity, or if she did know, she could not boldly approach the Ding family for assistance. It was said that she was a relative of the benefactor of Pajisi Temple, likely a young lady or wife from a wealthy family. Once she returned to the city, without any proof, what could she do even if she saw herself again? In any case, he had no other path to take besides heading to Guangyuan. Thus, he comforted himself as he followed the path of the snow-covered wheels, finally arriving in Guangyuan City by the afternoon. Though Guangyuan was a border town, it thrived with vibrancy. War brought destruction and death, yet it often ushered in opportunities. This area served as the confluence of the southern and northern tribes, as well as the site of trade established by Tiechuo and the Song Dynasty. In times of peace, trade flourished here. Furs and livestock from the north continuously flowed into the central plains, while tea, silk, and porcelain from the central plains made their way northward in exchange for wealth. Therefore, despite the relatively desolate winter season, one could still see many merchants with high noses and deep-set eyes, adorned with beards, bustling about the streets. Merchants from the western regions, Tubo, Huegu, and even Persia and the Islamic world showcased their wares, including furs, rhinoceros horn, spices, and silks. With the Ding family's grain already delivered, public sentiment had stabilized. Many businesses, which had closed in fear during recent days, eagerly reopened, offering delicacies such as roasted sheephead, lamb face, entrails, kidneys, date dumplings, and sweet confections that filled the air with delightful aromas. Numerous pharmacies, taverns, and tailor shops flourished, run by neatly dressed women with blue and white cloth handkerchiefs tied around their waists, their hair elegantly styled in coiled buns. Many young ladies and matrons from affluent families strolled gracefully down the streets, particularly drawn to the shops selling cosmetics, adornments, garments, and flowers. The vibrancy here, however, bore a different shade than that of Bezho City, tinged with an undercurrent of solemnity. This was not due to the weather, but rather the presence of a military stronghold, with squads of armed soldiers occasionally passing through the streets. Ding Hao inquired about the whereabouts of the Ding family's convoy. Almost everyone in the city knew that the Ding family had brought grain into town, yet few could provide information about their lodgings. Ding Hao had no choice but to seek out several large inns. Upon reaching a particularly bustling street, he spotted a row of brightly painted buildings adorned with red and green, colorful lanterns swaying gently in the breeze. Above the entrance, the words Yingchun Pavilion were boldly inscribed. A rather vulgar and trite name. Anyone familiar with Chinese characters would instantly recognize it as a brothel. A flicker of joy sparked within Ding Hao. Exhausted from his journey, his boots wet and cold, his toes stiffening, he longed to find the Ding family's convoy, to sit in a warm, cozy room and soak his feet in a basin of hot water for a well-deserved rest. Having already visited 2 inns without success, he learned that the third inn was reportedly less than a mile ahead, just past Yingchun Pavilion. With renewed determination, Ding Hao quickened his pace. As I approached the entrance of the Yingchun Pavilion, I beheld a formidable procession of soldiers advancing from the opposite direction. This contingent was particularly imposing, their armor clanking ominously and exuding an aura of lethal intent. Although they numbered no more than 20, their mere presence evoked the sensation of a heavily armored tank rolling forth. This impression was not solely due to their towering physiques and synchronized, powerful movements, nor merely the chilling aura emanating from their battle-worn armor. Rather, it was the indomitable spirit that radiated from these warriors, a fierce determination that suggested they were unyielding and invincible. Such an essence could only be possessed by seasoned veterans of countless battles, those who had danced with death and emerged anew. Even in the knowledge that they posed no threat, their presence instilled an undeniable sense of pressure within me. Leading this band of soldiers was a commanding officer, his beard bristling and eyes flashing with intensity. His visage, dark and rugged as if forged from iron, exuded an awe-inspiring authority. With a physique reminiscent of a mighty bear, he emanated an intimidating presence akin to a towering black iron statue. The black-faced general surveyed his surroundings with a commanding gaze, and suddenly, his eyes fixated on my right shoulder. With a thunderous voice, he bellowed, "You there, halt." Chapter 32. The whimsical General Ding Hao. Fully aware that the general was not addressing him, nonetheless found himself involuntarily trembling at the forceful shout. Turning his head, he beheld a dapper young gentleman emerging from the Yingshun pavilion, clad in a bamboo-patterned round-collared cotton robe, cinched at the waist with an ornate belt, and topped with a fox fur hat. He appeared cultured and distinguished, though his slightly darkened eye bags betrayed a life of indulgence. Such an individual ought to have been brandishing a gilded fan or carrying a pet parakeet, even in the depths of winter. One would not expect such a dandy to sport an eagle perched upon his arm. Yet he did so, with a falcon resting confidently in a leather sleeve, its talons still tethered by a chain, creating an incongruous spectacle. As he strolled out of the pavilion, the matron behind him bid him farewell in a syrupy tone. Upon hearing the general's inquiry, he paused, bewildered, and looked at the general with a mixture of confusion and surprise, asking, "Might I inquire what the esteemed Tali wishes to convey?" In the customs of the Song Dynasty, military leaders were universally referred to as Tai. Much like common folk address soldiers as military masters or officials as public masters, irrespective of their actual ranks. The dark-faced general, harboring some undisclosed grievance, strode forward with a scowl and bellowed, "What is your name?" The young gentleman, seeing the imposing figures flanking the general, looked up with trepidation and replied, "Esteemed Tai, my name is Yu Zhishuan." "And your occupation?" the general pressed. "I am the young master of the Yi family's carriage dealership on Shijiao Street," he responded. With a fierce glare, the general retorted, "A carriage dealer? At this hour, when one should be preparing for an early journey, why are you not at home laboring? What business is it of yours whether I am at home?" The young man thought to himself, though he dared not express his thoughts outwardly. Instead, he grimaced and replied, "Esteemed Tai, my father's affairs are well managed, and it is not of concern if I return home later. How dare you speak such nonsense?" The general, now enraged, pointed an accusatory finger akin to a carrot at the young man's forehead, causing him to bob his head like a chick pecking at grain. Spitting with fury, the general berated, "Look at you, all cowardice, merely lounging about on the bosoms of women while your father toils for his livelihood. Instead of working, you squander your money in brothels. What is that upon your shoulder?" Standing beneath the formidable presence of the dark-faced general, the young man felt akin to a quail beneath the talons of an eagle. He timidly replied, "Esteemed Tai, this is an eagle." "Eagle? You, a simpleton, dare to keep an eagle? Truly a prodigal son, an eagle consumes countless pounds of meat daily. Your father labors to earn a meager living while you squander money to feed this feathered beast. Release it at once and return home to attend to your duties. Should I see you sauntering about the streets again, I shall not hesitate to administer 20 military lashes." The young master Yi Zhishuan found himself at the mercy of the black-faced general's scathing tirade, his complexion paling as he absorbed the vitriol. Observing the two soldiers nearby, their eyes glinting with menace and eagerness to intervene, he hastily unshackled his chains, raising his arm to release the majestic eagle into the sky. The eagle soared high, emitting a resounding cry before vanishing into the wind. With a heavy heart, he lamented the misfortune that had befallen him, pondering which formidable spirit he had inadvertently offended. "It has flown away, worth 60 guan, truly worth 60 guan indeed. What more is there to see? A creature so devoid of filial piety, only knowing idleness, it is scarcely the behavior of a human." The black-faced general, poised to strike, sent Yi, who was lost in his lament, scurrying for cover. Seething with indignation, the general's gaze shifted, and he noticed two individuals beneath a nearby eave, engaged in laughter and conversation. One turned to the other, uttering something that provoked a chuckle. Suspicion ignited within the general, prompting him to march over and demand, "What was that you said?" Startled, the man quickly bowed and replied, "Forgive me, my lord, I was merely speaking of Han Xian." Upon hearing this, the black-faced general's fury escalated, and he retorted, "Are you attempting to deceive me? What a duplicitous scoundrel you are. I, Chung Da-chung, am no fool easily ensnared by your trickery. Today you claim to speak of Han Xian, yet tomorrow, before Han Xian himself, you would surely turn your words to me." Ding Hao, witnessing this exchange, felt the muscles in his cheek twitch uncontrollably. Stifling an involuntary laugh, he recalled a time in his own era when a renowned singer, inspired by the lyrics of Man Yang Hao. Sought out the poet Yufei for assistance. The singer and the general were not unlike each other in their respective domains. The individual being berated had been recounting tales of the early Han hero Han Xian to his companion, but upon hearing the general's words, he found himself momentarily speechless, torn between the desire to explain and the fear of inciting further wrath. The black-faced general, convinced he had struck a nerve, continued his tirade with renewed vigor. A true man does not engage in the frivolities of womanly banter. Are you feeling guilty? Humph. To think you could deceive me, a worthless wretch, be gone. Relieved by the general's dismissal, the two unfortunate souls dispersed in opposite directions. The black-faced general, in a huff, strode away, while Ding Hao found the scene both amusing and infuriating, speculating that the general had suffered some prior humiliation, thus seeking to vent his frustrations on the young master. What a pity for that noble eagle, so magnificent and undoubtedly valuable. As the onlookers departed, an aged vendor, resuming his journey, began to call out, "Yanwei wontons, come," piping hot. Freshly made Yanwei wontons. Ding Hao, recognizing the man as a local merchant, hurriedly approached, smiling as he asked, "Good sir, could you kindly tell me where the Ding family grain convoy, which arrived yesterday, is lodging?" The old man chuckled. "I regret to say, I am not certain." Ding Hao expressed his disappointment. "It is strange. With over 1,000 people, where could they possibly have settled? I suppose I must inquire at each establishment." The old man remarked, "Are you searching for the members of the Ding family grain convoy? With such a large number, there is not a single inn in the inner city that could accommodate them. The only possibility would be the large horse stables run by the Yi family carriage company in the western part of the city. I recall that the Ding family convoy entered the city yesterday, and they indeed headed west. Young sir, you might consider checking there." The Yi family carriage stables were the last of the major inns Ding Hao had intended to inquire about, as it was the furthest away, and upon hearing this suggestion, he could not contain his joy, repeatedly expressing his gratitude to the elder. "Thank you, kind sir. Which way leads to the western city?" The old man replied with a smile, "You must be a traveler, for the alleys in this city are as intricate as a spider's web, and it is not easy to explain. Come, follow me. I am heading to West Corner Tower Street. Once we arrive, I shall show you the way. It is not far." Ding Hao expressed his gratitude once more and accompanied the old man as they turned into a narrow alley. The snow on the ground lay smooth and glossy, and noticing the elder's advanced age, Ding Hao offered, "Allow me to carry your burden for a while." The load swayed rhythmically on the old man's shoulder as he walked steadily. Upon hearing Ding Hao's offer, he laughed and said, "Thank you for your kind intentions, young sir. But this burden may be more than you can bear. It is easier for me, and besides, the path is rather slippery. Your boots do not grip well. It is best that I manage it myself." Ding Hao glanced down and noticed that the old man's shoes were bound with thin strands of hemp rope, serving as a makeshift anti-slip chain, providing him with far better stability than Ding Hao had. Curiously, Ding Hao inquired, "The large horse stables you mentioned, are they operated by the Yi family carriage company?" The old man replied, "Indeed. Ha ha ha. They're the very stables owned by young Master Yi, who was just ordered by General Cheng to release the eagle. The Yi family carriage company has branches throughout the vast northwestern city of Dafeng, and in addition to transportation, they also operate inns." Remembering the unfortunate young master, Ding Hao could not help but chuckle and asked, "And who exactly is this General Cheng?" The old man responded, "That General Cheng is none other than our Lord of Guangyuan, General Cheng himself." Chapter 033. A cry against injustice. Ding Hao was taken aback and exclaimed, "Is that individual General Cheng Shixiang from Guangyuan?" The old man replied, "Indeed it is." Ding Hao chuckled, "Ah, this General Cheng is undoubtedly uneducated, for he does not even know of Han Xian." The old man, unfazed, responded, "What of knowing Han Xian? Although General Cheng is illiterate, he possesses a deeper understanding of loyalty, filial piety, and righteousness than many learned individuals." "How so?" Ding Hao inquired. The old man elaborated. General Cheng was originally a servant in the household of the old Jin general, Du Chengwei. Du was avaricious, lascivious, cowardly. Yet he exhibited one virtue. He treated his servants with great generosity. During his time as a servant, Cheng was well treated by Du and later promoted to a guard, where he honed his martial skills. When the Jin Dynasty fell, Du's family was executed, and Cheng carried his elderly mother on a long journey to the Central Plains, enlisting in the military, eventually rising to the rank of general. Grateful for his past, he sought out the surviving women of the Du household. Finding them all reduced to servitude, he purchased Du's first wife's freedom, bringing her to his home and treating her with the respect due to a former master. Even establishing a tomb for Decheng Wei, honoring his loyalty. How many can claim such fidelity? Moreover, the old man continued, General Qing is profoundly filial, despite his esteemed rank. Commanding tens of thousands of troops and being a figure of authority, he never dares to retort when his mother scolds him. I have heard from servants of the Qing household that, even with many servants at his disposal, every day he personally fetches water to wash his mother's feet and help her rest. How many high-ranking officials can boast of such devotion? Ding Hao listened, filled with admiration. A person worthy of genuine respect is not measured by their eloquence or status, but by their character, their filial piety towards their mother, and their loyalty to their former master. Such a man, whether literate or not, stands tall and proud. As the two conversed, they meandered into an alley. Ding Hao, feeling both cold and hungry, pinched the few coins left in his pocket and stopped to ask, Old man, how much for your wontons? The old man replied, 10 coins for a bowl. The elderly man, burdened with a camel's pack, paused. Ding Hao exclaimed, 10 coins for a bowl? How can it be so expensive? The old man chuckled, my skills are excellent. The wontons are authentic. Come, try a bowl. I assure you, the ingredients are plentiful, and I am honest in my dealings. Ding Hao laughed. Every merchant boasts in such a manner. Very well, I am cold and hungry. I shall have a bowl to taste. The old man replied, excellent. Please take a seat. The wontons will be ready shortly. As he spoke, he set down the camel's pack, which was a wooden frame supporting a stove at one end and a shelf for goods at the other. Inside were 3 rows of drawers containing skins, fillings, dough, bowls, and utensils, with various condiments atop. Indeed, a portable little kitchen. Currently, neatly wrapped wontons lie frozen, resembling small ingots. Old Guan swiftly lowered the wontons into the charcoal pot. The petite wontons cooked rapidly, soon bobbing to the surface, their bellies swollen. Old Guan retrieved a large bowl, ladling out a portion with both broth and water, then added finely chopped scallions, dried shrimp, seaweed, and sesame oil, creating an aromatic blend. Ding Hao, drawn in by the enticing scent, could not help but exclaim, your skills are truly impressive. Indeed, otherwise, how could I charge 10 coins? Old Guan replied, beaming with pride as he handed over the wontons along with a pair of chopsticks, cheerfully urging, come, eat while it's hot. These wontons are delectable. Ding Hao took the bowl and noticed the wonton wrappers as thin as gossamer, revealing the crimson meat filling within, complemented by the tender white scallions, the dark purple seaweed, and the shrimps with sesame oil. The dish was irresistible, even to one who was not particularly hungry. However, his stomach rumbled with hunger, prompting him to sit on the stool prepared by Old Guan. He held the wontons, blowing gently to cool them, and soon devoured nearly half. As Old Guan observed him nearing the end of his meal, he began to tidy up the wonton stall. At that moment, a piercing wail of a child echoed nearby. A woman, bundled in a thick cotton coat, hurried past the stall, cradling a sobbing infant in her arms. Her face mostly obscured by a blue cloth tied from her forehead to her chin, revealing only a triangular portion of her visage. Ding Hao, savoring the fragrant broth, cast a casual glance her way, but as his gaze lingered, a sense of unease washed over him. The child in the woman's embrace was a plump little boy, seemingly not yet 2 years old, weeping inconsolably, his face a mess of tears and snot. The woman, in her haste, gently patted the child's bottom, soothingly cooing, don't cry, my dear. Once we get home, Mama will make you some vegetable porridge. Yet the child refused to be comforted, continuing to wail and thrash about, kicking off the protective blanket wrapped around him, which only exacerbated the woman's frustration, making her journey significantly more difficult. Initially, Ding Hao had merely glanced at them, but as the child dislodged the blanket, revealing his attire, an odd sensation stirred within him. The little boy wore a patchwork garment and a tiger hat, a common sight among families wishing for their children's health and safety, thus not particularly remarkable. However, akin to the sedan chair of the Ding family, where the quality of materials reflected its status, the child's clothing, though seemingly ordinary, was made of no ordinary fabric. As he cried, a chain around his neck became visible, along with a gleaming longevity lock on his chest. Even if it were made of copper, it was still a valuable item in these times. Such an outfit and adornments were not something a family merely trying to scrape by could afford. Stop! Ding Hao, unable to ponder further, saw the woman hastily passing the wonton stall with the child and abruptly shouted, rising to his feet and slamming the bowl down onto the stall. startling old Guan. His roar was no less fierce than that of the formidable black-faced general from earlier. Even the indifferent old Guan was momentarily taken aback. So how could the woman not be frightened? With a single shout from Ding Hao, the woman stumbled, nearly losing her balance and falling to the ground. He could not allow her to escape. Ding Hao thought urgently, hastening to pursue her. If he had misjudged the situation, he might very well incur the wrath of the child's mother, and if the woman lived nearby, it was possible that her family would come rushing to her aid and beat him mercilessly. Yet, this lingering doubt in his heart was like a venomous thorn, preventing him from finding a moment's peace. Until he clarified the situation, he could not let her go. This was the singular thought occupying Ding Hao's mind at that moment. An orphan without kin, he cherished familial bonds more deeply than many who were blessed with both parents. He could not bear the heart-rending sight of family separations. Though a man, he found himself moved to tears upon witnessing the anguish of parents on television, their lives shattered by the abduction of their children. He would seethe with rage at reports of beggar rings stealing infants, maiming them to elicit sympathy from the public, and he yearned for the state to reinstate ancient, inhumane punishments to exact severe retribution upon such heartless beasts. With his blood boiling, Ding Hao quickened his pace, positioning himself in front of the woman. His gaze fixed upon her. He steadied his breath as best as he could and inquired, "What is your relation to this child?" Chapter 034. The child's words. The woman bore a dark complexion and thick lips, embodying the appearance of a simple and honest rural woman. Upon observing her visage, a flicker of doubt crossed Ding Hao's mind. However, upon witnessing the child's attire and his struggles and cries, the thorn lodged in his heart was rekindled with resolve. The woman tightly cradled the child, bewildered, and exclaimed, "This is my child. So what?" "What do you mean, so what? He is your child?" "As his mother. How can he cry so vehemently in your arms? He seems unwilling to be held by you. Mind your own business." The woman, incensed, flushed with rage, and retorted, "If a child is not crying or fussing, is he still a child? What is so astonishing about this? I thought you had something important to say. Even a dog catching a rat does not do so in such a manner. You, a stranger, block my path for no reason. What ill intentions do you harbor?" A few passers-by had gathered around, curiously observing the scene. Upon noticing the onlookers, a fleeting glimmer of cunning malice crossed her face, almost making Ding Hao doubt his own eyes. Yet, when he focused again, she still appeared as the simple, honest woman. She called out loudly to the gathered crowd, "Look, everyone, this outsider is bullying a mere woman like me, without knowing what ill intentions he holds. Fellow villagers, you must stand up for me." The more she shouted, the clearer Ding Hao's understanding became. As he noticed the crowd stirring, he raised his voice, declaring, "Fellow villagers, I am merely a passerby. In broad daylight, what ill intentions could I possibly have? I simply feel that this child does not resemble her kin, which is why I sought clarification." The woman, in tears, cried out, "Is my child not my own? Did you give birth to him? Just because my child refuses to return home and has cried a few times, you so brazenly slander me. Are you an official? Then show us your badge." A bystander interjected, "Indeed, young sir. On what grounds do you assert that this child is not hers? You must be cautious with your words. If her family comes to confront you, it would be quite regrettable." Ding Hao remained unfazed, resolutely stating, "If it turns out that I have misjudged, I would willingly accept a beating from this woman's family. However, please observe clearly the fabric of the child's clothing, the longevity lock he wears. Do they not appear incongruous with this woman's attire? Do they resemble mother and son?" Upon hearing this, the crowd looked again at the duo's garb, their doubts beginning to surface. The woman, weeping and lamenting, insisted, "This child is the only one in our old Hu family. Ever since he was born, everyone in our household has cherished him as a treasure. Naturally, anything good in the house is reserved for him. Is it a crime to love my own son?" Ding Hao scoffed, "If I have truly misjudged you, it is only because I wish to prevent this child from being abducted by human traffickers. I am merely acting out of goodwill. So why do you react with such tumult?" "Goodwill, my foot." The woman, ungrateful and filled with indignation, exclaimed, "Look at my age. I am well into my years and have only now given birth to my own flesh and blood. Some gossiping neighbors have long spread rumors that my child is adopted. If you continue to speak such nonsense today, when this child grows up and hears these idle tales, how can I clarify the matter? Will my child still recognize his own mother?" Upon hearing her words, the crowd began to realize her reasoning. Since this woman had given birth to a precious pearl in her old age, it was only natural for her to cherish her son, who was the sole heir of her lineage. Just then, a voice called out, "Limitless heaven's respect, Mistress Hu, what brings you here?" The crowd turned to see a thin, Scruffy Taoist priest with a pair of inverted eyebrows, clad in a tattered Taoist robe, standing before them, smiling and performing a single-handed salute. The woman, perceiving him as a savior, hurriedly called out, "Master Ling Feng, you have arrived at the perfect time. Please help me, fellow villagers." This Master Ling Feng is a dedicated priest from the Sanqing Temple. If you do not believe my words, please ask him if this child belongs to me. The Taoist, taken aback, inquired, "What has transpired?" The crowd collectively responded, "Master, this young man has stopped this mother and child, claiming that the child is not hers. Do you recognize this woman? Can you ascertain if this child is indeed hers?" The Taoist replied, "I see. As a monk, I do not speak falsehoods. I cannot assert with certainty whether this child is indeed Mistress Hu's. However, she has been a devout patron of our temple, often coming to offer incense and pray for blessings. Each time she returns, I have seen her holding this child." An old man selling wontons chuckled. "If that is the case, then there can be no mistake. Who would steal a child only to bring him to the temple for offerings? Let us not hold it against him. I have traveled alongside this young man and know him to be well-intentioned. Let us disperse." The crowd began to agree, urging the woman not to pursue the matter with Ding Hao. Ding Hao, however, observed her performance with a cold gaze, further solidifying his convictions. He sneered, "Hold on. Since this Taoist claims to be from the Sanqing Temple, do we recognize him?" Although some villagers had visited the temple, they could hardly identify all the priests within, especially one who merely performed menial tasks. The crowd shook their heads, and Ding Hao continued, "That is precisely it. Since no one recognizes this Taoist, how can we take his word as truth? If my claims are uncertain, then his assertions hold no weight either. Why not inquire directly with this child to see what he has to say?" The villagers looked at the infant, rendered speechless. The old man chuckled, "Young man, look at this child. He is not yet 2 years old. What could he possibly say?" The child, frightened by the woman's outburst, stared wide-eyed in silence. Clinging tightly to her garment, his fearful gaze fixed upon the gathered crowd, his little mouth pursed tightly. Ding Hao bent slightly, smiling gently as he addressed the child. "Little one, tell uncle, is this woman your mother?" The child gazed at him with a pair of clear, jewel-like black eyes, pursing his lips in silence. Typically, children under the age of 2 only articulate simple words such as father, mother, baby, eat, and want, and even then, many struggle to pronounce them clearly. To those unfamiliar, it can be challenging to comprehend what they are attempting to convey. The woman, however, appeared undaunted, casting a disdainful glance at Ding Hao, accompanied by a cold smirk. Ding Hao offered a gentle smile, his voice softening further. "Little one, would you like some candy?" "Candy? You've had it before, right? It's very sweet. Do you like it?" The child's expression finally shifted, after a moment's hesitation. He clenched his tiny fist against his chest to muster courage, whispering, "Candy, baby, eat." "Yes, good child, you must be obedient to receive candy," Ding Hao exclaimed. Resembling a mischievous little fox that had pilfered a chicken, his smile growing even more cheerful. "Now, tell uncle where your mother is, and I shall give you candy. Show me, please." The chubby little boy tilted his head from side to side, surveying his surroundings for a while before shaking his head and, in a sweet, childish voice, replied, "Mother, not here." Chapter 035, Confronting the authorities. Upon hearing this, the gathered crowd erupted in a tumult of astonishment. Ding Hao cast a cynical glance at the woman, whose face had turned a sickly yellow. She had trafficked numerous children, and although there were occasions of failure, most were thwarted by the timely intervention of the children's relatives. She had never before fallen into the clutches of such a man. How many men possess the ability to communicate effectively with young children? In any household, the dynamic is typically one of a stern father and a nurturing mother. A father is expected to embody the role of a parent, and even if he dotes on his children, he would not engage in the same affectionate manner as a mother, nor would he spend his days coaxing children into conversation. What man knows how to employ such a seductive method of communication, coaxing a mere infant, still lacking in expressive capability, to articulate their desires? Startled and terrified, the woman suddenly let out a piercing scream, hurling the child she held toward Ding Hao, and seized the opportunity to flee. They stood in close proximity, and Ding Hao, having anticipated her move, would not allow her to succeed. As the child was forcefully thrown, before the act could gain momentum, Ding Hao swiftly caught the child in his arms. In one fluid motion, he delivered a kick that sent the woman, who had barely taken 2 steps, sliding across the smooth, snowy ground. She was a woman, yet to Ding Hao, she resembled a beast clad in human skin. With no mercy in his heart, he delivered a kick that knocked the breath from her, leaving her sprawled on the ground, unable to rise. though Ding Hao had neither parents nor children of his own. He could empathize with the profound anguish of parents whose flesh and blood had been abducted and tormented. How many fathers had been driven to grayness overnight by such torment? How many mothers had descended into madness, spurred by this agony? How many families had forsaken work and everything else in a frantic quest to locate their lost kin? All this suffering was the result of the misdeeds of this wretched creature. Cursed be this villain. The enraged onlookers surged toward the woman, their wrath palpable. The fraudulent priest, equally alarmed and indecisive, found himself torn between fleeing and abandoning his accomplice. Just as he hesitated, Ding Hao declared that priest is surely in league with her. There was no escape for him now, as countless fists descended upon him, each individual unleashing their fury and terror, an anguish and rage known only to those who are parents. Ding Hao coldly observed the two traffickers being meted out justice by the crowd before he carried the child to the roadside. He retrieved some money and handed it to the old man, then offered the child a few mouthfuls of rich wonton soup. He playfully made silly faces and pretended to toss the child into the air, only to catch him again. This playful banter dissipated the child's initial wariness, replacing it with joyous laughter. As Ding Hao noted that the false priest and the woman had received their due punishment from the furious townsfolk, he approached with the child nestled in his arms. The little one, now fully engaged, wiggled his small bottom, eagerly signaling Ding Hao to continue their playful interaction. "All right, dear villagers, let us cease the violence," Ding Hao interjected, cradling the child as he approached. The little one, sucking on his finger, gazed up at them with innocent, wide eyes, still oblivious to the commotion surrounding the adults. The Taoist priest and the woman, disheveled and bruised, rose from the ground, glaring at Ding Hao with palpable malice. "Esteemed villagers, I am but a stranger." Upon noticing this woman's suspicious demeanor, which did not resemble that of a mother, I felt compelled to intervene. "The child has gone missing, and one can only imagine the anguish of the parents. I intend to escort this child along with these two human traffickers to the authorities, and I kindly request a few villagers to witness this act. What say you, good people?" Without hesitation, a young man stepped forward, exclaiming, "Fear not, brother. I shall accompany you." Despite the biting cold, the villagers readily volunteered, rallying to escort the two traffickers towards the magistrate's office. Ding Hao found himself surrounded by the townsfolk, cradling the small child in his arms, amusing the little one with playful antics that coaxed joyful laughter from the infant, quieting his earlier cries. In the northwest region, the power dynamics remained largely under the control of feudal lords and local factions. The Song Dynasty had barely established itself for a decade, and it had yet to fully assimilate the nominally submissive local powers. The Zhao clan of the northwest was an example of a feudal authority that acknowledged the Song's sovereignty in name only. Taxes were not remitted to the court, and while the Zhao clan presented symbolic tributes annually, the rewards from the court far outweighed these offerings. Similar to the Zhao clan, the Chen clan of southern Fujian maintained a degree of autonomy, as they were separated from the Song by the Tang dynasty's Liu. Although the Chen clan professed allegiance to the Song, they wielded greater independence, with local governance and authority emanating from their own ranks, despite holding the title of Song subjects. In the northwest, however, there were at least some officials dispatched by the court. Yet, due to the peculiar political landscape, the authority of many of these officials was often more symbolic than substantive. For instance, in Guanyuan, a crucial military stronghold against northern incursions and a significant bastion of the Zhao clan's influence, the appointed governor was subordinate to the general of Guanyuan. The governor, Su Fengqing, presided over an office much smaller in stature compared to the general's residence, located not far from it. As Ding Hao and the villagers approached the governor's office, they could discern the two imposing stone lions at its entrance. At that moment, a flurry of constables rushed out from the office, scattering in various directions. A contingent of over 10 constables came barreling towards them with remarkable speed, prompting the villagers to instinctively retreat to the side. The hurried constables cast a fleeting glance at the villagers as they swept past like a gust of wind. Yet, the last constable in line suddenly caught sight of the infant in Ding Hao's arms and exclaimed, "There's a child here." The dozen or so constables ahead abruptly halted and turned, but the snow-covered ground proved treacherous, causing two of them to stumble and fall, unintentionally toppling their unsteady companions in a comical and chaotic tumble. The sight elicited gleeful laughter from the small child in Ding Hao's embrace. The constables, scrambling to regain their composure, hastily regrouped around them. The head constable, Yang Jincheng, brandishing a saber, demanded with an air of authority, "Whose child is this?" Chapter 036. A mixture of joy and sorrow. The multitude of common folk, emboldened by their fervor, approached with a hint of trepidation upon encountering the officials. Ding Hao stepped forward, bowing slightly as he addressed the constable. Sir, we are unaware of the child's origins. The Taoist and the woman abducted this child, and together with these villagers, I apprehended them on the spot. We are now bringing her to the authorities for a proper resolution. The heavens must be watching. Yang Jincheng, the head constable of Guanyuan Prefecture, raised his blade towards the sky, his countenance quivering with excitement, revealing the strain of his profession. It is often said that a single drop of blood on the court floor equates to 1,000 tears shed by the populace. Indeed, the opportunity for a constable to prosper arises with each arrest. Among the various officials, the constables receive the highest salaries. Yet they are also tasked with the most perilous duties. They often solicit fees from defendants for various expenses, including transportation, meals, and bribes, while simultaneously extorting rewards from plaintiffs for their efforts. Additionally, they benefit from the contributions of local thieves, which can lead to considerable illicit income, sometimes even resulting in an unexpected windfall. However, amidst the various officials, constables endure the greatest risks and hardships. When confronted with resistance, they face the possibility of injury or worse. Moreover, the cases they handle are often bound by strict deadlines, known as comparison limits. Typically, they have 5 days to resolve a case, failing which they face corporal punishment, usually 10 strikes administered to one side of the body, leaving the other side for the next occasion. In cases involving serious crimes, the time frame is reduced to 3 days, leading to constables limping about as the chase leads, their triumph shadowed by the blood and tears of their arduous labor. This particular instance was severe. General Cheng Shixiang's wife had lost her precious son while visiting the Sanqing temple to offer incense. Lady Cheng hailed from the illustrious Tang family of Pingyuan, a family of great wealth and influence in the northwest. Their connection had significantly bolstered General Cheng's standing, enabling him to command thousands of troops. Consequently, he felt a degree of subservience to his wife. After more than a decade of marriage without issue, he dared not take a concubine, and after years of seeking remedies, he finally had a son at over 40 years of age, an invaluable treasure for the Cheng family, and the apple of the matriarch's eye. With the child missing, the prospects for Guanyuan Prefecture seemed grim. Every day the child remained lost meant another day of punishment for the officials. Fear gripped the hearts of all, for they had only just stepped out the door when this monumental calamity had befallen them. The more Yang Jincheng pondered, the more elated he became, his facial muscles contorting in a manner that suggested a stroke to onlookers. A fellow constable quietly reminded him, "Chief, we must swiftly return with the child for Lady Cheng to identify. We still do not know if this child is indeed the young master of the Cheng family." "Oh, yes. Yang Jincheng snapped back to reality, hastening forward. "Quickly, hand the child to me. I shall take you to meet the Lord." The child had become quite familiar with Ding Hao. Observing the man's unattractive appearance and brusque demeanor, the child suddenly burst into tears, tightly wrapping his chubby little hands around Ding Hao's neck, refusing to let go no matter what. Upon witnessing this, Yang Jincheng quickly interjected, Enough. This little ancestor is still in your arms. Come, let us hasten to meet the governor." In the grand hall, Governor Su Fengqing was leaning against a map of Jiangya Mountain, gazing at the high-hanging plaque of the bright mirror, silently stroking his beard, exuding an air of contemplative solitude, as if inviting the moon to join him in a wordless communion. He had dispatched all capable aides, even sending his secretary to the military camp to report to General Cheng. Currently, the distraught Madame Cheng, who dared not return to the residence after losing her child, sat in the hall weeping sorrowfully, her lamentations drawing tears from all who heard her. Governor Su found himself powerless to comfort her, standing in place, anxiously tugging at his beard, leaving his once splendid mustache in disarray. At that moment, Captain Yang hurried back. Before even entering, he called out, "Governor." Su Fengqing turned to see Yang Jincheng appearing at the doorway, exuberant yet tripping over the threshold, tumbling to the ground like a dog lunging for food, sliding across the tiles until he landed at the governor's feet. Startled, Su Fengqing raised his boot and indiscriminately kicked in frustration, scolding, "You fool. I sent you to find young Master Cheng. Why have you returned?" Captain Yang winced from the fall, grimacing while shielding his face, urgently replied, "My lord, I found them." "What?" Su Fengqing's foot still raised in the air, he was overjoyed at the news. Before he could inquire further, Madame Cheng, who had been sobbing uncontrollably in her chair, sprang up with remarkable agility, rushing to stand before him, her voice trembling. You say my son has been found? Yang Jinsheng quickly responded. The townsfolk apprehended 2 human traffickers and brought back an infant. I do not recognize your esteemed young master. So it would be prudent for Madame Cheng to see for herself. As Yang Jinsheng finished speaking, Su Fengqing's suspended foot landed squarely on his backside as he chastised. You incompetent fool! Must the madam go see for herself? Can you not bring them in? Yang Jinsheng, filled with grievances, retorted, I merely came ahead to deliver the news. The townsfolk with the infant have already entered the magistrate's office. Without a moment's hesitation, Madame Cheng bolted towards the exit. Su Fengqing adjusted his official hat and straightened his robes, hastily following after her. The reporting Captain Yang lay on the ground, weakly raising his hand. As the 2 principal figures had already disappeared from sight. As Madame Cheng reached the ceremonial gate, Ding Hao and his party were approaching from the opposite direction. Upon seeing the child in his arms was indeed her own flesh and blood, Madame Cheng was overwhelmed with a mixture of joy and sorrow. She took the child into her arms, refusing to let go, and pressed her face against her son's, weeping heartily. The little one, oblivious to the situation, noticed his mother crying and opened his mouth to join her in wailing. Upon the arrival of Governor Su, he beheld the scene before him and cleared his throat. Stepping forward to offer words of comfort, Madame Cheng, the child has been found, which is indeed a moment of great joy. Please refrain from tears, as this will only harm your health. Moreover, the old matriarch at home must be quite anxious. You should hasten to bring the young master back to ease her worries. This statement served as a reminder to Madame Cheng. The child was the old lady's treasure, her very lifeblood. Her husband, a man of utmost filial piety, though he often appeared submissive to her, would not stand idly by should the matriarch's anxiety lead to dire consequences. With this thought in mind, Madame Cheng quickly wiped away her tears and urged, quickly, prepare the sedan chair. We must return to the residence at once. Chapter 037. The narrow path of enemies. The government office of the prefect and the general's residence were adjacent to each other. The guards escorted Madame Cheng back home, while Prefect Su, wishing to express his condolences to the Cheng family, hurriedly inquired about the circumstances from the townsfolk who had apprehended the 2 human traffickers. After securing the traffickers in jail for custody and rewarding the townspeople with a silver ingot, he dismissed them. He reasoned that General Cheng would return shortly and might wish to know the details of the incident. So he retained Ding Hao and headed directly to the Cheng residence. In the grand hall beneath the White Tiger, Grandmother Cheng sat cross-legged, weeping inconsolably. Her daughter-in-law had returned with her precious grandson, and upon seeing him, the old lady was overwhelmed with joy, embracing the child for a moment. However, her tears soon resumed as the thought of losing him, leading to a separation of flesh and blood, filled her heart with sorrow and dread. When Prefect Su arrived, he had no choice but to continue his attempts at consolation. Grandmother, please do not cry. Look how understanding the young master is. He cares for you. And your tears only make him cry as well. Heartbroken for her grandson, Grandmother Cheng quickly wiped her tears and forced a smile, soothing the child. Good grandson, good grandson. Grandmother will not cry anymore. Prefect Su, with sincere politeness, added, the young master was abducted by traffickers, but fortunately, this person rescued him. The trafficker has been imprisoned under my orders. I have also brought the individual who saved your grandson. Might there be anything you wish to ask him? His repeated address of grandmother was not mere flattery. Indeed, Grandmother Cheng held the title of Tai Jun. According to the Song Dynasty system, the wives of 4th-rank officials were referred to as Jun, while those of 5th-rank officials were Kun. The mother of Cheng Shixiao, a general of Guiyuan and a 5th-rank official, naturally held the title of Tai Jun. Upon learning that the amiable young man before her was the savior of her grandson, Grandmother Cheng expressed her gratitude. I thank you, young man. You are a great benefactor to the Cheng family. Please, take a seat. Ding Hao humbly replied, before you, Grandmother, I have no right to a seat. Prefect Su interjected. Grandmother is very gracious. If she invites you to sit, you should not be overly modest. Ding Hao accepted the invitation and took a seat on a chair nearby. Grandmother Cheng then inquired about the details of the incident. Ding Hao recounted the events of how he had rescued the young master in vivid detail, prompting both Grandmother Cheng and Madame Cheng to listen with astonishment and fear, their eyes brimming with tears once more. Seeing their distress, Ding Hao cleverly shifted the conversation to the young master's recent antics, delighting them with animated descriptions of how he craved sweets and searched for his mother. This diversion successfully captured the attention of the grandmother and daughter-in-law, bringing smiles to their faces. Grandmother Cheng joyfully kissed her grandson's cheeks, exclaiming, My grandson is exceptionally clever. He will surely achieve great success in the future. At that moment, a loud whinny of a horse echoed, and a robust figure clad in military garb burst into the hall, accompanied by a gust of cold wind. The armor clanged loudly as he strode in, his boots thudding on the floor. Without a sideways glance, he rushed to Grandmother Cheng and urgently inquired, "Mother, what has happened to our family's fortune?" On his way, Ding Hao had heard from Governor Su that the young master he had saved was the son of General Cheng. Now, upon seeing this formidable general, whose presence was akin to that of a mighty tiger, he recognized him as the same individual he had encountered upon entering the city. The one who spoke of Han Xin with such fervor. Upon seeing her son, the elderly matriarch's expression darkened instantly, and she coldly chastised, "What kind of official are you? A great general, no less, and yet your own flesh and blood nearly fell victim to human traffickers." Although Cheng Shixiang held a prestigious position, he was deeply devoted to filial piety. Faced with his mother's public rebuke, he merely stood with hands clasped, a forced smile upon his face, and dared not utter a word in defense. It was only after his mother finished her tirade and noticed her grandson peacefully asleep in her arms that Cheng Shixiang let out a sigh of relief, his countenance brightening as he expressed, "Mother is right. I am truly grateful to Lord Su for rescuing my son." Governor Su quickly waved his hand in modesty. "I cannot accept such credit. The one who truly saved your young master is this young man, Ding Hao." "Oh?" Cheng Shixiang turned around, his piercing gaze fixed upon Ding Hao, appraising him from head to toe before slightly bowing and stating, "Thank you, young sir, for saving my son. I am sincerely grateful." Ding Hao hurriedly stood to decline the honor, repeatedly insisting he could not accept such gratitude. Meanwhile, the elderly matriarch, noticing her son's dismissive attitude, suddenly erupted. "What do you mean you cannot accept? If it were not for young Master Ding, our Cheng family would have faced extinction, and I would be condemned as a lifelong sinner, unable to face our ancestors even in death. My poor grandson, if he had been taken away, would have suffered unspeakable horrors at the hands of unscrupulous men." As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. She cradled her grandson and approached Ding Hao, preparing to kneel before him, saying, "Benefactor, please remain seated. Though that person was once a lowly servant, he has now risen to a significant position. His stature is too great for me to bow, but as a humble commoner, I have no such pretensions. I come to kneel in gratitude, praying that the Buddha blesses you with longevity and abundant fortune." Ding Hao, horrified at the thought of her kneeling, rushed forward to support her. Meanwhile, General Cheng's face flushed crimson, his countenance darkening to a deep purple. In truth, he bore no ill will. He recognized Ding Hao as an ordinary commoner from his attire. While he was undoubtedly grateful for the man's significant favor to the Cheng family, he pondered how he could adequately express his gratitude. Perhaps a generous monetary reward would suffice. Yet he had inadvertently provoked his own mother's ire. Hearing her mother-in-law's words, Cheng's wife felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. What did she mean by extinction of the family line and being a lifelong sinner? Was she directing these accusations at her? After all, it was during her visit to the temple that the child had gone missing, and her mother-in-law was clearly speaking indirectly to her. Cheng's wife, hailing from the prominent Tang family of Ping Yuan, had been raised in high society, while the elderly matriarch came from humble beginnings. Their ways of speaking and acting were worlds apart, and their temperaments could hardly align. The matriarch was a devout Buddhist, while the wife adhered to Taoism. The matriarch's rustic habits clashed with the refined demeanor of a high-born lady. Madame Cheng, after a prolonged period of infertility, found her mother-in-law increasingly impatient, who repeatedly urged her son to take a concubine. General Cheng, reluctant to broach the subject with his wife, was caught in the crossfire of this persistent conflict between the two women. Poor Cheng Decheng, a formidable figure outside, returned home only to be subjected to countless pressures from this mother-daughter duo. When Xingfuchi, their little darling, finally arrived into the world, it seemed to resolve a significant issue between the two women. However, their friction rekindled as they both doted on the grandson. The grandmother indulged him without restraint, granting every whim. When the child craved maltose, Madame Cheng forbade him, yet the grandmother would stealthily provide it like a thief. The elderly lady felt wronged in her role as a mother-in-law, while Madame Cheng, perceiving her mother-in-law's ignorance, harbored her own frustrations. The grievances accumulated over time, and when the daughter-in-law insisted on taking the child to Sanqing Temple to pray, they unfortunately lost him. Upon the arrival of her son, emboldened by his presence, the elderly matriarch recalled past grievances, leading to an inevitable eruption of emotions. Despite her embarrassment and anger, Madame Cheng realized the gravity of the situation. If her son were truly lost, her existence would become unbearable. Thus, she rose, her face flushed with shame, and said, "Mother-in-law, everything is the fault of your daughter-in-law. Please do not be angry. I must express my gratitude to our benefactor on behalf of the Cheng family." With that, Madame Cheng knelt before Ding Hao, prompting General Cheng to feel a sense of relief and echo her sentiment. Yes, mother, please do not be upset. I too kneel to thank our benefactor." With that, he fell to his knees, the sound of his iron helmet striking the ground resonating thrice. The elder matriarch, seeing her son so submissive to his wife, turned her head away, refusing to acknowledge him. In a state of panic, Ding Hao rushed forward to assist them, but before he could utter more than a few words, a woman's voice urgently called from outside, "Aunt, has my brother Fuchi been found?" Following the voice, a young girl burst into the hall, adorned in a fox fur coat, her delicate features radiating an ethereal beauty. However, her face was now etched with worry. Upon seeing her, Ding Hao felt as if struck by lightning, his entire body bristling with alarm as he silently lamented, "Good heavens, how could this be the girl from Puji Temple?" Chapter 038, The Articulate Tongue. At this moment, Tang Yinyan spotted Ding Hao. Her eyes momentarily widened, a flash of murderous intent surging forth from her gaze, causing Ding Hao to tremble with trepidation. A cold sweat trickling down his back, for he was guilty of a guilty conscience. Upon returning to the city, Tang Yinyan first inquired with her aunt about the whereabouts of the Ding family's grain convoy. Upon learning that they had been relocated to the abandoned military camp in the western part of the city, she hastened to demand the return of her people from Miss Ding. At that moment, Miss Ding was in her tent, troubled, although her elder brother Ding Qingzong was prudent, having left for the grain transport over 10 days earlier than the scheduled delivery time, which allowed Ding Yulua to secure additional time for transport when mishaps occurred. Ding Yulua had traveled day and night towards Guangyuan, ultimately arriving 6 days later than the delivery deadline, had it not been for the internal strife among the northern tribes. Leading to their retreat, the lack of provisions would have caused severe panic among the military and civilians of Guangyuan. 6 days were insufficient to exhaust Guangyuan's grain reserves entirely. Yet they inevitably stirred public unrest. Should the garrison lose their will to fight due to a food shortage, the consequences would be dire. Thus, upon learning of their arrival, Cheng Shixiang secretly exhaled in relief, but soon after, he was engulfed by immense anger. When Ding Yulua submitted her request for an audience, he did not even grant her a glance and merely dispatched them to the dilapidated military camp for accommodation, refusing to inspect the military provisions. Ding Yulua's repeated requests for an audience were met with rejection. Despite enlisting the help of local officials with close ties to the Ding family, Cheng Shixiang remained noncommittal, leaving Ding Yulua in a state of deep concern. She gathered several stewards to discuss strategies, but these stewards were hastily assembled, rarely venturing out, and were unfamiliar with the military and political offices in Guangyuan. They found themselves starstruck in the presence of a county magistrate, let alone formulating a viable plan before the general of Guangyuan. In her desperation, Ding Yulua recalled Ding Hao's capabilities and contemplated summoning him for counsel. Yet she was uncertain of his current health condition. Just as she was deliberating whether to return to Pajizi, Tang Yinyan burst in, radiating fury, and boldly took the seat of authority, demanding the surrender of Steward Ding Hao. Ding Yulua, perplexed, was hesitant to offend upon discovering her identity. However, she could not simply comply with Tang Yinyan's demand without inquiry. When she attempted to question her motives, Tang Yinyan evaded the topic, insisting vehemently on her demand, appearing quite unreasonable to the onlookers. During the Song Dynasty, societal norms were more liberal, granting women a notable status. Many spirited and willful women were present, and the stories of the Rouge Tiger and the Hedong Lion originate from that era. Even the current emperor, Zhao Kuangyin, once faced his sister wielding a rolling pin on the street for expressing a few grievances at home. As the sole daughter of the Tang family, Tang Yinyan had been pampered since childhood, accustomed to giving orders, naturally displaying a more unrestrained demeanor in her dealings. Yet, despite her indulgent temperament, it was improper for a young lady to have her intentions scrutinized publicly. With her refusal to provide a reason, Ding Yulua withheld the whereabouts of Ding Hao. At that moment, she remained unaware of the animosity between the two, presuming that Ding Hao was still recuperating at Pajizi. Two young ladies found themselves in a standoff. As Ding Yulua refused to yield, Tang Yinyan grew incensed. She ordered her guards to keep a close watch on Ding Yulua while she took her entourage to search each house. The ensuing chaos was tumultuous. Yet they failed to locate the scoundrel, Manager Ding. Just as Tang Yinyan was at a loss, news suddenly arrived from the camp about her missing cousin. Accompanying her uncle Li Yuchang to Guanyuan to celebrate the birthday of old Madame Cheng, Tang Yanyan had taken quite a liking to her cute and rosy-cheeked cousin, who spoke in a sweet, childlike voice. Upon hearing of his disappearance, her heart raced with anxiety, and she hastily abandoned her search for Ding Hao, urging her horse back to Cheng Manor. Upon entering, she was taken aback to find the very scoundrel she had been searching for, supporting her uncle. Tang Yanyan stood there, momentarily stunned. Mrs. Cheng, upon seeing her niece, smiled warmly and said, "Yanyan, you need not worry. Your brother has been found, thanks to this young man named Ding, who apprehended the two kidnappers and rescued him." Tang Yanyan's eyes narrowed as she scrutinized Ding Hao, the flames of indignation flickering within her almond-shaped eyes. At this point, Ding Hao could no longer evade the situation. Sensing the shift in Tang Yanyan's gaze, he clenched his teeth and, seizing the moment before she could speak, stepped forward, bowed deeply, and proclaimed loudly, "I, Ding Hao, seek forgiveness from Miss Cheng." The assembly fell silent, and Mrs. Cheng, astonished, remarked, "Didn't Ti Hao just arrive in Guangyuan? How does he know our yin in?" Old Madam Cheng added, "Our eldest daughter is named Tang, the daughter of the Tang family in Pingyuan, not Cheng. She is here to celebrate my birthday and has been fasting at Pijisi for the past few days." "How has Hao offended our young lady?" Ding Hao, with a heavy heart, replied, "Old Madam, this matter is rather lengthy." The kind-hearted matriarch, seeing her benefactor in distress, quickly urged, "Do not rush. Please sit and tell us slowly." Tang Yanyan, biting her lip, inwardly scoffed. "After committing such a despicable act, what words do you have left? I shall see what nonsense you concoct." Following her suggestion, Ding Hao sat down and sighed deeply. "Due to illness, I had taken refuge at Pijisi for 2 days. This morning, I noticed a suspicious man in monk's robes behaving oddly. I thought, having been granted the privilege to stay at the temple, how could I turn a blind eye to someone harboring ill intentions toward this sacred place? Thus, I decided to follow him." Having just arrived in Guangyuan, unfamiliar with the area, Ding Hao's boldness in confronting a child trafficker revealed his noble character. His willingness to intervene showcased the heroic spirit he possessed. Old Madam Cheng, General Cheng, and Governor Su, having formed their opinions, regarded Ding Hao as a man of integrity, nodding in agreement, which only deepened Tang Yanyan's frustration. Observing the favorable reactions from the others, Ding Hao felt emboldened. With a raised brow and an air of righteousness, he continued, "That trafficker slithered into the rear temple, and my suspicions grew stronger. I followed him, witnessing him pry open a lock and enter a side hall. After waiting for a while, without seeing him emerge, I ventured into the hall to investigate, only to find it cluttered with various items, devoid of any human presence. At that moment, I was utterly perplexed. How could this person have vanished? Could he possibly possess the ability to fly or vanish into thin air? Where could he have gone?" As I pondered, Ding Hao rapidly turned his thoughts, yet remained unable to concoct a plausible explanation, his heart racing with anxiety. Lady Cheng could no longer restrain herself and interjected, "Humph. Where could he possibly go? If he had the power to fly or disappear, would he need to sneak in so stealthily? In my humble opinion, he is most likely hiding behind the clutter." "Oh, lady, you have hit the nail on the head," Ding Hao exclaimed, slapping his thigh with fervor, feeling as if he had encountered a kindred spirit in the wise Lady Cheng. He continued, inspired by her words, "Indeed, you are astute." At that moment, I was oblivious and thought this person might be a demon or a ghost, which genuinely frightened me. However, I was reluctant to retreat and allow that villain to continue his misdeeds. Thus, I cautiously searched behind the clutter, and lo and behold, I spotted a shadow crouching there. It turned out that the little thief had already noticed my pursuit. Lady Cheng, visibly anxious, inquired, "Did the thief see you?" "Oh dear, what happened next?" Cheng Shixiang and his wife exchanged wry smiles, realizing that their mother was treating Ding Hao as if he were a storyteller in a tavern. Ding Hao continued, "When I first glimpsed someone hiding there, I was taken aback and instinctively, yes, I quickly retreated, but in my haste, I inadvertently bumped the back of my head against a wooden panel, producing a loud thud that sent a sharp pain coursing through me. Just then, the thief brandished a sharp knife and lunged at my chest. Fortunately, someone next door shouted, 'Who is there?' That shout startled the thief, who, hearing another voice, hesitated to take a life and turned to flee. I lunged at him, but I was no match for him. He seized my arm and delivered a fierce kick, sending me crashing against the wall. As luck would have it, that wall was merely a partition of wooden boards, which had rotted from the constant dampness of the spring water. My collision caused the entire wall to collapse. A clever fabrication must contain 8 parts truth and 2 parts falsehood. This is what makes it challenging for even the astute to discern reality from illusion. By this point, Miss Tang was utterly dumbfounded, rendered speechless. Ding Hao continued his tale, seemingly fearful of interruption, and with a deep sigh, declared, taking advantage of the moment, the thief fled. As I groggily got back on my feet, I was met with a most astonishing sight. There sat Miss Tang in a bathing tub, flanked by 2 young maidservants. Upon seeing me, Miss Tang was both startled and enraged. I, unable to defend myself, found that although she was indeed in the tub, I had seen nothing of consequence. Yet, her fury was palpable, and with no means to explain myself, I had no choice but to flee. Ding Hao gazed at Tang Yin with a mixture of sorrow and indignation, lamenting, I had believed that I would never again have the chance to encounter Miss Tang. Yet, here we are, reunited, a testament to the whims of fate. At this juncture, I find myself at a loss for words. If you, miss, are unwilling to relent, then I shall submit to whatever punishment you deem fit, be it strikes or even death. However, I assure you, it was never my intention to offend. Nor have I indeed offended you. Mississippi Chapter 39. Graceful decline. Upon hearing Ding Hao's words, everyone instinctively turned their gaze to the other party involved, Tang Yin. Her expression wavered, as though she believed him to a considerable extent. Old Lady Cheng gently rocked her grandson in her arms and slowly remarked, Brother, how does good deeds? And the Buddha surely bestows his blessings. Had it not been for that shout from next door, it could have led to a calamity of bloodshed. Besides, our Cheng family is known for its benevolence. Thus, we have neither suffered financial loss nor allowed our young lady to be taken advantage of. Governor Su was momentarily taken aback. Then, like a chick pecking at grain, he nodded repeatedly. Ah, yes, indeed, old lady, you speak with great wisdom. While old Lady Cheng may not comprehend profound principles, she understood well that those who repay kindness with ingratitude are destined for retribution. The Buddha would not tolerate such behavior. Her subtle dismissal was clearly an attempt to exonerate Ding Hao. Governor Su perceived this, as did Madame Chang, who, concerned for her family, despite knowing her mother-in-law's intent to absolve Ding Hao, pressed Tang Yin with a question, Yin, is he speaking the truth? Although Tang Yin was willful and headstrong, she was not one to resort to unscrupulous means to achieve her goals. Ding Hao's reasoning resonated with her, and she was aware of the thief's presence. Therefore, she hesitated and said, I, the niece, witnessed him colliding with someone while crying out for help. My guards did indeed encounter a small thief. With this admission, Madame Chang found it difficult to defend her further. Governor Su seized the opportunity and laughed heartily. Then it appears this was all a misunderstanding. Ding Hao, had it not been for your confrontation with that thief, not only would Miss Tang have lost her possessions, but that rascal might have even spied on her bathing and later boasted about it, which would have tarnished her reputation. Thus, you not only bear no blame but have performed a commendable deed. Miss Tang, being a refined young lady, understanding and gentle, how could she possibly hold anything against you? Between Miss Tang and old Lady Chang, it was evident that Governor Su chose to curry favor with the latter. General Cheng Shixiang remained seated like a statue, despite his formidable demeanor in public. Once at home, whenever there was a disagreement between his mother and wife, he often adopted this inert disposition. Noticing Governor Su's perceptiveness while her son remained oblivious, old Lady Cheng shot him an exasperated glare. The general, upon receiving his mother's reprimand, suddenly sprang to life, raising his voice to support. Yes, Yin, see how frightened you made him. Brother Ding is a man of chivalry and integrity. He would never commit such a sordid act. This is clearly a misunderstanding. In my opinion, you two should reconcile. Madame Cheng retorted, look at you. With your loose tongue. If you haven't been educated, do not flaunt your knowledge. It is not a matter of reconciling, but of dispelling misunderstandings. General Cheng slapped his forehead, chuckling awkwardly. Yes, it seems you two have dispelled misunderstandings, then. Mother, do you find my handling of the matter appropriate? Old Lady Cheng huffed in response. And seeing that she remained silent, the general rubbed his hands together, laughing nervously. Mother, look, the rich and noble are fast asleep. Let us not catch a chill here. You, along with Madame and Yin, should return to rest. As for Brother Ding, I shall repay his kindness well. Before the venerable matriarch Cheng. It is only through the precious gem of the Cheng family, Cheng Fugui, that one can navigate with ease. Upon hearing these words, the matriarch indeed rose to her feet, and Madame Cheng along with Tang Yin hurriedly supported her on either side. Matriarch Chen remarked, However, today's affair is truly thanks to you. The Cheng family is not one to forget kindness and propriety. My son will certainly repay you handsomely. This old woman is weary now and shall return to rest." Ding Hao and Governor Su immediately stood to bow, saying, "We respectfully see off the matriarch." Tang Yanyin cast a reluctant glare at Ding Hao as she assisted the matriarch towards the screen, while Ding Hao silently exhaled in relief. Once the matriarch and her entourage had departed, Cheng Shixiang gestured for Governor Su and Ding Hao to take their seats again and commanded loudly, "Bring forth 100 taels of gold as a gift for this benefactor." Upon hearing this, Ding Hao promptly stood and respectfully declined, saying, "Your Excellency, please do not take such measures. When I saved your son, I was unaware of his background. I acted solely for my own peace of mind, with no desire for reward. To bestow upon me 100 taels of gold is truly excessive." Governor Su laughed heartily, saying, "General Qing is the lord of Guangyuan. Possessing considerable wealth, a mere 100 taels of gold are hardly worth his notice. Now, as General Cheng expresses his gratitude for your life-saving act, this gift is both an act of righteousness on your part and a gesture of gratitude on his. It is indeed a fine affair. I suggest you refrain from further refusal." Currently, Guangyuan remains a fiefdom under military governance, with Cheng Shixiang commanding troops and overseeing civilian affairs, including taxes and labor, all under his control. For him, 100 taels of gold may seem trivial, yet Ding Hao, with steadfast conviction, adamantly refused. His refusal was not a matter of pretentiousness. He was not an inflexible gentleman. To General Cheng, this sum might be inconsequential, but for him, it represented a significant fortune. Understanding this, why should he shy away from such a reward? Ding Hao's refusal stemmed from his desire not to conclude a potentially life-altering opportunity. 100 taels of gold could be exchanged for 900 guan, which might allow him to leave the Ding family, purchase a house, and acquire 2 acres of land. Even with additional labor, he could scrape by, altering his circumstances, his status, his life. As the saying goes, it is better to teach a man to fish than merely give him a fish. The 100 taels are the fish, while General Qing is the means to fish. He was well aware of the weight of this distinction. One must understand that favors have a day of reckoning. And he did not foolishly believe that he could ascend the ranks merely by clinging to the Qing family like a vine to a tree. The steward Yan Jiao in the Ding household served as a cautionary tale. 100 taels of gold might bring momentary wealth, but what he sought was enduring glory. This glory must be earned through his own efforts, yet he required an opportunity, a network. The transformation from a golden-scaled fish to a dragon necessitates favorable winds and clouds. Does it not? Cheng Shixiang had always regarded him as an ordinary commoner and had not held him in high esteem. However, upon witnessing his righteous act and his discernment in the face of gain, he began to regard him with new eyes. Studying Ding Hao closely, he observed his composed demeanor and shrewd gaze, then said, "Since you refuse my gift, how then shall I express my gratitude? Do you have any official duties here in Guangyuan? If you have not yet found a position, you might consider remaining by my side. What say you?" Listening to Cheng Shixiang's words, Ding Hao felt a surge of excitement, nearly blurting out a willingness to follow the arrangements of the Grand Marshal. However, just as the words were on the tip of his tongue, he suddenly regained his composure and swallowed them back. How foolish it would be to lose oneself in delight. This is 1,000 years ago. I must adapt to local customs and the prevailing ideals of this era. Changing allegiances, especially under the current circumstances, is a grave impropriety in conduct. General Cheng, who is devoted to his mother at home and commands great trust in the military, entrusted with the defense of a crucial stronghold and tens of thousands of valiant soldiers, must surely be a man of loyalty and righteousness. If I were to agree to stay here, what would I say if he inquired about my origins? At a time when the Ding family is in decline, I, the steward, abandon them and eagerly seek to climb the social ladder? Though General Cheng may remain silent, he would undoubtedly harbor contempt and disdain in his heart. Thus, even if I were to remain by his side, with such a blemish on my character, how could I ever gain his esteem and trust? With this thought in mind, Ding Hao replied, "Thank you, Grand Marshal, for your kind regard. I am deeply grateful. However, I am currently serving as a steward in a household and have certain responsibilities to attend to in Guangyuan. As one who serves must be loyal to their duties and see them through to the end. Until I receive permission from my employer, I cannot consent." Upon hearing this, Cheng Shixiang was finally moved. He looked at Ding Hao with deep respect, his eyes reflecting admiration, and his face adorned with a smile of approval. "Excellent. This is the mark of a man who bears responsibility and knows loyalty. Such noble qualities are what I respect most in a warrior. Thus, I will not press you. Should you find yourself in Guangyuan in the future and encounter any insurmountable challenges, do not hesitate to seek me. The doors of Qing's residence will always be open to you. Thank you for your generosity, Grand Marshal. Ding Hao rose and bowed with genuine delight. Realizing that this bond was a fortuitous investment, establishing this goodwill is a pathway, and when he finds himself at a crossroads, it shall serve as his future. Chapter 040. The warmth and coldness of human relationships after departing from the Qing residence. Ding Hao made his way to the Yi family's large carriage shop in the western city. Upon inquiry, he learned that the Ding family's carriage team was located 3 miles west at an abandoned military camp. Energized, Ding Hao continued his journey. Upon arriving at the camp, he entered through the dilapidated gate and noticed a lantern by the well, with a figure diligently cranking the mechanism to draw water. Recognizing the silhouette, he realized it was Shueliang. With a surge of joy, Ding Hao exclaimed, "You rascal!" Hearing that familiar voice, Shueliang looked up and was startled to see a figure emerging from the snowy night. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Ding Hao. Shueliang, taken aback, lost his grip, and the bucket of water fell back into the well with a splash. Rushing to Ding Hao, Shueliang grasped his arm anxiously, saying, "You fool! What trouble have you gotten yourself into this time? It's serious now. The principal has come looking for you. I hear that girl is the niece of General Guangyuan, accompanied by a retinue of armed guards, exuding a menacing aura. If she captures you, you shall face dire consequences. You must escape back to Bazhou while you still can." He reached into his pocket and fumbled for a moment before producing a handful of copper coins. "This is all I have. A reward from the young lady on the road. Take it with you." The lantern swayed gently in the wind, casting a flickering light that partially illuminated Shueliang's earnest and concerned face. A warmth filled Ding Hao's heart as he grasped Shueliang's cold hand and gently pushed it back. "Brother, keep this money for yourself. Don't squander it. Save it to marry a good wife. I assure you, I am fine, so there is no need for concern. Are you truly all right?" "Indeed, I am." Seeing Ding Hao's relaxed demeanor, Shueliang finally tucked the coins away, rubbing his nose as he replied, "That's a relief. When that girl came earlier, she was far more intimidating than the constables. By the way, weren't you recuperating at Pajizi? What brings you here? Are you well? How did you offend that young lady?" Ding Hao chuckled. "It's a long story. We can discuss it when we return. For now, let us draw some water." The two of them carried a bucket of water back to Shueliang's dwelling. Along the way, they encountered several villagers still awake, who greeted Ding Hao with surprise and joy, inquiring about his health and the reasons behind his altercation with Miss Tang. Their concern was palpable, and through this journey, Ding Hao had established a reputation among these villagers. Feeling a deep sense of warmth, Ding Hao's smile blossomed. As they continued, they spotted Lu Guanshi approaching pensively beneath an eave. After finishing a greeting with a villager, Ding Hao turned to see him and instinctively smiled, raising his hand to greet him. However, Lu Guanshi suddenly slipped away behind a pillar, causing Ding Hao's smile to falter. Without pausing, he and Shueliang walked past the house with the bucket of water, a realization dawning upon him. Today, Miss Tang had come with a fierce demeanor to confront him. Tang Yanyan was indeed the niece of General Cheng Shixiang from Guangyuan, a region still under the influence of the feudal lords. What does it mean to be under the influence of the feudal lords? Even the independent judicial authority is possessed by these warlords. In Guangyuan, Ding Hao was brutally killed by Miss Tang, yet the authorities did not pursue a case against her. Manager Lu, a sage, understands the wisdom of not standing beneath a precarious wall. Reflecting on the amicable rapport they shared during their journey, Ding Hao felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. The world is a harsh place, and the warmth of human kindness is fleeting. As a gust of wind swept by, he instinctively shrank his neck, sensing not the chill of the breeze but the desolation of human nature. Upon returning to Shueliang's residence, he found Feng de Zhangbio there, draped in a sheepskin coat, seated by the fire and roasting bread. His arrival brought great joy to Feng, who casually inquired about his recent experiences. Learning that Ding Hao had been busy all day without a meal, Feng quickly fetched a large bowl, poured in some hot water, tore up pieces of dried meat to soak, and handed him 2 fragrant, roasted breads, chuckling, "Let us discuss matters after we've eaten." "Haha, I say, little Ding. I just realized these past few days that you could have simply told me if my snoring disturbed you. It's you who suffers in silence. Fear not, my friend. I shall not share the bed with you tonight." Ha ha ha. As they bantered, Ding Hao devoured the 2 breads and the bowl of soaked meat. He was terribly hungry after a long day, and, despite knowing the bread would expand in his stomach and fill him up, he couldn't resist reaching for a 3rd piece. Just then, a voice called out loudly, "Manager Ding, "Manager Ding, are you here?" As the voice echoed, a man pushed the door open and entered. His face lit up upon seeing Ding Hao. "Manager Ding, you've truly arrived. Are you feeling better?" Ding Hao recognized him as Wu Wei, a household servant of the Ding family, previously known as Adai. Throughout their journey, Ding Yulua had relied heavily on him, and everyone referred to him as Manager Ding. Wu Wei, a straightforward and honest farmer, stood up and smiled. "I just arrived. I'm feeling much better now." "That's wonderful," Wu Wei exclaimed, noticing Feng Dezangbio's presence. He bowed and greeted him, then turned to Ding Hao. "Miss has heard of your return and is thrilled. She sent me to invite you for a conversation." Ding Hao intended to visit Ding Yulua the next morning, believing the late hour would keep news of his return from spreading, but seeing that she had sent someone to summon him, he set aside the bread and said to Feng Dezangbio and Shui Liang, "I shall go meet the young lady." With a dim light flickering, Ding Yulua wandered beneath the lamp, her brows knit with concern. At that moment, Wu Wei called from the doorway, "Miss, Manager Ding has arrived." "Oh." Ding Yulua's brows lifted slightly, and she quickly instructed, "Please invite Manager Ding in." Ding Hao lifted the curtain and entered the room. This was a repurposed military camp, with all the buildings following the same design. Upon entering, there was a raised platform, and the two rooms on either side also had raised platforms. However, since this room was occupied by Miss Ding, it served as a place for meetings and receiving guests. On the calm, there rested a low table adorned with an oil lamp and a cup of tea. Before the lamp stood Ding Yulua, whose beauty, though still discernible, had notably waned in the dim light. Ding Hao had previously encountered the young lady. Upon entering, he offered a deep bow as a gesture of respect. "Please sit. There is no need for formality," she said, waving her hand dismissively. She turned and settled herself at one end of the Kong table, leaning slightly to one side, resembling a little bird peering at him, and inquired softly, "Is your illness now resolved?" Ding Hao sat beside the Kong, smiling as he said, "Miss Lao, your concern is appreciated. I merely caught a chill and spent the day recuperating at the temple. After soaking in a hot spring and sweating profusely, I am now fully recovered." Ding Yulua nodded slightly and said, "That is good. Now, I must inquire, have you perhaps offended Miss Tang?" Ding Hao was taken aback, recalling Lu Shi's earlier reaction, and the warmth in his heart vanished in an instant. Observing Ding Yulu's anxious expression closely, a chill surged within him. Is the young lady also seeking to ward off the plague god? Very well. I am indeed planning to return to Bazhou with my mother once this matter is resolved. Ding Tingshuan regards my mother and me as thorns in his side. It seems he is indifferent to the release of a mere household servant. Throughout this journey, I have shown considerable benevolence towards the Ding family, and from this point forward, let us part ways amicably and pursue our separate paths. Ding Hao's tone grew stern as he coldly remarked, "Indeed, I have undeniably offended Miss Tang." Ding Yulu, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, "What nonsense is this? How can you say such a thing? You were merely recuperating peacefully at the temple. How did you come to encounter her? What could have possibly led to this enmity?" "I inquired of her, yet she remained silent. Your demeanor, shrouded in mystery, leaves one perplexed and unable to discern the truth." Ding Hao spoke in a chilling tone, "Miss, there is no need for further inquiry. This matter cannot be resolved." Ding Yulu sprang to her feet, her anger flaring you. However, upon meeting Ding Hao's icy gaze, she softened, exclaiming, "What on earth happened? You must at least allow me to comprehend." Ding Hao took a deep breath and declared with conviction, "While I was recuperating at the temple, I noticed a suspicious individual. Driven by curiosity, I followed him, only to discover he was a thief intending to pilfer from the temple. As I trailed behind, I inadvertently stumbled upon a bathing area. In a moment of folly, I paused to surreptitiously observe one of the female relatives of a temple protector during her bath." Ding Yulu's eyes widened in shock, and she gasped, "That, the woman bathing, is it Miss Tang?" "Indeed." Ding Yulua harbored a flicker of hope as she inquired, "You did not see anything, did you?" Ding Hao observed her surprise, a wave of satisfaction surging within him. Ever since he discerned Ding Tingshuan's callousness and hypocritical nature, he had never contemplated any familial ties with him. Throughout this journey, he devoted himself wholeheartedly, not only to enrich his own experiences, but also to ameliorate his position within the Ding family. The ultimate aim of improving his standing within the Ding household was to eventually spread his wings and soar far beyond its confines, liberating himself from the cage and embracing the vastness of the sky. Now, it appeared that his originally steadfast plan would need to be expedited. Compelled by none other than the sole member of the Ding family who had shown him a modicum of care, the eldest Miss Ding, an irony that pained him deeply. A faint smirk lingered at the corners of his mouth as he remarked nonchalantly, "I have indeed seen it all, not just her waist, her back, and her thighs. But even her dairy is laid bare before my eyes. You sigh?" A deep sorrow etched itself upon Ding Yulua's face as she paced anxiously around the room, murmuring to herself, "So this is the reason behind it all. If that is the case, then it truly seems insurmountable. What shall I do? What shall I do?" She suddenly halted, casting a fierce glare at Ding Hao. Then, from her sleeve, she produced 2 silver ingots and thrust them into Ding Hao's hands with force, chiding, "It is indeed your fault. How can you be so thoughtless? A young lady. Well, is it appropriate to gaze so freely? Alas, it seems that it is too late to express anything now. Although our provisions have arrived, it appears that General Guangyuan is unwilling to let the matter of our delay rest, while we are no longer in peril of our lives. The prospects for our grain business are dismal, compounded by the situation involving Miss Tang. I fear that within the next few days, we must make our return. Take these 2 ingots of silver with you, and leave at dawn tomorrow. Seek out a place to stay in a village outside the city, and when we journey back, you can discreetly follow behind. If Miss Tang cannot locate you, her ire will gradually subside, and surely she cannot pursue us all the way to Bazhou, can she? What?" Ding Hao grasped the 2 ingots of silver, momentarily frozen in disbelief. How could the unfolding events diverge so drastically from his expectations? Ding Hao, with 2 ingots of silver tucked into his sleeves, wandered aimlessly along the path back to his abode. Lost in thought, he failed to notice Steward Liu approaching from the opposite side of the road. Lu Shi cast a furtive glance at him before hastening towards Ding Yulua's residence. With his head bowed, Ding Hao stepped carefully on the snow, the subtle crunching sound resonating distinctly in the tranquil moonlight, akin to pebbles being cast into water, stirring ripples deep within his heart. His hands, concealed within his sleeves, gently caressed the smooth surface of the silver, as if cleansing his spirit in tender waters. Suddenly, he came to a halt, gazing up at the luminous moon. The silvery light, reminiscent of frost, cast a coolness upon his face. In that moment of clarity, Ding Hao seemed to arrive at a resolution. He exhaled softly, resolutely turned around, and strode purposefully towards Ding Yulua's dwelling. Chapter 041. Sacrifice and Gain. Ding Hao was acutely aware that his fortuitous connection with General Cheng Shixiang of Guangyuan was a rare and invaluable asset. This relationship, forged solely through benevolence, was inherently fragile. Any request made of the benefactor would inevitably diminish the bond. Initially, he intended to reserve this social capital for a pivotal moment in his life, yet he found himself unable to turn a blind eye to Ding Yulua's predicaments. Though perhaps unwise, he could not deceive himself regarding the importance of such connections. As an orphan raised in a relatively indifferent environment, he was particularly sensitive to the kindness of others. While some might contend that fairness demands at least an equal exchange, Ding Hao firmly believed in the principle of repaying even the smallest kindness with profound gratitude. Ding Yulua had once come to the aid of him and his mother when they were wronged by the second young master of the Ding family. She had supported him during his struggles and even provided silver to help him evade danger. These acts of kindness quelled any selfish inclinations within Ding Hao, who adhered strictly to the principle of not engaging in actions that would trouble his conscience. As he hurried to Ding Yulua's chamber, poised to lift the heavy cotton curtain, he was taken aback by her resolute voice from within, commanding, "Enough. Do not speak further." Ding Hao hesitated, his hand halting just before the curtain. He then heard Ding Yulua continue, "Manager Liu, how could you even conceive of such an idea? If I were to act in this manner, the entire grain caravan would turn against me. Would anyone be willing to serve the Ding family loyally after that?" Ding Hao was puzzled. Lu Shi? When did he arrive? What business could they possibly be discussing? Should I take my leave? After the incident with Miss Tang, he had become increasingly aware of the need to be discreet. Upon overhearing their conversation, he instinctively considered retreating, but as fate would have it, Liu mentioned his name, compelling Ding Hao to remain. Inside, Manager Liu spoke in a subdued tone, "Miss, I understand that this would put Ding Hao in a difficult position. However, we cannot allow the future of the Ding family to be squandered. That young lady from the Tang family is related to General Cheng. If we could entrust Ding Hao to her and ask her to speak favorably on our behalf, we might still find a way forward. If you find it too challenging to intervene, I could discreetly approach her to request her assistance, ensuring that no one would uncover the truth." At this juncture, Ding Hao felt a surge of indignation. He heard Ding Yulua's deep voice retort, "No one would know? Heaven knows, earth knows, you know, and I know. How could you say no one would know? If not for Ding Hao, my father and brother would have already faced execution, and I would have been relegated to servitude. Now you want me to turn him over for your selfish interests? Such an act would be intolerable. It would invoke divine retribution. But, miss, our family's business. Leave. Mississippi. Get out. Now. In that moment, Ding Hao's fury inexplicably dissipated as he heard Lu Shi mumble his apologies and depart. He quickly stepped aside, taking refuge behind a column. Lu Shi stepped out of Ding Yuluo's room, shaking his head and letting out a gentle sigh, drawing in his neck and folding his hands. He walked away slowly. Ding Hao cast a disdainful glance at his retreating figure before lifting the curtain and entering the room. Aren't you leaving? Ding Yuluo suddenly turned around. Her delicate brows arched, anger simmering in her eyes. Ding Hao smiled gently and replied softly, It is I. You. Ding Yuluo's surprise flickered momentarily before she asked, Did you hear it? Yes, I heard it. When I first listened, I was indeed furious. But after hearing the young lady's words, my anger subsided. Every individual harbors selfish desires, even the most virtuous among us, let alone Lu Guanchi. He is the steward of the Ding family, sharing in their glory and their misfortunes. Naturally, he must plan for both the family and himself. To me, he is a shameless scoundrel, yet to the Ding family, he remains utterly loyal. Ding Yuluo smiled wryly and said, You need not mock me. Ding Hao replied lightly. This is not mockery, but rather sincere truth. Just moments ago, I was contemplating that if I were his master, even if I did not heed his counsel, such a character would still be of use. The young lady's ability to sternly dismiss him is something I am deeply grateful for. Ding Yuluo, feeling somewhat ashamed, remarked. Clear waters harbor no fish. I cannot expect every individual to possess grand altruism. Even I cannot achieve that. Such actions are merely for the sake of one's own peace of mind. Ding Hao smiled and said, I dare not speak of great principles and righteousness. My approach in life is simple, never let my conscience be troubled. Thus, I returned to see the young lady. Ding Yuluo sensed the deeper meaning in his words. Her gaze sharpening as she inquired, What do you mean by that? Ding Hao explained, This time, the Ding family has encountered a mishap with the grain supply, nearly leading to disaster. It seems General Guangyin, in his rage, intends to revoke the Ding family's exclusive rights to grain and fodder. Ding Yuluo sighed softly, Indeed. I have sought the assistance of many, yet General Guangyin remains unyielding. Alas, the arduous journey of transporting grain, while I can endure, facing those slick and shrewd officials leaves me feeling powerless. I am utterly exhausted. And if it weren't for the vast estate of the Ding family and the significant expenses incurred over the years relying on this exclusive grain supply, the consequences of losing it would be dire. I truly wish to abandon it all and return to Bazhou immediately. Ding Hao understood that besides managing land, the Ding family also operated numerous pawn shops, grain and oil stores, and laundries. Their business scope was continually expanding, and losing a substantial source of stable income would indeed plunge the Ding family into paralysis. A towering building, once its foundation is shaky, collapses faster than a thatched cottage. Thus, Ding Hao stated, This is why I returned. I wish to discuss with the young lady how we might resolve this impasse. Ding Yuluo shook her head, wearily sitting down by the Kong, and softly said, Dai, you should sit as well. Ding Hao followed her instructions and seated himself on the opposite side of the Kong table, turning to observe her. Ding Yuluo appeared lost in thought, gazing ahead with her elegantly arched brows slightly knitted. The light fell upon her profile, illuminating her skin like jade, her forehead smooth and radiant, her nose gracefully defined, and her lips shaped like delicate angles, together forming a striking silhouette. Only her long, neatly arranged eyelashes fluttered gently, revealing that this silhouette was indeed alive. Soon after, her beautifully shaped lips parted. Dai, let me speak candidly. My father, in pursuit of this monopoly, invested countless efforts to gain the consent of the then general of Guangyin. At that time, this territory belonged to the Zhao family, who were vassals of the Lu clan of northern Han. Ding Hao was aware that during the tumultuous end of the Tang dynasty, when heroes across the land proclaimed their own kingdoms, a Han state had once flourished here, with another Han state established in Guangzhou, ruled by the Lu clan as well. The populace distinguished between the two by designating them as Southern and Northern Han. Presently, the Southern Han persists, while the Northern Han barely survives, reduced to a few cities clinging to existence before the Northern barbarians and the Song Dynasty. The Zhao family had endured through the Tang, the 5 dynasties, and the Song, residing in Fuzhou and aligning with whoever was strong. Before submitting to the Song, they had even served as vassals of the Northern Han. Ding Yuluo continued slowly. Since the establishment of the Song Dynasty, there has been a relentless southern campaign, conquering Shu and Jing, leading to continuous expansion, while the north has remained relatively peaceful. Consequently, the wealthy landowners in the northwest have increased, and as our Ding family monopolizes the grain trade in Guangyuan, we have severed many financial lifelines. Now that the Ding family is in turmoil, how could they refrain from seizing the opportunity to strike? What do you mean? Ding Hao inquired. Ding Yulua pressed her lips together and replied, the Ding family transports an immense quantity of grain to Guangyuan each year, both from our own production and from purchases. If this grain does not pass through the Ding family's hands, those merchants would profit substantially more. With our current predicament, the general of Guangyuan intends to abolish our monopoly. Do those merchants not sense the shifting winds? They will undoubtedly engage in maneuvering and instigation. The individuals I have sought assistance from are those bureaucrats and clerks nurtured by our family's wealth over the years. Yet, she let out a cold smile. These people, originally motivated by greed, are now reluctant to step forward and negotiate upon seeing my silver. If my suspicions are correct, those who aspire to usurp the Ding family have likely already begun their schemes, with their support and the general's intention to revoke our monopoly. We have never dealt with them before, and our connections are tenuous. What recourse remains? Even if my father were to arrive from Bazhou now, it might be too late. Not necessarily, Ding Hao countered. Success lies in human endeavor. Without attempting, without witnessing the final outcome, one cannot hastily proclaim failure. Ding Yulua cast him a sidelong glance and remarked, what? Do you believe you can conjure a miraculous solution to unravel this deadlock? Chapter 042. The harmonious blend of curves and angles. Ding Yulua, torn between trust and doubt, gazed with a captivating innocence reminiscent of a playful younger sister seeking her brother's assistance. Ding Hao felt a surge of joy within him and smiled, saying, splendid. Let us craft another sled and traverse the formidable snow-capped mountains of General Guangyuan. My dear lady, today as I entered the city, I apprehended a human trafficker who was attempting to abduct a child. Upon rescuing the child, I discovered he was none other than Qing Shixiang's son, Cheng Fugui. Is it truly so? Ding Yulua exclaimed, leaping with excitement. Ding Hao quickly cautioned, do not rejoice too soon. This is a personal matter. The grain supply is a public concern, and our provisions were delayed by 6 days. Had it not been for the internal strife among the Tatars forcing an early withdrawal, we might have faced dire consequences. General Qing must be feeling apprehensive at this very moment. Even if no one else covets the grain trade, he would not dare to take such risks again. My act of saving the young master of the Qing family merely grants us an opportunity for negotiation. To wield this favor as leverage would be the height of folly. If we maintain the initiative, we can shape the circumstances to our advantage in the future. Therefore, we must devise a comprehensive strategy to alleviate General Cheng's concerns. Ding Yulua's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she exclaimed, I suspect you already have a plan in mind. Do you not? Ding Hao, after a moment of contemplation, replied, there is one matter I need to clarify first. In such a vast city as Guangyuan, is there truly no government granary? Or is the granary supply limited? Ding Yulua responded, in any large city, it is unreasonable not to establish a government granary. Guangyuan, of course, possesses one. However, since the establishment of the Song Dynasty over a decade ago, the northern front has remained peaceful, although there are annual incursions by northern tribes. Few dare to penetrate deep into Song territory. After all, these are merely the actions of northern tribes rather than an invasion by the northern court. Overall, the northern borders have been relatively secure. This prolonged peace has allowed the northern cities to flourish rapidly, with Guangyuan expanding more than twice its original size and its population surging. Consequently, the stationed troops have increased significantly, rendering the granaries built in earlier years inadequate. Ding Hao queried, then why has there been no expansion of the government granaries for grain storage? With a wry smile, Ding Yulua replied, you must understand. Although Guangyuan is under the jurisdiction of the Song Dynasty, it has always been within the sphere of influence of the Zhao clan. The court is currently hesitant to intervene directly in Guangyuan's granary expansion. As for General Cheng, he likely understands the implications and is also reluctant to advocate for it. Since the end of the Tang dynasty, the realm has been plagued by constant warfare, with nations rising and falling within mere years, creating unprecedented turmoil. General Cheng commands a formidable military presence, and should he stockpile grain, it would inevitably raise suspicions. For over a decade, the Ding family has been gathering and transporting grain to Guangyuan without incident, and thus he has little interest in meddling with this matter. This thin veil of understanding has remained unchallenged. Ding Hao sighed softly, the bureaucracy, alas. Yet, it appears that this is a significant hidden danger. Since the Zhao clan has kept him here for over a decade without change, they must hold considerable trust in him or possess means to control him. following the recent grain transportation mishap, which nearly escalated into a significant disaster. It is imperative that both General Cheng and the Zhou family of Fuzhou recognize the importance of expanding the official granaries. Had we sought the assistance of General Guangyuan to uphold the Ding family's exclusive grain and fodder rights, or instead leverage the connections within the Ding family to advocate for the expansion of the granaries, would it not yield greater results with lesser effort? Ding Yulua's eyes sparkled with understanding, and her cheeks flushed with excitement. I see now. The provision of grain is intrinsically linked to General Guangyuan's well-being. As long as this latent threat persists, the general will likely no longer confine such a crucial matter solely to our family. He is the commander of Guangyuan and understands the gravity of grain storage, yet he cannot proactively propose the construction of granaries. If we can seize this opportunity to facilitate the expansion of the official granary in Guangyuan, it will alleviate his concerns, and when the time comes to request his assistance, it will naturally fall into place. In fact, he may feel indebted to us. What we must capitalize on is the crisis revealed by this incident. Transforming adversity into advantage, truly a stroke of brilliance. Witnessing her delight, Ding Hao also wore a joyful expression and reminded her. Since you have solicited the help of many officials in Guangyuan these past few days, you likely have a sense of who among them is genuinely willing to assist and who has been swayed by others. Starting tomorrow, seek out those who are inclined to help, but do not ask them to advocate for the Ding family to General Cheng. Instead, request that they submit a petition for the establishment of the granary. Once the Zhou family of Fuzhou consents, our endeavor will be halfway accomplished. Understood. Ding Yulua nodded eagerly, feeling an inexplicable trust in Ding Hao. Previously, such obedience was reserved for her father and elder brother, but unbeknownst to her, Ding Hao had similarly secured a significant place in her heart. Yet, she remained unaware of the implications. Is that all? What constitutes the other half? The other half, of course, is the matter of interpersonal relationships. Without navigating these, progress is stymied. This connection must be fostered. Madame Cheng's significant birthday is approaching, and we should prepare a distinctive gift. If we can cater to her preferences and delight her, General Cheng, the dutiful son, will surely feel gratitude, thus ensuring we retain the rights we seek. Indeed, my father had already made preparations for this occasion. During my journey, I sent someone ahead to Guangyuan to deliver the news and learned that Madame Cheng is celebrating her 60th birthday. Being a devout Buddhist, I arranged for a golden Buddha to be crafted at the largest gold bank in Guangyuan, to be delivered the day after tomorrow. Following that, I shall invite Elder Kong Kong from Pujizi Temple to consecrate the golden Buddha as a gift for Madame Cheng's birthday. Although gold is precious, it is still a mundane object. However, Madame Cheng is not particularly refined. To present her with esteemed calligraphy or paintings would be a grave misstep. Ding Hao chuckled, inviting the monk to recite scriptures and consecrate the golden Buddha, then offering it to such a devout believer as Madame Cheng will surely please her. No wonder you were so generous at Pujizi Temple. It seems you had this plan all along. This gift may not be suited for others, but for Madame Cheng, it is indeed perfect. Ding Yulua, filled with joy at his praise, yet still apprehensive, replied, however, Cheng Shixiang is the lord of Guangyuan, and his mother is celebrating a grand birthday. The gentry and dignitaries of the entire city will be in attendance, and those wealthy merchants who aspire to supplant the Ding family will undoubtedly spare no effort in choosing their gifts, in comparison to their offerings. My golden Buddha may seem rather insignificant. Ding Hao furrowed his brow and remarked, indeed, one must cater to their preferences and strive for a surprising triumph. Ding Yulua, with a wry smile, responded, that is precisely what I am doing. The matriarch Cheng is a devout Buddhist. I have crafted a golden Buddha as a gift for her. Surely, I cannot simply present her with a golden temple. A sudden inspiration struck Ding Hao, and a hint of a mysterious smile graced his lips as he exclaimed, I've thought of something. Haha. This approach will surely cater to her tastes, perhaps even more effectively than gifting her a mountain of gold. Upon hearing this, Ding Yulu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she urged, what is it? Please tell me. Ding Hao smiled gently, no need to rush. I have yet to finalize the details. Allow me to keep you in suspense for a moment. Tomorrow, you shall seek out those reliable officials, while I will begin preparations for this endeavor. Ding Yulu, seeing his reluctance to divulge more, shot him a playful glare and sighed, very well. How much silver will you require? My father bestowed upon me 100,000 taels of silver, urging me to spare no expense in safeguarding our monopoly. Now, after attending to various matters and acquiring a golden Buddha, I am left with merely 40,000 taels. Ding Hao glanced at her, and after a moment's contemplation, remarked, 40,000 taels will suffice, then let me have it all. Very well. Ding Yulua, without a moment's hesitation, reached out to touch the silver note. Ding Hao, taken aback, inquired Yu. Aren't you afraid that I might take the silver note and vanish? Would you dare? Those clear eyes gazed at Ding Hao, reflecting only trust, devoid of any hesitation. Ding Hao lowered his eyelids and let out a soft sigh. One should always exercise a modicum of caution towards others. Ding Yulua laughed merrily and handed over a thick stack of silver notes. I understand. Here you go. Ding Hao touched his nose and chuckled wryly, saying, I knew you wouldn't take it to heart. I just deceived you a moment ago. What? Not even 40,000 taels are necessary. 400 taels will suffice. Let me consider. Just to be safe, perhaps 500 taels would be prudent. Ding Yulu exclaimed in astonishment. 500 taels? Is that truly sufficient? Ding Hao replied with a smile. Indeed, it is more than enough. Ding Yulua cast a glance of uncertainty at him, and after a moment, she carefully extracted the largest denomination from the stack of banknotes, stating, Here, this is 1,000 taels. Should there be any surplus, it is all yours. I'm still capable of managing this matter. Ding Hao hesitated briefly before accepting it, tucking the banknote away with great care. He remarked, Miss, I shall return to rest now. We shall set out separately at dawn, with the significant matter beginning to take shape. Ding Yulua felt a surge of joy in her heart and replied, Very well. You have just returned from a long journey and must indeed be weary. Hurry back and rest. The young lady should also take her leave to rest. I take my leave, he said. As Ding Hao reached the threshold, a soft call from behind broke the silence. Ding Yulua summoned him. He halted in his tracks and turned to inquire, Is there anything else, miss? Ding Yulua's face flushed slightly, and with a hint of shyness, she remarked, I nearly forgot one matter. What about Miss Tang? Ding Hao was initially taken aback, but soon chuckled. I would have forgotten had you not mentioned it. I encountered her when I was escorting the young master of the Cheng family home. In the presence of General Qing and Governor Su, we resolved the matter, so I believe she shall no longer trouble me. Ding Yulua widened her eyes in astonishment and exclaimed, Would she truly be so magnanimous? Ding Hao chuckled awkwardly. Well, it's not entirely magnanimity. Primarily, I saved her cousin, and secondly, when she discovered me at the temple, she was unaware of what I had truly witnessed. Thus, Ding Yulua impulsively inquired, What exactly did you see? Ding Hao, taken aback, broke into a sweat. Realizing her faux pas, Ding Yulua's cheeks turned a deep crimson as she quickly turned away, flustered. Why, you should probably rest. Indeed, I shall take my leave, Ding Hao replied as he lifted the curtain to exit, exhaling deeply. No matter how much women may evolve over the millennia, one thing remains eternally unchanged, their fervent, burning spirit of gossip. Chapter 043, Schemes at the break of dawn the next day, Ding Yulua set out in his carriage. Following Ding Hao's instructions to pay visits to the officials and clerks from the military and civil administration of Guangyuan that the Ding family had cultivated over the years. Meanwhile, Ding Hao, accompanied by the clumsy Shueliang, strolled through the streets of Guangyuan. In the city, Ding Hao made it a point to inquire about skilled artisans, and upon gathering information, he paid them visits. Winter was typically a leisurely season, and the craftsmen had little work at hand, even if they were somewhat occupied. With the promise of generous remuneration, they readily accepted his proposals, taking deposits and promptly preparing their tools to report to the camp where the Ding family's grain team was stationed in the western part of the city. Seeing Ding Hao busily seeking out carpenters, blacksmiths, leatherworkers, painters, and plasterers, Shueliang could no longer contain his curiosity and asked Ding Hao about his intentions. Ding Hao chuckled, saying it was difficult to explain at the moment, but once the craftsmen produced their work, it would become clear. He assured Shueliang that a designated area would be set aside for their use at the camp, and that none would be allowed to leave until after the birthday celebration of the general's elderly mother. Moreover, no one else would be permitted to enter. Shueliang, with a hint of innocence, questioned, It's easy enough to prevent them from leaving since they've accepted Our Lady's money, but what about entering? Are you and the young lady not allowed in? What about Manager Lu and Head Yang? Ding Hao retorted playfully, Stop pretending to be foolish. Of course, the young lady and I can enter. As for everyone else, they are strictly forbidden. Should there be any dissatisfaction, you can easily place the blame on the young lady. I will then recruit a few reliable individuals to assist you. Shueliang's spirits lifted as he exclaimed, If all is entrusted to the young lady, then there's no problem at all. You can leave this matter to me. But what exactly do you need these artisans for? Are you planning to create another sled? Ding Hao shot him a disapproving glance, about to respond, when suddenly someone shouted from ahead, "Make way! Make way! Do not obstruct my master's path." Ding Hao looked up to see the speaker was Yang Jincheng, the head constable of Guangyuan, flanked by several officers, with a sedan chair trailing behind them. The curtains were drawn back, revealing two individuals inside, clad in ornate robes and fur cloaks, their heads adorned with snow mink hats, engaged in lively conversation. Among them was Su Fengqing, the governor of Guangyuan. It seemed that today, the esteemed governor was not out on official business. Hence the absence of flags and formalities, and the procession moved at a leisurely pace. However, his subordinates still reveled in the pretense of authority. As Yang Jincheng shouted commands, he caught sight of Ding Hao, and a flicker of warmth crossed his otherwise stern features. Had it not been for Ding Hao apprehending the trafficker, he and his fellow officers might have faced severe repercussions. Now, with a sense of relief, Governor Su had even rewarded them each with 51 for their efforts, all thanks to Ding Hao's intervention, which prompted Yang Jincheng to greet him with a friendly nod and a smile, before turning to reprimand a careless date vendor, warning him to watch where he was going lest he damage his cart. The cart-pushing date vendor hurriedly stepped aside, and only then did Captain Yang approach Ding Hao, clasping his hands in greeting. "Brother Hao, are you busy?" Ding Hao smiled and stepped forward to return the gesture. "Indeed, I have some matters to attend to." "Captain Yang, may I inquire who the prefect is accompanied by?" Yang Jincheng glanced back, curled his lips slightly, and whispered, "I heard he is some distinguished scholar from the Central Plains, a former classmate of our Lord during their studies. This individual carries himself with great arrogance, with his eyes seemingly gazing towards the heavens. This time, he is traveling to the north, and our Lord, having heard of his arrival, specifically sent someone to invite him to Guangyuan." Ding Hao responded with an "oh," his mind preoccupied with his own sketches. His question had been merely casual, and upon learning that it was about some insignificant scholar with no relevance to the livelihood of common folk like himself, he dismissed it without further thought. Clasping his hands with a smile, "I see, Captain Yang, you must be busy. I shall not disturb you." Captain Yang chuckled, returned the gesture, and was about to take his leave when Prefect Su, noticing Ding Hao from within the carriage, promptly kicked the partition, halting the vehicle. Prefect Su leaned slightly out, smiling at him. "Ding Hao." Ding Hao quickly stepped forward to bow. "Your Excellency." Prefect Su stroked his beard and smiled. "No need for formalities. Where are you headed?" Ding Hao answered candidly. "I heard the matriarch of the Cheng family is approaching her birthday. I am tasked by my master to procure some gifts to express his sentiments." "Oh?" Prefect Su's gaze flickered, and his smile deepened. "Then you may continue your business. It is unfortunate we have not had the chance to converse despite our multiple encounters. I shall also be attending the matriarch's birthday. Perhaps we shall meet again then." "Yes, I too hope to have the opportunity to hear your esteemed insights, Your Excellency." "Please take care. I bid you farewell," Ding Hao said, gracefully stepping aside, bowing respectfully as he sent him off. Prefect Su nudged the partition, glanced at Ding Hao with a nod and a smile, as the carriage resumed its journey. The elder with a long beard seated beside Su Fengqing sneered and addressed Prefect Su by his courtesy name, Brother Shuitai, as a dignified prefect. "Why must you stop to greet a mere commoner? Are you not concerned about compromising your status?" Su Fengqing chuckled. "Brother Rinjia, my official duties bind me. Unlike your leisurely scholarly demeanor, the prefect of Guangyuan is not to be compared with the officials of the Central Plains. In my position here, it feels as if I tread on thin ice, constantly reflecting upon my actions, wary of any missteps. This Ding Hao, though a commoner, may one day prove useful to General Chang. What is wrong with me lowering myself to engage with him?" The Central Plains scholar Lu Rinjia disdainfully remarked. "Su Shui, your youthful brilliance has been dulled by the trials of officialdom. That Cheng Shixiang has you so unsettled is truly lamentable." Su Fengqing's expression turned slightly awkward. But Lu Rinjia, seemingly oblivious, coldly laughed, proudly declaring, "And what is Cheng Shixiang? Merely a household servant from the estate of Du Chongwei from the former Jin Dynasty. You have studied the classics for 10 long years, persevering through hardships to achieve the title of scholar, yet you must bow to the whims of a mere commoner? Humph." Su Shui, observe closely. Once the court resolves the troubles posed by the southern Han and the Jiangnan region, these vassal states will undoubtedly unify under one banner. Su Fengqing's countenance instantly shifted upon hearing this. How could Lu Rinjia, despite his age, still indulge in such grandiloquent talk, oblivious to the gravity of the situation? A person of his ilk can only weave grand narratives with ink, yet falter in action, failing to achieve anything of substance. The purpose of inviting him was to leverage his reputation to celebrate General Cheng's longevity, but now it seems uncertain whether this was a wise decision. We must ensure he does not stir any trouble. Su Fengqing felt a pang of regret in his heart and promptly said, Rinjia, from where do you derive such sentiments? Whether in literary or martial pursuits, we all serve the court and strive for the welfare of the populace. As the governor of Guanyuan, I am currently fostering a harmonious relationship with General Cheng, and such remarks from you should no longer be entertained. Lu Rinjia, visibly displeased, glared and retorted you. Su Fengqing hastily lowered the curtain of the sedan chair, forced a chuckle, and said, All right, we are almost there. I have already instructed the household to prepare a banquet. Soon, we shall engage in a heartfelt conversation. As Su Jifu's carriage receded from view, beside a stall selling leather goods, a voice murmured, What a rare opportunity. Why do we not take action? 3 individuals squatted in front of the leather stall, clad in voluminous sheepskin coats and wearing dogskin hats that obscured their features, rendering their gender indiscernible. Among them, a slightly smaller figure feigned sorting through the inexpensive leather goods, whispering, What purpose would there be in killing him? Su Fengqing in Guanyuan is akin to a deaf man's ear, merely a decorative presence. Only by eliminating Cheng Shixiang can we achieve our goals. The voice was distinctly feminine and youthful. She lifted her head to glance at Ding Hao's retreating silhouette, her face partially concealed by a scarf commonly worn in the north to shield against the cold, revealing only her striking dark eyebrows and alluring eyes, which held an enchanting allure. After a fleeting glance, she lowered her head and instructed softly, having just arrived in Guanyuan. It will be quite challenging to ascertain Cheng Shixiang's movements. Moreover, as a prominent general, he is surrounded by adept and vigilant guards. Even if we come with a resolve to die, we may find no opportunity to act. Time is of the essence, and we cannot afford to deliberate. That person named Ding mentioned Cheng Shixiang's mother's approaching birthday celebration. This might present an opportunity. You must quickly gather information. Perhaps we can exploit this angle. Another person concurred. Indeed, regardless of how cautious he may be, within his own home, amidst the throng of guests for his mother's birthday, he is likely to lower his guard, making it an opportune moment for us to strike. The challenge lies in the fact that those who receive invitations from the Cheng family are likely officials and gentry from Guanyuan. How shall we infiltrate Cheng's residence? A cacophony of gongs and cymbals interrupted their discussion, drawing their attention. They looked up to see 3 large carts adorned with colorful flags, surrounded by dozens of people. A few individuals led the procession, occasionally performing agile somersaults in the snow, eliciting cheers from passers-by. Behind a few individuals somersaulting like monkeys, there stood a rotund man, bearing his torso in the frigid air, his ample flesh quivering. He held aloft a towering pole, upon which fluttered a grand banner inscribed with bold characters, Wu Jiala Pavilion, celebrating the birthday of the Cheng family. As the performers from the tiled-roofed pavilions approached, the 3 hastily lowered their heads once more. Chapter 044. The banquet. The matters concerning Ding Yulua proceeded remarkably smoothly. If they sought to persuade the officials to intercede on behalf of the Ding family and its business dealings with the lower houses, given that they were fully aware of Cheng Shixiang's ire over the delays in military provisions, even if those officials were inclined to advocate for the Ding family, they would falter in the presence of Cheng Shixiang, thus rendering any negotiations futile. However, urging them to set aside the Ding family's private affairs and instead submit a formal request for the expansion of the official granary was a legitimate public matter, allowing them to approach it with great conviction. Some officials, whose ranks were not significantly inferior to Cheng Shixiang's, directly took to pen and formally addressed this issue in letters dispatched to the provincial government. Among these individuals, the military officials were straightforward and candid, while the civil officials wielded their pens with eloquence, crafting their words with flourish and finesse. Each day, Cheng Shixiang had his aides read these convoluted documents to him, which were a source of much vexation. Nevertheless, he was quite pleased with the suggestion to expand the granary, and thus sent all these missives to the provincial government. Lacking literacy, he would circle the suggestions he approved and cross out those he did not, forwarding them all to the provincial capital for General Zhao's consideration, a customary practice that was not unique to this particular matter. Meanwhile, Ding Hao had gathered a group of artisans and designated a spacious courtyard within the barracks for their accommodation. He sketched out designs and personally explained them to the craftsmen. The concepts he envisioned were not overly complex. Rather, they were ideas that others had not conceived. Consequently, The artisans grasped his intentions with ease. The specifics of production and measurements became clear to them upon reviewing the sketches, and they felt more confident than Ding Hao himself. The creation of the items progressed smoothly, and Ding Yuluo made several visits to observe the artisans at work. Upon witnessing the initial forms of these creations, she felt a sense of wonder and was utterly intrigued by how Ding Hao had conceptualized them. Had it not been for the fact that the items were still being painted and drying, she would have been tempted to play with these novel inventions. On this day, which marked the auspicious birthday of the matriarch Chang, Ding Yuluo meticulously adorned herself and arranged for Ding Hao to don a set of gentleman's attire, ensuring they presented themselves with elegance. She summoned several large carts to transport the items that Ding Hao had instructed to be made, covering them with tarpaulins and setting off mysteriously towards the residence of General Chang. The Chang estate was festooned with decorations, and guests filled the entrance. Naturally, none of the visitors were of humble origin. Those of lower status, whether officials or merchants, merely presented their gifts at the entrance, smiling contentedly as the estate's steward inscribed their names in the guest book before departing. As Ding Yuluo had not received an invitation from the Chang household and was not a familiar face among the estate's attendants, she was promptly halted at the entrance. Ding Hao quickly stepped forward to clarify his identity. Everyone within the Chang estate was aware of the recent incident involving the young masteress abduction. It was known that their esteemed general had paid great respect to Ding Hao and had even bowed deeply before him. Upon realizing who Ding Hao was, the household servants no longer dared to treat him casually and hurriedly sent someone inside to announce his arrival. Shortly thereafter, a cheerful old steward clad in blue with a red sash emerged to greet them. The gatekeepers, upon seeing him, called out, "Old steward." "Ah, old steward." He chuckled warmly as he approached Ding Hao, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect, and inquired, "You must be the young Master Ding, am I correct?" "Hee. My esteemed master is currently entertaining several distinguished guests and cannot step away at the moment. Upon learning of your arrival, he has specially instructed old Ping to welcome you." "Young sir, do come in swiftly." Ding Hao hurriedly responded, "Elder, I have heard that today marks the 60th birthday of the matriarch. My young lady has prepared a modest gift to pay her respects. I am here accompanying her. Could you kindly advise us on how to proceed?" "Oh, old Ping." The steward glanced at Ding Yuluo and noted her graceful demeanor and noble bearing. He then inquired, "May I ask, who is your young lady?" "My young lady hails from the Ding family of Bazhou. The grain and fodder supply originates from our family-ash trade. We are deeply grateful for the support extended by the Grand Commandant over the years. Upon hearing of the matriarch's birthday, my young lady wished to pay a visit as a token of her appreciation." The old steward hesitated momentarily, pondering. Today, the house is filled with esteemed guests. The master has little time to attend to such matters. If I were to turn back for consultation, it would surely cast a shadow on young Ding's countenance. Furthermore, the matriarch holds a fondness for the youth who have been kind to the Cheng family. After all, it merely requires setting an extra pair of chopsticks in the courtyard. I shall ensure that Miss Ding is accommodated. With this thought, the steward donned a smile and welcomed Ding Yuluo, saying, "Ah, how delightful. My lady is celebrating her birthday today. We are truly honored by Miss Ding's visit. Please, do come in." Ding Hao interjected, "Old steward," regarding these several large carts. Upon seeing them, Steward Peng was taken aback. "What are these?" "These are gifts from my young lady to the matriarch." "Ah?" Steward Peng was momentarily speechless. Having been with the Chung family for many years, he had witnessed countless gift-giving occasions. Typically, the smaller the gift box, the more precious the contents. What on earth could the Ding family be sending? Would it be a cart full of wheat, or perhaps soybeans? Noticing the steward's bewilderment, Ding Hao leaned in to whisper a few words. Steward Ping, astonished, replied, "Is it truly? This must be accepted. My lady will surely be pleased. However, these large carts cannot enter through the main gate. Allow me to find someone to guide you through the side entrance. Old Ping will escort your young lady to the rear courtyard, and we shall reconvene in the west wing shortly. That would be greatly appreciated." Ding Hao replied as he discreetly handed over a silver ingot. Old Ping tucked the coin into his sleeve, maintaining a composed demeanor as he called out, "Lu Xiao," led young Ding's carts through the side entrance. He then gestured respectfully to Ding Yuluo, saying, "Miss Ding, please." Ding Yuluo glanced at Ding Hao before following Steward Ping through the gate. Ding Hao directed the large carts around to the side entrance, ensuring they were thoroughly inspected by the guards before being allowed entry into the courtyard. Once inside, he instructed the servants to unload the items. At that moment, A dozen or so attendants sent by Steward Ping arrived, and Ding Hao quickly requested their assistance in transporting the goods. As they weaved through the corridors of the rear courtyard, it wasn't long before Steward Peng arrived. Ding Hao organized the items and briefed the steward before returning to the front courtyard alongside one of the attendants. The Chung family was bustling with guests today, each bringing their relatives or trusted servants. Coupled with the household's own attendants and the performers of the visiting troupe, the atmosphere was a whirlwind of activity, leaving no corner untouched by the lively commotion. Though the grand banquet was indeed impressive, in Madame Cheng's eyes, it lacked a certain refinement. However, the elderly matriarch reveled in the lively atmosphere of the celebration, and who would dare to dampen her spirits on such an occasion? Fortunately, the female guests were situated in the rear courtyard, allowing Madame Cheng to avoid any disturbances. The guests who were permitted into the residence were of varied social standings. Aside from the female guests, who were all accommodated in the inner courtyard, the esteemed male guests were hosted in the White Tiger Hall, personally attended to by Cheng Shixiao. The second-tier guests were placed in the central hall, overseen by the steward and a trusted aide of Cheng Shixiao. Military guests were separately housed in side chambers, with a dedicated banquet arranged for them. At the forefront, a stage was erected beneath a screen wall, directly opposite a dining area set up for the guests. Many people gathered outside, some watching the performance while others engaged in lively conversation, creating a bustling market-like atmosphere. This was Ding Hao's first experience witnessing an ancient birthday celebration. Curiously wandering about, he noticed the stage was particularly lively and made his way there. As he rounded a decorative hill, he spotted a man and a woman standing in a pavilion. The man facing him wore an expensive fur coat and a horn belt. He was tall and handsome. Ding Hao found the figure somewhat familiar, and upon closer inspection, recognized him as Qin Yun, the young gentleman from Chishui town, who had narrowly escaped being mistaken for a thief by the county constable Zhao. Indeed, one's attire can transform perceptions, clad in such an opulent yet tasteful ensemble. He exuded an air of sophistication and charm. At that moment, this refined young gentleman wore an insufferably contrived smile as he addressed the girl before him in a mocking tone. Yin Yin. I've traveled a great distance to see you. Is my sincerity not enough? Why do you always avoid me over such trivial matters? I've journeyed far, full of genuine affection. Would it be too much to ask for a little appreciation? Chapter 045. The fierce young lady. Tang to Qin Yun's astonishment. The young lady before him was none other than Tang Yin Yin. With a disdainful tone, she retorted, Indeed, I will die of disgust. With that, she attempted to leave. But Qin Yun swiftly grasped her arm. Infuriated, Tang Yin Yin brushed his hand away as if swatting a fly, exclaiming, Do not mistake my patience for your shamelessness. If you continue to pester me, I shall have you expelled from the Cheng residence. With a forlorn expression, Qin Yin pleaded, Yin Yin, it was just that once, truly. Only once. Please forgive me. Forgive you? For what? How many times you've gone is of no concern to me. Stop clinging to me like a stubborn plaster. Go seek your pity from that lady Aqian genie Xiaolu, who treats you like royalty. Why must you come to me to suffer? Could you not be so furious? At least allow me to explain, he urged. I merely drank with your third brother and listened to some music. Nothing more. You can ask the third young master if you don't believe me. My brother is in the same league as you, complicit in your mischief, a pair of rogues. What do I care for his words? Do you think he would tell me anything but lies? You claim you did nothing. Yet you had her perched on your lap while you drank, using her mouth as your cup. I witnessed it myself. What if I hadn't seen it? Next, you'd be shedding your garments and sharing a bed, and when morning comes, you'd act as if nothing had transpired. Qin Yin felt somewhat disheartened by her relentless tirade. Mumbling, if you think so poorly of me, what more can I say? I truly went just to drink. Speak up. Straighten your tongue before addressing me. I am hard of hearing. Irritated, Qin Yun raised his voice. What exactly do you want from me? Tang Yin Yin, brimming with anger, declared, Listen well. For I shall say this only once. I wish for you to perish. With that, she spun around and was taken aback to find Ding Hao standing there, behind her. Qin Yun softened once more, imploring, Yin Yin, could you not grant me a chance? Tang Yin Yan's eyes glinted mischievously as she pointed at Ding Hao. I'm afraid there is no opportunity. Do you see this gentleman? He is the one I currently fancy. I am quite devoted, unlike you, who is fickle and duplicitous. If you wish for a chance, you must first inquire if he consents. As she spoke, her captivating eyes narrowed threateningly at Ding Hao, who had intruded upon her privacy days prior and now knew her true identity. She felt confident he would not refuse her. Hearing this, Qin Yin regarded Ding Hao with the gaze of a rival, coldly demanding, And who might you be? State your name. Little did Ding Hao anticipate that presenting a gift to the esteemed Lady Qing would entangle him in trouble. As he perceived Qin Yiyun's menacing demeanor, his hands instinctively moved towards his lower back, unsure if he was still carrying those nunchaku. He promptly leaned slightly forward, responding with an air of composed humility. There is no need for you to inquire about my name, for even if you did, it would be of no significance to you. I merely happened to pass through this place and have no connection with this young lady, Miss Tang. Tang Yanyan never anticipated that he would dare to speak so candidly, her cheeks instantly flushed with embarrassment. Ding Hao sighed, spreading his hands in a gesture of helplessness, and said, Miss Tang, please do not take offense. I, Ding Hao, am of humble standing and shallow foundations, yet I cannot withstand the wrath of young Master Qin. Upon hearing this, Qin Yiyun's anger surged as he retorted, I, Qin Yiyun, have never humbled myself before others in such a manner. Nor have I ever pleaded or spoken sweetly, only to be met with such dismissive tactics. Tang Yanyan turned away, her irritation boiling over as she exclaimed, So you think you were quite wronged, do you? Why must you endure such grievances? As the esteemed heir of the Qin family, do you truly fear a lack of admirers? Qin Yiyun exclaimed in fury, Excellent. Am I, young Master Qin Yiyun, truly unable to find a young lady who is to my liking? Very well, consider that I have never crossed your path, and let us part ways henceforth. Tang Yanyan arched her brows, a cold smile gracing her lips as she remarked, I must extend my gratitude to you. Travel well, and I shan't see you off. From this day forward, we shall be strangers, and should we encounter each other on the street, do not attempt to greet me. Rest assured, I shall not acknowledge you either. I shall regard you as merely an accumulation of snow. Qin Yiyun, filled with rage, found it particularly difficult to maintain his composure in front of others, and thus he swept his sleeves and departed. Tang Yanyan turned her head to see Ding Hao stealthily attempting to slip away, and her fury ignited. She shouted, Hey, you, whoever you are, halt. Upon witnessing the heated argument between the two, Ding Hao, fearing that she might unleash her ire upon him, contemplated making his escape. However, as he turned, he caught sight of a young maiden standing beneath the great trellis. Clad in dark garments, her delicate face resembled the pristine snow resting upon the vines. She observed the quarrel between Qin Yiyun and Tang Yanyan, her small hand covering her mouth, while her eyes sparkled like crescent moons, radiating a sweetness that seemed to seep into one's very soul. Upon realizing that Ding Hao had noticed her, she instinctively retreated behind a pillar, her expressive eyes conveying a silent plea for him to keep her presence a secret. Reluctantly, Ding Hao halted, wearing a pained expression, and turned back to respectfully address her, saying, Miss Tang. Tang Yanyan approached him with a fierce demeanor, declaring, I have spared you for the previous incident. It is only fitting that you return the favor today. Is it not? If you were to impersonate me, it would be perilous. Others would not be afforded such an opportunity. Ding Hao feigned weakness, saying, Indeed, miss. It could lead to dire consequences. What do you think my standing is? As Master Qin snapped his fingers, I felt my doom approaching. I am aware of your kind heart, young lady, and your benevolent nature, yet surely you cannot protect me for eternity. Tang Yanyan is a person who responds better to gentleness than to force. Upon seeing Ding Hao's pitiful demeanor, she found herself simultaneously amused and exasperated. In that moment, she refrained from addressing him further and, with a flick of her sleeve, remarked, Look at you, so devoid of ambition, I can hardly be bothered with you. Having said this, she disdainfully departed. As she departed, Ding Hao's hunchback straightened, and he chuckled softly, murmuring, What a girl! Who could possibly withstand such charm? That young Master Qin, with his fortitude, is truly fortunate. He cast another glance towards the grape trellis, only to find that the sweet smiling girl clad in black had vanished. A sense of loss washed over him as he took a step forward. Hey! Suddenly, a clear voice called out from behind him. Turning around, Ding Hao was surprised to see the same sweet-faced girl, having somehow circled around the rockery, now emerging with a lively demeanor. Her cheeks adorned with dimples that appeared and disappeared like fleeting shadows. At the tender age of 14 or 15, she was at that enchanting stage of girlhood. Yet she donned a set of deep black attire, her hair styled in a traditional bun, the kind worn by maidens yet to be promised to anyone. Wrapped in a white silk scarf, her dark locks cascaded gracefully down to her chest, and beneath her elegant robe, a subtle curve graced her figure, exuding a refreshing, youthful charm. Ding Hao, intrigued, smiled and bowed slightly, pondering what matter could have prompted her to call out to him. Her attire offered no clues to her identity. The assembly at the Qing residence was a motley collection of individuals from all walks of life. She appeared neither as a noble young lady nor as a servant of the house, rendering her enigmatic. The girl giggled, Miss Tang is truly beautiful. Why do you not come to the rescue of a damsel in distress? Her face was strikingly exquisite, a delicate oval framed by large, expressive eyes, a pert nose, and a pointed chin. Her features resembled the tender bloom of a yellow flower, exuding a youthful fragrance tinged with innocence, and her smile bore a whimsical, cartoonish charm. Ding Hao replied, "One must know one's own worth. To aspire to heroism, one must first understand their own capabilities, no? I am no hero. What means do I possess to rescue beauty? Haha, you are quite amusing. Are you also here to celebrate the birthday of old Lady Qing as a local gentleman?" As she laughed, Ding Hao noticed that her mouth was slightly larger than might be deemed classically refined, contrasting with her otherwise delicate features. In contemporary times, the trend favors dainty lips akin to cherries, yet her lips, shaped like flower petals and possessing a captivating curve, were undeniably alluring, even if they did not conform to the prevailing aesthetic of the era. Ding Hao responded, "I have indeed come to honor old Lady Cheng's birthday. But I am not a local gentleman. My surname is Ding, and I hail from Bazhou." The girl's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she exclaimed, "Oh? To be invited to the Qing residence for a birthday celebration, you must belong to one of the prominent families in Bazhou. Are you perhaps a young master of the Ding family?" With a slight hesitation, Ding Hao replied, "Well, I am indeed of the Ding family. I am not a young master. The Ding family is vast, and many bear the surname. As for myself, I am but a servant managing affairs. And you, my lady?" The girl, with her large, bright eyes, smiled coyly. "Oh, I am of the Zhao family, hailing from Fuzhou." Chapter 46. The girl who loves to laugh hearing the young lady's words. Ding Hao was taken aback. "The Zhao family of Fuzhou? Are you a daughter of the Zhao family?" The name of the Zhao family was not unfamiliar to him. He had heard it more than once or twice. The Zhao family was a prominent clan from Yuncheng, descended from the Chong ethnic group, with a lineage tracing back to the Tang Dynasty, through the 5 dynasties, and into the Song Dynasty. They had resided in Fuzhou for over 300 years, establishing themselves as a powerful and illustrious family. The Zhao family had been a dominant force in the northwest for more than 3 centuries, their foundations far surpassing those of the newly formed Song Dynasty, which had only been established for a decade. In Ding Hao's mind, the Zhao family was as unreachable as royalty, and he was astonished to encounter someone from such a distinguished lineage here. The girl smiled brightly. "Indeed, I am from the Zhao family of Fuzhou. But after 300 years of residence, the family has grown immensely, with numerous branches and many people sharing the surname Zhao. However, not every Zhao is necessarily a daughter of the main family." Upon hearing her words, Ding Hao surmised that she might belong to a lesser branch of the Zhao family. For otherwise, she would not be dressed so simply, nor would she lack the qualifications to enter the main hall. Touched by her reflection on their backgrounds, Ding Hao offered her words of comfort. "Our lineage is bestowed by our parents. There is no need for self-pity. The future is forged by our own efforts. While we may not possess the innate advantages of the favored, opportunities still abound. Just consider our ancestors from the Ding family in Bazhou or the Zhao family in Fuzhou. Before they achieved greatness, were they not like you and me today?" The young lady appeared slightly astonished, her bright eyes dancing across his face. Suddenly, she pursed her lips and smiled. There is some truth in that. However, you men have such opportunities. We women, if born into humble circumstances, often have no choice but to marry well to change our fates. By the way, that was your opportunity just now. Had you agreed with Miss Tang during her conversation, winning her favor and becoming a son-in-law of the Tang family would have been akin to ascending to great heights. In the brief exchange, they found a harmonious rapport. Walking side by side towards the stage, Ding Hao laughed heartily, saying, "You jest, my dream wife is a breathtaking beauty. One day, she will come to me riding a majestic beast amidst clouds of vibrant colors. I wish to meet her delicate self, not the fiery creature she rides." "Really?" The girl raised her elegant brows slightly, pondering for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Ha ha ha, you rogue. How dare you compare Miss Tang to a fiery beast? If she hears that, you will be in trouble." Ding Hao chuckled. "Does she not resemble one? I only speak this in jest. Who would tell her? Would you betray me?" "Of course not." The young lady giggled, standing tall and declaring, "I am the epitome of loyalty. You can rest assured that whatever you say will remain between us. Even under duress, I would never reveal it." "Ah, if you wouldn't speak even under duress. What if you were not so constrained? Would you then share it?" The young girl was momentarily taken aback, but then burst into a hearty laughter, exhibiting a somewhat boisterous demeanor reminiscent of a man. It seemed she was aware of her own penchant for verbosity. Having caught Ding Hao's attentive gaze, she became slightly self-conscious. Despite her mirth, she covered her mouth with her small hand, her round eyes sparkling with charm, presenting an utterly delightful visage. She bounded a few steps to catch up with Ding Hao, nudging him with her elbow, and remarked, "Talking to you is indeed quite amusing. By the way, since you are the steward of the Ding family, whom are you accompanying to the birthday celebration?" "I'm accompanying my family's young lady," she continued. "And you? Having journeyed all the way from Fuzhou, who are you here with?" "I'm here with my uncle." My uncle is engaged in some duties at the general's residence. With the matriarch's birthday, the Zhe family cannot be remiss in their etiquette. Hence my uncle was dispatched to present their regards. In the biting cold of winter, with nowhere else to go, and since my uncle dotes on me the most, I insisted on tagging along to join the festivities. As she spoke, she cast a sly glance at Ding Hao, noticing his expression remained inscrutable. Yet the corners of his mouth lifted in a subtle smile, which hinted at a touch of cunning and mischief. At that moment, another lady entered the courtyard, flanked by two handmaidens. This woman was tall and graceful, draped in a crane cloak, her delicate neck and refined features exuding an aura of timid elegance. She was none other than the daughter of Governor Su. Neither Ding Hao nor Miss Zhe recognized her, prompting Miss Zhe to chuckle. "Look at this radiant beauty. Surely she cannot be considered a mere beast with fiery eyes. Should you ever have the fortune to meet such a lady, how would you respond?" Ding Hao shook his head, replying, "Talented women belong to talented men. Beautiful women belong to affluent gentlemen. One possesses intellect, the other wealth. They complement each other splendidly. As for my status, a beauty as captivating as a painting cannot merely be taken home to be admired. In my position, marrying a wife necessitates the mundane realities of life, the daily grind of rice, oil, salt, and vinegar." Miss Zhe protested indignantly, "Your words, Ding, are misguided. Who says that talented and beautiful women cannot manage domestic life? Your evaluation of women seems rather biased. Have you often been at the mercy of talented beauties?" Ding Hao chuckled. "I wasn't referring to you. Why are you so flustered? I would actually welcome such a challenge, but alas, I have yet to encounter such an opportunity. The ideal woman you describe may exist, yet they are exceedingly rare. Most talented women, proud of their intellect, keep others at bay, seeking communion through chess, music, calligraphy, and painting. If a man does not engage in poetic or artistic endeavors, he is deemed vulgar in their eyes. Such ethereal beings, who seem untouched by the mundane world, perceive a man's attempt to please them as deceit, guarding themselves fiercely against the perceived treachery of base men, leading to the inevitable melancholy of these astute women. As for beauties, endowed with natural allure and accustomed to adulation from a young age, they often harbor lofty self-regards, their tempers capricious, requiring constant flattery and adoration from men to feel joy. They revel in the limelight, enamored with splendor and excitement, making them susceptible to deception and unwanted advances. Thus, the ancients wisely noted that those bestowed by heaven with exquisite beauty, if not enchanting in their form, are likely to ensnare through their charm. A notion that bears considerable truth. The young girl exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my, you, a seemingly honest and unassuming fellow, surprisingly possess quite a bit of insight into women. Do you truly understand them?" Ding Hao chuckled. "Well, I may be honest and unassuming, but how can you say I'm unattractive? Just look around this courtyard. Who is more graceful than I?" The girl shot him an exasperated glance and retorted, "Why compare yourself to these characters? Why not compare yourself to that young Master Qin from earlier?" Comparing oneself to others can be disheartening. Contentment is key. Let us not dwell on young Master Qin. Instead, let us focus on ourselves. As previously mentioned, marrying a beauty can be exhausting, and marrying a talented woman can be troublesome. To wed a beautiful and talented woman is to invite both trouble and exhaustion. Therefore, one must know their own limitations. A clever person like myself would not seek unnecessary complications. As a mere steward, I would only marry a woman who can endure hardships and manage a household. Oh, the girl, hands clasped behind her back, leisurely twirled around to face him, her delicate teeth nibbling on her crimson lip, her eyes slightly raised, emanating a playful charm. With a mischievous smile, she inquired, "But what if you become immensely wealthy in the future?" She subtly raised her alluring brows as she spoke. Ding Hao cleared his throat, adopting a serious demeanor, and declared, "Have you not heard the saying, a wealthy friend is easy to find, but a wealthy wife is not?" The girl scoffed, "Pshaw, I knew it. You men are all the same. No good can come from you." Seeing her playful irritation, Ding Hao couldn't help but laugh heartily. This spirited girl was vivacious and cheerful, free from any spoiled temperament. Even during their light-hearted banter, she remained unoffended. For Ding Hao, beauty was not merely skin-deep. It was the vibrant spirit that truly captivated him. He typically steered clear of women who were prone to petty grievances. This girl was easygoing, and conversing with her felt refreshingly delightful. Ding Yuluo, upon encountering the matriarch, was preoccupied with discussing the gifts he had presented. It was rare for him to meet such a congenial young lady, with one headed to Bazhou and the other to Fuzhou, separated by thousands of miles. They would likely never meet again. Hence, Ding Hao cherished this rare connection. Noticing the bustling courtyard was overly noisy, he motioned to the girl, and they stepped under the corridor to bask in the sun. He grinned and remarked, "What is wrong with us men? When men gain wealth, they turn corrupt." This is what Confucius said. The girl widened her round, grape-like eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "Impossible. When did he say that?" Ding Hao, pointing to himself with pride, proclaimed, "It was just Ding Zi who said it. You scoundrel." The girl was both exasperated and amused. With a mock glare, she said, "But you are not entirely wrong. You men really do seem to go astray with wealth." Ding Hao, feigning seriousness, replied, "Ding Zi has another saying that is truly the crux of the matter. Would you like to hear it?" The young girl stifled a laugh and said, "Very well. I shall listen attentively." Ding Hao chuckled. "The next line is, a woman who goes astray will find wealth." "What do you mean by that? How could a woman?" "Ah." The girl's large eyes twinkled as realization dawned upon her, a faint blush instantly gracing her jade-like cheeks. She lightly spat. "You truly cannot expect wisdom from a dog's mouth." Ding Hao sighed and murmured, "If a dog could indeed speak wisdom, I would be rich by now." The girl retorted, "So, you plan to indulge in mischief once you acquire wealth? Hee, how do you know I am not already a good person? Perhaps soon I shall lead you to see the little goldfish." Just as the girl was about to inquire about the origin of the little goldfish tale, the elderly butler, Mr. Peng, hurried out, positioned himself on the steps, and glanced around. Not spotting Ding Hao, he was about to call out loudly when his gaze landed on Ding Hao, who was conversing with a girl in black attire under the corridor. He beckoned. "Young Master Hao, the old lady requests your presence." Ding Hao, feeling regretful, addressed the girl. "I have thoroughly enjoyed our conversation today, and I hope we shall meet again." The girl responded softly with a hum, watching him depart, and suddenly called out, "Hey," as Ding Hao stepped up the stairs and turned at the sound. The girl beamed brightly and exclaimed, "If you possess skills beyond that silver tongue of yours, you surely shall not remain in the shadows for long. May your words prove prophetic." Ding Hao bowed slightly and followed Mr. Ping into the hall, while the girl stood on the steps, hands clasped behind her back, smiling at his retreating figure. Chapter 047. The Chung family private kindergarten. As Ding Hao entered the inner residence alongside old butler Peng, he surveyed his surroundings. The layout was charmingly arranged, with pavilions and halls exuding an air of elegance and grandeur. Having just visited the rear courtyard from the western side, he had not anticipated such a refined atmosphere. This was the domain of the Cheng family's female members, typically secluded from outsiders. However, today marked the matriarch's grand birthday celebration. And with guests pouring in, the rear residence was wide open, bustling with visitors and servants, creating a lively scene. Ding Hao walked thoughtfully, rehearsing his congratulatory speech for the matriarch, considering how to engage her and showcase the crafted items he had prepared. Most importantly, he pondered how the little master would respond, whether he would be pleased or indifferent. Deep in contemplation, he entered the grand hall, where butler Ping announced, "Old madam, young Master Ding has arrived." Ding Hao abruptly lifted his gaze and was taken aback, nearly forgetting his meticulously planned thoughts. What a sight! The room was filled with elegantly dressed ladies, the air fragrant with their presence, almost overwhelming him. As he scanned the room, he noticed that apart from old butler Ping, he was the only man amidst a gathering of noble women and young ladies, which slightly diminished his confidence. Ding Hao had met the matriarch before. He raised his gaze slightly and observed the matriarch clad in a long robe adorned with auspicious motifs of coins and cranes. He respectfully greeted her, saying, "Ding Hao wishes the esteemed birthday star enduring longevity and prosperity." "Ha ha ha, splendid," the matriarch exclaimed, approaching him to extend her hand with a warm smile. "I have heard from the daughter of the Ding family that you have crafted some rare treasures for our dear Fu Gui. You have truly gone above and beyond. Our little Fu Gui is quite spoiled and lacks a companion. I often keep him company, yet I wonder if he will even take delight in what you have created." Ding Hao noticed the slightly anxious expression of Ding Yuluo beside the matriarch and confidently replied with a smile, "Rest assured, matriarch, the young master will surely adore them." "Excellent. Excellent. Your thoughtfulness is much appreciated. I will remember it fondly." The matriarch beamed and turned to introduce Ding Hao to several official ladies present, saying, "This is young Master Hao, the brave soul who saved our dear Fu Gui. Everyone, Please meet him." The assembly of noblewomen and young ladies eagerly greeted Ding Hao, their melodious voices creating a delightful atmosphere that left him somewhat dazed. He hurriedly returned their salutations and turned to the matriarch, saying, "Matriarch, since the banquet has yet to commence, would you care to see the toys I have crafted for the young master?" The matriarch regarded her precious grandson as a jewel, and anything concerning him was of utmost importance. She readily agreed, her enthusiasm evident as she called out, "Yin Yin, quickly bring Fugui here so he can have a look as well." It was then that Ding Hao noticed Miss Tang standing beside the matriarch, glaring fiercely at him. Unfortunately, he had not looked her way earlier, missing the opportunity to acknowledge her piercing gaze. Upon hearing the matriarch's command, she reluctantly acquiesced and departed. Before long, Tang Yin arrived, cradling the clean and tidy young Master Qing, adorned with a tiger-headed hat and dressed in traditional attire. The little fellow, with his bright, round eyes, gazed in astonishment at the multitude of women in the room. Upon spotting Ding Hao, he fixated on him for a moment, then leaped joyfully, beaming with delight, extending his arms in exuberance while his little bottom wriggled in Tang Yin's embrace, yearning to break free so that Ding Hao could hold him. Grandma Chung chuckled in surprise, remarking, "My dear Fugui seems to have a special affinity for Brother Hao. He is quite delighted to see you. It appears he recognizes you as his benefactor." Ding Hao chuckled silently, realizing that the little one merely enjoyed being tossed about like a ball. Who among the Chung family would dare engage in such a game with him? Yet, in the presence of Grandma Cheng, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. With a smile, Ding Hao acknowledged her remarks, and Butler Ping led the way, guiding them to the west courtyard, with the curious ladies and gentlemen following closely behind the matriarch. The Chung residence was vast, with each room spacious. The room in the west courtyard was initially empty, however. Ding Hao had already prepared it with Butler Pong when he brought in the supplies through the side entrance. As they opened the door, they beheld a wide hall transformed into a veritable paradise for children. Soft camel hair carpets covered the floor, adorned with an array of toys. Large structures such as slides, mazes, simulated caves for hide and seek, seesaws, rocking horses, and rotating chairs depicting the 12 zodiac animals were vividly illustrated with charming designs and painted in vibrant colors. Smaller toys, resembling fluffy kittens, puppies, and bunnies, alongside oversized replicas of apples, peaches, and duck pears, were neatly arranged. A roly-poly toy, standing at the height of a child, sported an exaggerated smile, while wooden hammers, shovels, and small buckets lay nearby, completing the playful scene. The elderly matriarch gazed in astonishment at the whimsical yet festive items that had materialized within the room, her mouth agape in speechless wonder. The ladies behind her exchanged curious glances and whispers. Ding Yu couldn't help but worryingly glance at Ding Hao, murmuring, "Dui." Ding Hao smiled and shook his head reassuringly, whispering, "Have no fear." He was confident. These items had been tested and proven to be delightful. In the future, every child in their homeland adored such toys. And how could Cheng Fugui be any different? Unless, of course, he were a time traveler himself and had already been an adult in his previous life. But was he? Cheng Fugui's eyes had widened in amazement, his gaze fixated on the array of novel and vividly colored toys. His mouth hung open, and a glistening drool trickled from the corner of his lips, landing on his front. Then, he impatiently kicked his chubby little legs, eager to leap onto the ground. Tang Yin could not comprehend the enchanting allure of those objects, though she secretly wished to try them herself, particularly the zodiac-themed swivel chair. Cheng Fugui, once on the ground, squealed with delight as he stumbled over, touching this and prodding that, playfully poking a fluffy puppy before dashing away in a flurry of giggles. When he plopped down, the elderly matriarch of the Cheng family felt a wave of anxiety, fearing her grandson would burst into tears. Instead, he sat there, chuckling merrily, his endearing antics bringing joy to all the women in the room. Ding Hao approached with a smile, lifting him and placing him into the circular passage of a simulated cave. With a few gestures, the clever little fellow immediately grasped that Ding Hao intended to play hide and seek, and eagerly crawled away. To alleviate any fears the child might have, the caves were designed with barriers at intervals, rendering them incapable of concealing anyone. Cheng Fugui's head was nestled inside the cave, but his bare little bottom was exposed outside, a classic case of being oblivious to one's own predicament, which sent the women into fits of laughter. Many mothers, delighted, inquired of Ding Yulaw about the craftsman who had created such toys, clearly eager to replicate them at home. Seeing her grandson's happiness, the matriarch's eyes crinkled with joy. Ding Hao, along with Cheng Fugui, explored each new toy, concurrently demonstrating their usage to the matriarch. The toys were not only vibrantly colored but also exquisitely crafted, with all edges and burrs smoothed down, and padded in vulnerable areas to prevent any injury to the young master. The group played with Cheng Fugui for nearly half an hour when Cheng's wife hurried in, saying, "Mother, the guests have all arrived, waiting to toast you, our venerable elder." She looked around in astonishment at the unfamiliar toys and her son's sheer delight. "Oh, my dear grandson, come with Grandma now, and you can play again afterward." The matriarch coaxed him, but upon realizing he was to be taken outside, Cheng Fugui clung to the wooden horse, refusing to let go, and began to wail. The matriarch, alarmed, quickly said, "All right, let him play here. Someone, please watch over him. Do not let him bump into anything." Cheng's wife interjected, "Mother, this cannot be. He is your grandson and must bow to you in respect shortly." "Oh, such a big little rascal. What does he understand? Let him play. No need for him to bow. We shall go now." With that, everyone followed the venerable elder outside, leaving only 4 maidservants to attend to the exuberant Cheng Fugui. Ding Hao emerged with them as the matriarch entered the main hall to receive the well wishes of the esteemed guests. Since most of the female guests were accompanied by their fathers or husbands, they were ushered back to the inner quarters without needing to present themselves. Ding Yulua, the guest of honor, was to offer gifts of congratulations, and thus made her way to the main hall as well. Cheng's wife supported the matriarch at the front, with Ding Yulua and Miss Tang following closely behind. Ding Hao hesitated momentarily, intending to slow his pace and create distance, before ultimately deciding to return to the front hall. In the grand hall, a multitude of esteemed guests gathered, yet his presence seemed somewhat incongruous. As Lady Cheng turned her head and noticed him preparing to depart, she hastily beckoned, "Come, come. How boy, follow me this way. This, esteemed matron, my humble status. Come when I call you. Today is my birthday celebration. Who dares to uphold their official rank in my presence? Let them return home to do so instead. What do you fear? Come, come, let us proceed." As Tang Yan observed Ding Hao approaching, she shot him a disdainful glance, her chin raised high, resembling a proud peacock. Ding Hao, unfazed, merely smiled softly and followed in her wake. Just as they were about to enter the hall, Tang Yan suddenly realized that her demeanor resembled that of a handmaiden clearing the path for him, prompting her to cast a fierce glare in his direction. Ding Hao scratched his nose, feeling perplexed. "What have I done to offend you? This girl is so capricious. Daughters of affluent families are often spoiled. Yet, when I think of it, girls like Miss Xia, though of humble origin, are genuinely endearing. Alas, that girl will surely return to her estate once the birthday banquet concludes." Chapter 48. A Battle of Wits. As Lady Cheng entered the White Tiger Hall, the MC announced in a booming voice, "The longevity star has arrived." The guests rose in unison, extending their hands in greeting. Cheng Shixiao, who had been engaged in jovial conversation over drinks, set down his cup and hurried to assist his mother, his flushed face betraying a hint of inebriation. With a joyful expression, he said, "Mother, these esteemed officials and dignitaries have come to celebrate your birthday. This is Lord Su, whom you know. This is Judge Zhang. And here we have the renowned Mr. Liu from the Central Plains." The elderly matriarch nodded in acknowledgement, and each named dignitary returned the gesture, offering auspicious words of congratulations. However, when it came to Liu Renjia, the celebrated scholar from the Central Plains, he merely acknowledged her with a dismissive gesture, his lips curling into a feigned smile that failed to reach his eyes. Tang Yan treated Miss Ding with a semblance of courtesy, guiding her to a table as soon as they entered the hall, deliberately ignoring Ding Hao, eager to witness his discomfort. Ding Hao, surveying the scene, noted the high-profile guests, each either affluent or of noble birth, yet he maintained his composure. Spotting an empty seat in a corner, he approached it leisurely, much to Tang Yan's disappointment. Near the entrance sat a youth clad in dark robes, his skin resembling jade and his features strikingly handsome, a true gem among men, appearing no older than 12 or 13. Should Ding Hao have seen him, he would have recognized her as the young lady he had previously conversed with in the courtyard. Now, slightly adorned and dressed in male attire, she appeared even younger. Though hidden among the crowd, she noticed Ding Hao's wandering gaze and, finding no one to engage with, let out a soft giggle, quickly covering her mouth with the back of her hand. Ensuring no one was watching, she playfully stuck out her tongue. After greeting the guests, Cheng Shixiang assisted his mother to her seat of honor, standing before her with utmost propriety. With a flourish of his robe, he knelt down and respectfully bowed 3 times, proclaiming loudly, "Mother, on this momentous occasion of your 60th birthday, I wish you blessings as vast as the eastern sea and longevity that rivals the ageless pines of the southern mountains." "Good, good, good. Rise, my son," Lady Cheng chuckled, her face alight with joy. At that moment, a serving maid presented a lacquered tray bearing numerous red envelopes, and Lady Cheng took one to hand to her son, who accepted it with both hands, saying, "Thank you, mother." Lu Renjia observed coldly, noting how this venerable matriarch, despite her noble title, exhibited the demeanor of a country bumpkin. It was laughable, even contemptible, that her son, a formidable general, was expected to present a red envelope on such an occasion. Unable to suppress a derisive snort, he elicited the attention of the guests, many of whom discerned the disdain in his laughter. At that moment, Cheng Shixiang was in the midst of honoring his mother, and the hall fell into a hushed silence. Though Lu's laugh was not loud, it was clearly heard by all, drawing many curious glances in his direction. Beside him, Su Fengqing, the governor, felt the veins on his forehead throb. Had it not been for his years of experience in the bureaucratic world, he might have been tempted to deliver a swift kick to this troublemaking scholar. The distinguished gentleman had just cast his critical gaze around the gathering, harboring a plethora of untimely grievances. In truth, the root of his discontent stemmed from a sense of imbalance within himself. The Chung family appeared rather petty in his eyes. Yet, ironically, they held a position of great power and influence as local officials, which struck him as a glaring injustice of society. His caustic demeanor weighed heavily on the mind of Governor Su, but fortunately, today was a day of celebration. Although the matriarch of the Chung family had overheard his remarks, she chose to remain unperturbed, allowing Su to breathe a sigh of relief. He discreetly tugged at Lu Renjia's sleeve, reproaching him softly, "Brother Renjia." Lu Renjia shrugged indifferently and took a delicate sip of his drink. Sitting at the forefront, Ding Hao had a clear view of Cheng Shixiang's profile as he knelt. With a scoff, Lu Renjia's laughter drew Cheng Dazhong's attention, causing his expression to darken slightly as he tightened his grip on the red envelope he held. Glancing into the crowd, upon recognizing Su's so-called distinguished friend, Ding Hao's realization dawned. Ah, so it's him. No wonder he is a man of culture. Akin to the talented individuals of my era who were exalted by the media, mere products of hype. The so-called nonconformity and disdain for authority is simply an act, and one that is quite sophisticated at that. Once Cheng Shixiang had paid his respects, it was the turn of Madame Cheng and other close relatives to receive their red envelopes. This time, however, the esteemed Lu Renjia did not smile. The perspiring Governor Su finally exhaled in relief. After the close relatives had completed their salutations, the various officials and gentlemen presented their gifts, which sparkled with opulence. Striking a balance between wealth and taste, the matriarch graciously accepted each offering. At this juncture, the renowned Lu Renjia also presented his gift, a scroll depicting a scene of pines and cranes, an elegant evocation of serenity, showcasing the prowess befitting a man of culture. While an outsider like Ding Hao could discern no significant merit, several officials and gentlemen nodded appreciatively. With a smile and a twirl of his beard, Lu Renjia reveled in his own sense of superiority, believing his artwork to be a paragon of refinement amid the glittering display. However, when the matriarch observed it, she showed little reaction, dismissing it as irrelevant. What use is a painting of pines and birds? It neither nourishes nor clothes, she mused. Yet she accepted it with a smile, recognizing the sentiment behind the gesture. Noticing the matriarch's lack of enthusiasm, Lu Renjia's countenance darkened momentarily, but upon reflection, he dismissed her indifference, reasoning that a rural woman could hardly appreciate the nuances of art. Nevertheless, his expression remained unyieldingly glum. When it was Miss Ding's turn, she presented a resplendent golden Buddha. The matriarch's eyes sparkled with delight upon seeing it. Ding Yulu, ever so charming, offered her birthday wishes and added, "Dear matriarch, I too am a devotee of the Buddha. This statue has been blessed by Master Kong Kong of the Pujizi Temple. Today, I present it to you, wishing for your longevity and abundant blessings." The matriarch felt an even greater warmth in her heart upon hearing this and praised, "Excellent, excellent. I too am a believer in Buddhism. This gift truly resonates with my sentiments." In truth, among the gifts bestowed by the gentleman earlier, there were indeed items such as golden Buddha beads aimed at pleasing their recipient. However, the toys that Ding Yulaw presented to her cherished grandson truly delighted the elderly matriarch, who, out of affection, could not help but praise the golden Buddha she received. Nearby, the renowned scholar Lu Witnessing the old lady's lack of discernment regarding the painting he had painstakingly created, could not contain his indignation and remarked, "While jade is noble and gold is commonplace, if this young lady had offered a jade Buddha, I would find it far more commendable. This golden Buddha, even unblessed, may dazzle the eyes. Yet it remains a trivial object, hardly worthy of the old longevity star's commendation." Hearing this, some at the table stifled their laughter, leaving Ding Yulua blushing with embarrassment. Ding Hao, witnessing her distress, felt a surge of anger and retorted, "I have heard that when the Buddha delivers teachings, there are followers who lay golden bricks beneath his feet. Countless temples adorn their Buddha statues with gold, which is the purest of materials. Even the Buddha himself appreciates it. How, then, could my young lady's offering of a golden Buddha be deemed trivial?" He recalled a tale from the television series Journey to the West, where a devotee had laid golden bricks to invite the Buddha to preach, though he did not know the devotee's name. Mr. Liu, however, was well informed and chuckled, saying, "It was the elder Siddhartha who laid golden bricks to invite the Buddha to speak, expressing his piety. Is this young lady's birthday celebration not inspired by a sincere heart towards the Buddha? You claim your young lady? As a servant. How do you possess the qualifications to sit in this hall? Such disorder disrupts the established hierarchy." Mr. Liu's words were laced with ridicule, insinuating that Ding Yulua, under the guise of honoring the Buddha, was merely engaging in the act of bribery with gold and silver, thus rendering the situation rather comical. Yet Ding Hao countered, "Before the Buddha, all beings are equal. The old longevity star is a devout follower and would not turn away those of humble status. Why must you act in such a manner? My young lady is also a believer." Upon hearing that the old longevity star is a fellow devotee, she crafted this golden Buddha and undertook fasting and prayer to recite scriptures for his blessing. How could she lack sincerity? Lu Renjia raised an eyebrow, sneering, "Oh, your young lady is devout in her faith and has recited scriptures for the old longevity star? I must inquire. How many times does one find world-honored one in the Lotus Sutra?" Ding Hao was taken aback, instinctively glancing at Ding Yulua. He knew she indeed believed in Buddhism and sometimes recited scriptures when troubled, yet to expect her to memorize an entire sutra was surely too much. As for counting how many times world-honored one appeared in a sutra, that was even more improbable. Indeed, Ding Yulua could hardly recall how many times world-honored one appeared in the text. Her offering of the golden Buddha was primarily motivated by her family's business, and Mr. Liu's mockery of her under the pretense of piety was, in truth, an affront cloaked in grandiosity. At this moment, she found herself at a loss for words, her heart heavy with grievance, as tears shimmered in her eyes. Meanwhile, the Governor Su observed the grim expressions of Lady Cheng and her son Cheng Shixiao, feeling a surge of frustration, wishing he could grasp his so-called friend by the throat and drown his insolent head in a cup of wine. Today, regardless of whether one presents gold, silver, or exquisite calligraphy and paintings, the essence remains that it is merely an attempt to ingratiate oneself with Cheng Shixiao. 50 paces laughing at 100 paces. How noble do you consider yourself? Truly, you are an insufferable fool, utterly ignorant of the ways of the world. Observing Ding Yu's predicament, Ding Hao was struck by a sudden inspiration and inquired, "Reciting scriptures and chanting Buddha's name is fundamentally a manifestation of a heart devoted to the Buddha, who meticulously counts the repeated phrases therein. This esteemed gentleman is a renowned scholar from the Central Plains, surely well-versed in the classics and poetry of the highest order." Lu Renjia stroked his beard and scoffed, "Of course, why would you, a mere child, dare to interject?" Ding Hao retorted with a cold smile, "If that is the case, I must ask you, esteemed sir, how many times does Confucius utter the master said in the Analects?" Chapter 49. The scholar Lu must repay the peach with a plum. Upon hearing Ding Hao's inquiry, the esteemed scholar Lu found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Although he could recite the Analects with great fluency, he had never bothered to quantify the number of subsayings contained within such a tedious text. Now, confronted with Ding Hao's question, was he expected to engage in a recitation and tally the verses on the spot? Governor Su, though irritated by Lu's arrogance and rudeness, could not allow him to lose face in public, having personally invited him. Thus, he chuckled lightly and stood up, saying, "Brother Renjia, this is your oversight. Today marks the birthday of the matriarch, and we ought to ensure that our esteemed elder enjoys herself. With your vast knowledge, why engage in such trivial inquiries? Today, we are graced by the presence of officials and scholars, with exquisite delicacies and fine wines at our disposal. Why not indulge in a drinking game to enliven the atmosphere?" As he spoke, Governor Su approached Lu Renjia and cast a seemingly casual glance at Ding Hao. Noticing the subtle warning in Su's gaze, Ding Hao pondered for a moment and concluded that escalating the situation would be a costly mistake. Suppressing his resentment, he turned to Ding Yulu and whispered, "Miss, please return to your seat." Ding Yulu expressed her gratitude with a glance before gracefully making her way back to her place. Ding Hao then forced a smile toward the matriarch, saying, "Esteemed elder, I apologize for my impoliteness. Please do not take offense." Madame Cheng, amused by the sight of that detestable scholar being put in his place, replied cheerfully, "No offense taken, no offense taken. Today is my birthday, and it is a pleasure to have you here, Yang Hao. You must partake in a few more glasses of wine later." With that, she retrieved a red envelope from the platter and, with a warm smile, handed it to Ding Hao. He graciously accepted the envelope and returned to his seat. Seeing Lu Renjia's displeased expression as he resumed his place, Governor Su sought to lighten the mood and proposed, "Come, let us engage in a drinking game to invigorate the atmosphere." Lu Renjia frowned and replied, "Is that necessary? With so many guests, if each were to offer a line, we would be here for ages." At this, Zhang Xingji, the magistrate of Guangyuan, chuckled and said, "What harm would it do? We are but modest scholars. Let us merely assist. Let General Cheng, Lord Su, Mr. Liu, and a few esteemed literary figures each contribute a line in turn. How about that?" Hearing that it involved literary composition, Cheng Shixiang quickly waved his hands in protest, saying, "Ah, Magistrate Zhang, you jest. I can recognize characters, but I cannot compose them. Such a task is more challenging than going into battle. I shall simply listen." Governor Su, taking charge, declared, "Very well, let us proceed with our group. I shall count myself among us, Mr. Liu, and we also have Professor Jiang and Scholar Du. Let us engage in a drinking game to bring laughter to all." As a two-time successful candidate in the imperial examinations, the governor was indeed well-versed in scholarship. Lu Renjia, a renowned scholar from the Central Plains, needed no introduction regarding his knowledge. Professor Jiang, a distinguished educator at the Guanyuan Academy, was a venerable figure who had recently been promoted to the position of doctor at the Imperial Academy and was soon to assume his new role. Scholar Du, on the other hand, was a young man in his 30s, already holding considerable esteem within the local scholarly community. Dejiwen mentioned him and, taken aback, chuckled, "As a student, I am hardly qualified. Since the esteemed elder has brought me up, I can only respond with modesty. However, I wonder who will take on the role of this official." Professor Jiang stroked his beard and replied with a smile, "Naturally, Mr. Liu shall assume this position." Among the four, Su Fengqing held the title of prefect, while Jiang Yu was a professor. Su Fengqing was the highest in rank, and Professor Jiang was the oldest in age. Yet, when it came to reputation, it was Lu Renjia who stood out most. Without hesitation, Lu Renjia accepted the role and proclaimed, "Very well, I shall take on this responsibility. However, if I am to be the official, one must understand that the drinking game is akin to military orders. Those who cannot respond must drink 3 cups. The others readily agreed, and Lu Renjia pondered, "What sort of drinking game shall we devise?" After a moment of contemplation, he clapped his hands and laughed. "I have a splendid idea for our drinking game, which consists of merely 3 lines. The first line must include a term from the Book of Songs, the second line must be a title of a musical piece, and the final line must be a line from an ancient poem that contains the character for flower. Is everyone clear on this?" As soon as the drinking game was announced, the surroundings fell silent. Thus, Ding Hao, sitting there, listened intently. Realizing that even a simple drinking challenge held such profound scholarly weight, he silently breathed a sigh of relief. Thankful that since arriving in this era, he had never aspired to impersonate a literary genius. Otherwise, he would have already been notorious and reviled. Not to mention that he could not even recite the most famous poems in full. Even if he mastered the entirety of the 300 Tang poems and 500 song lyrics, if he were to gain fame and then associate with literati, he would undoubtedly reveal himself. This drinking game, though a seemingly trivial matter in the social exchanges of scholars, required one to possess a term from the Book of Songs, a title of a musical piece, and a line from an ancient poem that included the character for flower. Only someone truly erudite could navigate such a profound challenge. Such rigorous testing of one's literary prowess was commonplace in the daily lives of ancient scholars. A person who did not grasp the fundamental rules of poetry, who could not distinguish between the rising and falling tones, and who had never studied the 4 books, 5 classics, or the Analects of Confucius would be regarded as illiterate in the eyes of cultured individuals. How could such a person, armed only with a few memorized couplets or verses, successfully masquerade as an extraordinary talent, their facade would certainly crumble within 24 hours. As the official, Lu Renjia was naturally the first to respond. After a moment of contemplation, he recited, in swift succession, the flowers intoxicate the shade. Upon exiting, all are but flower gazers. Instantly, someone nearby exclaimed in approval, and after a moment of modesty, Su the prefect took the next line. After pondering briefly, he stated, I have esteemed guests. In drunken peace, the faces of people and peach blossoms are intertwined in red. Professor Jiang, having already formulated his response while Su deliberated, swiftly continued, nobles and heroes, victorious orders, drunkenly, I sleep to the fragrance of flowers and the song of orioles. Du Jiren contemplated for a while, his face reddening as he was about to raise his cup in self-punishment, when suddenly a line came to mind, and he exclaimed, 3 or 5 in the east, a hint of red, the peach blossoms still smile in the spring breeze. Upon hearing this, Lu Renjia remarked, Mr. Du, your line is indeed commendable. However, the peach blossoms still smile in the spring breeze comes from the same poem as Professor Jiang's The faces of people and peach blossoms are intertwined in red, which might suggest a certain cleverness. Duke Ju's face flushed, and with a self-deprecating tone, he remarked, Indeed, compared to the 3 of you great talents, I, Duke, feel utterly inferior. Thus, I shall drink 3 cups as a penalty. He promptly poured himself 3 cups and downed them all, showcasing remarkable capacity. This back-and-forth exchange continued, circulating around the table once more. Cheng Shixiang, seated nearby, stared blankly with his dull eyes, entirely bewildered, while old lady Cheng, also at the table, struggled to stay awake. Stifling yawns, Governor Su, having instituted the drinking game to lighten the mood, observed that the atmosphere had become harmonious again. Noticing the impatience etched on General Cheng and his mother's faces, he chuckled, Ah, the spirit of the wine has overwhelmed me. This drinking game can no longer proceed. Brother Renjia, your melodies are like celestial music, unparalleled in the world. Why not perform a piece for us, so we may indulge our ears? He understood that this old friend relished showcasing his talents, and though he often held himself in high regard, he indeed possessed genuine skill. Allowing him to perform publicly would satisfy his desire for attention while simultaneously serving as an indirect apology to old lady Cheng, an endeavor yielding dual benefits. Governor Su's thoughtful intentions went unnoticed by Lu Renjia, who, amidst the applause from the crowd and flattery from scholars like Professor Jiang and Duke Ju, offered a self-satisfied smile. Very well, but since General Cheng is a martial figure, I presume your household is filled with weapons and implements. Do you truly have such refined instruments as the qin? His remark, had he omitted the word refined, would have been innocuous. However, in mentioning refined, he inadvertently implied that the Cheng household was devoid of sophistication. While old lady Cheng and General Cheng failed to grasp the subtlety, Mrs. Cheng and her niece Tang Yinyan exchanged glances of disdain, their brows furrowing in unison at Lu Renjia, who remained blissfully unaware, reveling in his own pride. Mrs. Cheng sighed softly and said, Someone, fetch my qin. A maid hurriedly dashed to the inner quarters and soon returned with an exquisite qin, while a young servant brought over a writing table, setting it with a brocade cushion. Lu Renjia, seemingly having forgotten the earlier embarrassment of being questioned by Ding Hao, joyfully drank another cup of wine before approaching the qin. Gently caressing its strings, he exclaimed, a splendid instrument, alas, alas. His face was filled with lament, as if he mourned that such a fine qin had fallen into the hands of someone as illiterate as Cheng Shixiao. This only further incensed Mrs. Cheng and her niece. While General Cheng and his mother, despite their lack of literary knowledge, were seasoned in worldly affairs and discerned the underlying implications, feeling somewhat displeased at the insinuation. Oblivious to the atmosphere around him, Lu Renjia adjusted the strings slightly, unfurling his sleeves, and, with a serene demeanor and half-closed eyes, let his fingers glide over the qin. In an instant, the sound of the instrument rose gently, like clouds drifting in the sky, its tones pure and crystalline, exceedingly melodious. While others remained sober, the renowned Lu was already entranced, lost in his own reverie. Ding Hao, observing from the side, found the scene amusing. This fellow is indeed quite self-absorbed. As Lu Renjia concluded his elegant performance, the lingering notes danced through the air, captivating all. Professor Jiang, Duke Ju, and the other scholars shared mutual admiration and applauded in unison. A smile graced Governor Su's face. Regardless of his haughty demeanor, this classmate possesses genuine talent. Though his words may irk some, he has finally earned himself some respect. He felt a sense of relief, for Lu Renjia's insufferable chatter had once again stirred trouble. It turned out that as he played the piano, lost in a reverie, he only opened his eyes when the final notes faded into silence. Upon doing so, he saw Cheng Shixiang's calm demeanor, which ignited his impulsive nature once more. This sort of person, proud of his talents, found it utterly intolerable to encounter someone who failed to appreciate them. Suppressing his displeasure, he forced a chuckle and remarked, "Ah, mere trifles. I beg your pardon for the amusement. General Cheng, a formidable guardian of the realm, I presume such trivial skills would not pique your interest. Perhaps you might grace us with a display of your swordsmanship instead? You with your martial prowess and I with my musical talent could compose a delightful tale for posterity." Upon hearing this, the matron Cheng felt a twinge of discontent. As an elderly lady from a humble background, she held many superstitions, and the idea of her son brandishing a gleaming sword on this auspicious occasion was unthinkable. What was this Lu, with his long beard, thinking? Had he aged alongside dogs, indulging in such vexatious antics? Cheng Shixiang furrowed his brow, reflecting, "This old fool truly lacks discernment, and Su the prefect is equally misguided, suggesting we invite a celebrity to elevate our gathering, when all it does is burden my mother's heart. Very well, I shall dance with the sword, merely to appease him and avoid further trouble from his loquacious mouth." With this thought in mind, Cheng Shixiang rose and declared, "Very well, Mr. Lu, while you play, I shall take my turn to dance with the sword. Bring me my sword." Chapter 050. The Young Steward and the Old Scholar. Due to the chaos of the 5 dynasties, the usurpation of power by military leaders became a common occurrence in the court, with the speed of changing emperors reaching an almost surreal pace. Consequently, the establishment of the Song Dynasty placed great emphasis on restraining military authority. There were strict edicts that stipulated that even the personal guards of commanding generals should not exceed 30 men. Any transgression could imply treason, and those reported would face dismissal, if not execution. However, in the northwest region, where local warlords held sway, such constraints were largely absent. The martial spirit of the populace was strong, and the fortifications of the general's residence were exceptionally stringent, with General Cheng's personal guards numbering well over 300. Yet, on the occasion of his mother's grand birthday celebration, the presence of a battalion of soldiers in full armor would have been a rather jarring sight, prompting a reduction in the number of guards and a change into civilian attire for those who remained. At the sound of Cheng Shixiang's command, several of his guards in civilian dress hurried to the back courtyard's martial hall, swiftly retrieving Cheng Shixiang's cherished sword. He tightened his clothing, taking the sword in hand, and stood resolutely beneath a massive screen depicting a white tiger descending the mountain. Suddenly, with a sharp sound, he drew the blade from its sheath. The sword was both long and slender, and as it was drawn, it emitted a resonant dragon-esque roar. Echoing like a divine dragon-esque lament in the heavens, the sound lingering gracefully to the ground, creating an awe-inspiring effect. Though Cheng Shixiang appeared rather unremarkable in his ordinary attire, once he wielded the sword, his demeanor transformed. Ding Hao seemed to see before him the formidable Iron General. With a fierce countenance and piercing gaze, he held his breath, his eyes fixed upon the blade that shimmered like autumn water, foregoing any pleasantries. When he felt his spirit and energy aligned, he suddenly swung the sword horizontally, his body following its arc, the sword and his long spear forming a straight line. And he began to dance with a flourish. His swordplay was undeniably lethal, and though the hall was spacious, it felt as if the very air was charged with electricity, resonating with the sound of thunder, breathtakingly fierce. The vast hall seemed entirely occupied by the long sword in his hand. Tang Yinyan, with a gleam of satisfaction in his eyes, glanced at the gathered officials and dignitaries. Deliberately raising his voice, the 3 absolute skills of the Tang Dynasty, General Pei's swordsmanship is one of them. Today, you are fortunate to witness it. Lu Renjia, also familiar with sword dancing, had never encountered such an intense style of swordplay. As he marveled, upon hearing the mention of General Pei's sword, his fingers trembled, nearly pulling out a few of his own beard hairs. Du Jiren, unable to contain himself, exclaimed, Is this General Pei's swordsmanship? The full house stance created by Gongsun Danya originates from this very technique. Gongsun Danya's sword dance. The guests erupted in astonishment, many of whom were unfamiliar with General Pei, yet recognized Gongsun Danya's name. Legendary figures from the world of dust and turmoil often held more vitality among the people than the military and civil officials of the court. General Pei Min was a renowned military figure from the early Tang Dynasty, celebrated for his exceptional swordsmanship, which was lauded as one of the 3 absolute skills of the Tang. During the flourishing era of the Kaiyuan reign, the foremost dancer in the Tang court, Gong Sundanya, practiced sword techniques under his tutelage, her performances captivating the world. Among her famed routines was the full house stance, learned from Pei Min. It is said that the sage of grass, Zhang Su, upon witnessing Gong Sundanya's swordplay, experienced an epiphany, achieving unparalleled mastery in the art of calligraphy. In his youth, the esteemed poet Du Fu once beheld her sword dance, which was indeed as graceful as a startled swan and as agile as a soaring dragon. When the sword was brandished, it radiated a majestic and unrestrained aura, sharp and unparalleled. He later inscribed the lines, "Once there was a beauty of the Gongsun clan, whose sword dance stirred the 4 corners. Observers, like mountains, felt despondent. Heaven and earth resonated with her soaring spirit. Her movements were akin to Ho Yi shooting down the 9 suns, and she was as commanding as the emperors riding dragons through the sky. She arrived like thunder, instilling fear, and departed like the tranquil rivers reflecting the clear light." All of this stemmed from Pei Min's swordsmanship. And this set of techniques by Cheng Shixiang was indeed a genuine transmission from General Pei. Cheng Shixiang wielded a sword that glimmered like a startling rainbow, enveloped by a chilling and formidable sword aura that filled the room with brilliance, overshadowing all else. As he moved gracefully, the sword light flickered with an unmatched intensity, stirring the hearts and spirits of all present. Ding Hao watched in rapt attention, finally grasping the true terror of a master swordsman. The swirling, piercing sword shadows in the room seemed insurmountable. Even if there were 100 Ding Haos, they would not stand a chance, especially given the excitement of witnessing a long-lost sword dance recorded in history. Today had truly opened his eyes to a new reality. After completing his dance, Cheng Shixiang suddenly released his sword, which spun gracefully in the air before plunging straight down with a resounding clang, perfectly embedding itself into the scabbard in his left hand. The brilliance that had filled the room still lingered in the eyes of the onlookers. After a brief silence, Cheng Shixiang chuckled, breathing heavily, and said, "I possess no other skills, only this martial prowess which I present today for your amusement." The hall remained silent for a moment before erupting into a chorus of applause that shook the rafters. The elderly matriarch Cheng beamed with delight, while Mrs. Cheng gazed at her husband with admiration. It seemed that the man she often scolded still held a special place in her heart. Indeed, if it were not for her affections, how could she have married him, a mere junior officer in the army, when she was the daughter of the Tang family? Their youth must have harbored a poignant love story. Lu Renjia, having witnessed the sword dance that had captivated renowned figures such as Gongsun Dajiang, Du Fu, and Zhang Su, was also swept away. Yet, it was perplexing that a rough man like Cheng Shixiang could overshadow his own presence. This was intolerable for the proud Lu Renjia. Observing Cheng Shixiang's flushed face and labored breaths, Lu Renjia spoke with a semblance of laughter. "General Pei's sword indeed possesses boundless majesty and elegance. But I cannot help but wonder, did Gongsun Dajiang, in her prime, also appear breathless and flushed like the general?" He believed his words, though laced with sarcasm, were subtle enough to evade offense, making it uncomfortable for Cheng Shixiang to retort in the moment. Historically, poetry has celebrated Gongsun Dajiang, yet none have remarked on whether she, too, gasped for breath after her performance, as Cheng Shixiang did. Who would dare to sully the beauty of her legacy with such trivial details? This was a matter beyond verification. Just as his words fell, a voice interrupted, exclaiming, "You speak nonsense. Truly, you are a fool." The exclamation of reproach was remarkably clear, resonating throughout the hall for all to hear. Some individuals could not suppress their laughter, and even the cheerful young girl of the Zhe family, seated at a distance, comprehended the remark and burst into uncontrollable giggles, nearly tumbling from her seat. She quickly composed herself, her small shoulders shaking as she stifled her laughter, her eyes brimming with tears. Lu Renjia's acerbic nature was met with discontent among many in the hall. However, his formidable reputation rendered them reluctant to challenge him. Consequently, upon the completion of Lu Renjia's retort, all eyes turned anxiously towards General Cheng, fearing he might erupt in fury. In that moment, Ding Hao found himself at a loss. Having consumed a few cups of spirits alone, and after witnessing General Cheng's astonishing sword dance, he could hardly contain his disdain for Lu Renjia's utterly inane remarks. In his intoxicated state, he shouted a harsh rebuke, which, under the din of chatter and praise, would have gone unnoticed had it not been for Lu Renjia's outlandish declarations, which drew everyone's attention to Cheng Shixiang's reaction, silencing the crowd as if commanded. This inadvertently highlighted Ding Hao's presence. At that juncture, even if Ding Hao desired to remain inconspicuous, it was no longer feasible. Those nearby recognized him and were watching intently, while those further away, with a shared understanding, turned their gazes towards him. Under the scrutiny of so many, how could he deny his involvement? Lu Renjia, livid and pale, cried out sharply, demanding to know which esteemed scholar dared to belittle him, urging them to step forward. The words were spoken, there was no taking them back. And the offended parties had already been affronted. To show cowardice now would only invite further scorn. Yet, observing the expressions of the venerable matriarch Cheng and the general, they did not seem incensed by the disruption of their banquet. Rather, they appeared inclined towards camaraderie. Even the fiery Tang Hanyan offered him a rare smile, indicating their utter disdain for this self-absorbed individual. Now caught in a predicament, I had no intention of standing out, yet circumstances compel me. To the illustrious scholar Lu Renjia, my apologies. Even the mightiest elephant fears the smallest mouse, and the barefooted have no fear of those in shoes. I am unafraid of defeat, but you, sir, are not of the same caliber. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Ding Hao slowly rose, steeling himself. After gathering his emotions, he let out a hearty laugh and declared, "From whence come all these esteemed scholars and talented individuals? In this day and age, scholars are as common as cabbages sold in the streets, a bundle of them at every corner, rendering them rather valueless. As for the title of Mr. Lu, I am truly unworthy of such honor." Meanwhile, the Yangzhe girl at the entrance, eagerly searching for the source of such spirited rebuke, upon realizing it was him, hurriedly scooted her stool forward, resting her chin on her hands, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight, entering a focused state to witness the unfolding drama. Chapter 051. To be wild to the end. Upon hearing Ding Hao's words, Lu Renjia was seized by a sudden fury, while Tang Yinyan gazed at him in astonishment. This fellow, each time, left her with a different impression. The first time, he was a pitiable sight, fleeing in disarray, leaving her with the sole impression of his clumsiness. The second time, he spoke with eloquence, his words flowing like a torrent, displaying a remarkable talent for persuasion. The third time, he feigned ignorance in front of young Master Qin, embodying the quintessential rogue. And now, it was you again? Of lowly birth and crude speech, indulging in pretentiousness. Truly an insufferable and common creature. How could a mere servant speak with such arrogance? It seemed that the people of Guangyuan had little understanding of decorum. Lu Renjia's sarcastic smile inadvertently offended nearly all the people of Guangyuan. In that era, regional sentiments were immensely stronger than in later times. Although Ding Hao was not a native of Guangyuan, he hailed from the northwest, which, compared to Lu Renjia, made him seem more relatable to the locals. Once his words were uttered, aside from Governor Su, Professor Jiang, and Scholar Du, everyone else unanimously sided with Ding Hao. Ding Hao raised his head defiantly and proclaimed, "The lotus blooms in poverty and thrives in filth, yet remains pure and unsullied." Conversely, many self-proclaimed distinguished scholars and notable figures, while appearing virtuous, engage in immoral acts behind closed doors, harboring narrow minds and an air of superiority. Is it possible that a great scholar like Lu Renjia, with vast experience and knowledge, is merely a common man obsessed with status? Lu Renjia, infuriated, retorted, "You insolent brat, how dare you, a mere servant, point fingers at me?" Worried that a quarrel might erupt and tarnish his superior's reputation, Zhang Xingji, the magistrate, quickly intervened, saying, "Master Dingen is a celebrated scholar of the Central Plains, revered by scholars across the land. You, young man, should not be disrespectful to him. Quickly withdraw." Dingen was Lu Renjia's courtesy name. And since he was a friend of Governor Su, Magistrate Zhang addressed him with respect. Aware that he had no choice but to firmly stand by Cheng Shixiang or leave entirely, Ding Hao, though he recognized Magistrate Zhang's intent to mediate, could not accept his intervention. He bowed slightly and responded, "I appreciate your concern, sir, but he claims to be a renowned scholar of the Central Plains. Is this recognition by imperial decree or a mere self-proclamation? Perhaps he is merely a charlatan seeking to indulge at General Cheng's expense. You, being such a kind-hearted person, should not be deceived. You. Lu Renjia trembled with rage, momentarily at a loss for words. Ding Hao glared and said, "What? Does this offend you? You continuously proclaim yourself a scholar, yet I wonder which of your poems or writings has gained renown in this world. Aside from spouting grandiose claims, what good have you done for the common people? I may not understand poetry or recognize many characters, but I once heard an old beggar named Hong recite a few lines, and they seemed more profound than your claims of scholarship. If you assert yourself as a scholar, I challenge you to compare your work with that of the old beggar before you dare call yourself one again." Lu Renjia, in a fit of rage, smiled. "Youngster, How audacious you are to challenge me, an old man, with the frivolous verses of a beggar. Very well, I must say you are indeed worthy of admiration. Pray, enlighten me. Ding Yulu gazed at Ding Hao with astonishment, utterly perplexed by the transformation she perceived in him, although he appeared unchanged on the surface. It was as if his very essence had been entirely reshaped. Was he truly that simpleton? Yet, if he were not, what other explanation could there be? Ding Yulu recalled Ding Hao's past demeanor, leaving her mind in utter disarray. Ding Hao resolved to appropriate the poetic works of his predecessors to bewilder the old man. However, he dared not claim authorship of the verses, while such an act would undoubtedly catapult him into fame, allowing him to ascend as the illustrious Ding. It was likely that his notoriety would be short-lived, earning him the disdain of literary circles. Thus, he attributed the poem to the fictitious Mr. Hong. Ding Hao declared, this verse, composed by the old beggar, was recited incessantly after he begged for money to indulge in wine. Allow me to share it with you. The great river flows eastward, its waves sweeping away the heroes of yore. To the west of the ancient ramparts. It is said that Zhou Lang once stood at red cliffs. Jagged rocks pierce the sky, waves crash against the shore, stirring up 1,000 piles of snow. The landscape is like a painting. How many heroes have emerged in that moment? The audience murmured that Ding Hao possessed little knowledge, mistaking a trivial poem for a masterpiece, fearing he would make a fool of himself. Yet, to their astonishment, as he recited the first half of the verse, the atmosphere turned somber. Each word sparkled with brilliance. Imbued with a majestic spirit, this was indeed one of the most renowned works of the esteemed scholar Su, and even those lacking discernment could perceive its merit. Ding Hao continued, I recall the days of the illustrious Gong Jin, when Xiao Qiao had just married. With a majestic posture and elegant attire, he spoke with laughter. And in a fleeting moment, the ships vanished like smoke. As I reminisce about my homeland, the sentimental may laugh at me for my premature gray hair. Life is but a dream. I raise a cup to pour out to the moon over the river. Ding Hao's memory of complete verses was lamentably scant. Apart from this piece, he could only recall the romantic lines of Qin Guan and Lu Yong, such as when the golden wind and jade do meet. It surpasses countless encounters in the world. If love is enduring, what does it matter if it is day or night? In this grand hall, reciting such verses would clearly lack the elegance of the previous piece, so he chose to present this one. Mr. Dingen, having built up the resolve to refute him thoroughly, found himself utterly devastated upon hearing Scholar Su's lines. What kind of beggar could possibly compose such exquisite words? How was he to respond? Yet, to remain silent would obliterate his lifelong reputation, and in his anxiety, beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. Seeing this, Professor Zhang quickly rose and interjected, Young man, how can you, having heard but a few lines of poetry, display such arrogance? Mr. Liu, given your esteemed status, why stoop to his level and invite ridicule from the scholarly community? Ultimately, scholars should support one another, and moreover, as he was soon to be appointed as a doctoral candidate in the Imperial Academy, he had no fear of offending Qing Shixiao. Thus, he stepped forward to extricate Lu Rinjia from his predicament. Lu Rinjia looked up to the sky and chuckled, then remarked, Professor Zhang's admonition is indeed well-founded. It is quite absurd for someone of my disposition to entangle myself with a mere commoner, haha. Ding Hao observed that Su the prefect had already indulged in this sort of jest, and now these two gentlemen were once again engaging in such tricks of evasion. If you wish to withdraw, then by all means do so, but to conclude with a reference to commoners, very well, let us prolong this encounter. It has been taught to us. One should pursue the retreating foe with unwavering courage. As Mr. Lu Sun has advised, we must strike fiercely at the fallen adversary. Given the current favorable circumstances, I shall indeed deliver a decisive blow to you, the wretched creature. Chapter 052. Zhuge Wuhou rebukes Wang Lang. Ding Hao let out a cold snort and inquired of Professor Jiang, pray tell, who might this venerable elder be? Upon hearing the term renowned scholar, Professor Jiang was instantly struck with trepidation. He would never presume to consider himself among such illustrious company. What if this young man were to mention that the old beggar had once composed a poem and sought his guidance on the matter? What then? Lu Rinjia, with a facade of bravado but internally shaken, declared, this gentleman is Professor Jiang of the Guangyuan Academy, soon to be elevated to the esteemed position of doctor at the Imperial Academy in Tokyo. And you, lowly servant, what do you intend? Ding Hao, with a half-smile, responded, Ah, so it is Professor Jiang. It is fortunate that he is not a renowned scholar. Indeed, though filled with delight, he was mindful of maintaining decorum, knowing that it is wise to offend as few as possible. Lu Rinjia's repeated disparagement of him as a lowly servant could not go unchallenged. Yet, he was aware that Professor Jiang, in whatever capacity, held a position in the officialdom that warranted a degree of respect. Lu Renjia, feeling belittled by Ding Hao's words, was further agitated by his inability to compose a verse that could rival the brilliance of the previous poem. In a fit of frustration, he exclaimed, "In this hall, who among us does not possess status and stature? Yet here stands a mere servant, brazenly voicing his opinions while his master remains silent. This lady and her male servant. Is it a case of tyranny over the subjugated or of benevolence toward the underprivileged?" The moment those words escaped his lips, Lu Renjia was struck with immediate regret. He had seldom faced such defiance in his life, and in his furious state, he had made a grave error that lowered his own standing. Indeed, many in the hall exchanged disapproving glances, if he were known for his arrogance. Then it was hardly becoming to scold Ding, nor could he be considered humble or dignified. To stoop so low as to weave tales about a young mistress and her youthful servant, inciting lascivious thoughts, was akin to the gossip of a common street woman. A lamentable decline in decorum. Several seasoned individuals could not help but shake their heads in disapproval. Upon hearing this, Ding Hao's anger flared. This arrogant fool, with his eccentric and presumptuous nature, resembles the likes of me hung from the three kingdoms, yet, in terms of character, he falls woefully short. In his furious state, he has sullied himself with such vile remarks. If you belittle yourself, why should I fear reproaching you, you scoundrel? His gaze fell upon Ding Yulu, whose face had turned as pale as snow from indignation. Suppressing his wrath, he turned away from the two and addressed the venerable matriarch. I am most grateful for the favor bestowed upon me by the esteemed elder, allowing me to enter this White Tiger Hall. I am deeply appreciative. However, in this exchange of words, should I have disturbed the elder's enjoyment, I bear the full burden of guilt. I wish to present a token of my respect, yet alas, I possess neither the skills to sing nor dance, and my knowledge of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting is woefully lacking. After much contemplation, I can only offer a jest. If this jest brings a smile to the elder's face, it would fulfill my humble intentions. The room was filled with astonished gazes as everyone exchanged bewildered looks, uncertain of what he might attempt next. They understood the concept of humor well enough from jovial gatherings among friends, but in such a setting, he dared to propose telling a joke? Each person was keenly aware that something peculiar was afoot, and they perked up their ears, resembling a room full of rabbits. All eyes fixated intently on Ding Hao. The old matriarch, unable to express her frustrations, found solace in the sharp tongue of Ding Hao, who spoke on her behalf. Consequently, her fondness for the young man grew, and she chuckled in response to his charming demeanor, saying, I bear no anger towards you, my dear. However, if you have a joke to share, please do. I delight in your words. Ding Hao, with a playful bow, began. This just comes from my leisurely stroll in the city of Hua, recounting an incident from the illustrious Tang Dynasty. In the outskirts of Jinan, Shandong, there resided two neighboring families, the Zhangs and the Tians. Over time, disputes regarding land and irrigation led to a deepening enmity between them. Such occurrences are common in rural communities, yet as he announced his intention to share a joke, the listener suspected he might reference the renowned scholar Lu Renjia, only to find his narrative diverging, leaving them in a state of curiosity. Among the audience, a young girl with the surname Zhao rested her chin on one hand, while the other brought sunflower seeds to her lips, savoring the crunch as she attentively observed Ding Hao with her sparkling eyes. She was incredulous that Ding Hao, after being humiliated by Lu Renjia in front of others, could endure such indignities without retaliation. Despite his seemingly meek appearance, she sensed a cunning spirit within him. Ding Hao continued, the proximity of these two families, coupled with their grievances, only intensified their animosity. The Tian family, with its many sons, bullied the Zhangs, who felt powerless. To alleviate their frustrations, the Zhangs invested heavily in their sons' education, who eventually traveled far and wide, gaining a reputation. Although he never held an official position, many of his scholarly peers attained high office, which elevated the Zhang name and garnered them much admiration. The audience leaned in, sensing the tension as Ding Hao hinted at the eminent scholar, Mr. Dingen. He elaborated, with the Zhang offspring's newfound status, avenging their family became a mere formality. Meanwhile, the Tian family, subjected to relentless humiliation, saw their eldest son abandon his wife and children to seek his fortune elsewhere. The crowd was perplexed, questioning how someone who had settled down could expect to achieve greatness so late in life. Yet Ding Hao continued, in just a year, the Tian's son returned home, adorned in finery and accompanied by a troop of fierce soldiers. He sought retribution against the Zhangs, who were swiftly apprehended on fabricated charges and carted off to the execution ground. It was then that the Zhang family learned of the Tian's son's drastic resolve. He had castrated himself to enter the imperial palace as a eunuch. His surname, Tian, had earned him the favor of the powerful Grand Eunuch Tianlingzi, and this return was solely to exact a swift revenge. Upon comprehending the situation at the execution ground, the elderly Zhang, overwhelmed with sorrow, shed tears. As the executioners raised their steel blades, Zhang's father suddenly cried out. Ding Hao inhaled deeply, heightening the suspense among the onlookers, and then exclaimed in a distinctly Shandong dialect, "My son. Oh, my dear son, had I known this day would come, I would have regretted my actions from the beginning. What kind of a distinguished figure have you become? Not even comparable to an egg." Cough, cough. The delicate miss choked on a sunflower seed, pressing her hand against her chest as she struggled to breathe. Mrs. Cheng and Tang Yanyan, fully aware that refined ladies ought not to find such humor amusing, could not contain their laughter any longer and turned away, their shoulders shaking violently, betraying the intensity of their suppressed mirth. Grandmother Cheng, unfazed by Lu Renjia's expression, burst into hearty laughter. The guests in the hall, unable to restrain themselves any longer, erupted into laughter upon seeing the elderly birthday celebrant amused. The laughter resonated throughout the room, causing numerous cups and plates to clink together. Governor Su, Professor Jiang, and Scholar Du felt too embarrassed to laugh aloud. Their faces turned a deep shade of crimson, their eyes bulging, fearing they might burst from the strain. Lu Renjia pointed at Ding Hao, trembling as if he were an aging performer in a grand play. "You, a lowly and insolent commoner, so acerbic and vile, daring to speak such nonsense to an elder like me, truly exemplifying the decline of morality in society." Though Mr. Dingen maintained his health well, he was still a sedentary scholar. When angered, his words were often insufficient, yet he persisted in his tirade, and before he could finish his statement, he tilted his head back in fury, his body softening like a withered autumn leaf, falling gracefully yet tragically. His trembling fingers traced a poignant arc in the air. Seeing him faint, Ding Hao could not help but chuckle inwardly. Does my reprimand evoke the spirit of Zhuge Liang chastising Wang Lang from years past? Yet, while he laughed internally, he exclaimed aloud, "Oh no, Mr. Dingen has spoken too much and has fainted." Chapter 053, the threat having just regained her breath, Mischa straightened her slender waist. Upon hearing Ding Hao's deliberate mockery of the overly loquacious scholar Lu, she couldn't help but let out a laugh, subsequently collapsing onto the table in an ungraceful manner. Seeing Lu Renjia faint, Governor Su hurried over to support him. Turning to General Cheng Shixiang, he awkwardly remarked, "General Cheng, it is entirely my fault for inviting this friend. He bears no ill intent. He is simply inept in social situations and has a naturally brash demeanor. His words are truly, ahem, I have disrupted the joy of the old birthday celebrant, and for that, I am deeply remorseful." General Cheng quickly interjected, "Your Excellency Su, please do not speak in such a manner. Inviting this renowned scholar from the Central Plains is indeed an honor for me, Cheng Shixiang. However, I am but a rough man, and my demeanor does not align with that of such a distinguished talent. I fully understand your intentions, so do not dwell on it. Let us swiftly escort Mr. Lu back for treatment and allow him to rest and recuperate." As he mentioned the scholar, he recalled Ding Hao's joke, struggling to suppress a smile, making his expression somewhat peculiar. Governor Su felt a flicker of reassurance upon hearing this and sighed with a wry smile. "In that case, esteemed birthday celebrant, General Cheng, I shall take my leave now." Lu Renjia, merely suffering from anger-induced faintness, regained consciousness as his blood flowed back, yet in such a state, how could he possibly clear his mind? Thus, he continued to feign unconsciousness. With Su's discreet assistance, even as a frail scholar, he managed to be supported upright. With his eyes tightly shut, Lu Renjia was dragged along, his feet moving in a half-hearted manner, amidst the boisterous laughter of the crowd. He was shamefully escorted out of the hall. The incident involving the illustrious scholar did not mar the atmosphere of the birthday banquet. Rather, it became a source of amusement for the guests, heightening the celebratory spirit after Su and Lu's departure. Lu Renjia's disheveled appearance allowed the matriarch Cheng and General Cheng to express their pent-up frustrations, engaging in lively conversation, undisturbed by Lu's earlier mishap. Before long, military officers from the left wing also arrived to toast the birthday celebrant, further enlivening the hall. Observing his mother in high spirits, Cheng Shixiang suggested, "Mother, a stage has been set up ahead, and they are performing stories and songs. Would you like to go and take a look?" Having consumed a couple of cups of wine, Matriarch Cheng's face flushed with joy. Seizing the moment, she rose with enthusiasm, saying, "Very well. Let us all go and enjoy the festivities, my dear." Mrs. Chung hurriedly approached, to which Matriarch Cheng added, "You and Yin Yin return to ensure the comfort of the female guests. Oh, and also see to Fu Gue. We must keep an eye on this little rascal." If he stirs up trouble, those maidens will be quite helpless. Mrs. Chung complied and, together with Ding Yulua, returned to the inner quarters, while the rest of the guests, like stars encircling the moon, accompanied matriarch Ching to the front hall. In the midst of the chaotic revelry, Ding Hao felt it inappropriate to remain behind alone. So he too joined the gathering. In the front courtyard, a canopy had been erected against the backdrop wall, consisting of 2 layers with separate sections. The lower front was supported by a frame, adorned with red and colorful drapes, where performers showcased their talents. The rear section served as changing areas for the male and female performers. Opposite the stage stands a modest 2-story building, positioned a little over 2 zhang away. The lower hall is filled with guests, while the upper floor is reserved for General Qing and a select group of esteemed visitors. Initially, seats were designated solely for General Qing and Governor Su, as it was unforeseen that the venerable elder would make an appearance. However, upon Governor Su's departure, his seat became available for Chang Shixiang, who graciously offered his primary position to his mother. Before their arrival, the performance at the Wu family's pavilion featured sumo wrestling. With the chief of the Qing household absent, true sumo masters were not on stage. Instead, 2 female wrestlers, known as Nv Biao in the realm of Song Dynasty sumo, took to the mat. Although the weather was gradually warming as the first month of the lunar calendar approached, a chill still lingered in the air. Nevertheless, the 2 robust female wrestlers donned their traditional sumo attire. Their skills were impressive, with techniques that were both unpredictable and swift as the wind. The 2 women engaged earnestly in their contest, while the audience below was filled with cheers, whistles, and laughter. When the matriarch expressed her desire to witness the performance in the courtyard, Steward Peng had already taken the initiative to prepare for her arrival. Thus, when the esteemed matriarch of the Chung family ascended to the upper floor, she settled in comfortably. Alongside the stage, 2 idol workers, hired by the Wu family to assist with the moving of items, leaned languidly against the stage structure, appearing utterly disinterested. Their gazes seemed unfocused, scanning the surroundings without purpose. However, upon witnessing the esteemed guests being shown to their seats through the open windows on the 2nd floor, they immediately straightened, as if an invisible thread guided their every move. Exchanging a discreet nod, they casually made their way towards the back, slipping behind the coarse curtain of the dressing room at the rear of the stage. The lower level served as a changing area, warmed by a coal stove. During this period, coal began to replace firewood, and most residences in the capital, Kaifeng, had transitioned to coal for heating. Although this practice was not yet widespread in other regions, affluent families could afford coal. As a general, Chung Shixiang's household naturally had the means to purchase coal, especially given the proximity to the Datong region, where coal was plentiful and reasonably priced. Steward Ping had arranged for several loads of coal to warm the Wu family's pavilion. At that moment, a young attendant sat by the stove, adding coal to the fire when one of the idol workers quietly approached him. The attendant looked up slightly, her jewel-like eyes shimmering with brightness. The worker remained silent, merely nodding before turning away. The attendant then discreetly added a few shovels of coal to the stove, dusted off the coal ash from her garments, and nonchalantly followed him. Seizing the opportunity while unobserved, they both slipped into the narrow staircase leading to the upper floor. Another idol worker promptly settled at the foot of the stairs, feigning fatigue as if in need of a brief respite. At this moment, the 2nd floor was graced by only 2 female performers, one named Long Xiaoqin and the other, Xing Zilio. The 2 individuals are among the few female performers of the Wu family's colorful pavilion, with Long Xiaoqing being the only leading lady. She has mastered the art of agility and the technique of supple bones. Before her marriage, she was affectionately known as Little Dragonfly. Since marrying the troop leader, Wu, 2 years ago, her figure has become more voluptuous, prompting her to dedicate herself to the study of supple bone techniques, forsaking her skills in rope and stool artistry, thus adopting a new stage name, a Bowl of Jade. As a Bowl of Jade was hurriedly changing her attire in preparation for her imminent performance, she heard footsteps. Upon glancing up, she was taken aback and infuriated to see a newly hired young servant and a sycophant ascending the stairs. She admonished them, "What are you doing here? Leave at once." The slender, diminutive lad, whether charred by coal smoke or otherwise, wore a face smeared in darkness, yet, when he smiled, his teeth gleamed with a pearly whiteness. "Dear sister," he said, "on this frigid day, allow me the honor of performing in your stead." "What say you?" A Bowl of Jade abruptly exclaimed, as the young lad, still in his tender years, spoke with a voice that was perpetually androgynous. She had long presumed that he was merely experiencing the tumultuous phase of voice change. However, the 2 sentences he had just uttered rang out with a clear and melodious feminine tone. Could it be that this young lad was, in fact, a woman? As a bowl of jade contemplated the situation, the young attendant approached with a smile, his palm poised like a blade, decisively striking her neck. She collapsed instantly, losing consciousness. Upon witnessing this, Xing Zilida leapt in shock, her mouth agape in a scream, but the burly thug moved swiftly, his fierce gaze fixed on her. In one swift motion, he encircled her, covering her mouth and nose with one hand while with the other, he deftly brandished a small knife that glinted ominously, slicing her throat with the same ease one might have while dispatching a chicken. The young attendant frowned at the sight and admonished him, "She is merely a wretched soul. Why take her life?" The thug, seemingly unconcerned, released his grip, allowing the lifeless figure of the singer to crumple to the ground, blood gushing from her throat. With a nonchalant flick of his wrist, he wiped the blood from his blade and calmly replied, "It was merely a matter of convenience. You should change your attire." The young attendant shot him a disapproving glance, yet the thug remained silent. He lifted the curtain and stepped outside, standing firmly while still clutching the small, bloodless curved knife. The man seated at the foot of the stairs heard the commotion and glanced back, and in the shadows, both their gazes were imbued with a chilling aura of menace. Chapter 054, Blood Sealed. Upon witnessing the burly man exit, the young attendant immediately bent down to unfasten the costume of the dancer known as Yun. The attire, a delicate cream color, clung closely to her figure, adorned with vibrant diagonal stripes that resembled the skin of a serpent. Truth be told, Yun's performance was merely a display of flexibility, not particularly exceptional among the myriad of skills showcased in the theater. However, her exquisite form, akin to that of a captivating serpent, drew the admiration of many spectators, establishing her as the pillar of the Chung family's main stage. Fortunately, the warmth from the stove was intense, with heat rising upwards, making the stuffy dressing room on the second floor bearable, thus sparing anyone from the chill. Once the young attendant had donned Yun's costume, he stretched his limbs and picked up a mask from the table, approaching the door that led directly to the stage. He gently lifted the cotton curtain, holding his breath to listen to the sounds from outside. This door provided direct access to the stage, and male performers were required to ascend and descend the stairs around the corner for both their acts and exits. Outside, the storyteller struggled against the winter chill, narrating tales on a sprawling, open platform, resulting in a less than favorable effect. After laboriously completing a segment, he bowed to the sparse applause and exited the stage. Upon hearing the music begin anew, the attendant realized it was time for his own entrance. A subtle smile, alluring and feminine, graced his lips as he carefully placed a slender pipe between them and donned the peach blossom mask he had taken from the table. Ever since her marriage to Master Wu, Long Shaoqing had continued to perform, albeit with the addition of the peach blossom mask, a gesture by Master Wu to shield his wife's modesty. Yet, despite her beauty, her features were rather ordinary. The mask, however, had inadvertently heightened her allure, inciting the audience's curiosity to glimpse her true visage, thereby amplifying her popularity, a twist that Master Wu had not anticipated. Consequently, she wore the mask at every performance. The young attendant and the two burly men had previously attempted to assassinate Cheng Shixiang under the guise of fur merchants on Guangyuan Street. Upon their arrival in Guangyuan City, being strangers in an unfamiliar land made it challenging to discern Cheng Shixiang's routines, thwarting their plans for an effective assassination. The Wu family's troupe had traveled from another city to perform for the birthday celebration of old Madame Cheng, bringing along a cast of performers, and needed to hire some help for menial tasks. The three thus infiltrated the troupe, hoping to devise a strategy from within. Over the past few days, they had familiarized themselves with the inner workings of the Wu family's theater. After much deliberation, they concluded that impersonating a performer would maximize their chances of success and escape. However, regardless of the sums they offered, it was impossible to sway Master Wu to their cause, nor could they control the entire troupe. Their only option was to blend in. After thorough analysis, they identified Long Shaoqing as the only viable role for impersonation. Firstly, Yun always performed with a mask, greatly facilitating their subterfuge. Secondly, one among them happened to be skilled in flexibility, making their plan a perfect match. However, the identity of this woman is exceedingly noble. Her personal presence at the helm of this operation underscores its gravity, as it pertains to a monumental crisis that urgently threatens her entire family. Yet, her companions vehemently oppose the notion of her exposing herself to danger. Ultimately, it is her unwavering determination and even her threats of self-sacrifice that compel them to relent. As she prepares to take the stage, her demeanor remains calm, while the two imposing men, who would otherwise be unfazed by legions, are consumed with concern for her safety. Unbeknownst to them, the arrangements for the performance at the Qing residence during the banquet are not as they anticipated, They speculate that Cheng Shixiang, seated at the head of the table, would not be too distant from the stage. Should they opt for a poison dart to execute their plan, it would be the safest and most effective means to achieve their objective. The slender, delicate needle, if deftly inserted, would remain unnoticed, allowing them to slip away in the ensuing chaos. As they proceed according to plan, the outcome rests solely on their efforts, leaving the rest to fate. Madame Qing is comfortably seated on the second floor, flanked by her son and several esteemed guests, while others stand behind them. Meanwhile, the performer, Yubo Wu, graces the stage. This enchanting beauty possesses a figure that is both slender and proportionate, captivating the audience with her every movement. As the musicians commence their melody, Yubo Wu dances gracefully, executing a series of challenging, fluid motions that render her body seemingly devoid of bone. Her performance markedly surpasses her previous displays as she intertwines purity with seduction, innocence with allure, and nobility with decadence in a flawless amalgamation of artistry. Master Wu, observing from below, notices the guests both upstairs and downstairs holding their breath, utterly captivated by his wife's performance, and he feels a swell of pride. Little does he know that the beauty on stage is not the same as before. The dancer, with her elegant grace and mastery of soft techniques, curls her form into a porcelain bowl, appearing as a delicate piece of jade, leaving no hint that a woman is concealed within. She undulates like a serpent, and as she begins to move, she unfurls like a blossoming flower. Upon emerging from the bowl, she reveals her sinuous hands, waist, and legs, each movement enchanting beyond description. Cheng Shixiang, in the presence of his mother, dares not express admiration, stifling a breath for what feels like an eternity before he finally exhales. Ding Hao, equally mesmerized, finds his gaze lingering on the exquisite form before him, relishing this rare opportunity to appreciate beauty. Just as he is engrossed, he overhears a venerable voice whispering, "Gu, this woman is truly remarkable. Her proportions are harmonious, her figure exquisite, and she is as supple as if devoid of bones." Ding Hao instinctively turns to see who this audacious old rogue is, thinking to himself, "This fellow shares my sentiments." Upon glancing back, Ding Hao let out a quiet exclamation. The seemingly respectable, gray-bearded old man was none other than Professor Jiang from the Guangyuan Academy, soon to be promoted to the prestigious Kaifeng Academy as Dr. Jiang. The moment Professor Jiang noticed Ding Hao turning around, he immediately adopted a serious demeanor, his jovial expression vanishing as he assumed the grave countenance befitting his esteemed reputation. True gentlemen, with their refined tastes, were never shy about their appreciation for feminine beauty. The scholar officials of the Song Dynasty regarded the indulgence in charming company as a sophisticated and elegant pursuit. Even an octogenarian taking a youthful concubine of 18 was considered a matter of refined elegance, a spectacle worthy of admiration, devoid of any shame. However, for a distinguished professor of such age to so openly ogle a performer warranted a degree of discretion. Aware of Ding Hao's gaze, Professor Jiang was compelled to maintain an appropriate image. On stage, the woman gracefully moved, her pair of enchanting eyes, concealed behind a peach blossom mask, remained coolly observant of the happenings above, calculating the optimal moment for an effective strike. Seizing an opportunity, she spun a few circles on stage, her form momentarily suspended in the air. With a deft toss of her head, she discreetly unleashed a small dart concealed within her lips, which shot forth with precision, aimed directly at Cheng Shixiang's chest. Chapter 055. The incident of streaking during the Song Dynasty on the upper floor. Old lady Cheng watched in awe as a performance unfolded, exclaiming to Cheng Shixiang, "This girl is remarkable, truly remarkable. In this frigid weather, dressed so lightly, all to amuse this old woman. My son, look at her physique. So supple like noodles. She surely deserves some silver as a reward." "Rest assured, mother, I am aware," Cheng Shixiang replied, and immediately beckoned a servant nearby, who hastily approached with a bow, smiling, "Master, you called for me." At that moment, the young woman on stage released a poison dart. The servant, bent over to listen to Cheng Shixiang's instructions, felt an itch at his neck, but did not dare to react. After hearing the masteress' orders, he noticed nothing amiss and thus dismissed it from his mind. The young woman, realizing her assassination attempt had failed, felt a pang of frustration. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, attempting to reload the poison dart was no longer an option. Accepting her fate, she gracefully concluded her performance, offering a deep bow before hurriedly exiting the stage. The servant conveyed the master's orders to steward Peng below, who went to the treasury to fetch the promised reward. Master Wu, having received the silver, stood contentedly at the foot of the stage, filled with joy. Next to perform was the adept magician, old Jiang. Witnessing the silver awarded to the previous performer invigorated him, and he presented his own unique talent. He produced a rope, shaking it in the wind until it stood rigidly upright, eliciting gasps of wonder from old lady Cheng. Old Jiang then tossed the rope into the air, where it hung straight, and he clasped his hands, smiling. Today marks the 60th birthday of the old immortal. I arrived empty-handed to pay my respects. How embarrassing. Fortunately, I possess some unconventional skills. This rope, though short, can reach the heavens. I shall have my apprentice climb it and ascend to the celestial realm to retrieve a peach as a tribute for you, esteemed elder. With a flourish, he gestured, and his young apprentice, spitting into his palm like a monkey, began to climb the rope, disappearing into the rafters. The audience craned their necks, eager to uncover the secrets of his magic. Meanwhile, the servant who had been struck by the poisoned dart began to feel the effects of the toxin. Dizziness enveloped him, and he struggled to breathe, yet he dared not display his discomfort in front of the elderly matron and the general, forcing himself to remain upright. Moments later, the apprentice descended, dropping a magnificent peach, its white and red hues delightful to behold. Old Jiang, quick-witted and nimble, caught the peach and knelt, exclaiming loudly, "Congratulations to the old immortal. My unremarkable apprentice has finally made a name for himself, bringing down a peach from the heavenly realm as a gift for you. May your fortune flow like the endless sea, and may your longevity rival that of the eternal pine trees." Old lady Cheng, listening with delight, momentarily forgot about the reward. Observing her inattention, old Jiang furrowed his brow, contemplating the need to exert more effort to win her favor. He discreetly signaled to his apprentice, who was hidden beneath the canopy. The art of concealment he employed was originally a fusion of a small story, and he had only performed half of it. The continuation depended entirely on the audience's reaction. Observing that the old lady had not offered any rewards, he decided to proceed, when suddenly a loud shout echoed from above, followed by a chilling scream. Old Jiang hastily looked up, and the spectators erupted in gasps of shock. In a state of panic, old Jiang stood up, witnessing limbs, arms, hands, and thighs falling from the heavens, seemingly real in their grotesque semblance. He cradled a severed head, lamenting, "This old man has offended the celestial realm. It is the immortals punishing my young apprentice. Alas, my dear disciple, you have met your untimely fate." Lady Cheng, alarmed and trembling, urged, "Look at this ghastly display. Quick, tell him to cease and change the act. We need a different performance." Cheng Shixiang called out, yet the servant standing by the wall appeared entranced, caught in a haze where sounds flickered in and out of perception. Cheng Shixiang assumed he was merely mesmerized by the performance, his expression darkening in concern. Seeing this, Ding Hao chuckled, "General Cheng, a word from the common folk might suffice." Ding Hao descended the stairs and approached the tent below, lifting the curtain to inquire, "Who is the master of the troupe?" The performers waiting for their turn were already positioned at the corner outside, leaving only one actor still engaged in the play. He turned to Ding Hao and asked, "Who are you and what is your business?" Ding Hao replied with a smile, "Today marks the birthday of Lady Cheng. Presenting a longevity peach would suffice. Why bring forth such morbid props? It is hardly festive. Please inform the gentleman on stage to change his act, or else the reward may vanish." "Oh dear, I must hurry." The actor rushed upstairs, careful to keep his voice low enough for old Jiang and his apprentice to hear. The burly man at the stairway could not obstruct him and allowed him to ascend. After the actor went up, he quickly followed. Ding Hao approached the fire, but suddenly, there was a loud thud from the floor, accompanied by a brief cry of pain. He felt a surge of confusion. Had the actor fallen? He hurried towards the staircase. As he ascended, he reached the top only to find a slender man blocking the door, while a robust figure had just felled the actor, blood gushing from the actor's throat. Ding Hao broke into a cold sweat, realizing the gravity of the situation. There was no time for hesitation as he turned to flee. The burly man shouted, "Yin Yin, behind you." The slender man, hearing the warning, swiftly turned, and with a deft motion, Ding Hao felt as if he were being thrown like last time by Ding Yu, disoriented and collapsing to the ground. In that moment, he noticed another large man beside him, brandishing a small curved blade, grinning menacingly as he lunged toward him. In the blink of an eye, Ding Hao caught a glimpse of a faint pattern on the wrist of his assailant, Upon closer inspection, it revealed a menacing wolf's head. In a moment of shock, Ding Hao's thoughts raced. He urgently exclaimed, "Are you the assassins sent by the Song Dynasty to kill my family's general?" The burly man, his curved blade poised to pierce Ding Hao's chest, froze at these words, a peculiar expression flickering in his eyes. Ding Hao's heart raced, cold sweat trickled down his back. Just as he was about to speak again, a sudden, excruciating pain shot through his forehead, and he instantly succumbed to unconsciousness. The girl, disguised as a bowl of jade, had leaped forward and delivered a vicious kick to his forehead. "This fool actually believes we are sent by the Emperor of the Song," the burly man remarked, bemused. The girl retorted coldly, "Among the Han people, deceit and treachery abound. Usurpation is ever prevalent. Do you think they are loyal to their sovereign and united in purpose? Humph. It is no different from my northern country." She continued, "This man's folly has turned into a fortunate gain for us. Rang, spare his life, let us depart." With that, she hastily made her way downstairs. At that moment, the servant on the opposite building found himself engulfed in darkness, with only the frantic pounding of his heart resonating in his ears. He gasped desperately for air, but his chest felt as though it were crushed beneath a great weight. He could scarcely draw a breath. His spirit felt as though it were floating in the clouds, his head heavy and his feet light, as if he were teetering on a boat amidst tumultuous waves. Meanwhile, on the stage, the old man Jiang had retrieved a box, proclaiming his intention to perform a ritual to transform chaos into order to revive his disciple. Just then, the servant staggered and toppled out of the window with a resounding crash onto the ground below. Upon witnessing this, Cheng Shixiang abruptly stood up, rushing forward like a tempest, his fierce gaze fixed on the scene as he barked, "What happened? Go investigate at once." The old man Jiang, engaged in his incantation, was momentarily taken aback by the unfolding situation, bewildered as to how the guest from the opposite building had fallen. Cheng Shixiang ordered the doors and windows to be secured and, ensuring his mother's safety, charged downstairs with a few guards, a palpable aura of menace surrounding them. Upon reaching the eaves, they found the servant lying on his back, foam and dark blood oozing from his mouth, already lifeless. Cheng Shixiang, maintaining his composure, crouched down to examine the body and discovered a dark purple bruise encircling the servant's neck. He scrutinized the mark for a long moment, then slowly extended 2 fingers to extract a hair-thin steel needle from the corpse's neck. A glint of cold light flickered in Cheng Shixiang's eyes. At that moment, the girl who had been knocked unconscious on the stage, disguised as a bowl of jade, regained her senses. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld a fellow performer lying nearby, half of his face painted, blood gushing from his throat, nearly spilling before her eyes, causing her to recoil in terror as if confronted by a ghost. In her fright, she leaped up and dashed towards the stage, summoning all her strength to scream, "Murder!" Ding Hao, being a man, possessed a greater resilience to blows than a woman. Though the kick to his forehead had briefly rendered him unconscious, the piercing shriek of the girl jolted him awake. As he blinked in confusion, he beheld a woman soaring through the air, leaping into a radiant passageway. Ding Hao's eyes widened in astonishment. Where on earth have I found myself this time? As chaos unfolds outside, a bowl of jade cries out in a chilling proclamation of murder, racing towards the stage. With the 28th fast approaching, and just 2 days until the month is complete, Old Guan has resolved to continue updating the public version throughout December as a gesture of gratitude for everyone's support and encouragement. I kindly ask for your continued patronage. With each ascent in rankings, you gain another companion to share in the reading and discussion of the same work, while I, in turn, acquire another supporter, fueling my creative impetus. Therefore, I wholeheartedly invite you to cast your daily votes in my favor without reservation. Chapter 056. The Scorching Flames in the White Tiger Hall. An air of foreboding prevailed as the entire Cheng residence was besieged, leaving no avenues of escape. Cheng Shixiang, with a sword sheathed at his side, sat solemnly behind the general's desk, his expression grave. He spoke in a low tone, addressing Hao, "Pray, recount the events of that moment in detail." Beside him, Zhang Xingji, the magistrate, listened intently for a moment before suddenly interjecting. 1 woman and 1 man perished within the chamber, yet the bowl of jade was spared, presumably due to the assailant's desire to avoid staining her garments with blood. But why did the assassin choose to overlook you? Ding Hao raised an eyebrow and inquired. Lord Zhang suspects that I am in league with that assassin, hence resorting to a strategy of feigned suffering? Zhang Xingji chuckled coldly, remaining silent. After a brief moment of contemplation, Ding Hao responded, "There are indeed reasons for their decision not to kill me. However, the intricacies of this matter are not meant for outsiders to comprehend." Zhang Xingji, unwavering in his stance, pressed further, "If you choose not to disclose, how can you expect others to refrain from suspicion?" Ding Hao pondered for a moment before rising to clasp his hands in a gesture of respect. This reason, indeed, must be known to General Cheng. However, it must not reach the ears of a third party. Zhang Tongpan, displeased, replied, "What? Am I not permitted to be informed as well?" Ding Hao's expression revealed his unease. Upon noticing this, Cheng Shixiang remarked, "Lord Zhang, I am currently only interested in uncovering the origins of the assassin. Since Brother Ding is reluctant to speak, there must be a reason for it. I must kindly request you to excuse yourself for the moment." Zhang Xingji, feeling helpless, could only bow and withdraw. Ding Hao cast a glance at the armored generals surrounding him, and Cheng Shixiang smiled, saying, "I assure you, General, I do not fear your assassination attempts. It is simply that these officers are my steadfast brothers, with whom I have shared life and death. There is nothing I wish to conceal from them. If you have any secrets to share, please feel free to speak openly. They are as one with me." Upon hearing this, Ding Hao mused to himself, "Who says he is a simpleton?" With just these words, he was able to inspire those military academy cadets to pledge their unwavering loyalty. He cast a brief glance, observing the officers standing resolutely like statues of iron, their faces and eyes devoid of any emotion, not a single tear of sentiment brimming in their gaze. As if General Cheng's words had not reached their ears at all, instead, they exuded a quiet, resolute demeanor. Ding Hao steadied his thoughts and spoke, "General Cheng, I was struck down by that counterfeit bowl of jade. The burly man approached me with a knife, and while I lay on the ground, I happened to catch sight of his wrist, where a wolf's head was tattooed, vivid and lifelike in its azure hue. I have heard it said that the northern Khitan people revere the prairie wolf, and many men bear wolf head tattoos. As you guard the Guangyuan, you are indeed the nemesis of the northern tribes, thus." Cheng Shixiang narrowed his eyes slightly and inquired, "Thus, what?" Ding Hao, feeling somewhat embarrassed, stammered, "Thus." In a moment of desperation, I called out, "Are you assassins sent by the officials of the Great Song to kill my family's general?" The burly man was taken aback by my words, and before I knew it, a kick met my forehead, rendering me unconscious. I could not ascertain whether my approach would bear fruit, yet at that moment, I had no choice but to attempt it, striving for a chance at survival. Cheng Shixiang inquired with curiosity, "How did you discern that they were Khitan? Why then do you assert that they are?" His facial muscles twitched slightly, and he refrained from pursuing the question further. The relationship between the court and the Zhou family in the Northwest is intricate, embodying both the dynamics of sovereign and minister as well as the clandestine struggles of annexation and counter-annexation. This is no secret, it is evident to any discerning observer. Ding Hao, having recognized their Khitan identity, deliberately uttered a remark that, should the Khitan be astute enough, they would embrace the misunderstanding. Even if an assassination attempt were to fail, they could leverage the opportunity to sow discord between the court and the Zhou family, exacerbating their conflicts. Such thoughts, however, were best kept private and not openly discussed. Thus, after Cheng Shixiang came to this realization, he chose to remain silent, merely furrowing his brow and stating, "Khitan? It is hardly surprising that they would attempt to assassinate me. Yet, given their ongoing civil strife, even if they succeeded in killing me and inciting chaos in Guangyuan, would they possess the capacity to march southward? Could they even hold their ground in Guangyuan City?" Cheng Shixiang paced back and forth in the hall, muttering to himself. After a while, he noticed that Ding Hao was still standing there and softened his tone, saying, "Today I endured the affront from that esteemed scholar, Lu. I could not respond in kind, but I must thank you for avenging me, haha. It is rather inconvenient for me to leave at this moment, so you may return home. Do visit my residence more often when you have the time." "Certainly, General Cheng, you are busy. I take my leave." Ding Hao replied with a deep bow and turned to depart. As he touched his forehead, a sudden pang of pain reminded him of something he had nearly forgotten. He halted abruptly and said, "General Cheng, what else do you wish to convey, Brother Ding?" "General Cheng, it just came to mind that when I ascended the shed," one of the burly men exclaimed, "Yan Yan, behind you, regarding that female assassin. She must be named Yan Yan." Cheng Shixiang was taken aback. "Yan Yan? That is the same name as my niece. I shall make a note of this. Should we capture the culprit, I will certainly remember your contribution." Ding Hao chuckled. "I take my leave now." Once Ding Hao departed, two figures emerged from behind the screen. The first was an elderly man of distinguished appearance, his eyes sharp and spirited, exuding an air of noble grace with every movement. Beside him stood a young woman clad in a dark robe, her smile enchanting and her demeanor both playful and pouting. She was indeed the Zhe girl with whom Ding Hao had previously conversed in the courtyard. Cheng Shixiang hurried to greet them with a respectful gesture. General Jiao, young Master Wu. The elderly man nodded and turned to inquire, Xiao Wu, what is your perspective on this matter? The Zhe girl responded with a charming smile. I find him quite astute. In a life-or-death situation, he managed to conceive such a clever means of survival. Upon reflection, I doubt I could have done the same. It is truly impressive. The elderly man snorted. I was asking for your thoughts on the assassination attempt on Xiao Cheng, not the fate of that young man. The Zhe girl pouted playfully. You did not ask clearly. How am I to know what you wish to know? Really, it is you who is confused. Yet you blame others. The elder, wielding significant power and authority, remained unfazed despite being challenged by his most cherished niece. With a huff, he turned to Cheng Shixiang, furrowing his brow as he spoke. Young Cheng, your inquiry is astute, and I find myself pondering the same. After the assassination of the Northern Emperor, the Northern Court's Privy Councillor and Chancellor, Xiao Siwen, proclaimed Yel Xian as the new emperor. Yet, merely days later, he was brutally slain by a rival in Lushan. With Yel Xian abruptly deprived of crucial support and desperate to solidify his reign, while the various Khitan factions harboring their own ambitions, how could they possibly focus on descending south to execute further assassinations? His gaze flickered momentarily before he remarked, might it be akin to Ding Hao's act of declaring a stag to be a horse? Could they be masquerading under the guise of Khitan? There are numerous tribes adorned with wolf tattoos among the various factions beyond the borders, particularly in the northwest. Miss Zhu approached Cheng Shixiang's writing desk, leaping gracefully into his tiger skin armchair, curling up like a kitten. With a comfortable squint of her eyes, she said, Uncle, spare us your wild conjectures. You too, one a military governor of the prefecture and the other a defense commander of Guangyuan, are both seasoned generals, yet you remain rather uninformed about your adversary's every move. Ding Hao has already revealed the identity of the assassin, yet here you are, lost in your musings. If you continue to speculate, you might end up suspecting the people of India or the Saracens. Chapter 57. Unraveling the threads. General Jiao was well aware of his niece's remarkable intellect and exceptional aspirations. His elder brother often lamented that his greatest regret in life was that this brilliant daughter was not born a son. Thus, he held her in high regard. Otherwise, he would not have sought her counsel when he harbored doubts. Upon hearing her words, General Jiao's eyes sparkled with delight, and he smiled broadly, exclaiming, Ah, little Wu, I knew your acumen would surpass that of your brothers tenfold, nay, 100-fold. Pray, enlighten me. Who is the assassin, and what are their intentions? Miss Zhe raised a finger and replied, Uncle Jiao, while many nomadic tribes revere the prairie wolf, their tattoos differ significantly. Among the Khitan tribes, only the noble families bearing the surname Shao tattoo a wolf's head on their wrists. The Shao clan is the second most prominent tribe in the Northern Territories, following the Yel clan. General Jiao nodded, acknowledging her statement. I am aware of that. But there are at least 3 noble tribes in the western regions that also bear the wolf head tattoo on their wrists. Among these major tribes, the last to provoke us would be the Khitan Shao clan, for they support Yel Xian. The assassination of Xiao Siwen was an attempt to eliminate Yel Xian's most capable ally. With Xiao Siwen's death, the Shao clan finds itself in a precarious position, urgently needing to protect Yel Xian's reign. Why would they have the leisure to assassinate Xiao Cheng and attack our Guangyuan? Miss Zhe blinked and smiled. Originally, I shared your thoughts, which is why I first considered the Shao clan, only to subsequently eliminate them from suspicion. However, a name mentioned by Ding Hao before his departure has rekindled my doubts regarding the Shao clan. A name? Cheng Shixiang furrowed his brow. Is it the name Yin Yin? Miss Zhe smiled gently. Indeed, the assassin is a young woman, accompanied by 2 nobles of the Shao clan. Hence, I boldly conjecture that Ding Hao must have misheard. The name is not Yin Yin, but rather Yin Yin. Her eyes gleamed as she articulated, Shao. Yin Yin? Cheng Shixiang inquired, who is Shao Yin Yin? General Jiao also looked at Miss Zhe with curiosity. She replied with a serene smile, who else but the soon-to-be Khitan Empress, Shao Yin Yin? What? Cheng Shixiang exclaimed in astonishment, while General Jiao expressed his surprise. The Empress of the Northern Territories? You mean Xiao Siwen's daughter? I have heard that Xiao Siwen supported Yel Qi's ascension to the throne, and in gratitude, Yelchi elevated him to the position of Minister of Personnel, conferred upon him the title of Prince of Wei, and appointed his daughter as Empress. She is to be welcomed into the palace shortly. However, isn't this prospective Empress named Xiaochua? Miss Zhe chuckled softly, and therein lies the distinction. Women, by nature, possess an insatiable curiosity and a penchant for remembering details that often elude men. You only know her as Xiaochua, yet you are unaware that her given name is Yan Yan. Her full name is used solely in formal documents and decrees, in everyday life. Her family, and even common folk from the north refer to her as Xiao Yan Yan. Is that so? General Zhao said, half convinced. Yet, how could she, soon to be the Khitan Empress, personally engage in such an assassination? Miss Zhe, with a playful smile, remarked, if Yel Xian were to fall, what purpose would it serve for her to remain as Empress? At that point, the entire Xiao family would likely descend into servitude, and as the appointed Empress, her fate would be sealed, rendering her aspirations of becoming a mere handmaiden utterly futile. When the survival of her entire clan hangs in the balance, how could one not be compelled to take a stand? General Zhao murmured, how could that be? Regardless of how dire the situation may be, she is still the esteemed Empress. Steadying himself, he continued, setting that aside, even if that person were indeed Xiao Yan, she is presently too preoccupied with her own affairs to offer any support to Yel Xian in solidifying the throne. Why would she frivolously cause disturbances in Guanyuan? Miss Zhe leaped down from her tiger skin chair and made a playful face at her Uncle Zhao, her laughter bright and charming. How would I know? Perhaps it is precisely because Yel Xian is doomed and the Xiao family faces ruin that the young lady of the Xiao clan, seeing her dreams of becoming empress slipping away, has gone mad and seeks to stir trouble in Guanyin, provoking you, General Zhao, to muster troops and eradicate all the Khitan people. Fifth Master, where are you headed? I am merely taking a stroll. You all may carry on with your business. Cheng Shixiang, visibly anxious, implored, Fifth Master, we have not yet captured the assassin. You must not wander about freely. If something were to happen to you, it would be too late for old Cheng. Miss Zhe chuckled, rest assured, this band of assassins has no interest in me and would not recognize me. You should focus on investigating the origins of those assassins. Rising, Miss Zhe moved towards the exit. Cheng Shixiang, unable to shake his concerns, discreetly signaled to his loyal guards, and 8 sturdy men promptly pursued her. Ah, I understand now. General Zhao seemed unfazed by Miss Zhe's reckless wandering. Once she departed, he took a seat at Cheng Shixiang's tiger skin chair, and, just as she exited, he slapped the desk and stood up abruptly. Cheng Shixiang hastily inquired, General Zhao, what have you come to understand? General Zhao chuckled, I have discerned their purpose in coming south. Oh, please, do enlighten us, General Zhao. General Zhao explained, the current chaos in the north presents a splendid opportunity for us. My visit serves 2 purposes, to celebrate your mother's longevity and to heed my elder brother's request to assess the necessity of expanding the official granaries. However, the most crucial aspect is to ascertain whether we can take advantage of the northern turmoil, which leaves them unable to attend to the south, to dispatch troops and annihilate the remnants of the northern Han. We have long harbored intentions to advance northward, should the northern assassins succeed in eliminating you. Leaving ample evidence pointing to a certain Khitan clan, the Zhe family would have no choice but to retaliate. With the assassination of Xiao Siwen and Yel Xian's unstable grasp on the throne, the Khitan factions are rife with ambition. Yet, if we march north, we would inadvertently provide Yel Xian with a reprieve. Faced with a formidable enemy, the northerners would first have to defend against external threats, thereby allowing Yel Xian to solidify his position as emperor. Once he has rallied his forces to repel our army, he will firmly secure his leadership. Cheng Shixiang furrowed his brow in contemplation, while General Zhao strolled through the White Tiger Hall, muttering to himself. Yel Xian ascended to power with the backing of Xiao Siwen. Upon his rise to the throne, he lacked a solid foundation. With Xiao Siwen's demise, there are few capable individuals among his subordinates, and even fewer whom he can trust. The person entrusted with such a significant responsibility must be someone extremely close to him. Nonetheless, it is unnecessary for the Xiao family, in the esteemed position of empress, to personally risk danger. She certainly would not descend south merely for the purpose of assassination. This remains a perplexing issue. What ulterior motive does she harbor? After a prolonged period of pacing, General Zhao suddenly halted, turning his gaze toward Cheng Shixiang, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Xiao Cheng, You must immediately issue orders to bolster the defenses of Guangyuan City and intensify the scrutiny of foreigners. Additionally, dispatch small cavalry units to scour the mountains and valleys surrounding Guangyuan. Cheng Shixiao, grasping the implication, replied, "Are you suggesting?" General Zhou solemnly interjected, "At present, I am merely tentatively trusting in the words of Xiao Wu'er, following her line of thought for this analysis. We shall investigate further. Caution will avert significant errors." Understood. Chapter 58. Mission accomplished. Ding Hao departed from the Cheng residence, where Ding Yulua's carriage awaited him at the entrance. In light of General Cheng's assassination, soldiers patrolled the streets in search of the assassin, creating an atmosphere of palpable tension. With a myriad of questions swirling in her mind, Ding Yulua felt it inappropriate to linger in such circumstances. Thus, upon seeing him arrive, she instructed an immediate return to the camp. Ding's steward, still playing the role of the chief whip, sat atop the carriage with the driver. The carriage sped along, the wheels clattering against the cobblestone road. After a brief journey, as they exited the alleyway adjacent to the Cheng residence, the driver nudged Ding Hao's shoulder and chuckled. "Ah, you lucky fellow. To have survived an assassin's attempt on the illustrious Cheng Taiwei, how fortunate indeed." Ding Hao chuckled lightly, responding, "Indeed, as a mere insignificant personage. How could I possibly occupy their thoughts?" The driver, unconvinced, retorted, "What does it matter whether one is significant or not? It is only by surviving that one can truly become a person of note. Should one perish, be they great or small, they would all return to the earth. It is far better to endure life, even in hardship. However, it is truly a pity that you were unconscious at the time. You missed quite the spectacle." It was simply astonishing. He swallowed hard, and Ding Hao found his amusement growing, fully aware that he was referring to the incident involving a certain bowl of jade. Thus, he feigned ignorance and asked, "What spectacle?" The driver's eyes widened in surprise. "You don't know? Ah, of course. You were taken away by Cheng Taiwei right upon waking. Naturally, you would be unaware." He glanced back at the carriage, noticing that the young lady's curtain was drawn tightly. Leaning closer to Ding Hao, his eyes sparkling with excitement, he whispered conspiratorially, "Let me tell you. I was watching the grand performance in the corridor when that bowl of jade suddenly dashed onto the stage, completely unclothed." "Oh," Ding Hao exclaimed, feigning disbelief. "Indeed, I assure you, it is true. I nearly lost my wits upon witnessing it. Her form was simply exquisite, so fair and round. My goodness, it was utterly tantalizing." Ding Hao could not suppress a laugh, prompting the driver to shoot him an annoyed glance. "I'm sharing something serious here. Stop your laughing." He then gazed ahead, murmuring to himself, "It was my first time witnessing such a thing. I could hardly take my eyes off her. When I eventually marry, if my wife possesses a figure akin to that of bowl of jade, I would be most content indeed." Ding Hao chuckled again and said, "You rascal, you've become quite the lecher. Mind that the young lady hears you." Yes, I know," the driver replied, smacking his lips. In a hushed tone, one only he could hear, he continued to reminisce. "Oh my, that figure, it's simply irresistible." As the driver indulged in his endless fantasies, the carriage returned to the camp. Upon entering the dilapidated gate, Ding Hao and the driver secured the carriage and lowered the step. Ding Yulua gracefully descended, her bright eyes briefly meeting Ding Hao's before she gently instructed, "Ah Dai, come with me." While the driver was occupied untethering the mule, he paused at her words. Glancing at Ding Yulua's retreating figure, he leaned toward Ding Hao and inquired, "What does the young lady want with you?" Ding Hao chuckled softly, remarking, "Perhaps the young lady is somewhat intrigued by that group of assassins. I shall visit her. You can unload the cart and return to rest." "Hey," the piglet replied obediently, and Ding Hao hurried after Ding Yulua. The piglet watched the two figures recede, fixating intently on the graceful silhouette of Ding Yulua. The young lady's slender waist swayed elegantly, her long legs moving in a captivating rhythm. He had always found her enchanting, yet had never felt anything beyond admiration. However, after witnessing the bare form of a bowl of jade, it had profoundly impacted this novice in his 20s. Now, gazing at the young lady, he experienced a strange sensation, as if something inexplicable stirred within him, causing an anxious restlessness that he could not articulate. At that time, knowledge of physiology was hardly widespread, and no one would enlighten the piglet on such matters. Previously, when discussing women, people only touched upon superficial appearances. In truth, Shuiliang was still a complete novice when it came to matters of intimacy. Yet, that instinct did not slumber due to ignorance. He gazed dreamily at the back of the young lady, murmuring to himself, How wonderful it would be if the young lady were to shed her clothes like a bowl of jade. I wonder how beautiful she would appear? Smack. He harshly slapped himself, muttering in a low voice. How could you think such things? Be cautious, or you may find yourself struck by lightning. And the master will have you castrated, you wretched piglet, truly unworthy. Ding Hao followed Ding Yuluo into her chamber. She sat before the heated bed, gazing steadily at him, while he met her calm gaze with an air of serenity. After a prolonged silence, Ding Yuluo suddenly said, Dai, I have some questions. I hope you will answer me honestly, without concealment. Ding Hao replied, Young lady, you need not inquire of me. Even if you do, I possess no answers. In truth, I am uncertain as to the nature of this situation. Just before the new year, I suffered from a severe illness that nearly claimed my life. After a few days of delirium, upon awakening, I sensed a newfound clarity. My speech and actions felt markedly different from before. I find it rather peculiar, yet honestly, I do not comprehend the reason behind it. Before Ding Yuluo could pose her question, Ding Hao had already divulged his thoughts, leaving her momentarily stunned, lost in contemplation. She let out a wry smile, self-deprecatingly stating, I ought to have known there would be no answers, yet my curiosity is insatiable. Nonetheless, this transformation seems to bring you only benefits, and there is no need to delve into its origins. In this world, there remains much that we do not understand, and pursuing every mystery only breeds distress. Rising from her seat, she paced the room for a while before asking. The gifts we presented today were greatly appreciated by the matriarch. At the banquet, Mr. Liu engaged in light-hearted banter, which ultimately benefited us. Now, the Cheng family is treating us with considerable courtesy. Do you think we will be able to retain our exclusive rights to the Ding family's grain supply? Ding Hao pondered briefly before responding. Whether General Zhida will agree to expand the granaries in Guangfu does not depend on us, nor on General Cheng. I believe that as long as the expansion of the official granaries in Guangyuan is not sanctioned, the Ding family's monopoly on grain operations there cannot persist. Even if Vice Admiral Cheng holds us in high regard, he would not risk such a matter that pertains to our very lives. If the expansion of the official granary were to materialize, the Ding family would undoubtedly secure the monopoly rights. However, we must prepare for the possibility that the proposal for expansion may not receive approval. In such a case, we can take the initiative to seize the largest share of the supply. General Cheng's fury has subsided. Thus, with the connections the Ding family has cultivated over the past 2 decades, their position as the foremost grain merchant in Guangyuan remains assured. Ding Yuluo nodded, pacing restlessly in the room, her anxiety mounting. Suddenly, with a decisive strike of her fist, she exclaimed, Dai, I can hardly wait any longer. I shall meet with a few reliable officials to encourage them to act swiftly and advocate for us again. What do you think? After a prolonged silence with no response from Ding Hao, she turned in surprise to find him gazing at her with an odd expression. They locked eyes for a long moment, and feeling a blush rise to her cheeks, Ding Yuluo bashfully murmured, I am too impatient. Ding Hao sighed and smiled wryly. It is rather inappropriate to have those officials advocate for the granary so soon after General Cheng's assassination. Ding Yuluo, feeling embarrassed, replied, You are right. I used to believe that if I were a man, I could effortlessly manage the family affairs for my father. Little did I know. I fall short compared to you. Ding Hao smiled. Your concern has clouded your judgment. It seems we must remain in Guangyuan a few more days. Exercise patience. We have done all we can, and now we must wait for a favorable opportunity to formulate our plans. In the following days, Ding Yuluo momentarily set aside her family's affairs, occasionally visiting a few officials to inquire about the recent developments at the general's residence. Meanwhile, Ding Hao frequently ventured into the city, utilizing his connections to gather intelligence. During this period, rumors circulated throughout the city. Some claimed that the assassin had been dispatched by the Song court, aiming to eliminate the regional warlords and consolidate military power within the capital. If the Zhou family refused to cede their military authority, war with the northwest was imminent. Others stated that the assassin hailed from the north, specifically the Khitan, and recounted how, on the day of the assassination, General Cheng had sent light cavalry out of the city to scour the valleys and mountains within an 80-mile radius to the north, where they had encountered a Khitan contingent, resulting in a bloody battle with substantial casualties on both sides. There were also mentions of the northern Han and the Tanguts from the western regions, leading to a cacophony of conflicting accounts. Ding Hao refrained from visiting the Qing residence to inquire about the military matters, as a steward from a gentry family. He had no legitimate reason to intrude on such sensitive affairs. A couple of days later, Ding Yulu unexpectedly returned with splendid news. The Zhou authorities had consented to the expansion of the official granary in Guangyuan. Ding Hao was greatly invigorated by this revelation and promptly accompanied Ding Yulu back to the Qing residence. He approached directly, both to apologize and to request the maintenance of the grain supply agreement established between the Ding family and the former general of Guangyuan, ensuring their exclusive management of the grain supply for the city. If the granary in Guangyuan were adequately stocked, there would be no risk of grain shortages due to delays in transport. Given the strong bond between Ding Hao and the Qing family, it was unlikely that Cheng Shixiang would disregard their request. Ding Yulua had long been preoccupied with a significant matter, which had unexpectedly reached a resolution. However, Cheng Shixiang insisted that they transport all the grain required for the expansion of the Guangyuan official granary before May. This substantial supply of grain was beyond the Ding family's capacity to procure on their own. They would need to purchase it from other grain merchants and consolidate the shipments. Thus, Cheng Shixiang set the deadline for May, allowing ample time for the Ding family, with their decades of experience and established connections in the grain trade, to fulfill the requirement punctually. Ding Hao and his companions resided near the Guangyuan military camp, where they frequently observed soldiers engaged in drills. Recently, the frequency of training had intensified, with troops moving in and out of the camp, a stark contrast to their usual exercises. Ding Hao surmised that there must be a retaliatory action against the Khitan following their assassination attempts, yet he pretended to remain oblivious. As mere commoners, they had now resolved their livelihood concerns and were preparing for their return journey. Upon receiving General Cheng's approval, Ding Yulua was elated. As soon as she departed from Cheng's residence, she hurried to meet several officials from Guangyuan to discuss specific matters. Ding Hao, contemplating their imminent return to Bazhou, recalled how he had spontaneously introduced himself to Miss Ding without informing his mother. This kind-hearted woman must have been worrying about him at home. Now, as they prepared to leave and with some silver in his pocket, he felt compelled to purchase gifts for his mother to express his sentiments. He took his leave from Ding Yulua, who was driven by a pig cart, while he made his way to the marketplace. Guangyuan lay at the intersection of the Central Plains Han people and the nomadic tribes from beyond the borders. Here, the prices of silk and fabrics from the Central Plains were significantly higher than in the interior, while furs and minks were considerably cheaper. Naturally, the Yang family could not wear furs, but acquiring a few high-quality leather garments would be quite agreeable. After wandering the market for half the day, Ding Hao selected a set of lambskin coat and trousers. With the weather warming, the already affordable leather goods were becoming even less expensive. In this context, an elderly Chang man from beyond the borders, who spoke the Central Plains dialect haltingly, found himself haggling with Ding Hao, a skilled negotiator, for an extended period before ultimately selling him 2 sets at a painful, yet reasonable price. With a grin, Ding Hao tucked the 2 soft and comfortable lambskin outfits under his arm. As he strolled past a jewelry shop, he decided to buy his mother a silver hairpin with a rustic and natural design. Just as he was about to return to the camp, he suddenly noticed a young girl standing before a stall, curiously inspecting a skull intricately carved from cow bone. Ding Hao's eyes brightened at the sight, and he exclaimed, "Zhigirl?" Chapter 059. An unexpected encounter. Zhigirl was adorned in a set of Hu clothing with a turned-down collar and a cinched waist, complemented by short skirts and sturdy boots, exuding an air of vitality. The deep black fabric accentuated her slightly translucent, jade-like skin, which radiated a warm and lustrous whiteness akin to mutton-fat jade. Her petite figure, when clad in the Hu attire, rendered her reminiscent of a young girl. However, her enchanting features, with elegantly contoured lips the color of apricot preserves, possessed an alluring charm. In her hand, she held a snow-white skull carved from cow bone, a talisman from a nomadic tribe beyond the borders, yet such items found little market in the Central Plains. Rarely did one encounter a customer intrigued by such curiosities, and the proprietor spared no effort in his sales pitch. Unfortunately, despite his eloquent persuasion, the young girl merely maintained a gentle smile at the corners of her mouth, neither confirming nor denying her intention to purchase. She repeatedly examined the item, and though the seller had already lowered his price to meet her expectations, she remained non-committal. "Ding Hao," she called out, waving her hand. Startled, Zhigirl looked up, and upon recognizing him, her brows lifted slightly, revealing a glimmer of joy on her face. "Is it you, Ding Guanshi?" Ding Hao replied with a smile. "I was under the impression that you had returned to Fuzhou. I did not expect to find you still here." As he approached, several burly men in the crowd swiftly moved closer to him. But Zhigirl casually brushed aside her hair and waved her hand, causing the men to halt in their tracks. their demeanor transforming back into that of leisurely market-goers. I was initially bound for Fuzhou, but my uncle wishes to venture northward to conduct some business, procuring sable furs, musk, caterpillar fungus, and pearls from beyond the borders to sell in Fuzhou. Naturally, I must accompany him, the girl said, gracefully turning to walk alongside Ding Hao, her manner relaxed and natural, like old friends reunited. My uncle, though, well, he has some responsibilities at General Zhou's residence, yet with an entire family to support. He must engage in commerce to make ends meet. The girl chuckled lightly. Going beyond the borders? Ding Hao suddenly halted in his tracks. Yes, what of it? The girl mirrored his stop, tilting her head to observe him, resembling a curious little bird. Ding Hao hesitated before inquiring. Is your uncle employed at General Zhou's residence? Have you not heard any rumors? The girl's gaze flickered slightly as she asked, what rumors? Well, naturally. They pertain to military matters. Oh, my uncle merely manages some household affairs for the general and never inquires about military matters. Nor does anyone share such information with him. Is that so? Ding Hao paused briefly before finally saying, in my humble opinion, you might want to advise your uncle against going beyond the borders. Our grain convoy is stationed near the military camp in the West City, and I've noticed frequent troop movements in Guangyuan. It seems likely they are preparing for military action against the Tartars, if conflict arises while you are beyond the borders. How will you and your uncle escape? Is that truly the case? The girl expressed her surprise. Troop movements do not necessarily indicate an impending expedition, but I appreciate your concern. Speaking of which, my uncle's sudden decision to travel beyond the borders is also for the sake of acquiring jewels and furs for General Zhou's residence. As this matter is of a private nature, I did not disclose it to General Cheng. Otherwise, should he take any action, he would certainly advise my Uncle Jiao to remain within the confines. I shall inform Uncle Jiao and suggest he inquire with General Cheng himself. That is reassuring. Ding Hao felt a sense of relief and smiled, saying, you are members of the Zhou family. General Cheng would naturally not conceal anything from you. Fortunately, had it not been for our encounter today, the two of you, uncle and nephew, might have unwittingly ventured out, only to be met with the sound of war drums and the smoke of battle rising across the grasslands. The consequences would have been unthinkable, indeed a source of great dread. Misha chuckled lightly, remarking, why would you fear for someone venturing beyond the borders? Cough. Ding Hao hesitated. With a lady as charming as yourself, if you were to find yourself amidst the chaos of war, who knows what misfortune might befall you? How could one not feel apprehensive? Misha gave a playful huff, and her attention was soon drawn to an elderly man approaching, carrying a stick adorned with straw and numerous bright red candied hawthorns. She exclaimed with delight, ah, the weather has warmed, and there are still vendors selling sweets. How delightful. Excuse me, sir, how much are these treats? The old man paused and replied with a smile, my dear lady, these candies are the cheapest in Guangyuan City. Just 1 coin for a whole bunch. Look at the syrup. It has been boiled to perfection. With a gleeful expression, Mr. responded, very well. Please give me a bunch. The old man promptly selected a cluster of candied hawthorns with a generous coating of syrup and handed them to her. However, after receiving them, she looked at Ding Hao with a hint of embarrassment and said, I do not have any money on me. Could you lend me a coin? Such a young lady, wandering the market without any money. Either her upbringing is overly strict, or her allowance is quite limited. Ding Hao felt a surge of sympathy and quickly produced a coin to give to the old man. Mistress' eyes brightened, and as she took a gentle bite of the candied hawthorn, she glanced at Ding Hao, who was smiling at her. She added, how about you lend me another coin? And I shall treat you to one as well. Certainly, Ding Hao replied, amused at being treated for the first time. He cheerfully produced another coin for the old man, casually selecting a candied hawthorn and walking alongside Miss Zhe. He teased, to be invited by such a lady is indeed a privilege. Indeed, Miss Zhe said unabashedly, her mouth full of the sweet and tangy treat. She smiled brightly, revealing enchanting dimples on her fair, youthful face, and added, you may consider yourself fortunate. You are the first to receive such generosity from me. Ding Hao laughed heartily, and Miss Zhe smiled coyly. As his laughter subsided, she inquired, by the way, do you think that if the court were to dispatch troops for a northern expedition, would they target the northern Han Kingdom or the Khitan? What are the odds of success? After a moment of contemplation, Ding Hao responded, in my opinion, the likelihood of targeting the northern Han Kingdom is greater. Is it not said that the Khitan are currently embroiled in internal strife? If the court were to attack now, it would only serve to unite them against us. Their internal discord would become a means for our Song court to strengthen them. I believe neither General Zhou in Fuzhou nor the officials in Dongjing would engage in such folly. Miss Zhou laughed, her smile deepening the charming dimples on her face, which added a hint of allure to her youthful countenance. So, you believe the court will indeed mobilize against the Northern Han? It is highly probable that the Khitan viewed the Northern Han as a buffer zone between the Song Dynasty and their own realm. Whenever the Song launched an assault on the Northern Han, the Khitan would come to their aid, which was their underlying motive. However, if the court refrained from directly confronting the Khitan and instead sought to conquer the Northern Han, the Khitan would remain largely unscathed. Many short-sighted tribal leaders, faced with the choice between the emperor's throne and the Northern Han, would inevitably forsake the latter in pursuit of power. In such a scenario, the court could exploit the ongoing turmoil among the Khitan to potentially eradicate the Northern Han altogether. Oh, Miss Zhou raised her small hand, a playful and cunning glint dancing in her eyes. Though the Northern Han now possesses only a handful of cities, under the protection of the Khitan and bolstered by their own capable generals, they have remained precariously resilient. Are you truly so confident? What leads you to believe our forces are destined for victory? Ding Hao was aware that historically, the Northern Han was indeed nearly extinguished around this time. And with the Khitan embroiled in internal strife, they might be left vulnerable. Thus, he replied, while the Northern Han retains some strength, they are no match for the Song. As long as the Khitan are preoccupied, their downfall is inevitable. However, the Song will eventually have to confront the Khitan directly. The southern realms of Tang and southern Han are feeble adversaries, leaving the Khitan as our only formidable foe. Once we engage with the Khitan's forces, it is likely that the conflict will escalate beyond mere skirmishes. Miss Zhou lowered her head slightly, intrigued by his analysis, astonishment flickering in her eyes. It was not surprising that she could derive such insights from her own amassed knowledge. Yet Ding Hao's depth of understanding and perspective was indeed exceptional. It is often said that a scholar need not leave his home to know the affairs of the world. But such wisdom usually pertains to broader truths during times of peace. However, Ding Hao's analysis, so assured and detailed, suggested a profound understanding of various regional circumstances, which was remarkable for someone in his position. When the Song Dynasty was first established, the entire court struggled to devise a suitable era name. Ultimately, Chancellor Zhao Pu proposed one, only for it to be revealed later that it had already been used by the Shu kingdom in previous years, infuriating Zhao Kuangyin. The fact that so many ministers were unaware of the era names utilized by other states illustrated the significant isolation regarding political news across the regions at the time. This Ding Hao is truly remarkable. As she pondered these thoughts, Miss Zhou casually inquired, "What do you believe our chances of success would be if we were to face the Khitan?" Chapter 060. The peach blossoms still smile at the spring breeze. Ding Hao pondered for quite a while before remarking, "It seems there are victories and defeats on both sides. If we were to engage in a forced battle, it would likely result in mutual destruction." Miss just subtly nodded in agreement. This individual lacked the impractical arrogance often found in youth. Instead, he possessed the ability to assess reality and confront the enemy, a capability that many who merely engage in empty boastfulness cannot claim. With a charming smile, she inquired, "What insights might you share, Ding Steward? I would be most grateful if you could elaborate." Ding Hao replied with a smile, "I cannot claim to possess profound insights. I merely approximate the situation based on the comparative strengths of both sides. The northern state has been established for 50 years. Despite the harsh climate of the north, its national strength must not be underestimated. Furthermore, the northerners occupy strategic terrains and boast countless fine steeds, granting them flexibility in both offense and defense. This is tangible strength, not mere fanciful rhetoric that could dissolve a mighty foe with idle chatter. Even the esteemed Zhuge Liang would find himself fleeing if his forces were inadequate." Miss Zhou nodded slightly, thoroughly convinced. Presently, the northern nation exerts its influence across the desert, commanding respect from numerous tribes. Its territory stretches from the eastern Yellow Sea to the western Golden Mountains, reaching as far north as the Lujia River and bordering the Bai River to the south. Spanning thousands of miles, its vast land is fortified with military might, boasting a population of over 4 million, with men, women, and children all skilled in horseback riding and archery. Each cavalryman possesses 3 to 5 horses, establishing them as the martial overlords of the north. In contrast, the Great Song has been founded for merely a decade. Through diligent governance, its national strength has become robust. Its military prowess is unmatched among the Central Plains for nearly a century. However, the Great Song faced inherent disadvantages at its inception. Its territory is smaller than that of the north, lacking any formidable geographical defenses. Initially, its population was a mere 970,000 households, with no land suitable for horse breeding. Despite 10 years of growth and 10 years of warfare conquering Jing'an and whooping and vanquishing later Shu, the great Song now sharpens its blades, aiming at the southern Han and southern Tang, all the while beset on all sides. Moreover, the northern territory is extensive. Should a northern expedition occur, the horse-deficient southerners would need to mobilize national resources for grain transportation, resulting in significant depletion of national strength. Their adversaries are not weak. If the conflict prolongs, it may not bode well for the state or its people. Mr. could not help but nod. What you say, I do not fully comprehend, but though there have been no major conflicts with the northerners in recent years, skirmishes have been frequent. I am well aware of this in Fuzhou. The northerners are all cavalry, swift as the wind. Although there are victories and defeats, a retreat follows defeat. While victory allows them to pursue relentlessly, leaving their morale unscathed and inviting further provocations. General Zha's forces in Fuzhou possess a relatively larger number of warhorses. Yet they are still no match for the northerners. I have heard that each regiment can only be allocated 1,000 warhorses, and after accounting for messengers and personal guards, fewer than 800 remain, rendering them largely ineffective. Ding Hao shook his head with a smile, deeming such matters beyond his concern. The great Song boasts many wise individuals. Yet constrained by inherent conditions, this dilemma remains unresolved. The discourses of scholars in later generations, filled with theoretical musings, are likely of little practical use. And sharing them with this young lady would be even less beneficial. Seeing his disinterest in the topic, Mischa fell silent. They walked in quietude for a spell until Ding Hao suddenly regained focus. Oh, what did you say? General Zha's regiment is allocated 1,000 warhorses per battalion? How many battalions does General Zha command? A flicker of wariness passed swiftly through Mischa's eyes. Why do you ask this? Ding Hao replied. Why does General Zha distribute warhorses among various battalions? Mischa remarked, the Northwest Army has been following this practice for centuries. Each regiment should surely have a fleet of agile cavalry, shouldn't it? Ding Hao shook his head, then nodded in realization, exclaiming, Indeed, I understand now. For the past 200 to 300 years, the Northwest forces have faced either local nomadic tribes or other vassal states of the Tang Dynasty, and later various small kingdoms in the Central Plains, where the cavalry forces were not particularly formidable. Establishing a swift cavalry unit in each regiment sufficed. However, the situation has changed. The Central Plains are gradually unifying, while the Khitan people beyond the borders are becoming increasingly powerful, consolidating the various tribes of the grasslands into a single force. Distributing the limited horses in such a manner would only diminish a strength that should be formidable. Although Miss Zhao was exceptionally intelligent, she had never pondered this issue deeply. From the moment she opened her eyes and saw a four-legged table, how many would question why not create a three-legged table that would stand just as steadily? Miss Zhao, accustomed to the status quo, presumed that such arrangements were the result of her ancestors' hard-earned lessons, imbued with profound significance. Furthermore, having a cavalry unit in each regiment served practical purposes in close combat, charging, scouting, providing lateral support, and launching direct attacks on the enemy's center. Such engagements certainly held merit. Intrigued by Ding Hao's words, she could not help but ask, What do you think should be done? Ding Hao replied, The enemies we face now are different from before. Previously, we encountered adversaries of equal strength, where concealing a tactic for a critical moment could lead to victory, a brilliant strategy. Nowadays, however, the opponents are gradually consolidating into a single force. When they mobilize, they can easily field tens of thousands, even over 100,000 cavalry. Such a heavy blow would be difficult to withstand, even with all our might concentrated. If you do not clench your fist to deliver a decisive strike but instead spread your fingers apart, how can 5 fingers compare to a single fist? Miss Zhao was greatly moved but still hesitated, stating, The Khitan are formidable, and even if they consolidate all their cavalry, they cannot match us in strength. If our light cavalry ventures too deep and is encircled by the enemy, all our years of hard work could be lost in an instant. Ding Hao, growing animated in his explanation, regarded her insights with respect, given her noble lineage, despite her humble status. Thus, he held no doubts and simply responded, It depends on how you utilize this cavalry. If you employ them for an attack alongside a large infantry force, they will be constrained by the foot soldiers, losing all advantage. However, if you use them for defense, the situation changes entirely. The Khitan approach with the intent to besiege, they're the attackers. While we rely on sturdy walls and fortifications, prioritizing defense. In the past, we could only hold our ground within the city, and when we ventured out to battle, it was primarily with infantry forming battle lines. If the enemy was willing to engage, then we would fight. If they chose to avoid combat, our efforts would be in vain. Yet, with a formidable cavalry unit at your disposal, you can strike at the enemy whenever you choose, inflicting significant damage. Surrounded by friendly camps or solid fortifications, you can retreat into safety at any moment, emboldened by that assurance. If you deliver a few heavy blows to the enemy, they will no longer dare to recklessly exploit their cavalry's speed to pressure you. This is how one can seize the initiative while being in a passive position, concentrating strength to create localized advantages. As he spoke, he suddenly exclaimed with excitement, "In fact, when it comes to a distant expedition, even with a limited configuration of cavalry, we can still maximize our strengths. When infantry embarks on a campaign against an army primarily composed of cavalry, it must advance cautiously, allowing our cavalry to fully exploit its swiftness and, in conjunction with our fortifications, enhance its lethality." Zhao pondered silently, to grasp the initiative amidst passivity, concentrating force to create localized advantages. This strategy might be worth sharing with Uncle Zhao, to see if he is merely a talkative strategist like Zhao Kuangyin. While lost in thought, she smiled and remarked, "It seems there is indeed profound wisdom in your words. It is quite enlightening. Oh, you should consider enlisting. Perhaps you could become a great general." Ding Hao laughed heartily. "Let's not get ahead of ourselves. I've never commanded even a single soldier. Discussing military strategy here is one thing, sounding plausible enough to impress a young lady like you. But in actual combat, I am utterly inept and would be of no use whatsoever." Zhao smiled coyly. "You are quite modest. The very fact that you articulated such thoughts indicates your remarkable insight, which has certainly astonished this little girl." Ding Hao chuckled. "I am unworthy of such praise. And do not underestimate yourself, for your discernment is rare among young women of your station. Moreover, although you are exceptionally intelligent, you possess none of the arrogance that often accompanies such brilliance. Conversing with you is like being enveloped in a gentle spring breeze." Zhao had heard countless more extravagant compliments than Ding Hao's throughout her life, which usually made her feel nauseous. However, his words brought her joy, and she laughed, saying, "Don't you men always claim that a woman devoid of talent is virtuous? By praising my intelligence, are you not insulting me?" Ding Hao inquired, "How could this possibly be an insult to you?" Ding Hao is also amused by her witty remarks. If a woman's lack of talent is considered a virtue, then praising her for her talent would imply that she is lacking in virtue, would it not? As the two individuals exchanged laughter and banter, they exited the marketplace. Ding Hao, filled with regret, halted his steps and said, "My dear, I must return to my station." "Oh." Upon hearing this, Miss Zhao paused, lingering on her words, and inquired, "Will you come into the city again tomorrow?" "Tomorrow, I shall return to Baz-O." "Oh." The gentle smile on his face faded away. After a moment of silence, an inexplicable sentiment rippled between us. Though subtle, it felt profound. She is a daughter of the Zhao family, and even if she hails from a collateral branch, how could I ever be worthy of her? Reflecting upon his own identity, Ding Hao felt a profound sorrow, and the words that surged to his lips were ultimately swallowed back. He managed a faint smile and softly uttered, "Miss Zhao, I must take my leave. If fate allows, we shall meet again." Upon uttering this, even he found it hard to believe. In the vast sea of humanity, countless encounters fade into mere memories, and the prospect of reuniting seemed a daunting challenge. Miss Zhao maintained a gentle smile, responding with a delicate hum, reminiscent of their first meeting at the Decheng residence. With a sigh, Ding Hao turned and departed. As Miss Zhao watched Ding Hao walk away, she suddenly called out, "Hey, is there anything else you wish to say?" Miss Zhao, with a delicate frown and a charming smile, replied, "You truly lack sincerity. You profess a desire to see me again, yet you do not wish to know my name?" Ding Hao, with enthusiasm, responded, "It is indeed my wish. Yet I dare not ask." Miss Zhao smiled playfully. "My surname is Zhao. Oh, as the saying goes, you are not a fish. How can you know the joy of fish?" "Ah, I misspoke a word. Then, is it holding your hand until death do us part, referring to Ziyu?" Miss Zhao chuckled softly. "Do you remember?" "Indeed, I do." The two exchanged a knowing smile, and Ding Hao took his leave, never turning back. Ziyu. Ding Hao sighed softly. Last year, on this very day, at this gate, the human face and peach blossoms mirrored each other in vibrant hues. The face is nowhere to be found now, yet the peach blossoms still laugh in the spring breeze. Chapter 61. The return of the second young master Misting is returning from Guangyuan. Early in the morning, the villagers of Ding Hao village gathered at the western entrance, eagerly gazing into the distance and engaging in animated discussions. The welcome party included both the villagers and the residents of the Ding family estate. The farmers' wives yearned to catch a glimpse of their husbands, who, despite the biting cold and treacherous roads, had endured the harshness for the sake of their families, ensuring their loved ones had enough to eat and warmth to wear. Who would feel a pang of affection for such sacrifices? Moreover, after such a long absence, the silence of the hearth was unbearable, and with the imminent return of their husbands, who could contain their joy? Yet, where was that ungrateful man? Meanwhile, the residents of the Ding family estate awaited the arrival of the young lady, who had been instrumental in reviving the family's fortunes and restoring peace to countless lives dependent on them. Their hearts brimmed with gratitude. The farmers' wives craned their necks in anticipation. Children frolicked, and some mingled with the Ding family members, eager to hear their tales. Naturally, the topic of conversation revolved around one particular individual, Adai, living in the same village. He was known to all. That boy, with his naive disposition, would blush for half the day if a young woman spoke to him. Despite being a target for bullies, he had somehow achieved remarkable feats. Look at his mother, gravely ill, yet standing with assistance at the village's edge, her face radiant with hope for her son's return. Ding Yulu made his way to Guangyuan, dispatching messengers to the Ding family estate for updates, while his father fretted, unable to sleep at night, anxious to know the progress of the grain transportation. Consequently, news of Adai's exploits began to circulate. Each messenger who returned after meeting with the master, well-fed and relaxed, would inevitably mention Adai first. Adai had assisted the county magistrate in finding the official seal, and the magistrate treated him with utmost courtesy, addressing him as Brother Ding. When this news reached the villagers, they were initially astonished, followed by derisive laughter. That simpleton. Could he truly adjudicate cases? Perhaps he had stumbled upon some fortuitous circumstance. Luck, after all, could not be contained. In Huanshui town, Adai had come to the aid of the young lady, deftly handling a group of unruly constables. The head constable even took it upon himself to assist Adai in securing lodging from the local magistrate. This time, the villagers ceased their speculations. As honest farmers, they understood well the adage that even the most upright officials could be ensnared by the cunning of the bureaucrats. Bureaucrats were often more formidable than officials, especially the constables, who were notorious for their unscrupulous behavior. These ruffians would not relent once they had the upper hand, and regardless of who you were, they would entangle you in endless troubles, ensuring your life was a living nightmare. Once they turned aggressive, they feared neither heaven nor earth. And even if they faced the master's wrath, they would never back down in front of you. However, the Ding family's horse collided with another's carriage, injuring a person. Yet they readily allowed the individual to leave and even assisted the Dings in making arrangements. Is this truly a matter that could only arise from the mind of a fool? Soon after, news of the caravan ceased. When new tidings finally arrived after several days, old Master Ding was already in a state of distress. This time, it was reported that the caravan had reached Guangyuan city. The messenger vividly recounted to the villagers the scene of heavy snow like a blanket, how the fierce winds howled, rendering the great carts nearly immobile, causing the people within the caravan to disperse in haste to return home, leaving the listeners in astonished silence, their hearts racing with anxiety. He then mimicked Ding Hao's tone and demeanor, sternly pointing at each listener, recounting his words verbatim, and finally, with a satisfied smile, revealed the method of navigating through the snow. The villagers had never encountered the so-called old beggar surnamed Hong, nor was there anyone who understood Ding Hao better than they did. Even if Ding Hao had indeed heard this method from an old beggar, it would not alter his character or courage, would it? How could he suddenly become so formidable? After much discussion, the only conclusion that resonated with everyone, deemed both reasonable and believable, was that during Adai's high fever, his spirit had departed and received enlightenment from a fox spirit. For these villagers, this explanation was the least absurd and the most credible. Thus, they stood there awaiting Adai, largely driven by the desire to witness firsthand what a person touched by divine influence might be like. Fox spirit nonsense. A bunch of ignorant fools, Ding Xingye muttered irritably, strolling along the embankment in boredom. Indeed, what capabilities did Adai possess that he could be on such familiar terms with the county magistrate? Bah, it must be that the young lady used silver to smooth over connections, but as a woman, she could not directly engage with others. Thus Adai was left to undertake the task. They were merely befriending the Ding family's wealth, not Adai himself. Yan Zhou followed behind him, chuckling. Humph. Ding Xingye stopped in indignation, stretching his neck to gaze towards the horizon, dissatisfied. I haven't even seen the figure yet. and father has summoned me to welcome sister. Why? If I were to go, I would undoubtedly handle the matter more splendidly than she could. Father is truly losing his mind. He doesn't even consider who will mourn for him in 100 years and carry on the Ding lineage. Can she do that? Ding Qingye sneered with self-satisfaction. His elder brother, Ding Qingzong, had returned. Ding Qingzong's injuries were far more severe than anticipated, but after the incident, he understood that only by swiftly resolving the supply issues could he prevent the destruction of the Ding family. Hence he concealed his injuries to spare his father worry. He had fallen from the carriage when robbers suddenly attacked, catching them off guard. After a brief struggle, the mules pulling Ding Qingzong's cart were spooked and bolted into the wilderness, causing the cart to overturn in the sandy terrain. The wheel crushing against the root of his thigh, severing both legs at the hips, leaving his ability to continue the family line in ruin. His lower body was a gruesome sight, a bloody mess. Fortunately, it was the depths of winter, and timely medical attention prevented any festering or infection. He sought refuge in a nearby city, nursing his wounds until he was nearly healed before making his way back. Although he had preserved his life, he had become a mere shadow of his former self. Ding Qingye now stood as the sole scion of the Ding family's south vast estate. The lineage of the Ding clan resting squarely upon his shoulders, bestowing upon him a newfound confidence. Previously, he had harbored a degree of trepidation towards his sister. Now, he believed that apart from their father, he alone was worthy of assuming the role of the family patriarch, thus bolstering his resolve. Yin Jiao beamed with delight, eagerly affirming, Indeed, indeed. However, it is thanks to the young lady's efforts that our Ding family has been preserved. Otherwise, young master, you would have been plagued by anxiety and unrest, unable to relish your meals or find peace in sleep. Soon, you shall be the steward of the Ding household, and the outsiders will serve you. It is only fitting that you extend your care and consideration to them. Moreover, the young lady is still a member of the Ding family. The master has always wished to arrange a suitable marriage for her, given her grace and stature. Even a less than illustrious match would still align her with respectable gentry. With additional affluent and influential relatives, would that not bolster your own standing, second young master? Thus, it would be wise to cultivate a favorable relationship with the young lady. Indeed, that makes sense, Ding Qingye replied, patting his shoulder. Ah, Xiaojiao, you old rascal. You can occasionally articulate a sensible thought. Quite commendable, indeed. Yin Jiao smiled, albeit with a hint of bitterness, responding dryly, Your praise is too much, young master. Suddenly, a voice rang out, exclaiming, They have returned. They have returned. At the sound, Ding Qingye turned and gazed into the distance, where a line of carriages was winding its way towards them. His finely arched brows lifted slightly, and his thin, somewhat sharp lips pressed together in contemplation. Chapter 062. Divergence at last, at last. With but a single arrow's distance remaining, numerous women rushed forward, clutching their children, creating a cacophony of laughter and tears. A delightful chaos. The carriage ahead continued its journey, and as it approached the village entrance, the curtain was lifted. Miss Ding emerged gracefully, her slender waist bending as she stepped down, standing elegantly atop the carriage, gazing at the familiar scenery. A wave of nostalgia washed over her, bringing a prickling sensation to her nose and moistening her eyes. Yet, a smile of joy and comfort adorned her lips. After many miles of return, the years seemed to diminish. Her smile carried the lingering fragrance of the mountain plum blossoms. Before the carriage had even come to a complete stop, Ding Hao leapt from it, striding purposefully towards Yang Shi. Where can one find peace of mind, if not in the heart's solace? Without a comforting spirit, one's thoughts are but the ramblings of a heart devoid of feeling. Alone in a foreign land, despite being clothed in silks and feasting on delicacies, one's spirit can feel profoundly desolate. Only the presence of someone who cares can bestow the warmth of home. That someone was his mother, Yang Shi. My son, my Hao. Yang Shi was supported by others, as if she had encountered a long-lost treasure. She stumbled forward, tears streaming down her cheeks. You've grown so big and never left the Ding family courtyard. Why didn't you tell me before going to Guangyuan? I've missed you dearly these past days. My son. Ding Hao rushed to steady her, and as Yang Shi's tears fell like rain, she examined her son closely, revealing a joyful smile. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. You're a bit thinner, a bit darker, but you look sturdy and spirited. Mother. Ding Hao felt a pang in his heart at her genuine emotions, the word escaping his lips with heartfelt sincerity. What's wrong with you? Have you seen a doctor? Yang Shi's complexion was pallid, and her excitement mingled with joy painted a sickly hue on her face. Ding Hao instantly recognized that she was unwell, and a wave of alarm washed over him. Supporting Yang Shi was the matronly, who had served alongside Yang Shi in their youth, both having been handmaidens to the lady of the house. She sighed, Zhao Hao, your mother has raised you alone all these years and managed so many affairs. Even the kindest of hearts can grow weary. Moreover, since giving birth to you, she has suffered lingering ailments, never taking proper care of herself. When you last fell ill, she was so worried. Li Jia, please, let us not speak of this now. My son has just returned and must be exhausted from his journey. Why burden him with such talk? Come, Hao, I have prepared a feast for you, eagerly awaiting your return. Let us go home. Mother, what is truly the matter? Have you consulted a doctor? If necessary, we shall summon one from the city, Ding Hao urged anxiously. Yang Shi replied with a smile. I have been seen by a doctor. It's just an old ailment, one that cannot be cured but will not lead to my demise. There is no need to waste money on it. I am saving to find you a bride. Once you settle down and have children, my heart will be light, and all ailments will vanish. Mother, enough of this. Let us return home. Seeing her state, Ding Hao restrained his thoughts, feeling somewhat reassured as he touched the money pouch at his waist. He intended to give the several hundred guan that Miss Ding had gifted him to his mother, which would ease their financial situation and persuade her to seek medical attention. He supported Yang Shi, smiling and responding to the curious gazes of those who greeted him as they made their way to the Ding family courtyard. At this moment, Ding Xingye had already approached Ding Yuluo, and the siblings were exchanging greetings. Meanwhile, Yin Jiu, the steward, stood to the side, casting a sidelong glance at Ding Hao's figure, a faint smile gracing his lips. In the Ding family ancestral hall, upon entering the village, Ding Yuluo was promptly escorted to the ancestral hall where Ding Tingshuan awaited her. Traditionally, women were not permitted entry into the ancestral hall, so Ding Yuluo was taken aback to find her father waiting for her outside. She hurried forward to pay her respects, and upon seeing his daughter, Ding Tingshuan's face revealed a trace of gratifying joy, though his smile quickly faded. He turned and ascended the steps, pushing open the heavy doors of the ancestral hall. With a creaking sound, the massive doors swung open, releasing a fragrant waft of sandalwood incense. Ding Tingshuan stepped inside without hesitation and calmly instructed, Yuluo, you may enter. Yes. Ding Xingye looked at his sister with surprise before stepping inside. Ding Yuluo thought she had misheard and hesitated. Father, I come in and light an incense stick for our ancestors. Ding Tingshuan's voice echoed from within the hall, sounding somewhat somber. Yes. Ding Yuluo lifted her skirts and gracefully ascended the steps. The ancestral hall was a place she visited annually to pay homage. Yet this was her first time approaching so closely, even stepping inside, which stirred her emotions. Upon entering the hall, Ding Yuluo was taken aback to find her elder brother, Ding Qingzong, seated within. He reclined in a wicker chair, a blanket draped over his legs, his complexion pale and haggard, his eyes devoid of life, the vibrancy of the past completely absent. Ding Yuluo rushed forward, exclaiming, Brother. But before she could finish her sentence, tears streamed down her cheeks. Ding Qingzong offered her a gentle smile, raised a finger to signal her to be quiet, and then gestured towards their father. Ding Tingshuan, with utmost decorum, knelt before the ancestral tablets, holding a stick of incense, quietly offering prayers. Ding Yuluo quickly wiped her tears and positioned herself beside her elder brother. After a lengthy period of silent prayer, Ding Tingshuan placed the incense into the burner and said, Yuluo, it's your turn to offer incense. Yes. Ding Yuluo took a stick of incense from the altar, lit it with the candle flame, extinguished the fire, and knelt on the mat to pray. Ding Tingshuan spoke beside her. O ancestors, the Ding family faces great adversity, yet we are fortunate to have the virtuous daughter Yuluo, who has transformed peril into safety, safeguarding our family. Today, I, your unworthy descendant Ding Tingshuan, along with my sons Qingzong and Qingye, and daughter Yuluo, come to pay homage to our ancestors, beseeching your blessings for peace and smooth sailing for the Ding family. Once he finished speaking, Ding Tingshuan, together with Ding Qingye, helped their eldest son Ding Qingzong to his feet, and the three men solemnly bowed 3 times before the ancestral tablets, before rising in succession. Ding Yuluo rushed forward, assisting Ding Qingye in helping their brother back to the wicker chair. Observing the affectionate and respectful demeanor of his 2 sons and daughter, Ding Tingshuan sighed with relief and said, Let us proceed to the discussion hall to converse. With 2 servants assisting him, Ding Qingzong was carried to the clan's discussion hall adjacent to the main hall. A maidservant presented a cup of fragrant tea before quietly retreating, closing the door behind them. Ding Tingshuan gestured, Please, take a seat. Ding Yuluo and Ding Qingye promptly withdrew to sit on the side. At this moment, Ding Yulua carefully examined her father. Although it had only been a little over a month since their last meeting, her father appeared significantly aged, with gray hair more pronounced at his temples and the wrinkles on his face distinctly visible. The trials endured during this period had evidently taken a toll on this venerable man, leaving him utterly exhausted. She sighed quietly. Yulua, the letters exchanged did not elaborate sufficiently. Now that your elder brother and younger brother are present, recount the events of your journey in detail, he urged. Yes, father, Ding Yulua replied respectfully, recounting her experiences in full, especially after her arrival in Guangyuan City, where she informed her father that the military provisions had finally arrived. Due to a 6-day delay, General Chang was exceedingly displeased, though he harbored no intentions of punishment. Regarding the matter of grain management, she was diligently navigating the complexities, and due to the considerable distance, no further messages had been relayed. Thus, she felt it necessary to elaborate thoroughly. Ding Xingye, listening nearby, could not help but scoff silently. He found it hard to believe that Ding Hao, whom he considered a fool as dull as a village ox, possessed such intelligence and eloquence. Yet, lacking any evidence to refute his sister's words, he merely wore a sneer of disdain. Ding Tingshuan had consistently avoided encounters with Ding Hao and his mother, and no one dared to mention them in his presence. Consequently, his knowledge of their circumstances was quite limited, and he was not particularly familiar with Ding Hao's character. Therefore, upon hearing of Ding Hao's exploits, he felt no surprise. After listening to the entire account, he closed his eyes momentarily, tilted his head back, and exhaled deeply, murmuring, "Thank heaven, the Ding family is blessed." After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly opened his eyes wide and inquired, "You mean, it was Ding Hao who encouraged you to transition from indirect to direct approaches, persuading the officials of Guangyuan to petition for the expansion of the official granaries, thus alleviating General Cheng's concerns?" Indeed, the loss of the official seal by Zhao County's constable in Qishui town, and the troubles faced by the constables in Huanshui town with the prisoners, as well as the snowstorm that blocked the roads and created snow sleds, were all due to Ding Hao's efforts. Upon reaching Guangyuan, he inadvertently saved the son of General Cheng Shixiang, and the Cheng family treated him with considerable favor. With his mediation and strategy for my daughter, she was able to secure our Ding family's crucial business. Ding Yulua pressed her lips together and said earnestly, "Father, I owe much to Ding Hao's support during the journey, and thus I granted him a managerial position. At that moment, I could not consult you. But this matter now requires your consideration." Before Ding Tingshuan could respond, Ding Xingye interjected with a sarcastic laugh. "Since when did the management of our Ding family's affairs and the promotion of servants fall under the purview of a daughter? Father, I have heard no such decree from you." Chapter 63. Father and son Ding Yulua cast a cold glance at him and questioned, "Oh, as a woman, I should not meddle in the affairs of the Ding family." Yet, when calamity loomed over the Ding household, where was the illustrious young master, Ding Xingye? "You. I am not." Humph. Ding Xingye, filled with indignation, felt a surge of anger. It was one thing to be unjustly accused, but to have his reputation tarnished further, leaving him the subject of ridicule in Baho City, made him seethe. Even now, he remained confined at home, avoiding former acquaintances. Yet Ding Yulua dared to bring this matter up. Noticing his exasperation, Ding Yulua smiled faintly and turned to Ding Tingshuan, saying, "Father, the Ding family is vast and populous. In such a large household, governance must be as strict as military discipline, with rewards and punishments clearly defined. Without Ding Hao, what would our family's situation be now? Such a significant contribution deserves appropriate recognition. No, not merely a reward." Ding Yulua became animated, a flush of excitement adorning her porcelain cheeks. "It is gratitude. Gratitude for saving the Ding family, preserving our estate, and safeguarding our lives." Ding Xingye scoffed. "He is but a servant of the Ding family, raised and nurtured by us. It is his duty to serve. Where is the merit in a master expressing gratitude to a servant? You deem him deserving of praise? Fine. Grant him 100 or so taels of silver, and he should be grateful. What more does he desire? Father, every steward of our family has endured hardships alongside you for over a decade to attain their positions. That fool? Humph. What right does he have to return from a mere expedition and assume such authority? Will our loyal servants, who have dedicated decades to our family, accept this?" Ding Yulua noticed her elder brother sitting silently, his usual sharp and capable demeanor now replaced by a listless spirit. He sat there, eyes vacant, seemingly lost in thought. Amidst their heated debate, he remained silent, as if these matters bore no relation to him. It had once been he who decisively influenced their father's decisions. And a wave of despair washed over Ding Yulua. Her elder brother's life appeared to be at an end. If the family were to fall into the hands of the profligate second son, the fortune painstakingly established by their father would inevitably be squandered, no matter what. She had to curb his arrogance. At that moment, Ding Qingye bristled with confidence, reminiscent of a fighting cock. In the past, when their elder brother discussed significant matters with their father, he had no place to interject. Yet now, it was their elder brother who merely listened. In their generation, he was the only one with authority, which bolstered Ding Qingye's confidence. Were it not for the ever-dominant presence of their father, he would have felt invincible. Father, you must not heed my sister's nonsense. What insight could a woman possess? Whether Ding Hao truly has the capability remains uncertain. Have you heard what those unruly commoners are saying? They claim that when he was gravely ill, he experienced a transcendental event, enlightened by a fox spirit. Listen to them. Our Ding family cannot employ such a person. The rugged spirit of the Northwest is often exploited by individuals who invoke supernatural tales to incite the local populace into rebellion and claim dominion over the mountains. If we were to appoint such a person to a position of authority, well, what would the government think? Ding Yulu, filled with righteous indignation, exclaimed, Father, I am a member of the Ding family. In this endeavor to transport grain to Guangyuan, I do not seek accolades, nor do I desire recognition. But I must advocate for Ding Hao's contributions. If such significant achievements are dismissed so lightly, who will be motivated to serve the Ding family in the future? Should calamity strike again, I fear the grand edifice will crumble and the monkeys will scatter. Who will then share in the trials and tribulations with the Ding family? Ding Qingye scoffed, What nonsense! As if our family would face disaster without that fool. Have we sunk so low that we rely on a mere servant for our sustenance? The Ding family has a father, an elder brother, and myself. How can we possibly falter due to the absence of a lowly servant? You are utterly ridiculous. Ding Yulu, her face flushed with anger, slammed her palm on the table. You lean towards outsiders. What is your true intention? Ding Qingye rolled his eyes, refusing to yield an inch. Enough. Ding Tingshuan banged the table and shouted angrily, Leave. The siblings fell silent, and Ding Tingshuan pointed sternly. What sort of decorum is this? Raising voices in the ancestral hall. Both of you leave at once. Exchanging glances, Ding Yulu and Ding Qingye huffed in unison and strode out, slamming the door behind them. Ding Tingshuan exhaled deeply, remaining silent for a moment before turning to his eldest son, who sat aloof, seemingly indifferent to the entire affair. Wearily, he asked, Qingzong, what is your perspective? Ding Qingzong replied coolly, That depends on father's wishes. Ding Tingshuan, with melancholy, responded, Qingzong, am I not consulting you? I understand. Your injuries are severe this time. Yet life must go on. You must muster your spirits. Your second brother possesses a frivolous temperament and is unlikely to achieve greatness. Even if you cannot stand in the limelight, you must guide from behind the scenes. Only then can I feel at ease. If you continue in this manner, what am I to do? I am growing old. My son, do you harbor resentment towards me? Ding Qingzong offered a faint smile and softly said, Father, as the eldest son of the Ding family, it is my duty. Life and death are predetermined, and wealth and nobility are in the hands of fate. If I am meant to face this calamity, even if I remain at home, a gust of wind could bring down tiles from the roof and take my life. No matter how I falter, how could I ever hold resentment towards you? I mean, how to arrange for Ding Hao ultimately depends on what you think of him. Ding Qingzong emphasized the word think, and Ding Tingshuan furrowed his brow in confusion. Zonger, what exactly are you saying? Ding Qingzong's lips curled into a wry smile as he gently replied, Father, in truth, there are many who know Ding Hao's true identity. They merely do not dare to mention it in your presence. I do not know Ding Hao well, but I trust Yulu. If she asserts that he possesses such talent, I believe she speaks the truth. The question is, can the Ding family truly not do without him? The answer is no. Should he join our Ding family, it would be an embellishment upon our already flourishing existence. Yet, even in his absence, our family would not succumb to decline. His contributions to the Ding family are monumental, particularly in averting crises of dire consequence, and it is only just that Ding Hao be duly rewarded. However, the nature of this reward remains to be determined. We could bestow upon him a substantial monetary gift, grant him a few modest houses, or even appoint him as a chief steward within our household. With both hands resting upon the armrests of his rattan chair, he straightened his back slightly and fixed his gaze intently upon Ding Tingshuan, articulating each word with precision. Thus, everything hinges upon what father envisions for him in the future. Should father desire to acknowledge Ding Hao's South's rightful place within our lineage, the rewards could extend far beyond merely making him a chief steward. Conversely, if father chooses to disregard his identity as a member of the Ding family, then the more adept and intelligent he proves to be, the more our family will find it impossible to utilize his talents. We must resolutely ensure that he is not entangled in even the slightest semblance of power. Chapter 064. Mother and Son After an Entire Winter of Restraint. The flour that had been saved from the bottom of the jar was skillfully crafted into fragrant flatbreads, fresh green onions, steaming tea, and an array of delectable dishes. Both meaty and vegetarian were laid out on the Kong table, invitingly. Yang sat on the Kong, finishing the last sip of her herbal concoction, and placed the bowl on the edge of the Kong. She watched as Ding Hao devoured the meal she had lovingly prepared, and with a smile, she asked, "How does the food taste good?" "Yes," Ding Hao replied, taking a bite of the flatbread. As he chewed, he mumbled, "It's delicious. To be honest, this trip with the young lady has been arduous and exhausting, but in terms of food, she has certainly not skimped on us. As long as we are not in a desolate place, there is an abundance of fine meats. However, it is quite strange that while I often crave meat at home, now that we have it every day, it just doesn't taste as good as the dishes you prepare, mother." Hiki, cough. "You have learned to sweeten your words now, my child." Yang gently pressed her hand against her heart, smiling brightly. "You have truly made something of yourself. I have heard from those who report back to me about your deeds. Everyone says that with the great contributions you have made this time, the master will surely assign you a significant role." The more Yang spoke, the more delighted she became. Sitting up, she crossed her legs and sighed contentedly, saying, "My Hao is thriving. Once you assume a prominent position, your monthly stipend will increase. Over the years, I have saved some for you. Once you have established trust, I will have Aunt Li help you find a suitable match." Mother. Hearing this, Ding Hao set down his chopsticks and spoke earnestly. "I have some plans. I intended to discuss them with you later, but since you brought it up, I wish to consult you about something." "What is it?" Yang inquired. Ding Hao replied calmly, "Mother, I wish to leave the Ding family." "Ah?" Yang gasped in surprise, nearly dropping the medicine bowl from the edge of the Kong. She quickly asked, "You want to leave the Ding family? Where will you go?" Ding Hao smiled serenely. "The world is vast. There is no place I cannot go. Initially, I felt anxious, but after this journey and my experiences, I have gained confidence. To speak of other matters, if I were to seek a minor official position in Lingqing County or go to Guangyuan, I would have no shortage of opportunities. I could even seek assistance from Lord Cheng Shixiang, the military governor of Guangyuan." Though Yang was unfamiliar with the title of military governor, she understood that the vast Ding family fortune was built upon serving Cheng Shixiang. Every mother dreams of her son achieving great success. Yet he had never been away from her side. How could she bear to let him go? After a moment of contemplation, she reluctantly said, "My child, your desire to venture out and pursue a career is commendable, and I do not wish to hinder you. However, now that you have made such significant contributions, the master will surely value you. Is it wise to start over elsewhere? You are no longer a child, and I hope you will marry and have children soon, so I can hold a grandchild in my arms. If you leave, mother, if I go, I will certainly take you with me. How could I possibly leave you behind?" Upon hearing this, Yang became flustered and hurriedly replied, "My child, that is impossible. I have signed a bond with the Ding family. In life, I belong to them, and in death, I shall be their spirit. How can one simply depart?" Ding Hao smiled and said, "Leave it to me to find a solution, mother. You need not worry." He retrieved a securely tied pouch from his bosom and handed it to Yang. As she opened it, her eyes widened at the sight of the colorful banknotes. "My child, what is this?" she asked, bewildered. "This is a banknote. A total of 570 taels, which can be exchanged for over 500 guan. Mother, take it. Let us first treat your illness. As for our future path, having this money as a cushion will prevent us from becoming destitute." Yang, astonished, inquired, "How, where did you acquire such a sum?" "Mother, rest assured, I neither stole nor robbed. This is what I earned while serving the Ding family, by facilitating connections with General Cheng's residence, and through the surplus from procuring gifts and rewards. It is all clean." Yang was momentarily stunned and gently shook her head. "How, I am old, and my health is frail. If I were to accompany you on your travels, I fear I could not endure it, and I would only become a burden to you. Moreover, I have never contemplated leaving the Ding family in my lifetime. The thought of departing fills me with dread. Does life elsewhere truly surpass that of Ding's estate? We have lived here together for so long. Now that we possess this wealth, it is even better. You could establish a residence on the estate, manage affairs for the Ding family with dignity, marry, and have children. What could be better than that?" "My dear mother," Ding Hao replied, No matter how splendid the Ding family may be, it remains their domain. Though I am Ding Hao, I cannot equate myself wholly with the Ding family. We are not of the same ilk. Yang fell silent, and Ding Hao continued, Mother, venturing into the world does indeed carry risks. And the suffering endured may not compare to the comfort found here. However, regardless of the size of the enterprise, it will belong to us. Serving the Ding family, no matter how devotedly, merely adorns another's garment. Yang, struggling to comprehend, said with a hint of pleading in her voice, How could it be so unbearable? My child, your aspirations seem excessively lofty. To manage affairs for the Ding family is a mark of prestige that many long for. How can you deem it a mere dependency? Look at Manager Yin and Manager Liu. Have they not established their own enterprises and lived comfortably and respectably? Prestige? Ding Hao chuckled softly. Is it truly called prestige when one is subjected to the whims of others? Even if the Ding family were to never wrong me, providing me with silk and food without worry, I would merely be a favored guest in their eyes, while in the presence of the Ding family, I am but a subordinate. One is deemed human only if recognized as such. If not, one is less than a dog. Mother, I do not wish to spend my life as a dependent. Yang, unable to counter his arguments, became anxious and disoriented, her tone tinged with desperation. No, it cannot be that dire. My child, your ambitions are too grand. However, I have lived here my entire life. This is my home. In my old age, I do not wish to leave. I truly do not want to go. Must we really not remain? Seeing her in such distress, Ding Hao felt a slight tug at his heart. Was it a simple attachment to home, a lingering loyalty to her former master, or an inability to sever ties with the hypocritical Ding Tingshuan? I must delve into her thoughts to discern the remedy. He softened his tone and smiled, saying, Mother, there is no need for you to be anxious. This matter is not of immediate urgency. Take your time to ponder it further. Your health is not at its best, and you cannot endure a long journey. Let us first seek a skilled physician to restore your health, and once you are well, we can make plans. Ding Hao, after venturing on a long trip, came to understand why some elderly farmers never stray beyond a 10-mile radius of their homes. The transportation conditions were indeed abysmal. Even with his relatively robust physique, a day's travel in a large cart left him feeling as though his bones were about to shatter. For someone like Yang, who was already frail and ailing, to endure such a strenuous journey posed a grave risk to her life before they even reached Guangyuan. The ancients often spoke of the dangers of unfamiliar environments, attributing many ailments to the weariness of travel and the misfortune of dying far from home. As his mother could not quite grasp this perspective, Ding Hao decided to set the matter aside for the time being, planning to persuade her gradually in the future. Ultimately, Yang's heart leaned towards her own family. Once she comprehended the rationale behind it, he had no doubt she would willingly accompany him. Yang felt a profound sense of relief upon seeing his son relent. He readily agreed. Contemplating silently, my son has grown up and has been exposed to the dazzling world beyond. His heart has become restless. Is it truly so effortless to conquer the world with bare hands? Abandoned by my master, I now seek employment in another household. Yet no one seems willing to offer me a position. In the past, my former master had already established his foundation, yet he endured considerable hardship and suffering, navigating the intricacies of social interactions and feigning smiles. A single misstep could result in the complete loss of all his efforts. This child, alas, is thinking far too naively. I must hasten to ask Aunt Li to arrange a suitable match for my son. Once he has found a commendable bride, I can secure his heart. Chapter 065, The Dilemma of the Heart. Within the conference hall of the Ding family ancestral hall, only Ding Tingshuan remains, wandering alone, in the absence of others. He sheds all pretense, his once straight posture now slightly stooped, and his steps lack their usual vigor. After meandering for a while, he finally sighs and, in a state of exhaustion, sinks into a chair. He reaches for his teacup, only to discover that the tea has gone cold. Just as he raises his hand to call for someone to refill his cup, it falls back down, and he curls into the chair, wearing an expression of desolation. That year, too, was a winter, and his career had begun to show promise. As the year drew to a close, he ventured into the city to present gifts and accompany the magistrate in drinking, returning home in a state of inebriation. Who could have foreseen that this night of revelry would lead to the unexpected consequence of Yang giving rise to a hidden pregnancy? Alas, what a cruel twist of fate. At that time, he had only recently established himself and needed to rely on his wife's family for support. How could he, at such a young age, take a concubine? Moreover, though Yang was charming, she was not a beauty of exceptional allure. Had it not been for the influence of liquor, he would never have risked defending his wife in such a manner. Once the effects of the wine wore off, regret consumed him, and upon learning of her pregnancy, he employed both coercion and persuasion to compel her to terminate it. To his astonishment, she resolutely refused, which he found laughable. How could a lowly servant, bound by a death contract, dare to aspire to rise above her station? After much scheming, he managed to separate her from his wife and kept the matter concealed. Yet, when the child was born, whispers began to circulate, eventually reaching the ears of the entire Ding family estate. Surely, it was that wretched woman who spread the news. Otherwise, how could it have become common knowledge? Did she think to force my hand? The audacity. After 2 years of living in trepidation, the rumors finally reached his wife's ears. At that time, she was newly pregnant with Qingye, and her temperament was already somewhat capricious. Upon learning the truth, she returned to her family in anger, only to encounter bandits, leading to her untimely death. If it weren't for that vile woman, my wife would not have met such a tragic fate. All of this is your doing. Ding Tingshuan exhaled deeply. Although years have passed, the resentment still lingers in his heart. What should he do now? To speak candidly, if Ding Hao is indeed as Luo described, he would be an excellent candidate for inheriting the family legacy. With Qingzong incapacitated and Qingye still uncertain in his abilities, what would happen if he were to claim his ancestral rights? No, it cannot be permitted. Ding Tingshuan sighed inwardly. After so many years of servitude, could that mother and son truly harbor no grievances? Even if I were to swallow my pride and acknowledge him, he is but a son of a concubine. It is utterly unreasonable to forsake my legitimate heir for a bastard. I have already betrayed my first wife and cannot further wrong her son. However, once Ding Hao seizes power, why would he willingly serve another? Ambition is like wild grass. Once it takes root, it becomes uncontrollable, transforming vast fields into desolation. Ding Tingshuan, caught in a web of indecision, was unable to escape the troubling thoughts of the recent grain transport incident. He had reported it to the authorities and sought assistance from influential friends in the marketplace, yet to this day, he remains unaware of the origins and motives of the bandits. According to Qingzong, there is indeed a traitor within the Ding family. Otherwise, with his cautious demeanor and ever-changing paths, even if the bandits had their sights set on them in advance, trailing and ambushing would be an arduous task. Yet, the internal traitor remains elusive. To maintain morale, the existence of this traitor cannot be publicly acknowledged. It is a thorn lodged deep in the heart. Although the Ding family has endured this calamity, their vitality is severely diminished. Countless wealthy merchants and grain traders are watching their every move, hoping for another mishap to seize the opportunity to usurp the Ding family's position. With internal strife and external threats, both rogue and traitor, there can be no room for further scrutiny during such precarious times. Ding Hao, who holds sway before General Guangyuan, remains a stabilizing force for the Ding family's already trembling supremacy in Banzhou, yet his position is fraught with awkwardness. How should I arrange this? After a prolonged contemplation, Ding Tingshuan suddenly stood firm, calling out, "Come here." As the door swung open, Yin Jiao entered like a mole, bowing and smiling. "Master, you summoned." Ding Tingshuan replied indifferently, "After my afternoon nap, bring Ding Hao to see me." Yin Jiao was momentarily taken aback, but quickly acquiesced. "Yes, master." Ding Tingshuan stepped out of the room, and Yin Jiao, with a flicker of his gaze, hastily followed suit. Outside Ding Hao's door, a group of family servants lounged in the warm sunshine, engaging in idle chatter. "Ah Dai, tell me, just how formidable is the general's swordsmanship? I've heard tales of many sword immortals from the Tang Dynasty, such as Kong Kong Er, Nie Nong, and Hong Stin Nu. If General Cheng's swordsmanship is indeed one of the 3 wonders of the Tang, does that not surpass those so-called sword immortals? Can he soar through the skies and traverse the earth?" Ding Hao chuckled. "Indeed, General Cheng's swordsmanship is remarkable. 100 of my kind would scarcely stand against him. However, soaring through the skies is impossible. Those legendary sword masters, like Kong Kong Er and Hong Xian Nu, merely serve the various feudal generals. They are but figures embellished by tales, transformed into invincible heroes, when in reality, I believe even defeating 100 foes would be the utmost limit. What use is swordsmanship if you cannot afford a sword or practice with one?" Sa Zhu, eager and flushed, exclaimed, "Let me tell you, this time out, I am the one with the broadest horizons. Have you heard of the Wu family's colorful pavilion? It's the renowned tea house in the northwest. Their star performer, a bowl of jade, is a stunning beauty, so exquisite that a mere handful of her would yield a bounty." Haraha. Before Sa Zhu could finish, he erupted into laughter, his attempt to build suspense faltering as his words tumbled out incoherently, leaving no room for intrigue. The group of servants exchanged bemused glances, and eventually, one reached out to touch Sa Zu's forehead, astonished. You're not feverish, are you? I say, Sa Zu. Have you been possessed? Just as they were indulging in their merriment, Yin Jiao, the steward, appeared before them, wearing a smile that did not quite reach his eyes. Ah Dai, you will indeed be quite splendid this time out, Master Ji praised. But Ding Hao is merely a pawn in the absence of great generals from Shu, akin to Liao Hua serving as the vanguard. Had Master Ji been at home during that time, the matter would have undoubtedly been executed with unparalleled finesse, 100 times more skillful than Ding Hao. Ding Hao, initially crouched on the ground, engaged in conversation with several attendants, promptly rose to respond upon his arrival. His words were gracious, and his face bore an air of humility, masking any unusual sentiments. Nevertheless, Yin Jiao perceived a glimmer of mockery and disdain in his gaze, which deepened his own gloom. With a huff, he remarked in a sardonic tone, regardless of the circumstances, you have garnered immense glory by delivering supplies to Guangyuan. The young lady pleaded earnestly before the master on your behalf, and he has graciously decided to meet you after lunch. At that time, proceed to the rear courtyard to receive his teachings. Ding Hao's heart ignited with a surge of indignation. He clenched his teeth, suppressing his anger as he replied, yes. Ding Hao understands. Well then, go after lunch, and do not keep the master waiting. Yin Jiao coldly instructed before turning to leave. However, did the steward Yin come by? Yang Shi inquired, having heard the news, leaning against the doorframe. Ding Hao hastened to meet her, saying, Mother, the spring chill is harsh, and the wind is strong. Why have you come out? Please return and rest, lest you catch a cold. Yes, I shall return shortly. What did the steward want? Nothing much. Merely that the master wishes to see me and has asked me to wait in the rear courtyard after lunch. Yang Shi was immediately ablaze with excitement. The master wishes to see you? Splendid. However, make sure to go after your meal. Do not keep the master waiting. Mother. I understand. Moreover, when speaking before the master, be sure to remember your manners. Do not say what ought not to be said, nor bring up matters that should remain unmentioned. If the master offers a reward, remember to humbly decline. Ding Hao could only muster a wry smile in response. The gentle admonitions of his beloved and the incessant chatter of his mother were formidable forces that left him utterly defenseless. He could only nod in agreement, incapable of uttering a dissenting word in front of Yang Shi. Oh dear, this attire won't do. I must quickly find you a new outfit. Wait here. And do not wander off. Be cautious not to miss the appointed time. As she spoke, Yang Shi hurried back inside, leaving Ding Hao standing in the corridor, casting a resigned glance towards the sun above. Not far away, the raucous laughter of a piglet echoed. A bowl of jade. A bowl of jade. You've never heard of it? You're all such bumpkins. Ha ha. Let me tell you, I've truly opened my eyes. Well, ha ha. What nonsense is this? Who knows? It's all so nonsensical. After a brief outing, he returned spouting incoherent phrases. Perhaps he has been possessed? Unlikely. I suspect he has merely caught the swine fever. Ding Hao couldn't help but chuckle at that. Chapter 66. Each with their aspirations in the grand estate of the Ding family, a sprawling compound divided into 3 courtyards. The third courtyard was a mere stone's throw from Ding Hao's residence. Yet, this was the first time he had ever set foot here. Until now, he was unaware of the Ding family's opulence. Every brick upon the walls, every tile upon the roofs, every pillar in the hall, and every stone beneath his feet was meticulously crafted, showcasing an exquisite artistry. Whether in the architecture of the buildings or in the arrangement of the flowers, trees, ponds, and stones within the courtyards, everything was harmoniously arranged, exuding an air of grandeur and elegance. Lanner, a maid from the inner chambers, received instructions from the steward Yin to guide him into the rear residence. They navigated through winding gardens and covered walkways, crossed stone bridges, and passed small pavilions, heading towards the innermost part of the estate, finally halting at a solemn and opulent courtyard. Here, even the doors and window frames were crafted from precious gold and silk Nama wood. The greenery was sparse yet tasteful, with red railings and vermilion tiles, all enclosed within towering courtyard walls, evoking a sense of being in a noble household akin to an ocean of wealth. This sister, where might the master be? Ding Hao inquired politely. Lanner cast him a disdainful glance, her eyes filled with contempt and aversion, replying dismissively, the master has just taken his afternoon nap. You may wait here. When he awakens, someone will summon you. With that, she flicked her sleeve and departed. Ding Hao stood momentarily stunned, then anger surged within him. Why summon me if he intends to rest? His brows furrowed, and he turned to leave. However, A pair of eyes hidden in the shadows brightened at this moment. Unexpectedly, as he reached the moon gate, he suddenly halted, gazing up at the sky, his lips moving as if he were murmuring to himself. After a considerable pause, he turned around and walked back to the corridor with measured steps, standing there with an air of calm, even wearing a hint of a relaxed smile. The eyes in the corner revealed a flicker of surprise, and after a moment's contemplation, they quietly vanished. Ding Hao remained in the corridor for over an hour, his legs growing weary from standing. At that moment, someone inside cleared their throat. The master had awakened. As Ding Tingshuan roused from his slumber, the maid waiting outside hurriedly brought in a spittoon and a cup of tea, assisting the master with rinsing his mouth and changing his attire. After a flurry of activity, Ding Tingshuan emerged from his chamber, addressing the maid. Please go check if Ding Hao has arrived. If he has, summon him to see me. Yes. The young maid responded, opening the door to find Ding Hao standing in the corridor. She stifled a smile and said, "Adai. The master calls for you to come in." Hearing this, Ding Hao exhaled a breath of frustration and stepped inside. Upon entering, he saw Ding Tingshuan seated upright in the hall, his expression tranquil as a still lake, yet his eyes held a peculiar gaze, betraying a complex emotion. "Ding Hao. I pay my respects to the master." Ding Hao hesitated briefly, stepping forward to face the Ding family patriarch for the first time, who shared a bloodline with him. "Enough, respond while standing," came the master's voice, calm yet authoritative. "Yes." Ding Hao positioned himself to the side, maintaining a stance of neither servility nor arrogance. His gaze steady. Ding Tingshuan observed his demeanor, his eyes twitching slightly before he lowered them and spoke slowly. "Ding Hao, your strategic planning and efforts during the grain transport to Guangyuan have been substantial. The eldest lady has already informed me of the details, and I am greatly pleased. Your praise is gracious, yet it is merely the young lady who orchestrates the affairs while Ding Hao diligently serves. Were it not for the years you have invested in managing the Northwest and cultivating connections, fortune would not have favored you in times of adversity." Ding Tingshuan's lips curled slightly, a gesture of amusement as he remarked, "You have rendered commendable assistance to the young lady and rightfully deserve a reward. Pray, what form of recompense do you seek? If you desire a position within the Ding household, I shall elevate you to a managerial role. If you wish to establish your own independence, I shall bestow upon you 1,000 taels of silver and grant you a residence along with 2 to 3 acres of land. You may choose either option. What is your desire?" Upon finishing his words, Ding Tingshuan observed Ding Hao with a composed demeanor. Ding Hao bowed slightly and responded with calm assurance, "Esteemed sir, I seek neither monetary rewards nor a promotion. There is but one request I wish to make of you." "Oh?" Ding Tingshuan paused, his hand ceasing its grooming of his beard as he scrutinized Ding Hao intently before inquiring, "What is it that you seek?" "The deed of sale for my mother," Ding Hao replied. Ding Tingshuan straightened his back abruptly, only to realize his lapse in composure and gradually resumed his seat. "The deed of sale for Yang? What purpose do you have for her deed?" Ding Hao, with a gradually erect posture and a solemn expression, stated, "I wish to secure my mother's honorable status, fulfilling my filial duty. Nothing more, and no ulterior motives." In the era before the Song Dynasty, household servants were considered mere property of their masters. Although severe actions, such as the killing of servants, were subject to legal scrutiny, as exemplified by the infamous case of Yu Xuanji in the Tang Dynasty, who was punished for the death of her maid. The authority of a master over their servants was extensive. Typically, such matters would only attract the attention of officials in major cities. In rural areas, prominent families would adjudicate based on clan laws, often disregarding the fate of servants. As long as no one reported the incidents, the authorities would remain indifferent. In local spheres, the influence of aristocratic families resembled that of local sovereigns, and few dared to report the death of a servant. Thus, household slaves were often devoid of personal protection. By the time of the Song Dynasty, the government had issued clear decrees stating that hired servants were to be regarded as employees rather than slaves. While their status remained humble, it was fundamentally different from that of slaves. Employees possessed greater personal rights, allowing them to leave or stay at their discretion. Those with talent could pursue the civil service examination and hold official positions regardless of their previous servitude, although they still could not be compared to modern employees. The distinction from former slaves was monumental. However, as the Song Dynasty had only recently been established and was in a transitional phase between old and new systems, both slaves and servants coexisted, with many affluent households still retaining numerous household slaves. These remnants of the old system were unprotected by new laws, leading to a general disdain among commoners and even servants towards slaves. The status of a slave was one of humiliation and degradation. Ding Hao's desire to reclaim the deed of sale for his mother, driven by filial piety, is indeed a compelling rationale. Ding Tingshuan's gaze flickered. A hint of surprise quickly subdued. He scrutinized Ding Hao for a moment before calmly stating, "I appreciate your talents and had intended to offer you a position of authority. Should you accept this role, you would naturally wield considerable power. In such circumstances, even if your mother remains a servant in this Ding family estate, who would dare to belittle her? Why sacrifice something genuinely beneficial for the sake of a mere title? My lord, as a son, how could I ever wish for my mother to remain a servant for her entire life?" Ding Hao replied earnestly, "I have no desire for a position of authority. I merely wish for my mother's freedom. This is my filial piety, and I implore you to grant it. Since you claim it is merely a hollow title, then what harm is there in restoring my mother's freedom?" Ding Tingshuan's murky yet astute eyes bore into Ding Hao's, who maintained a composed demeanor and steady gaze. After a moment, Ding Tingshuan slowly lowered his eyelids and chuckled softly, "Remember, no matter the achievements you may attain, you will always be a mere servant of the Ding household. As the head of the family, my rewards are not to be bartered for. You may choose either the position of authority, a sum of 1,000 strings of cash, or a residence. There will be no third option." Ding Hao sought only the deed of his mother's servitude. Ding Tingshuan raised his eyelids, sharp glints emanating from his somewhat clouded eyes. "No one in the Ding family has ever dared to oppose my decisions. My lord, Ding Hao does not intend to defy your orders," he replied calmly. "I am not asking for much, merely the restoration of my mother's status as a commoner. Is such a request unreasonable? Should you fear igniting envy among the other servants, then please propose a sum, and I shall redeem my mother." Ding Tingshuan's brows arched, exuding authority without anger. Ding Hao stood resolute, their gazes locked in a prolonged contest. Ding Tingshuan, unperturbed, laughed. "Many have sought a position in my family and failed, yet you shy away from it, which is indeed peculiar. Do not continue to contest me. Here is my proposal. Your mother is unwell, so I shall assign you a relatively light task with a decent monthly stipend. This way, you will have both leisure and funds to take her into the city for treatment and proper care. Let us set a term of 6 months. Should you demonstrate diligence and achieve notable results, I shall consider returning her deed to you. What do you say?" Ding Hao's heart raced. Why must he insist on keeping me here for 6 months? The 6-month mark coincides with the Ding family's delivery of a large supply of grain to the government warehouses. I suspect General Cheng will also launch his northern campaign around that time, a confluence of events that should not jeopardize my plans. Presently, he refuses to relinquish my mother's deed, and I cannot compel him. Furthermore, my mother is gravely ill and cannot travel, nor does she wish to leave. It would be prudent to play along with this old fox, ensuring my mother's health improves, and then persuade her. Once the 6 months have elapsed, I can confront Ding Tingshuan again. If he still seeks to delay, he will find himself in the wrong, and I may very well have to bring General Cheng into the matter to apply pressure." Contemplating this, Ding Hao inquired, "Only a term of 6 months?" "Indeed, a term of 6 months. Very well." Thus, Ding Hao, adhering to the elders' wishes, proclaimed their agreement firmly. Today, as he voiced a decision long pondered, a wave of relief washed over him. Without looking back, he exited the room and gazed at a solitary white cloud drifting against the azure sky beyond the courtyard wall. His heart soared with the thought, in 6 months, I shall completely depart from the Ding family estate, free to leap into the vast ocean and soar high like a bird in the boundless sky. Observing Ding Hao's retreating figure, Ding Tingshuan remained silent for a long while before murmuring, "I never imagined you wished to leave the Ding family forever. I have indeed underestimated you. In that case, I might as well prepare a lavish farewell for you in 6 months. But for now, I shall see if casting a single fish into this murky water can flush out the hidden eel lurking beneath." Chapter 067. The choice of a wife for Howard. The Ding family has recently appointed a new steward, formerly known as Adai, but now addressed as Ding Hao by other stewards and seasoned elders in the household. The senior members refer to him as Steward Ding, while the younger generation, regardless of their age, affectionately call him Brother Hao. Brother Hao's responsibilities are quite extensive. He serves as the inspector for the family's pawnshops, routinely overseeing their operations in Bazhou City. This privilege is substantial, previously held only by the esteemed young Master Ding and a select few. By this measure alone, he has ascended to a position of significance within the Ding residence, becoming a trusted confidant of the venerable Ding patriarch. Additionally, he has taken on the role of procurement officer for the inner household, a task that is both coveted and rewarding. The young ladies of the household now greet him with sweet, endearing calls of Brother Hao, their voices reminiscent of playful kittens, evoking a sense of delight that is both irresistible and tantalizingly out of reach. Rumors have begun to circulate that this year, Ding Hao will oversee the distribution of seed grain for the family. Each spring, the Ding family establishes a point of distribution at the east wall of their ancestral hall, extending credit for premium seeds to the tenants, who then sign receipts to acknowledge their acceptance. In the autumn, the cost of these seeds is deducted from the grain they deliver. This centralized procurement and storage of high-quality seeds ensures the quality of the crops, preventing losses that would affect both the tenants and the landowners. Given that the seeds are provided on credit, tenants prefer using Ding family seeds, as it benefits them to receive better quality grain. Consequently, they go to great lengths to curry favor with the steward in charge of seed distribution. With this news spreading, Ding Hao has not only become a rising star within the Ding household, but has also garnered admiration from the villagers. Ding Hao approaches his duties with utmost seriousness, never allowing his intention to depart from the Ding residence to lead him to perform carelessly. He believes that if one is to undertake a task, it must be done well. This has always been his principle. He views these family matters as opportunities for personal growth, understanding that mastery in one skill fosters proficiency in many. The world operates on interconnected principles, and the more experience he gains now, the better prepared he will be for future endeavors. If one cannot manage the small details, how can they hope to achieve great things? Thus, he meticulously organizes his responsibilities, ensuring everything runs smoothly. Though many stewards may harbor envy towards his favored status, they cannot help but acknowledge his adeptness, due to the more relaxed nature of his duties. He often brings his mother along when he enters the city to inspect the pawnshops or procure daily necessities. He seeks the care of renowned physicians, hoping to find remedies for her ailments. Whether it is the joy of seeing her son thrive or the efficacy of the treatments, Yang's health has begun to improve, and her complexion has regained a hint of its former vitality. With her condition showing signs of recovery, Ding Hao feels a sense of relief. During this period, Ding Hao was preoccupied, while Yang, whose health had improved, was even busier arranging a suitable bride for her son. Oblivious to these matters, Ding Hao was out and about all day. At this moment, Yang and her elder sister Li were seated cross-legged on the kong, discussing the eligible young women of the village. "Sister Li, what do you think of the girl from the Zhao family?" Yang inquired. "She works beside you on needlework, so you must be familiar with her. I find her quite honest and reserved, a proper girl." "The Zhao girl. I'm afraid she won't do," Li replied cautiously. "But please, don't let this information spread. Come now, am I that kind of person? What could be the matter?" "Well, the Zhao girl has a serious case of body odor. It's tolerable in winter, but in summer, when she sweats, it becomes quite unbearable. No wonder she seldom speaks to others. You wouldn't notice it unless you were close." "Oh, then perhaps, what about the girl from the Liu family?" "Ah, she's a bit too young, just turned 11 after the new year. Even if they were to betroth her, it would still be at least 2 years before the marriage could be consummated." Sister Li pondered. "What about the girl from the Hua family?" "Absolutely not," Yang declared firmly. "That girl is rather stout, resembling a female Zhang Fei. Last time, that ruffian from the village teased her, and she slapped him into the ditch. Quite frightening. Although my Howler is not from a prominent family, he has a bit of pride, and I doubt he would find the Hua girl appealing. Oh dear. There are many eligible girls, yet finding a suitable one proves to be quite challenging. If we're speaking of suitability, the girl from the Qin family is rather fitting, beautiful, and skilled. However, their family possesses over 100 acres of land, a well-off household. Even if Howard has found success as a manager, I fear her father would not consent. Sister, doesn't Lu Xiao, who runs the oil mill, have a niece? I met her last time when visiting Ding Jia village. I heard she isn't betrothed yet and just turned 16, which is the perfect age. While her looks may not be striking, her figure is quite graceful, and I've heard she is literate." Sister Li seemed to disregard this, prompting Yang to ask, "Sister, did you hear what I just said?" Sister Li, somewhat hesitant, responded slowly, "Sister, given our many years of friendship, please don't take offense if I speak candidly. Although it is your Howard who is to marry, you are still his mother. The bride's family is considered lower in status, and families of a certain standing might look down upon that." Upon hearing this, Yang's expression darkened, and she fell silent. After a moment of hesitation, Sister Li continued, "Sister, I just remembered someone. This morning, your Howard met her at the village entrance as he was heading to the city. I noticed the way he looked at her. It was like a cat spotting a mouse. He must have been quite taken by her beauty. If she is the one, I am sure Hao would like her. It's just a matter of knowing what you, as his mother, think. Yang slapped her thigh and exclaimed, "Ah, the bride is meant for him. So if he likes her, what is there for me to dislike? Which family does this girl belong to?" Aunt Li remarked. "What do you think of that widowed girl, Luo Donger from the Dong family?" Upon hearing Aunt Li's words, Mrs. Yang's expression soured slightly. "Sisterly, that won't do. The Dong family girl is a clever and beautiful young lady. However, my Hao is still a boy, and she is already promised to another. In the past, marrying a girl like her would have been an honor for my Hao, but now, he is in charge of the household and earns a monthly stipend of 16 strings of cash. Why shouldn't he marry a pure young maiden? Though historically, there has been a notion of chaste women not remarrying, it was merely advocated by some and not as strictly enforced as during the Ming and Qing dynasties. Women whose husbands have passed or who have been divorced remarry just as commonly as they do today. Zhao Wenjun not only remarried but also eloped with another man. Kai Wenji wed thrice, one of her husbands being the left noble king of the Xiongnu, and Li Qingzhao, after remarrying, not long after, engaged in a property dispute with her spouse, which would be considered quite a scandal even today. These women hailed from respectable families and yet could act thus, naturally. The common folk would adopt a more lenient and understanding stance towards remarriage. However, as in modern times, when one party is a first-time bride and the other a second, parents often harbor some reluctance, feeling as though their child has been wronged. Aunt Li continued, "I see no reason why the daughters of the Zhao or Hua families should be regarded as more desirable than the Dong family girl. What can that initial red really offer for a life together? I say, sister, do not be foolish." Noticing that Mrs. Yang did not appear angry, she added, "Donger is a gentle soul, possessing grace and beauty, adept at managing household affairs, both inside and out, a truly diligent and responsible individual. One could argue that she is unfortunate. Having lost her parents at a young age, her uncle raised her merely to sell her off. The Dong family girl is frail. Having lived with a medicine jar since childhood, anyone with eyes can see she won't live long. Yet, her uncle accepted the betrothal gifts and callously cast that unfortunate girl into the fire pit." Mrs. Yang, pensively stroking her knees, remained silent. Aunt Li, earnestly persisting, said, "It is true that Donger is promised to another, but her character, virtues, and appearance are beyond reproach. How many girls in the 10 miles around can compare? If we speak of living together, would you not feel secure with such a daughter-in-law? If you wish to capture your son's heart, marrying an unsatisfactory girl might drive him away. But a girl like Donger, with her beauty, will surely charm him and keep his heart anchored at your hearth." Mrs. Yang appeared somewhat swayed, hesitating as she replied, "Do you think it could work?" "Oh, what is there that cannot work? Sister, I implore you, do not hesitate. Donger has a well-formed figure, clearly one capable of bearing children. If you were to marry her, I foresee that by next spring, you will be cradling a grandson." Mrs. Yang chuckled softly, contemplating that aside from her prior engagement, there truly seemed to be no fault in the girl. Does being promised to someone else render her unworthy? She mused, then said, "Well, shall we discuss this? I just wonder if the Dong family would agree." Madame Li remarked. Her son had already passed away. Her daughter-in-law's remarriage was none of her concern as a mother-in-law. She intended to have a word with her, offering some benefits to persuade her. Surely, she would not refuse. If a husband wishes to divorce his wife, as long as he consents, and both sets of parents agree, with neighborhood witnesses, the divorce decree would be valid. Conversely, if the wife seeks a divorce without the husband's consent, the matter must be adjudicated by the local authorities. However, the authorities typically lean in favor of the husband unless there are compelling reasons to approve the request. Yet, if the husband has died and the wife wishes to remarry, although it is necessary for the head of the deceased's household to draft a formal divorce decree, should the head of the household attempt to prevent the widow from remarrying, the authorities would likely respect the widow's wishes. Thus, Madame Li spoke with great assurance, believing that the Dong family would not refuse. "Very well, then. I trouble my sister to discuss this matter. If it comes to fruition, you will be the matchmaker for Hao, and I shall certainly express my gratitude to you." "Oh, look at you," Madame Li said, as she swung her leg off the bed and hurriedly replied, "What kind of relationship do we have? Your Hao has grown up under my watchful eye. If I can find him a suitable bride, I will be quite pleased." "Aha, enough. Your health isn't the best, so don't exert yourself too much. I shall return home now and speak with the Dong family this afternoon." Chapter 068, Procurement. Around noon, Ding Hao returned from the city with a few companions. having ventured into town to purchase various household items for the inner residence as per the procurement list. He also stopped by the apothecary to fetch some medicine for his mother before making his way back. The procurement process necessitated an understanding of market prices, dealings with merchants, and discussions about business, as well as familiarizing oneself with the specialties from various regions and the distinctions between products from different locales. The accumulation of such experiences proved immensely beneficial to him. Thus, Ding Hao diligently seized this invaluable opportunity for practical training, which, to outsiders, seemed like a display of gratitude for Master Ding's patronage, as if he intended to devote his life to the Ding family. Upon entering the Ding estate, Ding Hao fortuitously encountered Aunt Li emerging from the left courtyard. He paused and greeted her. "Andy." "Oh, it's you, Howard," Aunt Li replied with a warm smile. "I just visited your mother, and she is responding well to her treatment. Her complexion is improving, which puts my mind at ease." "Have you just returned from the city?" "Yes, I went to procure some items and was about to deliver them to the back residence." "Oh, then do attend to your tasks." "Hee. I have matters to attend to as well," she said, chuckling. Not mentioning the matchmaking affairs that had yet to be settled, Aunt Li bid him farewell and departed. Ding Hao instructed a few attendants to carry the purchased items as he proceeded to distribute them accordingly, eventually arriving at the quarters of the women in the back residence. As soon as he entered, a dainty voice called out to him from afar, "Brother Hao, did you bring back the rouge and powder?" "Brother Hao?" Ding Hao scoffed inwardly, recalling the speaker to be the young lady Lanner, who had initially introduced him to Ding Tingxuan upon his first arrival at the inner residence. Though Lanner possessed a slender figure and a delicate appearance, her overly protruding lips were rather unappealing. Ding Hao, harboring an innate aversion towards this calculating young woman, magnified her flaws in his mind, and at the sight of her thick lips, he felt an overwhelming urge to dismiss her from his view entirely. Indifferently, he responded, "What is Miss Lan wish for?" "I am not entirely certain. In any case, I have procured everything on the list. Once Miss Lian has checked the items, you may collect what you desire afterward." Lanner, taken aback, felt her cheeks flush slightly. Generally, the maidens within the inner courtyard held a certain pride, and though she could not express her displeasure outright, she surprisingly did not retaliate. Perhaps it was due to Ding Hao's newfound status as a favored figure in the household. She could ill afford to offend him. She merely acknowledged his words with a coy glance before flitting away like a delicate sparrow. Before long, Miss Lian arrived. Having heard the news, she was in charge of the upper house and managed the various supplies for the mistress and her attendants. In her early 20s, Lian was a poised and gentle young woman, esteemed for her competence in the mistress's presence, which had so far prevented her from venturing out of the inner residence in search of a husband. Miss Lian led Ding Hao into the flower hall, meticulously checking the items purchased from the upper chamber. For some particularly special items, Ding Hao took the time to explain their origins and backgrounds. Eloquently articulate, Ding Hao was no tiresome conversationalist. Rather, his words flowed gracefully, and Miss Lian frequently nodded in evident satisfaction. Once the inventory was thoroughly checked and acknowledged with a signature, Ding Hao retrieved a small box from his pocket, presenting it to Miss Lian with a subtle smile. As the box was opened, a delicate and exquisite fragrance wafted forth, causing Miss Lian's eyes to brighten. However, she composed herself and inquired, "Manager Ding, what is this?" "It appears that all items for the inner quarters have already been accounted for." Ding Hao chuckled lightly. "Ah, Sister Lian, there were many items in this purchase. I managed to negotiate a significant discount with the shopkeeper, and with the savings, I have procured a box of rouge for you. This is the finest 9-flower dew specially crafted by the Jiang and Huahuan workshop. Just a dab will make you as radiant as a peach blossom." Miss Lian accepted the rouge, lifting the lid to reveal its vibrant hue and sweet aroma, her eyes betraying a hint of joy. Yet, she returned the rouge to him, shaking her head with a sigh. "It is kind of you, Manager Ding, but I am already an old maid. What use have I for such things? Times have changed. In my era, many 20-year-old girls were still naive and inexperienced." She lamented, lost in self-pity and melancholy. Ding Hao could only smile wryly and hastily replied, "What do you mean by that? Miss Lian, you are as beautiful as a flower, seemingly no older than 18. With just a little embellishment, you would appear as a youthful maiden of 20. Who would dare to call you old? That person would truly be blind." "Ah, you have a way with words." Miss Lian finally smiled, her expression brightening with joy. A 20-year-old girl is, in fact, just beginning to mature. A woman's charm begins to subtly reveal itself, and even an unintentional glance can exude undeniable allure. With powder applied to her cheeks, the deeper shade resembling a wine blush and the lighter hinting at a rosy dawn, she adorned her lips with a touch of crimson, reminiscent of a blooming peach blossom. As the saying goes, a sword is gifted to a hero, and rouge is bestowed upon a beauty. This box of 9 flower dew is a wish for Miss Lian to remain ever youthful. This year she is 20, and next year only 18. Seeing her delight, Ding Hao seized the moment to relay the shopkeeper's words verbatim, followed by a modern advertising phrase that would surely refresh her perspective, bringing forth a broad smile from Miss Lian. Sensing the moment was right, he took his leave. Establishing a rapport with Miss Lian would shield him from the gossip of women like Lana. However, despite her serene demeanor, Miss Lian's temperament was capricious. One might inadvertently utter a word that would sour her mood. Moreover, among the many clever women in the back quarters, Miss Lian stood out, having swiftly become a favored companion of the lady. How could she not possess her own cunning? While Ding Hao wished to cultivate a cordial relationship with her, he had no desire for any further entanglement with such a complex woman. Miss Lian tucked the rouge into her sleeve, smiling gently as she escorted him to the door. Just as they stepped out, they encountered a graceful young matron approaching with a languid gait. The young matron, with her lustrous ebony hair elegantly swept up and adorned with a butterfly-shaped hairpin embedded with jade, wore a delicate lavender narrow-sleeved dress, cinched at the waist with a fishtail skirt. Her feet were encased in silk boots embellished with plum blossom patterns. As she walked with poise and grace, her pure and exquisite appearance resembled a lotus gently floating upon the water's surface. Upon noticing her, Ding Hao promptly stepped aside, bowing respectfully, to which Miss Lian returned the gesture, addressing her as Madam. The visitor was none other than Lu Xiangwu, the eldest daughter-in-law of the Ding family. She halted and inquired softly, "Ding steward, have you returned with the items?" "Indeed." "Oh, have you procured what I requested?" "Yes, madam. The items you sought have been acquired and were just delivered to Miss Lian." Miss Lian eagerly stepped forward, saying, "Madam, the precious Lotus Sutra you desired has been secured. I was just about to bring it to you. This scripture, written by the esteemed monk Xishan of the Kaifeng Great Xianghua Temple on exquisite paper from Jiangnan's Qingxin Hall, is an exceedingly rare Buddhist treasure. Only one copy was brought into the marketplace of Bazhou, and upon receiving word, Ding Steward promptly placed a deposit, securing it ahead of many others for our household." Grateful for Ding Hao's assistance and delighted by his compliments, she naturally sought to speak well of him. Lu Xiangwu, upon hearing this, cast a sidelong glance at Ding Hao, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling with pleasure as she expressed her gratitude. "Steward Ding, your thoughtfulness is appreciated. There is no need for such formality, madam. This is merely my duty." Ding Hao replied with a modest smile. Considering her youth and her request for the scripture, it was likely a gesture of devotion for her ailing husband, prompting Ding Hao to harbor genuine respect for her. Moreover, he shared no animosity with Ding Shao, Ding Qingzong, and since the young mistress was rarely in the spotlight, they were not well acquainted. Observing her refined demeanor and polite conversation, Ding Hao treated her with due respect. Madame Lu pressed her lips together in a faint smile and sighed softly. Just as she intended to take her leave, an oddly affected voice suddenly broke the air. "Oh, who might this be?" "Why, it's Steward Ding. It seems you are quite radiant these days." Ding Hao sighed in resignation, knowing without looking that it could only be Ding Shao. Sure enough, Ding Xingye swayed his way over, accompanied by his sycophantic follower, Yanjiao, both wearing smug expressions that marred his handsome features, rendering him a caricature of unrefined demeanor. Chapter 069, Secret Discussion. "Ah, so my sister-in-law is here as well. Xingye has the pleasure of meeting you, sister-in-law." Ding Xingye, in a boisterous manner, stepped forward and gave a deep bow to Lu Xiangwu. "Uncle." "There is no need for such formality," Lu Xiangwu replied, her delicate and fair brow slightly furrowing as she gracefully took a step back. Turning to Lianer, she instructed, "Please bring the Lotus Sutra to my room." With a slight nod towards Ding Xingye, she elegantly waved her sleeve, releasing a subtle fragrance, and then lightly departed. Miss Lian hurriedly complied, casting a concerned glance at Ding Hao before retreating into the room to fetch the sutra, hastening after the young mistress. Ding Xingye glanced at his sister's graceful figure before turning to Ding Hao, a sly smile playing on his lips. "Ah, Dui, you truly possess remarkable skills. You have managed to please both my sister and the old master, and it seems you are climbing higher and higher, almost reaching the heights of Little Jiao. Little Jiao. In comparison to them, you are rather lacking. Just look at the promising servant my sister is trained." Yan Jiao interjected with flattery, "Second young master. How could one say that the young lady has trained him well? After all, this Dui was merely a coachman for you." "Ha ha ha." Ding Xingye laughed boisterously. Ding Hao, witnessing the farcical display between the master and servant, merely smiled faintly, feeling no anger. He had no desire to remain in the Ding family, and thus he maintained a calm heart. Let them insult and ridicule him, like a gentle breeze caressing a lotus. He remained untainted by the dust of the world. Once the laughter subsided, Ding Hao earnestly inquired, "Might I ask, second young master, if you have any instructions for me?" Ding Xingye, initially intending to humiliate him, found himself at a loss upon seeing Ding Hao's composed demeanor. Ding Hao, with another smile, continued, "This afternoon is the time for distributing grain to the tenants. If you have no further commands, I shall take my leave." Upon finishing, Ding Hao offered a slight bow, not waiting for a response, and gracefully departed. Ding Xingye, flustered, called out, "Hey, you," with Ding Hao already striding away. He slapped his folding fan into his palm with frustration, muttering, "This little man has gained some confidence and now dares to act so arrogantly before me. Bah, he is still but a servant of the Ding family. Little Jiao, devise a plan to teach him a lesson," he demanded. Yin Jiao replied, "Young master. The old master currently holds him in high regard. If you intend to make things difficult for him, it may result in reprimands from the old master." "What? Are you afraid of him now?" Ding Xingye retorted. Yin Jiao smirked, "Not at all, my young master. I merely suggest that the best way to deal with him is to let him make a few mistakes in his tasks. Only then can he lose the old master's favor, and it will be a simple matter to dismiss him." "Oh, do you have a good plan?" Ding Xingye asked. As Yin Jiao was about to respond, a sudden cry of an eagle echoed from the sky. Yin Jiao squinted upwards, spotting a majestic eagle soaring gracefully against the azure sky, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. He immediately bowed and said, "Young master, allow me to ponder this matter further. I am certain I can devise a strategy to deal with that fool. The master has entrusted an important task to me, which I must attend to first. Once I have completed the task, I shall return to serve you, young master. Go, go." Ding Xingye waved his hand dismissively, feeling an immense frustration within. Upon reflection, his ire only deepened. Without the assistance of that little nine, can this young master truly not deal with that servant? Humph. Let him make a few blunders with the tasks I assigned. Ding Xingye lightly tapped his folding fan in his palm, suddenly furrowing his brow as a plan formed in his mind. He intercepted a passing servant, instructing, "Go, summon Lu Shi and Yang Yi to me at once." At the western edge of the village lies an expanse of boundless fields. At this time of early spring, the frozen earth has just begun to thaw, and it is not yet the season for planting, resulting in a desolate scene with no pedestrians in sight. However, beneath the village's land temple, an elderly beggar, clutching a broken bowl and dragging a dog stick, lay languidly in the straw under the warmth of the sun, sheltered by a low wall. Yin Jiao ambled to the village's edge, hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the horizon of black soil, appearing as if he were leisurely strolling to clear his mind. Without casting a glance in the beggar's direction, the elderly beggar gradually lifted his head, a glimmer of sharpness peeking from beneath his tattered hat, only to lower it again as he muttered, "Brother, how dare you come to see me?" Yin Jiao continued to gaze into the distance, casting a mild reprimand, his typically stooped posture gradually straightening, and his voice taking on a sternness that, if one were to disregard his comical, aged face and merely observe his silhouette, might lead one to believe that Master Ding was scolding his servant. "Brother, I have bungled the task. Not merely bungled, you have nearly obliterated 2 decades of my labor," exclaimed the beggar, agitated. "Brother, I underestimated that little wretch. In a moment of carelessness, he shot out one of my eyes, and I nearly fainted from the pain. When my brothers witnessed my injury, they disregarded my orders and set fire to the grain. Thus, silence. A failure is a failure. Do not seek excuses. Losing one eye is trivial. Do you come to me with complaints? Have I, as your elder brother, not sacrificed as much in this lifetime?" The beggar's head drooped once more, falling silent. Yin Jiao's hands, clasped behind his back, suddenly clenched tightly, his agitation evident. "When I heard the news, I was nearly struck with terror, fearing that all my hardships over the past 20 years had been in vain. All my diligent efforts for 2 decades within the Ding household reduced to mere illusions. Heaven have mercy. That ordinarily foolish little wretch somehow became clever and resolved the Ding family's grave predicament, aiding us significantly. Otherwise, your sins could never be atoned for. Brother, I realize my mistakes." Yin Jiao scoffed. "If you are aware of your errors, why are you not more cautious? Disguising yourself as a beggar in such a desolate place only invites greater suspicion." The beggar lamented, "Brother, I did not wish for this either. Originally, I intended to draw less attention due to the loss of one eye, so I dyed my hair and beard white and adorned myself as a filthy old beggar, believing that I would go unnoticed. However, to my surprise, the nearby villagers displayed an unusual fervor for the old beggar, constantly circling around me, which compelled me to hide here to meet you." Yin Jiao recalled the tales of an old beggar who had once taught Ding Hao how to craft a snow sled and had perplexed the esteemed scholar Lu Do with poetry, causing his cheeks to twitch involuntarily. It seemed that these villagers fancied their brothers to be extraordinary figures of the realm, a serendipitous misunderstanding indeed. He sighed, his anger somewhat abated, and remarked, "Second brother, the Jisai Hall was established by our ancestor, Lu, ensuring the preservation of the 7 clans and 5 surnames of the Tang Dynasty. Yet, our Lu lineage has ultimately suffered the disgrace of being expelled from these honored ranks. Had it not been for our father sending us out of Taiyuan Prefecture in advance, the Lu family line would have already perished. Our survival today, does it truly signify the continuation of the Lu name? No. We merely exist as a shadow of our former selves, akin to a decrepit servant or a mountain bandit. Only by living with grandeur and dignity can we claim that the Lu family has not perished. To this end, my plan must come to fruition." In the customs of the Song Dynasty, brothers did not refer to one another as elder or younger, but simply as brother, with the rank determining the title. Yin Jiao addressed this old beggar as second brother, raising the question of whether he indeed had a biological brother. Upon hearing Yin Jiao's impassioned words, the old beggar abruptly lifted his head and asked, "Elder brother, does your method truly prove effective? How many years will it take to achieve our goals? I currently command hundreds of valiant men and am acquainted with numerous heroes from the 3 mountains and 5 peaks. Why not resort to force? Such delusions." Yin Jiao interrupted him. Narrowing his eyes toward the horizon, he scoffed, "In the past, you took advantage of the famine, rallying tens of thousands of destitute souls and declaring yourself the general of Shantian. But what was the outcome? A disorganized mob cannot withstand a single clash with the imperial army. Do you comprehend the vast latent power of the Jisai Hall established by the 7 clans and 5 surnames? You were but 5 years old when we fled Taiyuan, too young to grasp the enormity of their influence across the realm. The 7 clans and 5 surnames of the Tang Dynasty once wielded enough power to establish or dismantle nations. Though diminished now, they remain resilient." A gust of wind swept by, causing him to shiver. "In truth, I have never harbored the fanciful notion that we could eradicate them through our own strength. Even the Emperor of the Song possesses no capability to uproot them, let alone us. What I desire is simply to see the Lu family rise again. We have concealed our identities for so many years to achieve this purpose. Do not be hasty, soon. Though we may not have fully accomplished our goals this time, I have devised a suitable plan now that Ding Xingzong has been incapacitated. After 20 years of waiting, dawn has finally arrived." The old beggar inquired, "Elder brother, is there anything I can do to assist?" Yin Jiao's expression grew serious as he replied, "Second brother, there is no need for you to rush back to the stronghold. I have a challenging task that requires your attention. You mentioned that after Ding Hao returned from Guangyuan, he has garnered considerable favor from that old fellow Ding Ting. That cunning fox never reveals his intentions, and I find myself utterly perplexed by his thoughts. I cannot ascertain whether he wishes to have Ding Hao acknowledge his ancestry and take charge of the Ding family. We must hasten our actions to avoid a futile endeavor. Please procure a particular herb for me." Yin Jiao softly uttered a peculiar name of a medicinal remedy, then continued, "It is said that only the shamans of the Northern Dynasty possess this herb, and you are quite familiar with that region. You should go and acquire the medicine while I investigate the old fox's intentions. If he truly intends to elevate Ding Hao, then, HM, I shall wield your swift blade to deal with him." Yin Jiao raised his palm as if it were a knife, gently slicing downward. The old beggar understood the cue, nodding slightly, a cruel smile creeping upon his lips. Chapter 070. Seed distribution. The Ding family was distributing seeds, and tenants from neighboring villages flocked to Dingjia village, creating a lively scene filled with bustling activity. Whether to use the Ding family's seeds was a voluntary choice among the tenants, yet the Ding family's seeds were plump and of superior quality, meticulously stored. Utilizing Ding family seeds generally yielded a harvest that exceeded that of seeds purchased or saved by as much as 10 to 20%. Furthermore, the seeds were sold at reasonable prices, with the option for post-harvest settlement, which made them an attractive choice for the tenants. Last winter, the Ding family had prepared all the necessary grains for Guangyuan City overnight. In the flurry of activity, the seed storage was inadvertently opened, and with many strong men dispatched to transport supplies, no one was present to oversee it. By the time it was discovered, some seeds had been damaged by frost and moisture, resulting in mold. Thus, the remaining seeds might not suffice for all tenants' needs, prompting those who received the news to arrive early, forming long lines by the seed distribution station even before dawn. However, the distribution was scheduled for the afternoon, and the head of the Ding family had yet to arrive, putting the tenants in a challenging situation. Ding Hao emerged from the rear courtyard and returned to his residence. Upon seeing her son, Yang hurriedly prepared some food for him. Watching her son eat, she felt immense satisfaction and joy. Her son was handsome, with a striking appearance. Now, in his every gesture, there was an extraordinary quality, an essence reminiscent of her first encounter with the master during a spring outing. At that time, the master was poorly dressed. Yet his demeanor and bearing surpassed that of many noble young men, emanating a power derived from inner confidence. Previously, her son had possessed this same quality, yet she had failed to recognize it. The more she observed him, the more delighted she became, recalling the delicate charm of Luo Donger. Imagining how well she complimented her son, truly a match made in heaven. Contemplating this, her slight reservations about Luo Donger's previous marriage began to fade. As Ding Hao enjoyed his meal, he curiously glanced at his mother, who scrutinized him with an intense gaze, as if she were seeing him for the first time. "Mother, why are you looking at me like this? Is something wrong?" "Oh, it's nothing. I'm just happy to see my son thriving," Yang chuckled. Ding Hao shook his head, smiling helplessly. "Thriving? Is this what you call thriving? I still feel somewhat wronged." Yet, his mother was not mistaken. She had spent her life within the Ding family compound, witnessing a vast world where being a steward was already a significant achievement. What more could she expect? After finishing his meal, Ding Hao set down his bowl and chatted with his mother until he was urged by the arrival of a pig herder to hurry to the seed distribution station. Yang held him back for another round of admonitions, to which Ding Hao agreed before hastily leaving the Ding residence. Upon arrival, Ding Hao was taken aback by the sight before him. The tenants, laden with baskets and children in tow, formed a winding line that stretched for 2 miles. The length of this queue was truly more impressive than the Great Wall, a spectacle he had only witnessed during the spring festival rush at the train station. The boisterous figure of the piglet shoved through the throng of tenant farmers, chest out and belly protruding, calling out, "Make way, make way. If you don't allow Manager Ding to enter, you won't receive any seeds, even by nightfall." Upon hearing this, the farmers quickly parted to create a path for their entry. Once inside, they observed the tenant leader, Yang Yi, and the steward of the Ding family's outer courtyard, Lu Shi, maintaining order. Upon spotting Ding Hao, they promptly greeted him. "We appreciate your presence, gentlemen. It has been a laborious task for you both." Ding Hao replied with a smile, his demeanor courteous, embodying a gentlemanly politeness that was as gentle as flowing water. "What do you mean by that, Manager Ding?" "We are all serving the master here. It is only proper that we support one another," Lu remarked, chuckling. "The line is quite lengthy already, Manager Ding. Do you think we should commence distributing the seeds now?" "Very well, gentlemen. Please wait a moment while I conduct a brief count, and then we shall begin the distribution." Ding Hao affirmed. "Excellent, as it should be. Please proceed, Manager Ding." As he entered the granary, Ding Hao noticed the stacks of burlap sacks piled high, his brow furrowing slightly. How many sacks of seeds are there in total? What is the weight? The accountant nearby hurriedly flipped through the ledger and reported the number of sacks and their weight. The piglet leaned in and whispered in his ear, "Ah, die. Remember when we left, the matron specifically cautioned that during seed distribution, the stewards, accountants, and laborers often siphon off portions of the grain for personal use, claiming it as losses during distribution. This year, the shortage of seeds is quite severe. If the losses are significant, we may face unrest among the tenants. Be vigilant and do not forget." Ding Hao chuckled, raising his voice. "With so many seeds and tenants, what time shall we begin the distribution? How many large scales have we arranged for the seeds?" The accountant responded, "Manager Ding, we have arranged a total of 12 large scales for grain distribution." "Oh, that seems reasonable," Ding Hao replied nonchalantly, circling the grain stacks a few times. He then whispered to the piglet, "Did you catch that? 12 large scales distributing seeds simultaneously. Even with our combined efforts, we cannot oversee it all. These individuals are loyal to Lu and Yang. If they intend to engage in deceit, how can we guard against it?" The piglet replied hesitantly, "What shall we do then? Are we to turn a blind eye? If they pilfer and conceal, resulting in unrest among the tenants who receive no seeds, the blame will fall on you. It would be foolish to ignore it, wouldn't it? We must keep an eye on things to the best of our ability." Chuckling, Ding Hao playfully patted him on the shoulder and said, "Is that your only solution? We should indeed keep watch, but there is no need for us to stand like hawks. I have a plan that will ensure everything proceeds smoothly. It's merely a matter of distributing supplies, and I am quite adept at this. I guarantee everyone will be satisfied, and no one will find fault." With that, Ding Hao abruptly turned and strode out of the granary, leaving the piglet bewildered. "You're experienced? When have you ever managed a distribution? Ding Hao emerged from the warehouse, and the tenant farmers erupted into a flurry of excitement. He scanned the surroundings and fixed his gaze upon a tree stump, almost half his height. Striding over, he ascended the stump and, cupping his hands to his mouth, proclaimed loudly, "Dear villagers, I am in charge of this grain distribution. As you are all aware, last winter, the Ding family suffered a significant calamity, resulting in the loss of much of our stored grain. Consequently, this year's distribution will inevitably fall short of reaching every household. Today, it is a matter of first come, first served, calculated according to the acreage each family rents. It is futile to expect more than your fair share. However, should the seeds flourish in your fields, do not blame the heavens or fate." The tenants fell silent momentarily, only to erupt into a cacophony of voices. Some who were previously unaware of the grain shortage became particularly agitated, while those at the front brimmed with joy, and those arriving later were filled with trepidation. The commotion persisted for quite some time, as Ding Hao stood silently atop the stump, his hands clasped behind his back. Eventually, the din began to subside, and an elderly farmer raised his voice, saying, "Manager Ding, in all matters, there should be a sense of order. If the grain runs out before it reaches me, I will have no complaints. However, the grain is already scarce. You must not act unjustly against us. We, the farmers who depend on the heavens for sustenance and the land for our livelihoods, have it hard enough." This was precisely the sentiment Ding Hao had been awaiting. He smiled and raised his voice, declaring, "Rest assured, dear elder, today's grain distribution may not leave every elder fully satisfied. Yet I shall establish a clear set of guidelines to ensure that all villagers, regardless of whether they receive grain or not, will find the process fair and just." Chapter 071. Transparent Management. After Ding Hao finished speaking, he turned around and bellowed, "Bring forth all the grain seeds." Lu Shi looked at him, bewildered, blinking in confusion. "Manager Ding, what do you mean? We usually distribute the seeds one bag at a time. If we bring them all out to pile here and then weigh and open them, it will just complicate matters." Ding Hao, with a smile, replied, "Lu, I have my reasons for doing this. In a moment, I will explain to everyone." He then coldly commanded the servants, "Did you not hear my words? Move them out." The servants exchanged glances before finally filing in, carrying bag after bag of grain seeds. Ding Hao clasped his hands together and addressed the lined-up tenants. "Listen carefully. All the grain seeds are here. The total amount has been personally verified by Lord Ding during the inventory, and it is recorded in the accounts. Soon, I will weigh them bag by bag. Once the total matches, we shall commence distribution. If anyone has doubts, feel free to come inside and see for yourselves if there is a single seed left unaccounted for." As we distribute the seeds, Ding Hao continued, "I will be over there, beneath that large locust tree, where a fair scale will be set up." What is a fair scale? It means that there will be a scale there for you to weigh your grain seeds after receiving them. If you cannot operate the scale, you may enlist the help of someone you trust to assist you in weighing. If the weights do not match, come to me immediately, and I shall support you. This novel approach intrigued the crowd, who had never heard of such a fair scale before. The villagers began to murmur among themselves, finding this method just, and their faces lit up with delight. Ding Hao added, "If the amount of grain you receive corresponds with the figures you signed in the ledger, then the total amount of seeds will be accurate to the last ounce. This is what we call fairness, justice, and transparency. Do you all agree?" The long line erupted into cheers, gradually transforming into a chorus of approval. "Agreed. Agreed. Manager Ding acts justly. We are in support." The kitchen of the Ding family residence was relatively close by, and Lu Ming, the kitchen steward, was busy preparing a sheep's head. Hearing the commotion outside, he grabbed a cleaver and hurried out, thinking that a brawl had broken out with the distribution of the seeds. However, upon circulating through the area, he found everything orderly, with everyone calm and composed, leaving him utterly astonished. After understanding Ding Hao's method, Lu Ming could not help but express his admiration, returning to his wife and saying, "Juner, what do you think has transformed such a simpleton into someone so astute? It seems as though a fox spirit has opened his mind." His wife, Juner, who once served in the inner chambers, was now pregnant. Ding Hao, being considerate, assigned her lighter duties. After hearing her husband recount the events, Juner casually mentioned the matter while wandering through the inner quarters, attracting the attention of many idle servants eager to witness the spectacle. Lu Shi and Yang Yi, having received instructions from Ding Qingye, initially intended to take this opportunity to discipline Ding Hao. As it became apparent that Ding Qingzong's household was nearing its end, it was undeniable that the future leader of the Ding family would be Ding Heir. Eager to curry favor with their forthcoming master, they were poised to create disturbances. However, to their surprise, Ding Hao executed a masterstroke. In an instant, Lu Shi, Yang Yi, a dozen accountants, and several dozen family servants exchanged glances, utterly at a loss. Ding Hao did not need to oversee the sewing. No one dared to tamper with the process. With hundreds of eyes watching, and a fair scale set beneath the large locust tree, how could anyone dare to cheat? Initially, Ding Hao wandered about, ensuring the orderly distribution of the seeds. Eventually, he grew languid, yawning and retreating to the house for a nap on the empty burlap sacks. This left Lu Shi and Yang Yi seething with frustration. Yet they could do nothing. Ding Hao slept soundly, and as the sun dipped low, he finally stirred awake. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the sound of a quarrel outside. Puzzled, he wondered why there would be dissent regarding the grain distribution, which should have left no room for objections, especially with the servants under scrutiny. Hastily, he rose, adjusted his attire, and stepped outside. The once towering stacks of grain were now nearly empty, with Lu Shi and Yang Yi begrudgingly tidying the disarray. Only a few individuals lingered near the large scale, among them a woman clad in white. Her attire as pure as snow, a blue scarf adorning her head. She stood amidst several robust farmers, appearing as delicate and radiant as a droplet of morning dew on bamboo leaves. Luo Donger? Ding Hao approached her, peering into the large basket, which held enough seeds for merely 5 acres. What has caused this dispute? He inquired. As he distributed the grain, the servants and accountants had grown somewhat aloof, having not profited from the situation. One accountant stood up and explained, according to Manager Ding's orders, the tenants are to line up for their grain. However, this young lady from the Dong family has cut in line. If we were to give her the seeds, the other tenants might become unruly. Ding Hao's brow furrowed in concern. I did not cut in. How gore? Manager Ding. I did not jump the line. Luo Donger's face flushed with indignation, her large, expressive eyes glistening with a mixture of grievance and determination. Just now, Lu Bo asked me to help weigh the grain, and I stepped away for a moment. I had informed those behind me. A man with a simian face chuckled smugly. Hey, young lady from the Dong family, do not speak carelessly. I have been standing here in line all along. I know not when you stood before me. An elderly gentleman quickly interjected, Manager Ding. The young lady from the Dong family speaks the truth. With the crowd thinning, my vision blurred, and I could not discern the scale clearly. I asked the young lady to assist in weighing the seeds. She meant well. If this has caused a delay for her, my heart cannot bear it. The man with a monkey-like face rolled his eyes and remarked, Old Lu, considering your advanced age, how could you still possess such a frivolous disposition? Just look at that young lady. She is quite charming, and here you are, defending her. Are you feeling guilty? If so, why not offer her your grain seeds? Who knows, she might be immensely grateful and offer herself in return. As an old bachelor, how could you not be overjoyed at the prospect of such a lovely young bride? You really ought to be more considerate in your words, replied Gao Er, his voice laced with indignation. Tears glistened in Luo Donger's eyes, and she trembled with anger. Please, let us not quarrel. We are all neighbors here. Is it worth uttering such harsh words over a mere handful of grain seeds? Ding Hao lamented. However, upon observing the eager gazes of the remaining tenants, he understood that for them, the matter of the grain seeds was indeed significant. After a moment's contemplation, Ding Hao turned to Luo Donger and inquired, How many acres does your family cultivate? 12 acres, she promptly responded, a glimmer of joy illuminating her expressive eyes. For she sensed that Ding Hao was inclined to support her. Initially, Ding Hao had contemplated dividing the seeds between the two parties. But upon learning that her family farmed 12 acres, he realized that giving her all the remaining seeds would still be insufficient. Thus, he instructed the accountant. Since there are witnesses, let the grain seeds be allocated to the Dong family lady. Upon hearing this, Gao Er objected, Ding, I cannot accept this division. She has her witnesses, and I have mine as well.